come to visit her once, and she refused to denounce the act. So this is, by the way, if you haven't figured out by now, this is definitely not the typical Bianco graduate that we're talking about here. Not in the same category as most of our topics. This is the mugshot taken of her when she was arrested in the assassination.
Have you ever woken up?
She also published an extremely important journal, considered one of the foundational journals of radical politics in the modern world, certainly in America, called Mother Earth. And for several years, all of its issues were covered when she was deported from the country. But several issues were saved and were eventually forwarded to when she wrote the memoirs. This example from 1915, I think, says it all. The caption reads, "The gunman, on guard to see that property remains stolen."
I just came out to Austin.
And he looks like a thug. And here is your typical, perhaps somewhat shady citizen
from Colorado.
You can tell from his posture and his tone, perhaps he would like to get into this walled area here to pillage the wealthy living behind it, but the policeman here is in a thuggish manner protecting property which has already been stolen from the poor by the rich.
Is it mostly
Canadians?
Is it on
There's so many elements in this particular image. You can see certainly the socialist bent, the idea of the criticism of capitalism, the criticism of the concentration of wealth, but also the biting social satire that was typical of Goldman's speeches here represented in
That's the good news and the bad news.
It's definitely a very feared
This is why we can't have Latinos anymore, sir. You're fucking it up.
So returning to her stance on feminism, it's ironic that she showed little patience for the suffragette movement, which was also quite active during these decades. She refused to join with suffragettes, she refused to, validate their movement. She, in fact, felt that in line with traditional anarchist principles, she felt that the idea of vote was not a right, it was an imposition.
She works at Chick-fil-A, which makes out CIA. Why? Why does that make her CIA?
To actually exercise the democratic rights by registering and by filling out a piece of paper and so on the ballot. She felt that, people govern themselves far more organically,
I'm obsessed with how weird that set was. So explain the CIA.
Organizational structure should just sort of evolve.
You don't know. You should at least have some fucking weird theory.
I thought about the letters.
It's strange when you read anarchists and what they for me at any rate, to really understand how they could possibly think this would work. But nevertheless, it was kind of an exterior, kind of a zeitgeist. It was sort of like a thing that people were engaged in. I also totally missed out on the age of Aquarius, right? The whole hippie area. Some of you may remember it. I was too young at the time, but when you think about stuff, it's hard for me to imagine her life too. So, things like this happen. She valorized femininity. She was also always a very careful dresser, always portrayed herself, with the latest fashion and she actually felt that motherhood was not at all a burden. She felt that it was like the highest status that a woman could honestly look for.
Your sister got
She was
deported by immigration.
she felt that mother, and it was ironic given the fact that she was physically incapable of having children. It was ironic that she felt that motherhood was perhaps the most glorious anarchistic element of person could engage in. She wrote, the demand for equal rights in every vocation of life is just and fair. In no way was she going to condone women being paid less for the same work. However, she wrote, but after all, the most vital right is the right to love and be loved. This is something that was deeply important to her. It relates to the idea of the aesthetic and so on. You see it in her personal love letters with Sasha Berkman, with the Reichman, and several others that she had relationships with. That being loved was deeply important to her. She felt that it was a very feminine aspect of her personality that should be cherished and encouraged. And that was ultimately the birth of anarchism was the spiritual love and development of a loving society.
Anyone get a fucking thing in on him, by the way.
1917, She spoke out against the Selective Service Act. If love was the highest thing that a person could attain, then certainly hate and war would be the opposite. And so she very much strongly condemned the American conscription law that was imposed in 1917.
I used to make music and stuff like that.
What kind of music would you make?
To gather recruits for World War I. As a result, she was arrested and she was tried for sedition because, after all, she was encouraging young men to desert.
There is a 0% chance this is going to go good. This is going to be incredible. Chris O'Connor, LGBTQCIA, I was having a really good day up until now.
But they were really great.
Alright, search. How long did you freestyle for? This is something you took kind of seriously?
Followed by deportation.
Music,
In other words,
videos and stuff
she
like
was
that.
to lose her American citizenship
Talk to Michael about
because
a
of
beat.
her
Michael, play
seditious
it nice
acts,
and light so
and
we
she
can all hear
was, sure enough,
exactly what the hell he's saying
to the Soviet
in
Union,
this.
which had
Ladies and
arisen, of
gentlemen,
course, from
on a
the
show where
ruins of the
absolutely
Russian Empire
anything
in
can happen is
1917.
Surge
This is
A.
a photograph of her immediately prior to her deportation. Now,
I guess my set was
first,
actually pretty
this
funny.
was
I
a
don't
moment
even
of
know. I
great
got my 60
rejoicing
seconds. I'm
for
killing Tony.
anarchists and
Talk it up.
leftists
Here we
in
go
general,
again.
because
When I
after all,
shine,
in the
I will
early
never show anybody
1920s,
that I
the
pretend.
Russian
Yo, fuck
Empire,
it. My
the
sister is
Soviet
gay.
Empire, was considered a workers' paradise. It looked like,
Rated
you know,
every
the
day as my
dreams and
motherfucking
hopes
hopes, but
of
you
so
know
many
that I don't
leftists
even
since
care about
Marx
these hopes. I
wrote that
must go get
Capital
up.
was actually
Yeah, that's
coming
me.
to
Everybody
the fore.
knows
That
when I
Lenin's
never
vision
fucking
was
sleep. I
being
write
realized
stupid
in
jokes.
Soviet Union, and that a workers' paradise,
Yeah, that was
roots in
exactly
the
how I
love, the
thought it was
friendship
going
of
to go.
peoples, equality, and
Surge,
human
here's
rights.
a little joke book.
And it came, however, crashing to a halt under the leadership of Stalin, shown here on the right.
There he goes. Surge AM, everybody. Makes noise for
Director of
Surge. He tried
Soviet
his
society,
best.
because he essentially
Tried
imposed
his
a
best.
totalitarian vision on how that society
Oh,
would
listen to that.
evolve. But it
Great
didn't take that
Heidi
long
has
for
arrived, everybody.
Emmett
There
Wilson
she
to
is,
see
live in
through
the
Russia.
flesh.
Together with
Hello,
Bergman,
everybody. This podcast is
really
sponsored
early
by
in the
Nicked.
1920s,
These are our
she
favorite
was
nicotine
completely
pouches by a mile.
with
If
the
you haven't made the
Soviet
switch
Union.
to
In fact,
Nicked
this
pouches
is
yet, now is the
the
time.
title
I'm
of
always reaching
her
for strawberry
famous book from
watermelon ice
1923,
personally.
written
Nicked
quite
premium
early
nicotine
on,
pouches will
and
elevate
it
your nicotine
represents a
experience. So
complete
maybe the
about
proprietary
face
coconut fiber blend filler for better nicotine
Bergman
absorption
and
and a
for
more
many
comfortable
other
mouthfeel.
anarchists who
With
were
Nicked, you get strong,
incensed
lasting
that she
vapor
could write a
flavor
book
that is clean
criticizing
and
the
discreet.
Soviet paradise.
And
But
Tony, I
nevertheless,
love
she
Nick.
saw
They're the
the
greatest
incipient
nicotine pouches of
kernels
all
of
time, and each can
totalitarianism
comes
in
with
the
20
Soviet,
Nick
particularly in the
pouches.
Kronstadt revolt that was
Make
part
the
of
switch
the
to Nicked nicotine
period.
pouches like we did.
And
We
she,
know you'll love these
her
too. And
criticism
we have
of
a
the
special
Soviet Union
offer
was
just
not
for Kill
well
Tony
received
listeners.
neither by the left
35%
nor
off
by
your
the
first
right.
3 orders only
Nevertheless,
if
she
you order
held
now
fast to her
at
opinion,
NickPouches.com/Tony. That's NYKDPouches.com/Tony. Don't forget you can get 35% off.
Coming to the end of this discussion of her life,
NickPouches.com/Tony.
she
Nicked
was not
products
allowed
are
back into
only available for adults of legal age. Every
America,
order is
except
each
for a very
verified warning.
brief
This product
time
contains nicotine.
when
Nicotine
she
is
was
an
allowed
addictive
to
chemical.
engage
All
in
right.
some limited speaking
Keeping it
tours.
moving along. Your next
She
funny
spent
friend goes
most
by
of
the
her
name
life
of
in
Jason
exile,
Betts.
either in
Everyone,
Europe
Jason
or
Betts.
in Canada. In fact, she was passed away in 1940 in Toronto. Later, her body returned to the United States, where it would be
I lost my
interred.
virginity at the Asian massage
She
parlor.
lived very unhappily in exile
A
after this
saggy
point.
titty,
She,
wrinkly
she
old
was
ass
alone.
Asian woman that looked
She
like
was,
Mr. Miyagi.
distance from her many
She had a
thousands of
raspy
followers
voice. She
in
was
the
like,
United States, and she was basically dependent
Her
on the
name was
largesse
Mama-san. She
of
taught me
those
many
wealthy
lessons,
enough
and
to
this is
support her
what
while
she
she was
taught me.
living in France
When
or
paying
in
for pussy
Canada.
at the Asian
She
massage
did manage to
parlor,
write her memoirs
always tell
and
Mama-san
to
you have a
receive
latex
fairly
allergy.
significant
Even when you
from
don't.
the publisher, but
There's a pretty
she
good
lived a
chance
life
she
that
cannot
was
accommodate your
devoid of
request, and
much
you'll get
activity,
bare bad
and
sex
she
for
was
free.
really depressed for most of it. This changed to some degree in the Spanish Civil War.
Make sure your
the
happy ending
1930s,
ends with you
when she
nutting
once
in
again
that
was
bitch's
caught up
cervix.
in the anti-fascist struggle of the time, but that turned out to be wrong. I have here a short video clip of her
Drain your
during
balls
her
at your
brief
bank
return. Let
account.
me see if I can quickly show you that video clip.
Always tell Mama-san, always ask Mama-san if she's got a new girl on rotation. Add some variety to your Asian pussy portfolio. portfolio, guys. Jeez. All right, thank you.
All right, Jason Jess. Admitting to rape.
Make it louder.
Comedy set tonight. How are you?
Doing good, Tony. I'm doing good.
And I've always wondered what Santa's elves do in the off season. Incredible. So last time you were on this show before, and you talked about a lot of crazy sex stuff. And here you are, guns a-blazing, right on brand. Is any of this true?
Oh yeah, I'm the Anthony Bourdain Asian pussy man. I was always going to massage parlors.
Wow. So what happened? You said that like it's in the past now. You no longer go?
I'm reformed, and now I just help men achieve success by giving advice, helping my brethren out.
How did you reform?
How did I reform? I got married.
Okay.
She said, well, you can't be having sex with Asian pussy anymore. So I've been married for 20 years, guys. 20 years.
On Italy,
You're still
very nice.
excited about
Minus
it.
Mussolini.
You woman.
And on
I
Roosevelt,
love this
she
shit.
pauses for a second there because after all, she's been so critical of the United
So
States government
Jason,
that
remind
has
us how long you been on
supported her.
stand-up?
5 years.
But at the same
What do you
time,
do for work?
she's there as a
I'm
guest
retired
at
from
the
the National
largesse,
Guard.
and therefore she very carefully says, "Well, I like about
Thank you
Roosevelt
for your
is
service.
says
Yes.
things that
Where did you serve exactly?
The North
So if
Pole.
we can turn for a second to the question of Jewish identity politics. In the last 40 minutes,
There it is. The
unlike
sweet son
the
Santa
rest of
landed
the
on the
talks
roof.
that we have slated for
I was
this
a recruiter
schedule,
for the National Guard in Jackson, Michigan, Lake George, New York, and I worked in Chicago, Illinois.
appears to be really
Hey, wow. Some of these
Secondary
places where we
aspects.
need our military the
she
most.
distanced herself from
Okay, what's the craziest thing that
affiliation
happened?
with
What's the most
religiosity with Jewish religion.
violent thing you had to
She
do in the
distanced
military and
herself
national?
from
The most violent thing I ever had to do. I never really had to do
Jewish
anything
groups,
violent.
and in fact,
And I was a
condemned
recruiter,
many
so it's like a
popular
basic
Jewish
job.
movements like
Come
Zionism.
in and
The
they
vast
want to join the
majority
military. You
of
lie to them
her
to get them to
associates,
join.
however,
It's a
were
simple
always
process.
Jewish.
What's
And
the
in this
trick
question,
you
in
use to
this
get them
sense,
to
we have to
join?
wonder,
I
like,
would tell them
how
anything.
much
Like,
of her
let's say
identity
someone
politics was
came
made
in and they
up
wanted to be a
of her
cook,
Jewish
right?
worldview,
Being a cook,
the
nobody
Jewish
that joins the
child
military wants to
that
cook
was
Indian
somehow
food. They want to do like
transformed
cool Rambo
in
shit.
a radical
So I'd be like,
context
listen, you're going to be like an executive chef
be
for the
expressed
president or
in
some
terms
shit.
of anarchism. Certainly,
I was
there
a
are
top
elements of her
recruiter
life
for the
which
Michigan
I
Army
and I
National Guard.
suspect you
We talked
find
about
repugnant. The violence, to be sure, is one of the things that comes to that list.
Incredible.
But at the same
Okay,
time,
Jason,
we
what's
have
something
to
interesting about
admire
you
the
that we didn't
tremendous
find out
force
last
of
time you were on
character
the show?
that she represented.
Something interesting
And
about
the,
me, I am a
tremendous
compulsive
desire that
eater.
she had to
Okay,
fundamentally
let's talk about it.
I mean, my
the
wife's got to
lives
hide the
of
peanut
the
butter
society in
jars.
which she
I
lived.
am a compulsive eater.
It
I'm a
would
recovered
take a much
alcoholic, and I
deeper
just trade
dive
for food.
to try to
I just trade
unearth
foods and
whatever
everything for food, and I
kernels
just
of
compulsively eat.
Jewish
What's
thought
the most
may have
piggish thing you've
inspired
ever
her,
done?
perhaps listening to the
I
Haftorah and Shira.
spent $45 in DoorDash.
But I think it would be a quixotic enterprise
That's
that would
actually not that bad.
Yeah,
require
it's
at least a
not.
couple of
It's like-
PhDs with a very
I
careful
seen your food order. I follow you.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated
Those
nevertheless
middle of
with
the
the
night
idea that
Instagram
on the
stories by
boundaries
Red
of
Wing.
Jewish identity, we
Ladies.
have
Oh, yeah.
many figures
No doubt
like
about
Anna
it.
Goldman. And like
Jason, what does your
Harold,
wife
in
do?
our opening
My
joke,
wife is a
you know, we want them
photographer,
to
and
come
she works
home
for
as
an
well.
orthodontist
We want to
office, and
understand
so
them
she
as
like
part
runs
of
like a
the
call center,
larger body of
and she helps me edit my
Jewish people
videos.
and adds
And
contributions to
remind
those
us,
that
what
are
kind of
I don't want
videos are you
to give a
making,
sermon
Jason?
I
here
make
because I'm not
content,
licensed as
I
a
make a lot of
rabbi,
massage
just
parlor
as a
videos
historian.
where I use
So
my
I
past
wanted to
experiences
just say a
to
little
help
bit about
make
Anna
it
Goldman's
Asian
life
pussy.
and try to
I do.
understand it,
I do
try to
that as a
place it as
service.
much as we could within its
No one
Jewish
needs
context.
this advice.
Deeper conversation to all
Have
of
you
you.
been?
Thank you very much
pay
once
for
again for your
sex.
attention and
Great.
indulgence.
No,
I hope
that's
to
the
see you
whole
next
answer.
Where you going, please?
Welcome, Zoo.
No, I go bareback. Bareback.
Christ.
Oh my God,
Bareback.
you are the fucking
Dog.
weirdest dude.
I'm working on a project right now, so I can't play. I can talk though. How are you?
What's your project? What's your project?
Creating a kickbot.
A what?
A kickbot? A bot on Kick?
Oh, you doing kick?
Yep.
How do you design one of those?
I use a macro recorder and lots of image detection. And I've had them before, but they didn't work in an infinite loop. But I think I figured out a way to have it work in an infinite loop so I don't have to touch it. And I'm going to do my best to do that so that it just works all the time.
Are you trying to get people into your stream?
Word dog. And I did. I got some yesterday.
I didn't go to the gym today. I'll go tomorrow to Friday, and then I'll take off Saturday, Sunday. I'm just going to stay home.
All right. Why didn't you go to the gym?
I'm really depressed today.
Yeah, you are. Why is that?
I just can't find a job.
Okay. Why don't you do remote work?
Try.
You tried?
Mm-hmm.
And what happened?
Just rejection and rejection. I've dealt with so much rejection in my life, like it's not even funny.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that you can't get over it.
Yeah, no. But like, it's also like just I want to be working with people that have the same interests as me.
What are your interests?
Oh fuck! I like being into. I want to make movies.
Well, those are kind of two separate things. So, do you want to be in tech or do you want to make movies?
No, I said I want to be an entertainer.
Or that's a third thing. You said, I want to be in tech. I want to make
No, I
movies.
said I want to be an entertainer, but you misinterpreted it as tech because someone distracted me.
Okay. So, how do you being being an entertainer doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah.
Okay. So, on Monday, are you going to go do stand-up?
It's not this Monday, the Monday after.
Why isn't it this Monday?
I just need to mentally prepare.
Okay. And just like Audie said yesterday, I think you could do it. But you need jokes, dude.
I have jokes.
Tell me one of them.
No, I'm not telling you a joke until the day. I just can't do it right now.
You need to work them out because what if they're not funny?
They are funny.
Okay, then tell me one of them.
It's more the crowd. Like, have you ever watched someone do stand up?
I watch people do stand-up for a significant portion of every single day.
More than any other person.
Perhaps. I'm watching Kill Tony right now.
Are they telling like fucking jokes like it? Like, is it funny when they tell jokes like they're written by a 10-year-old, or is it funny when they make connections to the audience and observe things and tell details about their life that are more observed? What's funnier?
Well, it depends on the environment. These people generally only have 1 minute to make people laugh. So because they have such a limited amount of time, easy, quick hitting jokes are the best. And the more of them that they can fit in 1 minute, the better. You don't have time to be telling people significant details of your life in a 1 to 5 minute stand-up set. People want to laugh. Now, once you're able to make them laugh, then if you get a special or you want to perhaps like open for someone for time, then you can go, like if you have like 10 to 20 minutes, then you can go into significant details of your life. But nobody wants to hear that in an open mic or a short stand-up set.
What do they want to hear?
Jokes. I mean, even if you let's just see what ChatGPT says. Like, if you, it's about memorization at this point for you, and so here we go. Yo, dog, I have to be on an open mic in Australia. I don't need these jokes to be Australian. I just need 1 minute of jokes that I need to memorize. Maybe 2 minutes. Can you just provide me short, simple, funny dad jokes or other kinds of jokes that might do well? Here you go. I tried to make a belt out of watches. It was a waste of time. That's a funny joke. I told my wife she should embrace her mistakes, so she hugged me. That's another funny joke. I bought a
That's absolutely.
I bought a universal remote. Now I can finally control the universe. I asked the librarian if the library had books on paranoia. She whispered, "They're right behind you." My dentist asked me if I floss. I said, "Bro, I danced in middle school." I got a job as a human statue. Haven't moved up in the world since. You ever think the guy who invented autocorrect is lying in his grave, resting in peace? I told my friend, "You have something on your chin." Then I said, "No, the third one down." I'm not lazy. I'm just on energy saving mode. I tried speed dating once, but everyone kept running away.
Yeah, that's a bit creepy.
No, they're not. Those are fine jokes. Every single one of those
No,
would.
the last one was creepy.
It's not creepy.
I like the last one, but I don't. I like the last one, but I don't have a wife.
Oh, then you can say about your girlfriend.
I don't have one of those either.
Okay, so you could just say it about your friend. You could say, I told my friend she should embrace her mistakes, so she hugged me. That still works.
I'm glad I got my mom.
You could say, I told my mom she should embrace her mistakes, so she hugged me. That's a great joke. But those are jokes, and that's what you need. You need, even if you ask ChatGPT and you just keep going through jokes that it can generate for you and get 6 jokes, and you just go up there. If you have to do 2 minutes, then I would get 10 jokes, and you just go up there and you tell them, and people will laugh, and at least you'll have jokes. If you go up there and you're like, "Hey, everybody, I showed you know that I'm neurodivergent. A lot of people don't know what neurodivergent means. Here's what it means to me. Yada 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 yada." People are gonna be like, "Boo, you're boring. You make me feel depressed." But if you go up there and you say, I told my mom that she should embrace steak, so she hugged me," people are gonna laugh at that.
People are gonna laugh at what I tell them to laugh at.
Then you give me a joke. Tell me one of your jokes. If it's funny and I laugh at it, then I'll embrace what you say. But if you don't make me laugh, I may tell you that it's not the right route to go. Let's hear your joke.
My joke.
Your joke. What is your joke? Yo, pimp. What is your joke? What's your joke? What is your joke? Dog, what is your joke? Zoot. Zoot, what is your joke? Zoot, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your joke, big dog? Pretend it's Monday or next Monday or whatever Monday you want to do this. And what is your opening joke?
Some opening joke.
Just tell me any joke.
I always wanted to know if I had ADHD, but it took me 29 years to get around with it because there was always too many questions to test.
Okay, it's not terrible.
Terrible.
Yeah, but you have to understand that there are going to be people in there with ADHD, and they're not going to like that joke. I mean, maybe some will, but there are going to be other people that makes them feel uncomfortable.
And you have ADHD.
Word, and I don't want to hear about it.
Why not?
Because
Do you have a proper diagnosis for ADHD?
fuck yeah.
By who?
A psychologist?
Okay.
So I can tell you, as somebody who has this or whatever they want to consider it, it gives you the opportunity in the United States in some ways of advantages, but generally I don't want to hear about it. It's to me like a private conversation, and it's not something that should just be shared so openly. I mean, you can, but I don't know. There are some people who have like high blood pressure and vertigo and vertigo and all kinds of like issues with their body. I don't want to hear about those things. To me, it's like private medical information. Now, for you, the jokes that I just read, they're all happy and positive generally, or have a positive spin. I don't know why you just don't go with something.
Because it's just not funny.
It is. Two of them made you laugh a lot.
I don't know. I just like telling stories.
I
So I'm
understand
not
that.
good at telling stories.
I understand that, but you don't have enough time.
They're fun.
I understand you have 5 minutes. Okay. Do you feel you have enough time to be able to tell your story in that amount of time?
Yeah, I can tell the story of how I missed out on the Bonnie Blue gangbang, so I went to the cheap, fucking shitty gangbang in Adelaide.
Now that's funny. Is that what you're going to talk about?
Yep. On a Tuesday, I had nothing better to do.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not.
All right. So why are you going? So why are you going with that?
Sorry?
Why are you choosing that as your joke?
Because it's stupid.
Right, it is.
You know, the next time I saw her, she didn't even remember me. It's like, fuck.
You've seen her more than once?
I saw her after, and she didn't even remember me.
Oh, the girl who you couldn't come in her mouth?
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Like, you don't remember this, like, you know, what would be like the biggest moment of your life, and you can't even remember me? Fuck.
What makes you think that you were the biggest moment of her life?
Well, one of the biggest moments of her life.
What makes you think that?
How many other women do you know that have fucked 40 guys in one day?
I don't think I know anybody who's done that.
2 hours.
I don't think I know anybody who's done that. All right, so she didn't remember you at all? Did you go back and fuck her?
No.
You just said hi?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say?
She, doesn't matter.
Okay, so she didn't remember you. No big deal.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Did she remember anybody else?
Probably not.
Oh, I'm sure she remembered some dudes. That's okay. So this girl had a party or whatever. She was at an adult place, and so that's kind of a funny joke. I mean, it really is. I'm not even blowing smoke up your ass. Hey everybody, I just wanted you to know I missed out on Bonnie Blue's 1,000-person gangbang, but it motivated me to go to my local adult sex shop and to try out the next best thing, which was some whore from down the street. She was ready to take on 20 guys at once. And fortunately, I was first in line. But as she started sucking my dick and I stared at the other 19 guys in the room, I realized that it was like defusing a bomb, and I was unable to orgasm in her mouth. So I left with my tail between my legs. But as I think about it, I feel that I got the better part of the agreement because I could have been one of the guys who had sex with this giant whore, or I could have walked out with my pride, and I did. Is that what you're going to say? Hey, dude, that's not bad. Now you got to get it down to a minute. Can you tell that story in a minute or two? Okay. But you realize you're going to get less laughs out of it than if you just do a bunch of jokes in a row? Is there a reason why you're against doing simple jokes that don't offend anybody and aren't self-deprecating?
Because they're not my joke.
They don't have to be, though. No one says that.
See you later.
All right, pimp.
I'll be back.
Well, hold on. Before you go, you want to be an entertainer. What happened to stripping? What'd you say, pimp? You cut out. Zoot, can you hear me? 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 Zoot, are you there, Zoot? Zoot.
Figure it out. You're an interesting guy. What's the craziest video that you've ever made?
The craziest video I ever made was a true story. So I got on Kill Tony last time, and my social media clips blew up. I told a drunken story, and these big corporate whiskey lobbyists reach out to me and ask me to make content to get people to stop drinking Crown Royal, because in Canada they're throwing American whiskey off the shelves over this Donald Trump tariff bullshit. And they wanted me to make videos. And first off, I grew up in Michigan on the Detroit border. Like, I didn't feel comfortable doing it. And the guy was like, it's $700 for a 30-second video. I'm like, fuck Canada. Some of the best stories are drinking American whiskey. Am I right? Jack Daniels, hell yeah. Fireball.
All right, Jason. What size joke book did you get last time?
I got a big one.
Okay, what? Here's a little something to add to your collection. It's a little one. The first catch of the night, Jason Best. There he goes, everybody. Just accidentally ripped this in half. That's a first. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. You guys having fun out there, huh? A couple of very odd bucket pulls to start the show, but it's okay. Make some noise for your next bucket pull. Patrick Blake, everyone. Patrick Blake.
When cops that are looking to get laid get rejected, do they jump straight into stop resisting, stop resisting, stop resisting? A doctor's office from my hometown was raided. The doctor there was arrested and charged with crimes related to trading sex for pills and sexual imposition on patients. And as a patient, when news broke, I couldn't believe that someone told. That was Dr. Feelgood. I went to Doc for back pain, and everything started normal enough. Doc started checking me over and then doing those resistance checks. You know, don't let me push your arm down. Good. Then the other side. Good. Don't let me pull your pants down. Wait, what? But before I could say anything, my pants and drawers were at my ankles. And Doc said, don't let me make you come. Well, doctor. And as I stood there, getting topped off by my doctor, I realized I didn't know my insurance covered this, and I didn't even have copays.
Patrick Lake. Hello, buddy. How are you?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Good. How long you been doing stand-up?
Just celebrated 3 years.
Okay. Well, how did you celebrate? By worse than ever? Did you celebrate by burning every joke you've ever written and starting from absolute scratch?
That's something like that, yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, where was this 3 years at? Hell? Imagine that if you die and go to hell, you're the full-time comedian and you just keep doing your act 24 hours a day and everybody has to stay awake and watch it all the time.
Yeah.
Is it in hell?
Close. Dayton, Ohio.
Dayton, Ohio, pretty close. One of the closest cities to hell on planet Earth. Patrick, what do you do for work?
Material scientist. That's how I spent most
What
of my
exactly is a material scientist?
a nerd. Got a background in chemistry and chemical engineering. Then specialized in nanomaterials. So
What exactly are nanomaterials?
it's like an additive to composites parts. Excellent properties into like aerospace and defense applications, mostly military.
Do you have to wear like a hard hat or a mask or something?
Yeah, occasionally, yes.
Yeah, like a mask?
Mask, yeah.
Okay. Is it dangerous?
I mean, it can be if you were like trying to eat it or breathe it. Yeah. As long as you handle it safely.
Have you ever seen anybody eat it or breathe it?
No.
Okay. You've never seen anything go wrong with nanomaterials?
I personally have not. No. Yeah. Kind of safe practices.
Are you thinking about all that fucked up shit while you're materials?
I know. I got into comedy as like a relief.
See, you're
Just take the night off. You were drunk and raped chicks in a hospital. Just trying to relax here, guys. Just trying to.
My doc got me started off on the wrong foot.
okay. You married?
I was just recently.
How recently did you get divorced?
Like it finalized 2 months ago.
2 months fresh on the market. How long were you married for?
15 years.
15 years. Explain to me what went wrong.
I think it was an accumulation of things, but it came as a big surprise to me. I thought we were in counseling. And,
Let's talk about the accumulation, if you don't mind. This is the most interesting thing about since you arrived in the States. You know, the interview here is like kind of raw.
yeah, the materials, yeah.
Yeah, nanomaterials wasn't cutting it. So when you say there was an accumulation of things, that the 15 years went wrong, what do you mean exactly?
Well, she was catching a lot of bodies during those 15 years. And
Whoa, okay, all right. How do you know she was catching bodies?
yeah, there were lots of signs.
Can you give us some of the signs? We're all very interested.
STIs.
Oh, shit. Okay. Now we're talking. This is very compelling. Give this guy a round of applause. Huh? This is what I love about this show. Is all of a sudden it just hits you out of nowhere. At least I'm on the edge of my seat. Ryan O'Neal, you feel good about this, right?
Yeah. Was this all happening while you were collecting turquoise? Like what?
I got distracted. Yeah, maybe you should spend more time paying attention. Keep your eye on the prize. That's right. Yeah. It's a pretty stone. Yeah.
Okay. So STIs, and you say you caught an STI. Which one? Out of curiosity.
Actually, I didn't. She did. And it was just on one of those appointments. It was like, hey, honey, you want me to come along? And
Oh shit! You went along with it.
and I went along.
And
Yeah.
you're in the room, and the doctor says, "Well, you have a."
Yeah. Oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and send in some. Yeah.
That's a suspicious man right there. I'm going with you.
Yeah.
I want to see what it says.
My
I
God.
want to see the lab results.
Yeah, I find this so compelling. So, can you kind of paint the picture for us?
Yeah. I mean, like, she had a fishy smell, and I was like,
Oh, yeah, that'll.
this is a little bit odd. And then, she was kind of trying to glaze past that with the doc, and I was like, hey, honey, what about that little fishy smell? And then, the doc did a swab, and as soon as she got close to my then wife, she said, oh, no, I'm going to call that a prescription for antibiotics. And I said, well, do I need some too? She said, no, you're fine. There's only a.
You sure she's just not Filipino?
Oh, shit, known for the smell. So the reason why you didn't need a swab, I'm guessing, is because you guys weren't actively having sex.
The thing that she was diagnosed with there was BV
Right.
bacterial vaginosis.
Yes.
Apparently, us fellas don't have to take some.
Right. So, did she admit to you, like, on the spot, on the drive home?
Oh no, she's gonna deny it till she's dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she
It's
stays
like,
there.
yeah.
But how do you
You
know
don't
that
get these things.
How do you know that she definitely did something?
I mean, there were girls' trips, and there were, she left her message board open on the computer at
Got
home.
it.
So,
What
yeah.
messages did you see, just out of curiosity?
I mean, making plans for meetups in the woods when she'd go on. She's a rock. Yeah, in the woods. Yeah.
The old jungle bird has arrived again.
There's two reasons for that. One, I live in Yellow Springs, Ohio, so it's like a crunchy town, right?
Okay.
And two, she's Portuguese, and that's where the prostitutes go into the woods.
Really? That's a thing with
Yeah.
Portuguese women? Portuguese? Portuguese?
It was wild the first time I was in Portugal driving to the beach.
Portugoose? Okay. How do you know Portuguese women fuck in the woods? That is a stereotype I've never heard. I thought all I do all day is I study stereotypes. I've never heard this one.
Yeah, we were on a family excursion in Portugal, to the beach. We had to drive through a section of a wooded area, and there's clearly a prostitute standing at the edge of the woods, and I was like, what is a woman doing in a nightgown at 11 o'clock in the morning? Next, it's not the.
This episode is brought to you by Blue Chew, by the way. It's a little fun fact. ZipRecruiter and Shopify. Wow, this is so interesting. It's amazing. Were there any, Ryan O'Neill?
Well, I like how you led with girls' trips when you have messages of her meeting in the woods.
Yeah.
You should have just led with that.
I mean, she was indiscriminate in terms of gender. Hooking up with guys and girls.
Oh, interesting. Do you know what kind of... Red Band's hard as a rock right now. Do you know...
Did you grow up here or did you import her?
An import, yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
You really did? Where did you find her? Online?
We actually met at a conference. We were at a scientific.
Was it a Sex Addicts Anonymous? Okay.
No, it was a science and engineering conference.
Right, Neil?
It's wow.
Yeah, I mean, you can take the girl out of Portugal, but you can't keep her out of those woods. You know what I'm saying? That's the old...
That's right.
It was a science conference?
It really was, yeah.
Was she a scientist too?
Yeah, she is.
Wow. You think she'd be better at covering her tracks?
One would think.
It must rule to be a kid in Portugal. Fucking go into the woods. It's just
just pushing everywhere. That's all we did as kids. You go into the woods, like ride bikes and shit, look for pornos. There's just naked ladies walking around. It sounds like they're eating each other out. It's amazing.
Build a fort, get your ticks on, the usual kid stuff.
Wow. But you didn't have any kids with her or anything?
Oh, we do. We have 2 kids.
Oh, shit. Okay. So you got kids.
Are they yours? They are, yeah. Yeah. All my kids look exact. I've got 3 kids, and they all look exactly like.
Are you sure? Really? Are you positive?
Like really positive. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a girlfriend now.
One of them doesn't look like a tree or something like that.
Do you have a brother? I do have a brother.
Oh,
there we go.
Has she ever hung out with your brother, perhaps?
Yes. Yeah. I'm not too worried about that one, but
You should be. You should be.
It's like, what does your brother do? He's a hunter.
Amazing. Well, Patrick, like I said, the set was one thing, but you know what? Your fucking interview was so goddamn badass that I'm giving you a big joke book. A big black one, just like your ex-wife's probably. Yeah, that's right. There you go. It's Patrick Lake, everybody. Right? Damn, that was a hell of an interview. Oh my goodness. This podcast is sponsored by Open Phone. If you're running a business, you know that every time you miss a call, you're leaving money on the table. When every conversation matters, you need a phone system that keeps up and help you stay connected 24/7. That's why Open Phone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communication. It works through an app on your phone or computer, so no more carrying 2 phones or using a landline.
Tony, guess what? I loved Open Phone. I love it. It's the best business phone system out there. Hands down, with Open Phone, your team can share one number and collaborate on customer calls, texts, and have a shared inbox. That way, any teammate can pick right up where the last person left off, keeping response times faster than ever.
Any teammate can pick up right where the last person left off. Wow. Open Phone is offering our listeners 20% off your first 6 months at openphone.com/KillTony. That's OPENPHONE.com/KillTony. And if you have existing numbers with another service, Open Phone will port them over at no extra charge. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. All right. This looks like a brand new name. I know it for a fact. That's always exciting. Make some noise for Wisdom Anderson. Wisdom Anderson is the 4th bucket poll.
God damn, that was a bad bitch up here. Shit! Where'd y'all find her at? God damn. Let's get to the minute. Like, I heard y'all talking about stereotypes earlier, and I probably did the blackest shit you could probably do. I got fired by a white woman on Juneteenth. Like, I mean, how the fuck does that even happen? I found out the one day y'all was supposed to chill on. Just the one fucking day y'all was supposed to chill on. But God is a colorful asshole like that, because if he wouldn't have did that, I wouldn't have been here. So I'm like, I know you was looking out for me. I know you was looking out for me. But I should have known, though. Some shit started happening different in my life. I started looking at white women a little bit differently. Started looking a little bit better to me. I said, I got to be coming into some motherfucking money. Because only money can get a white woman to start talking to you. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on right now. Okay? Y'all looking at me like, this nigga is not fucking funny. I knew I was going to get you a down. But I like to get into the riffing and shit. I wasn't going to come up with a fucking set. Y'all got to pay me for that. This shit for free. Oh, I love it.
Okay. Wisdom Anderson. Is that your real name, Wisdom?
Fuck no, I got a slave name. My name is Elgin. Come on now. Oh. That's not some shit you get on your feed.
It's better than Wisdom.
I mean,
Wisdom sucks.
Wisdom, how long you been doing stand-up comedy? Well, better question. How do you look like both main characters from from the hit movie White Man Can't Jump. Like, Wesley Snipes in the body and face, and you have the hat of Woody Harrelson in that movie.
You know what?
It's Woody's hat and everything else. Wesley Snipes. This is incredible.
You know what it was? I played baseball. That's what it was.
You did.
I played baseball.
Okay, what position?
I had two parents. That's why.
Okay, let's go one question at a time here, Elgin. No, I'm kidding. Wisdom. All right. So, how long have you been on stand-up?
Shit, I've been funny my whole life. In front of black people.
I guess you just stopped before you came out here?
Yeah.
All right. So, how long have you been doing stand-up?
2021. Okay. I wrote my first joke during COVID. It was a fucked up time.
Okay, relax. Let's just go. One question. Are you on drugs or anything right now? Okay.
Next question.
Crack is the answer, everybody. This is
No. Just a little bit of trees.
Okay, a little bit of trees. Well,
no cocaine. No cocaine.
When you say a little bit of trees, did you fuck the last guy's wife? Okay, next question. Stick with me here. What do you do for work exactly? Did you really get fired on Juneteenth?
Why would the fuck I would come up? Yes, that really happened.
Okay, some people write jokes.
No. That really not. I only talk about my real fucking life.
Okay, very good. So
You might want to try jokes.
You gotta
switch it up.
I get paid for real jokes. I wouldn't come up here and tell the real thing.
Stick with me here, Wisdom.
Now that's wisdom.
Yeah.
Hey,
how often do you get paid for
books.
real jokes? What are we talking about here?
Last October I did the House of Blues in Houston.
Okay, how did you get that gig? You didn't headline it, right? It wasn't live from the House of Blues. Wisdom Anderson.
No, I was the feature act because I'm on the radio and I tell jokes on the radio.
You're a DJ.
No,
you a DJ?
I'm a personality. I work for iHeart, so I actually write jokes for real.
Okay, got it. Don't get mad with it.
No, I'm great.
Okay, so you write jokes for the radio. The first joke that you wrote during COVID, what was that joke? Do you remember?
It was about white people getting free kidneys. It was something about that. It was about alcohol and kidneys.
Okay. You make D Madness ashamed of his race, so he's gonna step away for a second. He's gonna come back in a white face. Okay. So, what job did you get fired from on Juneteenth?
I was working at SMU.
SMU. Explain to the people.
Y'all know what that is. It's a lot of white people. Southern Methodist University.
Okay, what were you doing at a university? What exactly were you mopping up at a university?
I told you, Tony, I come from a two-parent black household. I played baseball. You know I gotta be a little fucking smart.
Okay, so let's go back to the questions, smart guy. What was the job that you had at the university?
I was teaching tech.
You were teaching tech?
Yes.
And how and why did you get fired?
I made white children tears.
You made white children's tears. Okay, what did you do to make white children cry?
I told them, hey, you're selfish.
Okay, what was the context of this, Wisdom?
He was being selfish.
What was going on, Wisdom?
He wanted the teacher to only solely focus on him. So I teach tech students to teach youth tech. So the teacher in the classroom.
Wow, you're like Tech 9. Okay. Let's just get off of this whole confusing university thing. The ring around your neck. Whose ring is that? Where did you get that from?
I mean, Amazon, you can find anything.
You bought that off Amazon?
Yeah, why wouldn't I? Why would I buy real gold? I can't really get that shit from Africa. Shit, why the fuck would I buy real gold?
Every single answer that you've given on this show is psychotic.
Yes, it's supposed to
The
be.
last comedian that was up gave honest answers about his whore ex-wife and crushed. It was so interesting.
Yeah, you didn't ask about that. Well, I can tell you this.
Okay.
I haven't fucked in probably about 276 days, so that should let you know I'm married. That's, right there.
Roughly.
Right there. Right there.
Roughly 276
Roughly 276. I've been keeping count. If any married men are here, y'all know the fucking problem.
So you're married.
Oh, y'all don't? Oh, it's just me. Fuck.
I'm trying so hard with you. You are on the show right now. Do you know this?
Yes.
Okay. You're married. This is where you would answer the fucking question. Are you? Okay. So the ring around your neck, when I asked, what's the ring?
It's not a wedding ring.
Okay. It's just a random ring.
Just a random
You
ring.
don't wear a ring on your finger.
No.
Okay. Why?
When you're not fucking at home, I gotta fuck somehow. My side bitch let me fuck.
But you're not. But you just said you didn't have sex until. Do you see why this
With
interview
my
isn't a
wife.
real
With
interview?
my wife.
Okay, so you're admitting to having sex. Stick with me here. You're admitting to have sex. This is why radio is completely dead, by the way. It's because they don't really communicate with people. They're not thinking anybody's listening.
I don't talk about this on the radio.
Okay, I know you don't talk about this on the radio. You're not allowed, but you're allowed here. So you cheat on your wife. You already said it. I'm just trying to ask you. I'm trying to confirm, or you could go, no, I was kidding.
Look at me. You know bitches want to fuck me. Tony, come on now.
Oh my God. Dude, I tried so hard. There he goes. Wisdom Anderson, everybody. There he goes. It's okay, Wisdom. There you go. There he goes. Wow. The rare, uncharismatic black man. Very rare. A rare bird, if you will. A rare bird. No, that's not the blackbird. No, it's the rare African bird. There you go. All right, your next bucket pool, ladies and gentlemen, on this very interesting episode. Make some noise for Vinny Flores, everybody. Vinny Flores.
All right. So, I'm a rookie to this comedy field, right? And one of the things that a lot of the veterans tell me is that you gotta be relatable. You gotta relate to your audience. So, has anybody here ever done crack or heroin? See, when I was 17, I shot crack one day and heroin the next day with my older sister. We were in a motel on the run from the police, and she was actively being pimped out. That's never happened to anybody here? I'm just trying to be relatable here, guys. Listen, I'm sorry, all right? You know, it's not my fault, okay, that you guys didn't have a family full of people that love to make memories. And speaking of my sister's pussy, yeah, you're goddamn right that shit got return customers, ladies and gentlemen. That shit put food on the table. We had to leave every 2 hours. And, you know, that deserves a Purple Heart because her pussy got absolutely murdered. All right. Thank you. That's my time.
Okay. Vinny Flores keeping the exact momentum of every bucket pull so far tonight. This is incredible. Is it just completely insane people signing up? It's exciting. No one wants to make it anymore, huh? People just want to come up here and absolutely just fucking flop around. Vinny, how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 5 months now.
5 months. What made you start?
The show is a big reason, and also I went to
stop the show. We are no longer contributing to a positive comedy environment in the world. Okay. What do you do for work, Vinny?
I work at a bar right now on 6th Street.
You're a door guy.
Door guy, barback.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you lived in Austin?
About 5 months now.
Where'd you live before that?
Michigan.
Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Wow, the rare Michigan Flores, huh?
Yeah, there's a few Mexicans out there.
What were you doing for work in Michigan?
I was a welder.
Welder?
Yes, sir.
Why are you welding here? That's a good paying trade.
I have about 4 years experience, and everyone out here's got like 20, so it's super competitive out here. So
Interesting.
Unlike comedy, right?
yeah.
I get it. Let's go somewhere a little easier.
Wow. Vinny, is it true about the crack and the heroin?
Yes, that's all true.
Let's talk about that. Tell us about your history with crack and heroin.
So I'm half white, half Mexican, and my white side is like Michigan white trash, pretty much. So yeah, my mom was addicted to heroin, and yeah, I mean, I ended up
I tried it one time with my older sister, and then after that,
How old were you when you tried it?
I was 17.
You were 17 years
Yes.
old, and did you inject heroin or smoke it?
Inject.
So 17 years old, you had never done it before. Had your sister been doing it?
Yeah, but she was actually on the run from a halfway house, so she had been given like some pill or something to where she couldn't take opiates, so she was shooting up crack. So that's why the day before I ended up shooting crack.
Injecting crack?
She was injecting it, yeah. You like melt it down with vinegar, I guess.
I guess.
Wow. Wolfgang, fuck over here. Just fucking teaching us how to like helped you do it, showed you how to do heroin.
I actually had to kind of coax her into it because, I mean, listen, I was young and at the time I was like, I'll try anything at least one time. I want to experience the world, I guess.
This is good for the world to hear what goes on to Michigan and 17-year-olds. This is the dragon that they're chasing. So tell us about the first time the heroin hit those veins of yours.
So like I said, I already shot something the day before. And she told me that the first time you shoot something, you would pee. So I guess I kind of got that out of the way. And I was just sitting on the hotel bed, and it hit me like a brick wall. And I just remember watching The Simpsons and trying to laugh, and it was like a zombie laugh, like. And then I just passed out, and I woke up wanting to do more heroin immediately.
And so you started looking for heroin.
Yeah. So. Part of that story is since we were on the motel, my boyfriend was also there who was pimping her out. And that night that I shot the heroin, we were going to get cigarettes from the gas station, and we jaywalked. And they're all on the run for felonies. I'm just on the run for like weed misdemeanor in Michigan, and we're in Ohio at the time.
Everybody has warrants.
Yeah, everybody has
all
warrants.
Three of you.
It was us three, and
you're jaywalking.
And we're jaywalking.
To get cigarettes.
Yes, sir.
This is like a tourist ad for the state of Michigan. This is incredible.
This was actually in Maumee, Ohio.
Oh, well, don't talk about my mom like that. Maumee, Ohio. I've never even heard of that. Top left corner?
Yeah. So I'm from Adrian, which is like 40 minutes from Toledo, so I'm like on the border. So if we want to do anything, we go to either Maumee or Toledo area.
Wow. Oh my God.
Which is
okay. So you got busted jaywalking, I'm guessing, is where the story's going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, so the cop obviously...
Notorious jaywalker, constant jaywalker, D Madness is back, everybody. This motherfucker, crosswalks do not matter to him. All right. Very famous jaywalker. Okay.
So obviously, since he has felonies in his name, he immediately just got booked. And I'm a minor at the time, so they're like, okay, well, we need to take you to a guardian. And I had no choice. We were going to get cigarettes from the gas station, and we jaywalked. And they're all on the run for felonies. I'm just on the run for like weed misdemeanor in Michigan, and we're in Ohio at the time.
Everybody has warrants.
Yeah, everybody has
all
warrants.
Three of you.
It was us three, and
you're jaywalking.
And we're jaywalking.
To get cigarettes.
Yes, sir.
This is like a tourist ad for the state of Michigan. This is incredible.
This was actually in Maumee, Ohio.
Oh, well, don't talk about my mom like that. Maumee, Ohio. I've never even heard of that. Top left corner?
Yeah. So I'm from Adrian, which is like 40 minutes from Toledo, so I'm like on the border. So if we want to do anything, we go to either Maumee or Toledo area.
Wow. Oh my God.
Which is
okay. So you got busted jaywalking, I'm guessing, is where the story is going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, so the cop obviously...
Notorious jaywalker, constant jaywalker, D Madness is back, everybody. This motherfucker, crosswalks do not matter to him. All right. Very famous jaywalker. Okay.
So obviously, since he has felonies in his name, he immediately just got booked. And I'm a minor at the time, so they're like, okay, well, we need to take you to a guardian. And I had no choice but to go back to the motel where my sister and her boyfriend's friend was. And luckily,
boyfriend's friend now all of a sudden. Go on.
Yeah, there was four of us.
Okay.
And then it could have been fucking her. I don't know. Everybody was fucking her. But
She marry a scientist right after this? Keep going. Just keep going.
We went back to the motel, and then the cop just kind of let me go in there, and then he went away. And then
he didn't notice that you were on heroin at all.
I wasn't on heroin yet. This is like right before. This was that night.
Hell yeah.
And then I ended up doing his heroin, but I couldn't do what he would normally do. I guess that's what she was telling me because I would overdose. So I only did a little bit, and then skipped forward, woke up, wanting to do more. It turns out that the boyfriend's friend stole all the heroin, and then just left me and my sister in the motel. And then we were kind of fucked after that.
Best Thanksgiving ever, right?
Sounds like you were fucked before that, too.
It also sounds like every time you did heroin, you would just fall asleep and then wake up craving it. No real enjoyment whatsoever. Often when I asked people what it was like after they did heroin, they're like, oh my God, I felt like $1 billion. It's a feeling unexplainable. You're like, I went to sleep and woke up.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I would say it is probably like the best drug I've ever done. I mean, the feeling of it was like.
Did you feel like you were 5'9"?
Vinny, what's the coolest thing you've ever done in your life other than heroin?
The coolest thing I've ever done in my life.
Any big accomplishments? You ever saved somebody's life or fucking do anything, amazing? Win an award, perhaps?
Nothing crazy like that. I used to play in bands, so that was some of the coolest stuff.
What did you
in my
do in a band?
I played guitar and bass. Yep.
Okay, don't worry, I'm not asking you to play.
Yeah, okay, thank God. Thank God.
What ended up happening to your heroin-using, crack-injecting sister?
What's her OnlyFans?
She's doing good supposedly right now. I mean, she's a little iffy. She ended up marrying like some 50-year-old, and they had a wedding in Maumee, and she was barefoot for that wedding. And yeah, so now she's just chilling, I guess, just smoking weed. That's what she says. I mean, I don't know. They might be doing crack.
Did you go to the wedding?
Yeah, I went to the wedding.
Was he barefoot too?
No.
Why was she barefoot?
It's white trash. I mean, she literally forgot her shoes at the motel that they were staying at. Like, it's pretty bad.
It's gross.
Wow. We have to start deporting half Mexicans too. That's what this means to me. I don't know if you guys are with me on this, but I think I'm going to call my friends in the administration. And say,
I support it. If they're illegal, I support it 100%.
I support it? Okay. Vinny. All right, buddy. Well, here's a little joke book for you. You can't mix it with vinegar, melt it down, and then smoke it, but you can write some jokes.
All right, thank you.
There he goes, Vinny Flores, everybody. Keep writing. Keep writing, Vinny. I had to tell people that so they don't fucking relapse on heroin and shit on their way out. They're like, okay, he told me to do it again. I'm like, keep signing up. Keep signing up, Vinny. Keep writing and signing up, Vinny. Don't give up tonight, Vinny. I'll see him fucking slouched over in the alley tomorrow. Okay, this is a moment that a lot of people have been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, the man I'm about to bring to the stage, this is only his second appearance ever on the show. Ever. He's not a golden ticket winner. He's not a regular. But the man went so insanely out of control viral his last time on the show that I absolutely had to bring him back. A disruptor of the force of natural moving.
California home insurance rates could be on the way up. Insurance companies have only been allowed to look at hard data from past events to set rates, but now the Department of Insurance is allowing the catastrophe model to evaluate future risk. That, coupled with the state's sustainable insurance strategy, is said to be responsible for allowing insurance companies to stay in business and provide coverage rather than pulling coverage from vulnerable areas. It's been 2 months since the LA Zoo transferred its last 2 Asian elephants to their new home. According to people at the zoo in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Billy and Tina are doing well and advocating not just to their new surroundings, but also the zoo's other elephants. Helen Catherall, Vice President of Communications for the zoo, says that they now have direct contact with 5 other elephants.
بركة مقام شركة الشنب بمتصف زمان الله هني يتفلون.
Tulsa Zoo's elephant aquarium pair of shoes Kobe Bryant wore in a game have been sold at auction for $240,000. Bryant, who died in a helicopter crash in 2020, wore the shoes in his first ever NBA start. That was back on January 28, 1997, 18 at the time. The autographed Adidas EQT Top 10 are now the second most expensive pair of Kobe Bryant shoes ever sold. His 2013 Escape sneakers sold in February.
ما شركة شمس بمتفق بتفانه أو متفق
We're
طبعا.
going to be getting in your business with Courtney Donahoe. Lots going on to watch in the financial markets this week. Southland weather, KFI, sunny after morning clouds, highs in the low 70s to mid 80s in Metro LA and Inland Orange County.
بريد شم كبار ما خفت هذا يوم بعد. Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Break Shem Kabbalah Machuto on the head. Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Break Shem Kabbalah Machuto on the head.
Some people are saying the next big thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the long-awaited return of Timmy No Break.
Who's ready for the best fucking minute of their lives? What do you do for a living? You're a student? What I'm looking for. What do you do for a living? Oh, fucking motherfucker. What do you do for a living? And you, what do you do for a living? Time check? Alright, come on guys, let's go. What do you do for a living? Fuck you, come on. Hey you, what do you do for a living? I'm just trying to find a natural way into this fucking sushi chef joke. Does anybody work at an airport sushi restaurant? I mean, I relinquish my time.
Wow. The hardest I've laughed all night. The long-awaited return of the force of 6 Timmy No Breaks. All gas. This guy left a dinosaur paw print size footprint print on the show. The last time he was on, Hard in the Paint, people said the next big thing. Famously handed off his joke book to the man in the front row, whoever it was, and tonight threw his sunglasses at a person in the front row. It's becoming...
Give him back.
Timmy motherfucking No Breaks has arrived back to the Kill Tony universe. Timmy, how we doing?
Well, good. I'm a little disappointed, to be honest. I told you I wanted Dan Cook. No offense. I mean, but fucking...
You wanted him on the panel next time you were on, is that what you said?
Yeah, I hit you up with some requests. I said a bucket of MHLs. I said Dan Cook, and, none of them are his. So I don't know what the fucking...
I tried my best to get him. Wasn't easy. We have to settle for Chris O'Connor and Ryan O'Neal tonight.
You're Ryan O'Neal?
Yeah.
This is for you. You just got served, bitch. Got your ass. Open it up. Yeah, why don't you show everybody what that is, bitch? Why don't you show everybody what that is? That's a picture of my niece's volleyball team. Oh, runs to the spirit!
Wow. All gas, no brakes, indeed. The People's Champ of Kill
The
Tony.
people's golden ticket winner, bitch.
That's right. The People's Golden Ticket winner. I'm going to pretend like you didn't call me a bitch right there. Because I like you. We're going to keep it that way.
No disrespect. I respect what you're doing. I love you, Tom.
Thank you, Timmy. I love you too. So tell us, what does Timmy No Breaks do when he's not on stage?
Yeah, I mean, I recently got in some trouble. I went to play laser tag and brought a real gun. That was not good. Can you say something, guys? Why don't you give me some fucking trumpet? I mean, what's going on? Not yet. What I hit?
My God. So, Timmy, there's so many questions I didn't get to ask last time you were on. Like, I can't even imagine what a confident human like you. What is your love life like, Timmy No Breaks?
I mean, I gotta say, it's definitely changed. I've had a bunch of bitches slide into my DMs. I had Hillary Duff slide into my DMs. Yeah, more like Hillary Muff. That bitch has a vagina. Fucking Mr. Clean out your fucking ears. God damn. I'm sorry, Tom. I'm sorry. Doing my best. It's fucking,
Wow. So Hillary Duff slid into your DMs. Was this after the Kill Tony appearance?
Yeah, it was after.
You've really blown up from it. Tell us what life is like since that one appearance. You might be the most talked about human ever after only one appearance in the show's history. 12 and a half years of the show, and you might be in 60 seconds in one interview the most famous character ever.
Yeah, it's been great, Got to do David Lucas's fishing podcast, so I made it. By the way, where the fuck was the trumpet there, guys? Come on.
I think he deserves something a little more. That's like a negative horn you're giving. It should be like a ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum or something like that, right?
Tone, no. Give me a D.
You give him a D. Give him a D. What's a D?
I don't.
Yeah. Okay. I see it now. I like it.
That was a D. That was a D. They nailed that one that time. That was a D. They really did.
Wow. So Timmy No Breaks, where are you originally from?
So I'm from Jersey. You already asked me that, but that's okay, Tone.
Yeah.
Tone, it's okay.
Yeah.
But
For some of the new people here.
oh, yeah, you probably sound like Kill Tony, so this is going to be repeating it. But yeah, I'm from Jersey. What the fuck else is new?
And is there anything that you miss about New Jersey?
I miss the mornings. The spotlight,
spotlight for Timmy No Breaks, no doubt about it. Whatever Timmy wants. Every member of the Kill Tony crew should know. Whatever Timmy asks for, Timmy gets from this point forward. There's a thumbs up from the great Yoni. Timmy, go ahead. What do you miss about Jersey?
Yeah, I miss the mornings, you know, walking out, fucking walking up to bitches saying, hey, bitch! That's talk about! But yeah, that's what I miss most, you know? We're good on the spotlight. We're good. We got out of that.
Wow.
That's my story. I'm sticking to it, Tom.
I don't want to keep you up here all night. You know, I don't want to be a bother to you. Let me know when you want to go. You're the first person ever that I'm giving full creative control over here.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, hold on. You're good now. You want to go, or you're good to stay?
Fuck, Tony. It's your show. I mean,
No. I'm literally, again, I've never told the crew you get whatever you want. I've never given creative anybody. All right, Timmy, let's do this. Here's something I really want to know, and I don't know if I asked you this last time, but if I did, I'd like to apologize in advance.
Tony, it's okay.
Thank you. How do you make money, Timmy No Breaks?
Yeah, ask me that, Ray Tone. You know, I used to sell weed. Before that, I was selling coke. Now I'm just coasting on comedy, Tone.
Okay. Timmy, hold the horns on that one. Hold the horns.
Yeah, it wasn't a punchline. That's for real. I'm doing big shows. I'm doing HEB, I think.
Timmy No Breaks is doing HEB?
Let me.
The grocery store or the arena?
Tony, you watch your fucking mouth.
I'm sorry, Timmy. Sometimes I fall back on my habits here. I'm known for making fun of people on the stage. Sometimes I mean no disrespect, Timmy.
Hey, no disrespect taken. Let me say this.
Yeah.
I think you have what it takes.
I do?
I want you to open for me at Lucky Duck Open Mic.
Look up, Open Mic. One of the best venues in Austin, Texas. No ceiling, no audience, and no breaks. Timmy, what can I say that I haven't said 1,000 times about the New York Yankees? I mean, you are just an absolute fucking empire of your own. A one-man empire. Can I ask you, where do you get a jacket like that?
Glad you asked, Tone. So my dad would take me to the spotlight. John Dees, let's go. So my father, he would take me to the circus all the time. They would shove these midgets down in this fucking cannon. One time they aimed it at a wall. Shot this midget right into the wall. Bang! The midget slid down. So I put a fucking leather jacket over this midget. I laughed and I got this at Goodwill. Yeah, bitch!
Wow. Timmy, I feel like if we keep you up here any longer, I'm going to have to give you a percentage of the royalties of this episode. And I cannot begin to do that. So, I mean, I'm going to, unless there's anything else you'd like to say or do, I'm going to give you, or we can talk about anything you'd like. If you'd like to ask me a question or anything, we can do anything you want.
Yeah. Take your entire life, Tone. What's the most interesting thing about you? Go. Go. Your entire life. Let's go.
Well, I mean, you know, it's a tough question. No, I mean, I guess the most interesting thing about me is probably that
It's not easy, is it, bitch?
Signal breaks. Let it be known that at this moment, I am, without a doubt, registering you as Officially, without it, even though you don't want it and need it, you are the newest official golden ticket winner of Hilltop Beer. You can come back anytime you want. The Tour de Force, the Sultan of 6th Street.
Yeah, thanks, Willy Wonka.
Absolutely. I am excited to be opening for you at the Lucky Duck Open Mic. I will see you there.
Let us know if you're stuck in a jam. Pound 250 on your cell. Keyword KFI traffic. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas Home Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. And listen, starting Monday to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Across the Northeast, warm and humid with highs in the mid-80s to below 90s. Scattered thunderstorms will develop, especially in Pennsylvania through New England. The Mid-Atlantic remains muggy with highs near 90 and pop-up storms possible along the I-95 corridor. In the southeast, the heat wave continues with temperatures in the 90s to over 100 from Georgia to Florida. Thunderstorms will be widespread, especially in the Gulf Coast states. The Midwest gets a break from recent storms as cooler air settles in the northern Great Lakes with highs in the 70s. While the central and southern plains stay hot and mostly dry with highs reflected in Kansas and Oklahoma. The southwest remains very hot and dry with triple-digit temperatures from Arizona to southern Nevada. Monsoonal moisture can spark isolated storms in New Mexico and eastern Arizona. On the west coast, things are heating up. Highs range from the upper 70s along the shore to the 90s in interior California. The northwest sees partly cloudy skies with seasonal temps in the 70s and the 80s. That's your national forecast. I'm Tiana Trujillo.
Welcome. My name is Paola Perez, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy Podcast, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones, it's about learning through them and their perspective. Listen to the Ghost Therapy Podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing, is the section titled, What If They Never Returned? And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, the police elaborate, quote, another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. There's not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police would properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up, unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police took missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place and end up chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story of To Live and Die in LA.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay.
dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album Behind Bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture editor. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman. Put it this way, we were the bad of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the wall and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play. They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some finished business. At the end of the day, we have the love was following up by loving it out. They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Check it out. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Check it out. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. G5 640. More stimulating talk. The next bill handles snow. And once again, they'll make us feel like we eat dinosaurs and eat things like that. That's coming up today at 8 a.m. on the next Scandal Show.
Bill is correct. He does do that, but he does it in such a nice way with leverage to it. It's 5:51 on your Tuesday morning wake-up call. I'm Amy King. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The 2nd Street Tunnel in downtown LA has been covered with graffiti again. Crews just painted over the graffiti that stretched from end to end of the tunnel on Sunday, and then a few hours later it was back. The video shows both sides of the tunnel covered with graffiti once again. The pilot arrested on a Delta Airlines flight that had just landed at San Francisco International over the weekend has been identified. The Contra Costa Sheriff's Department says they have been investigating Rustin Bagwagar for alleged sex crimes against a child since April. He's being held on $5 million bail. Disney's released the first trailer for Avatar: Fire and Ash. Sam Worthington and Zoe Saldana are back, along with Sigourney Weaver, plus Kate Winslet and Stephen Lang. The first Avatar movie is the top-grossing film of all time. The second Avatar is the 3rd highest. Avatar: Fire and Ash hits theaters December 19th. We're just minutes away from handling all the news this morning. Jeffrey Epstein's partner in crime, Ghislaine Maxwell, is appealing her case to the highest court. Right now, let's say good morning to KFI's White House correspondent, John Dagger. Morning, John. Thank you, I am. So President Trump said during a press availability in Scotland that he is very disappointed with President Putin, and now he appears to be tightening the screws.
Well, he changed his deadline on Russia. Changed his deadline 2 weeks ago. He had been President, why are you giving 50 days to Putin to continue to prosecute its war against Ukraine? And when I asked the president that question, he bristled at it. He said he didn't think that 50 days is a particularly long period of time. Well, 2 weeks later, he had second thought, and that's the reason why he changed the deadline from 50 days to 10 to 12, as the president put it yesterday. What happens if Russia does not come to the negotiating table by that period of time? Well, then Russia United States 100% trade tariffs, and any country that purchases Russian oil would also face 100% trade tariffs on their goods that come into the United States.
Okay, and he also said yesterday that he has great conversations with Putin, and that Putin just goes out and bombs Ukrainian civilians. Do you think that, like, from your conversations with him, do you think he feels kind of slighted? Because I know that he has always kind of talked up, like, hey, we're good friends, we get along.
Yeah, I think he feels disrespected, absolutely. You know, the president, I've heard the president say that on a few occasions. He talked about an anecdote in which he talked with Melania Trump, the first lady, and said they had a good conversation today with Vladimir Putin, and then she'll say that the president, well, did you see that he just attacked a nursing home in Ukraine? You know, and so that, and that's hours after the president and President Putin hung up the phone with each other. The president thinking that things were going well, they were moving towards the possibility of some sort of peace deal. So all of that frustration the president has expressed yesterday, expressed it before, and I think he's quite frankly fed up with Vladimir Putin and the niceties that he gets from Putin, but no change in terms of Russia's policy, and it continues to attack civilian areas of Ukraine on a daily basis.
Okay, so the new deadline, John, is 10 to 12 days, which, if I'm doing my math right, that puts us at next weekend. And when Trump says there's a deadline, he kind of tends to take action. So it'll be interesting to see if he makes a solid move and imposes those tariffs right away.
Yeah, we'll see, and we'll see if that changes Russia's behavior in any way. You know, and whether the president pulls the trigger on those tougher trade tariffs, whether that changes Russia's behavior in terms of what they've been doing for the past 3.5 years, but with increased frequency over the course of the past 2 months.
And has Russia had any additional response to this updated timeline?
Well, there's been a response from someone named Dmitry Medvedev. He served as actually president of Russia, now serves in a very high-ranking role, an advisor to President Putin. He has dismissed this ultimatum coming from President Trump. No official reaction coming from President Putin, however. But, you know, I think that, you know, when Medvedev says what he said, he is indeed speaking for the Russian government.
I would just love to be a fly on the wall. Hear the conversations those two have, not Medvedev, Putin and Trump.
I agree.
You know, are there any talks?
I agree 100%.
Are there any talks scheduled between Russia and Ukraine at this time?
Nothing I know of. Nothing I know of, and you know they've had rounds of talk. They're very minimal. They last an hour in length. As we heard from the NATO Secretary General, you know, 2 weeks ago, he said, you know, I don't know how effective they are, but it's moving along towards the negotiation. That's something that President Trump has put on the table, that proposal 4 months ago. It was accepted immediately by Ukraine.
There next, and we'll talk about the future. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the great Timmy No Greats. Wow. Unbelievable. Holy shit. One of those moments you'll never forget. Wow. All right, a bucket poll has to follow that. Not easy, ladies and gentlemen. Not easy. The chatter in the room, for those of you watching the show, is unbelievable. Men are proposing to their girlfriends. This guy's going to do some type of drug right now in the back. A lot going on here. The place is in absolute chaos. And it's time for another bucket poll. Make some noise for Isabella Carrozza.
Oh, yeah. My therapist introduced me to EFT tapping. Whenever you get nervous, you take deep breaths and tap on your face. She's like, think of it as like a massage for your inner child. It's like, I don't think my inner child needs any more massages. I started going to therapy because I would get really bad anxiety in social situations and become a huge bitch to whoever I'm with. And my boyfriends would just be like, oh, it's because you're Italian. And then I went to therapy, and she was like, "You have autism," and I was like, "I'm Italian." She was like, "You're retarded." During the pandemic, I worked as a cam girl. I didn't do anything. I just took my vibrator and did stand-up comedy with it. The men were like, "Shut up and pee." Sorry, fuck. Is that 60 seconds? That was like 6 minutes.
That was. Yeah, you got it. Right when you said it. That was it. Isabella Carrozza, ladies and gentlemen. Isabella.
Hi.
You've been on this show before, but it's been a while, right?
Yeah, a few years.
Okay, how long have you been on stand-up?
5 years.
5 years. All of it here in Austin.
Yeah, mainly.
Love it. What do you do for work?
I'm unemployed.
Unemployed.
Yeah.
How do you survive?
I'm a stripper.
Okay. Where are you a stripper at?
I don't want to say, because last time men came in and asked me to fart on them, which is a real thing.
Red Band. Naughty boy, Red Band. Okay. Wouldn't that make you money?
It did, but it was a lot. It was overwhelming.
You ran out of gas.
Yeah.
All gas, no brakes. Wow. Did you fart on the guy?
I tried. We went into the back for like an hour, and I made like $2,000, and I was like, I'm trying. Because during the interview, I said if men get too handsy, I fart on them. I was like, nah. But he took it serious, and he went to the Red Rose and was like,
wow.
I think I said where I worked.
To the Red Rose, bet it didn't smell like roses when you were done with them, huh? Isabella, how long have you been stripping for?
On and off, like 6 years.
Okay. What are some of the, other than the fart thing, what's some of the craziest stuff that you've seen? I imagine it's a lot. At a strip club.
What is crazy stuff? I mean, sometimes like girls fight, but I feel like nothing really crazy. I've seen like, men will whip out their dicks, and that's terrifying.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. But like, it's kind of like I just kind of show up and take money and leave. It's kind of, yeah.
Cool.
It's an easy job, I guess.
Hey. Guys have the girls.
Yeah, what's the on and off? What brings you back into the game?
I was like, I don't know, I always kind of did it on the side of what I do. So I was like an ophthalmologist technician.
What the fuck, man? Is that you? Part-time ophthalmologist?
Can I take a seat?
Ray Ben's just accidentally hitting buttons over here.
What's going on then?
Wait, what just happened?
Can I take a seat?
Did you just fart?
No!
What just happened?
I put my balls under there.
I just like sitting when I'm on stage. Is that fine?
No, we're
We do this at work.
Oh, sorry.
gotta stay in the frame. Okay, there you go. Wow, the world's laziest stripper, everybody. Who wants a fucking floor dance? I have a floor dance from Isabella.
I am like the DMV worker of strippers. I just like, I'm very cranky. I'm 29 now, so like, I'm kind of over it. Who said that? Who made that noise?
29's kind of old for a stripper, right?
It is. Strippers age in dog years. Yeah, I'm 29.
Have you done a full nude strip club before?
In LA, I did, yeah.
Your cooter balls? You ever do cooter balls?
What's cooter balls? Explain to these people what cooter balls are. Senior strip club correspondent Brian Randance here, ladies and gentlemen.
Where they sit there with their legs open, you try to, crumble a ball and like make a basket inside their vagina.
I would fucking
disgusting, right, man? Fucking gross. I can't believe you would ask that. Have you ever done cooter balls before?
No, I would climb to the top of the pole and let go. I would not do that.
Chris O'Connor.
How'd you become an ophthalmologist?
No, I'm not an ophthalmologist. Yeah, actually, I met the doctor at the strip club, and here's a job.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy happens at the strip club? That's what you said before. That's insane. An ophthalmologist hired you?
Yeah, I feel like I've gotten a lot of random jobs and stuff like that from dancing.
What do you do at the office?
Well, I don't work there anymore, but I would just like assist
After she was dematted just she lost her job. So she used to have 20/20 vision.
No, it just assisted with like surgery.
She farted into his eye sockets, and the rest is history. Have you ever been a nanny before?
A nanny? No. I think I could be good with kids.
Okay. Are you about to hire her to like cat sit for you or something? Yeah. Okay. Isabella, what do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up or strip? Sitting on the floor.
This weekend I went to Venice Beach and I did like 8 grams of mushrooms.
Wow.
So much fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like what happens when you're on mushrooms like that?
Well,
What do you do?
In Venice Beach, it's fun. I once did 8 grams of mushrooms and went to the strip club, and that was crazy. I made a lot of money.
Did you notice, were you on the beach, obviously, when you did it, or in the place?
I was on the beach.
Did you notice that when the waves were coming in, that the waves kept going through the sand?
No.
I was once on mushrooms at a beach, and I saw this shit, and they just keep going, and you realize that it's all just one fucking thing. Anyway,
I had
just a quick question.
A Mexican guy.
On the beach, too, sometimes.
8 grams? I feel like you're not even seeing the beach.
Yeah.
Dude.
You're in fucking space.
Yeah.
This guy gave me like a drink, so I like chugged it, and
you should do.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it was a lot of fun. I had like, you know how everybody rollerblades on Venice Beach? There was like this Mexican guy like plummeting towards me, and it was like, no, it was just the best time. It was like, oh no.
Yourself?
Yeah, I do that a lot. But now I feel like I hate saying that on Kill Tony because your fans are crazy, and I'm gonna go missing.
You sound like one of the fans.
Wow.
I'm anxious. Where are you guys from?
Okay. Tripper in here. Fun times, Isabella. This is a medium-sized joke book right here. It's a good one. Isabella Carrozza, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah. Ooh, there's been a lot of talk of birds this episode. Look at the lovely Heidi, everyone. I mean, unbelievable. And this man's last name is Bird. Ladies and gentlemen, bucket pull number 7. Mason Bird, everybody. Mason Bird.
A teenager told me I look like a school shooter the other day that shoots insulin instead of bullets. He was like, your least favorite part of a school shooting would be missing lunch. It better not be pizza day, dude. I swear to God. I feel like the only way I can personally relate to Rosa Parks.
Welcome. How are you?
It's when I'm walking through the center of an airplane.
Can you hear me? What up, Dragula? Dragula 99, how you living? Can you hear me? Dragula 99. Yo. Dragula 99, can you hear me? Dragula 99. Dragula 99. Yeah, nobody wanted to fucking talk with you.
Everyone's staring at me like that motherfucker better not sit next to me, dude. We were taking his ass to the front of the plane where the big fellas belong. No, I get it though. Like I saw a dude fatter than me walking through the airport. I was getting on my plane, dude. It was Amir.
Mason Bird, everybody. The best set from a bucket full of the night has finally happened here. More than halfway through the episode. Mason, a fantastic set. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
About 3 years, sir.
3 years. Where at?
Mostly Detroit. I moved here a couple months ago.
Very nice. So you live here in Austin, Texas now.
Yes, sir.
Amazing. What do you do for work?
I work at Jersey Mike's.
Hell yeah.
Make it Mike's way.
Jersey Mike's, official sponsor of Timmy No Breaks. How long have you worked at Jersey Mike's?
About 3 months.
3 months. What did you do in Detroit?
I was a sous chef at a bar.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. A sous chef at a bar. What exactly?
I just did all the prep, hiring, did most of the cooking on the line as well. I was everywhere.
Do you think that it's good for a guy like you to constantly be working around food?
Believe it or not, I actually started working in the food. I lost 150 pounds. I used to be 500 pounds.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Incredible. What did you do to lose the weight? Tell Red Band how you lost it.
It's just... so I'd eat one meal a day. That way I could get... Because I like to eat 4,000 calorie meals. And I would just limit it to once.
When you say 4,000 calorie meals, give this audience an example of what
okay, I would
the most piggish you've ever been.
Oh, all right. I like to get 3 chicken quesadillas from Taco Bell, 2 cheesy gordita crunches, and I get 2 drinks. That way they think the food's for 2 people.
What drinks do you get?
You gotta mix it up. I like the Baja Blast and cherry Pepsi.
Yeah. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. So you still eat the same type of stuff, but just once a day now?
Yeah, just get it all in at once.
I love it, man. God damn. You are a funny guy. You have great jokes, great delivery. Everything's right on schedule. How long ago were you that fat?
2 years ago.
Wow. So it's all just happening fast.
Yeah.
Funnier and lighter at the same time, constantly.
We're trying.
Hell yeah. Amazing. You guys
I just want to know, what time do you have to go Bigfoot hunting tonight?
He likes to come out around 2:30.
Your glasses, can you see out of those?
They're a little
very smeared.
Yeah, I touched my face. It was from the snack wrap earlier. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow. Timmy, no cakes over here.
Timmy, all cakes.
I love it. And you're also a ginger. You have that going for you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Represent. Mason, what else? What do you do for fun? Tell us more about your life. What's interesting about you?
I like to look at maps. I know all the state capitals. I'm very proud of that. Yeah, I'm really into maps and geography and topography and all that kind of stuff.
Is that because you're shaped like a globe?
Yes.
Perfect. What got you into maps?
I've just always been super, there's a Nat Geo thing when you were a kid, and I was super into that, answering history questions and maps and stuff like that.
Okay. Other than maps, what else are you into?
That's fair. I really like eating once a day a lot.
So you look forward to these?
It's all I like.
What time of the day do you usually execute the meal at?
Anywhere from 11:30 to 12:30 at night.
So you wait all day?
Yeah.
You go for it at night? Okay.
Just unravels a big map and just eats.
Wow. Let's see here.
Anyone who knows all the state capitals has a lot of place maps in their lives.
So let's just go for last night, for example. Do you remember your order last night? What you ate last night?
Yes, I know exactly what I ate last night.
What was it last night? How many people want to hear what Mason Bird ate last night? Let's go single spotlight on Mason Bird.
It was 2 snack wraps with ranch, 2 snack wraps spicy. You get 2 McDoubles, large Coke, and a large right?
Okay.
I've done that before.
Yeah.
This guy's like the Rain Man of meals. I mean, you could give him any date and he can tell you what he ate. And what state he was looking at on the map.
Florida.
Have you ever thought about when you're sacrificing all day and you're hungry and it's the last meal of the night and the first meal at night? Have you ever thought about replacing the most disgusting, heavy caloric meals humanly possible with something healthy, losing like a few pounds of weight?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if I do that for 2 weeks, I explode and spend like $70 at Taco Bell.
Oh, so it's you'll just go out of control.
Yeah, it's like I have to, like, I'm going to be out of control. We just have to learn how to dance with it. Yes, sir. How to dance.
Tony, that's map money. You know that?
That's wild, man.
When you get done with the meal, are you full?
No.
You're like, all right.
I'm more just like sad. And I'm like, oh, man, I should have got another burger, dude.
Yeah. And then what do? You just kind of go to sleep?
Smoke weed, go to sleep. Sometimes I'll look at old like Facebook photos of me when I was really fat, and I'm like, I'm doing good, man.
Yeah, you are, buddy. Yes, you are.
Red Man. I'll have to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
Mason. You have a big joke book? Mason Bird has arrived in the Kill Tony universe, ladies and gentlemen. How exciting is that? Thank you. One more time for Mason, everyone. All right. Wonderful number 8. Right down the barrel. Makes a noise for Max Sadawi, everyone. Max Sadawi. Alright. The sous chef at a bar. What exactly?
I just like did all the prep, hiring, did most of the cooking on the line as well. It's like everywhere.
Do you think that it's good for a guy like you to constantly be working around food?
Believe it or not, I actually started working in the food. I lost like 100 pounds. I used to be 500 pounds.
Oh, wow. Oh my
Take
goodness.
it, baby.
Incredible. What do you do to lose the weight? Tell Red Man how you lost it.
It's just so I'd eat one meal a day. That way I can get, because I like to eat like 4,000 calorie meals, and I would just limit it to once.
So when you say 4,000 calorie meals, like give this audience an example of like what's the most piggish you've ever been?
Oh, all right. I like to get like 3 chicken quesadillas from Taco Bell, 2 cheesy gordita crunches, and I get 2 drinks. That way I think the food's for 2 people.
Good kisses.
What drinks do you get?
You gotta mix it up. I like the Baja Blast and cherry Pepsi.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible. So you still eat the same type of stuff, but just once a day now?
Yeah, just get it all in at once.
I love it, man. God damn. You are a funny guy. Great jokes, great delivery. Everything's right on schedule. How long ago were you that fat?
2 years ago.
Wow. So it's all just happening fast.
Yeah.
Funnier and lighter at the same time, constantly.
We're trying.
Hell yeah. Amazing.
I just want to know, what time do you have to go Bigfoot hunting tonight?
He likes to come out around 2:30.
Your glasses, can you see out of those?
They're a little
very smeared.
Yeah, I touched my face. It was rap earlier. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow. No cakes over here.
To be all cakes.
I love it. And you're also a ginger. You have that going for you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Represent. Mason, what else? What do you do for fun? Tell us more about your life. What's interesting about you?
I like to look at maps. Like, I know all the state capitals. I'm very proud of that. Yeah, I'm really into like maps and geography and topography and all that kind of stuff.
Is that because you're shaped like a globe?
Yes.
Perfect. What got you into maps?
I've just always been super, like, there was a Nat Geo thing when you were a kid, and I was super into that, like, answering history questions and maps and stuff.
Okay. Other than maps, what else are you into?
That's fair. I really like eating once a day a lot.
So you look forward to these?
Oh, it's all.
What time of the day do you usually execute the meal at?
Anywhere from 11:30 to 12:30 at night.
So you wait all day.
Yeah,
and you go for it at night. Okay.
Just unravels a big map and just.
Well. Let's see here.
If anyone who knows all the state capitals has a lot of placemats in their lives.
So let's just go for last night, for example. Do you remember your order last night? What you ate last night?
Yes, I know exactly what I ate last night.
What was it last night? How many people want to hear what Mason Bird ate last night? Let's go light on Mason Bird.
It was 2 snack wraps with ranch, 2 snack wraps spicy. You get 2 McDoubles, large Coke, and a large Sprite.
Okay.
I've done that before.
Yeah.
I've done that before.
Yeah. This guy's like the Rain Man of meals. I mean, you could give him any date and he can tell you what he ate. And what state he was looking at on the map.
Florida.
Have you ever thought about when you're sacrificing all day and you're hungry and it's the last meal of the night and the first meal of the day at night? Have you ever thought about replacing the most disgusting, heavy caloric meals humanly possible, something healthy, and losing like a few pounds in a day?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if I do that for 2 weeks, I explode and spend like $70 at Taco Bell.
Oh, so it's you'll just go out of control.
Yeah, it's like I have to, like, I'm going to be out of control. We just have to learn how to dance with it. Yes, sir. How to dance.
Tony, that's map money. You know that? That's wild, man.
When you get done with the meal, are you full?
No.
You're like, all right.
I'm more just like sad. And I'm like, oh, man, I should have got another burger, dude.
Yeah. And then what do? You just kind of go to sleep?
Smoke weed, go to sleep. Sometimes I'll look at old like Facebook photos of me when I was really fat, and I'm like, I'm doing good, man.
Yeah, you are, buddy. Yes, you are. Red man.
I'd love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
Mason. You have a big joke book? Mason Bird has arrived in the Kill Tony universe, ladies and gentlemen. How exciting is that? Thank you. One more time for Mason, everyone. All right. Bucket pool number 8. Right down the barrel. Make some noise for Max Sidawi, everyone. Max Sidawi.
Thank you. As you heard, my name is Max. It's not short for anything. I think my parents knew I was going to be stupid. They took one look at me, they said, 3 letters. It's enough. I got an older brother. His name's Nathaniel. Yeah, Googled his name because I'm petty like that. Found out Nathaniel translates to gift from God. Beautiful, no? Fuck him. Because I checked my name. My name is the #1 name in the world for dogs. You know how many times I meet a girl, introduce myself, just for her to say, oh my God, that's my dog's name. It's not a good thing. She's not like, oh my God, that's...
Right down the barrel. Make some noise for Max Sidawi, everyone. Max Sidawi.
Thank you. As you heard, my name is Max. It's not short for anything. I think my parents knew I was going to be stupid. They took one look at me, they said, 3 letters. It's enough. I got an older brother. His name's Nathaniel. Yeah, I Googled his name because I'm petty like that. Found out Nathaniel translates to gift from God. Beautiful, no? Fuck him. Because then I checked my name. My name is the #1 name in the world for dogs. You know how many times I meet a girl, introduce myself, just for her to say, "Oh my God, that's my dog's name." It's not a good thing. She's not like, "Oh my God, that's my dog's name. Let's go back to my place. We'll do it, doggy." Maybe in my imagination she'd be doing that. She'd be like, "Who's a good boy?" What else about me? I'm Jewish. Yeah, none of you look surprised. I get it. Nobody was falling out of their chair right now. No one was like, "Whoa, this guy's Jewish?" Thought he was Swedish. Maybe Irish. Maybe Andrew Tate. I'm aware I have a mirror. All right, that's my doc. Thank you so much.
Sadawi, everybody. Am I saying that right? Sadawi?
You're honestly probably the first person to ever get my last name right. Thank you so
much. Thank you. I get to open for Timmy No Breaks. I'm very excited about it. I'm a new era of confidence around me. Max, welcome. Stand-up's a newer thing for you. How long have you been doing it?
I'd like to say I just moved to Austin, so recently 2 months, but I was doing it abroad for a while.
Okay.
But not like consistently.
Okay. All right. When you say abroad, where were you doing it?
I was living in Thailand for a bit.
Oh boy. All right. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. What made you want to hang out in Thailand for a while? What could possibly be there? Fewer Maxes.
Wasn't the plan. It just kind of happened during COVID. Yeah.
You went during COVID?
Right before, actually. I was traveling Southeast Asia, and then global pandemic hit.
And you just stayed in. Wow. So tell us about that. Tell us about your adventures.
Okay. So January 8th, 2020, I landed in Southeast Asia. I remember the date.
Wow.
And I was in...
I can't think of that's about the worst time to land in Southeast Asia.
Oh, Tony, it was amazing.
Oh, you liked it?
It was great.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
So how soon until you started fucking little boys? Little boys, lady boys, whatever. No, something went down there. Let's talk about it, Max. It's okay. Your parents are watching.
Never fucked a lady boy, Tony. I know.
How long were you in Thailand for?
5 years.
Okay. I'm going to ask you one more fucking thing. What's your lady boy body count?
No one ever believes me. I get it. No one ever
Did you
believes
think about it?
You saw it. Oh, you think about it. Some of them are gorgeous. But that's a tell. Tony, that's a tell. I know it's a lady boy because gorgeous women don't come up to me like that.
John Dees has a question. John, would you like to ask it in the microphone? I like the way you ask it. Just say it the way you just said it. Are you gay, dog? Perfect. Nailed it.
I get called gay a lot in Austin.
Me too, buddy. Are you? Are you gay?
I'm not gay, no.
You're not gay. Okay. What's the gayest thing you've ever done? Other than sound like that. Fuck ladyboys in Thailand and lie about it for the rest of your life.
Oh, shit. The gayest thing I've ever done. I was finger up the butt, count as gay.
Your own or your dad's? Yes. Great man. Great man. Okay. Max, what do you do for work?
So I was working as a scuba diving instructor. That's what I was doing over there.
Super gay.
Super gay.
Yeah. Under the sea. Under the sea. Fuck all the dicks. Under the sea. Okay, what made you stop being a scuba diving instructor?
Man, trying to take comedy more serious, so I came down here. This is where I was at.
So you stopped being a scuba diving instructor to come do comedy in Austin, Texas?
Yes.
Is that what you were doing in Thailand?
Being a scuba diving instructor?
Yeah, when you weren't inside of...
Yeah, that's what I'm doing in Thailand.
Okay. Yeah.
Pulled that respirator right out of his mouth when he got into comedy.
Okay, Max, craziest thing that ever happened to you while scuba diving? Or instructing scuba diving?
I fucked this lady boy.
It's not gay if it's underwater. Come here, you little mermaid. So where you got fingered your ass?
If we were getting honest, I did fuck underwater. Actually, that is something. Yeah, it's called the 10-meter club.
Wow, tell us about that. How does that go down exactly?
Yeah, so you gotta find somewhere where it's like sandy, so there's no like corals or anything. Yeah, right. Yeah. And basically, you just put some extra weight than you normally would to get down there, and make sure you're not wearing a wetsuit.
Wow.
And once you get down there, you're basically doing a doggy.
You're doing it with the respirator on and everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This is like when Red Band fucks with his sleep apnea mask. Very rarely do I make myself laugh quite as hard as I just did. I pictured it, buddy. I pictured it, my old pal. All right. So, how long did this sex underwater last? Just a ballpark.
Oh, fair.
By ballpark, I mean the fact that you both had balls.
It wasn't long. It would probably be maybe 5 minutes. Yeah.
And you came.
Yeah, honestly, when I came, it was funny because we're both. It's called neutrally buoyant, so you're not on the bottom, you're not on the top. And once I was on the top, well, right before I came, I basically just pushed her off, and she just see her going. I never got to do that in my life. That was hilarious.
That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Was there like a chum trail? Like when you
the fish came.
Oh yeah, I bet they did.
Not in that way.
They're like, this cum tastes like shit.
My family's gonna be watching this.
Of course, it's amazing. That's why you won't admit that you're gay. I know. That's who we know, Max. Amazing. What's it like being Jewish nowadays? How do you feel about everything? There's a lot going on. How do you feel about it?
We're doing this?
Go right ahead. I'm going to let you take control because that's what you people want. Oh, my favorite Jew Yoni's not laughing. I might be crossing the line right now.
Oh man, yeah, it's a delicate line to be crossing right now.
Well, I know you guys have your lines and your borders, and fucking, I know those lines are always moving in your favor. Okay, go. How do you feel being a Jew nowadays? Pretty simple question. You can answer it any way you want.
I like being Jewish.
Perfect answer. I like being one of the most watched shows in entertainment, so that's all I'm gonna ask.
There we go.
Fantastic, Max Sadawi. Here, my friend, is a big joke book for
all
the people running show business to see that the Jew is getting a big joke book. There he goes, Max Sadawi, everybody. We're having fun here tonight. All right. Bucket pull number 9. Make some noise. You guys having fun out there still? Make some noise for Micah Brown, everybody. Micah Brown.
Light bulbs are gay because they busted my ass. Am I right? Anal's a lot like surgery. Have you guys noticed this? Anal is a lot like surgery. You gotta wash your hands all the way down to your elbows. You gotta prep. You can't eat the day before. My surgeon hates it when I eat before we do anal. Fucking hates it. The drugs help. Have you guys noticed this? Surgery used to be really bad before the drugs. Hey man, here's a shot of whiskey and bite down on this, you know what I'm saying? It helps with the anal too, okay? The drugs. The thing that ties them all together though, like anal and surgery, is that the only thing worse is anal surgery. Stay away from those light bulbs, dude.
Hey, Micah Brown. There he is, Micah Brown. Okay. Okay, Mike, welcome. Wow, no one's even clapping for you. The whole set about anal, and somehow it was the shittiest set of the night at the same time. What are the odds? Welcome, Micah. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Not long enough.
Okay. How long is that?
5 years.
What's this move? What's this move?
There's Red Band's one fart noise of the episode. Okay. 5 years. Ryan O'Neal.
Well, I was just saying, this guy looks like fentanyl Tom Cruise.
You really do. You do look like that. Every mission is impossible to you. Amazing. What do you do for work?
I don't. I quit.
You quit. Blockbuster 14 years ago and just haven't done anything.
Sponsored now.
What did you quit?
I was serving at Fressa's. And
Wait,
it was too good.
The place with like the quesadillas, like a chicken bowl?
Yeah.
I love that fucking place.
Beans and rice all
That's
day.
a perfect fucking meal. One of my favorite meals. You were a server there?
I was a server
what went
there.
wrong? Why'd you quit? Great place.
It was a great place.
It's not a great place?
No, it's great. It's
awesome. So why'd you quit?
Well,
Who's this there?
things started going really good for me.
Oh, you're such a good baby.
I got my foot fucked.
You got your what?
Got my foot fucked.
Your what?
I was hanging out.
Hold on, wait. Let's go back. You got your wait, Micah. You got your what?
There's a woman's vagina on my foot, and I couldn't go back to work after that. It was like, this is a true story.
They serve chicken. That's why Red Band's making a chicken noise. For those of you wondering what a chicken has to do with getting your foot fucked. So let's slow it down. Let's
slow it down.
So what exactly happened here? How does a woman's vagina end up on your foot while you're serving tables at Fressa's?
Supposed to go to work, hang out with a friend.
Well, why did you hang out with a friend at work? Oh, you hang out with a friend instead of work.
Before work.
Got it.
I was, things were going good.
Look at me. Stop looking down.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, man. It was really fun. It was really awesome.
So the girl,
yeah,
Chris O'Connor.
She was a day. It's Austin. I was trying to figure it out. She's got a girlfriend who's dating a boy, and she was getting...
There's no way the story's this complicated.
Dude, it ended up with cocaine and my foot getting fucked. I don't know how to skip to
You
that
did the
part.
fucking your foot, right?
Yeah, she gonna put my foot on the couch, and she got on the couch.
Did you wear a sock?
No, it was full after the shower.
You don't wear protection during foot fucking?
No, man.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Is it toes or the whole foot?
Well, I had 3 fingers in before, so it was the whole foot. I only have a 9.5. It's not that big.
Had the heel in? And then what, work found out about it?
No, it's like, things are going good, man. I don't need to go back to Fressa's and deal chicken.
No, you do.
Yeah. You do. No one's paying you.
You guys don't
out
get
there.
it. You guys don't get it.
Okay, help us to understand. This is the interview portion of the show.
Okay.
Yes, here we go.
Foot got fucked. Got to be in a metal music video.
All in the same day?
Same week.
Okay.
Then my buddy calls me. I get to go on a canoe trip in Maine. Wow. I could not go. The chicken thing was not going well. This is better than the chicken.
How do you make money now?
I don't think you understand, man.
So we found your catch, that's for sure.
I'm getting my foot fucked. I'm getting flown out to Maine. And you want me to sell chicken?
How do you make money now?
I'm open to suggestions. It hasn't come up yet.
So you thought you were on a hot streak, and you were just like,
I can get another serving job. You can build. All you guys can work at Presses, I guarantee it. They told me they would hire me back.
so you're like on a sabbatical.
Right.
Okay.
They're definitely not hiring you back.
Oh, they love me.
0%. I would bet you have a 0% chance.
How much?
I mean, I know for a fact they're not gonna. You just called them out by name.
You don't think they'll hire me?
They're not gonna hire you back.
I'm a little scared now.
No.
Like you were really.
I don't need the job, so I just want to know.
How much money do you have?
I'm negative $24.
Okay. So where do you sleep at night? Where do you
I
sleep
get
at
hired
night?
back.
Where do you sleep at night?
Tonight, I've got a friend named Brendan Mahaney. He's the best. We call him Sarge, and he takes care of all of us.
Wow, incredible. So that's where is that where you slept? Is that where you slept last?
Unless the foot girl hits me back, maybe I'll go there.
Okay, here's a little joke bug. There you go, buddy. All right. Yep, hard to catch when you are blitzed out of your mind on hard drugs, everybody. There goes Micah Brown. Very interesting bucket pools tonight. Very interesting. We should have like an actual psychiatrist backstage to connect with these people right after their sets.
By the way, Francis is really good. Don't pair that.
Yeah, don't let the fucking drug addict guy ruin Francis for you. Highly recommend it. Very simple, clean meals. I'm actually surprised you eat there.
I have chicken, man. It's fucking great.
You're saying everything that I feel. Your final bucket pull of the night, ladies and gentlemen. You guys ready for this? I know. It's one of those nights where it's hard to be excited about the bucket, but anything can happen. Make some noise for Bill Williams, everybody. Bill Williams.
I like watching shows. Like true crime, stuff like that. But I noticed recently that whenever they do the reenactments, the actors are always way better looking than the real victims. Someone's all sad, like, oh man, can't believe they murdered that beautiful lady. But then I see the real victim, and I'm like, man. It's all good. I'm dating, and dating's hard. The other day I saw this gorgeous woman sitting at a bar. I walked up to her and said, "You're stunning. You must work out all the time." She said, "No, and I'm a mom." I said, "Wow, you don't even look like you had kids." She said, "If I told you that this body gave birth to 5 children, what would you say?" So I said, "Goodbye." Thank you, Bill Williams.
Bill Williams, fantastic. I like your style. I like your delivery. I like the whole thing that you're working with here. How long have you been doing stand-up?
What's this baby here?
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Where at?
Baby.
San Antonio. That's where you're from?
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. Amazing. Fuck yeah, Bill. You perform a lot. You do a lot of like mics in San Antonio.
A lot of mics. My first year I did 305.
I see. I had a fucking feeling. Some people say they do this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and they're doing it maybe once a week, maybe twice a week. You know, that shit adds up fast. I can literally tell that you've been fucking actually working at it. What do you do for work?
Nothing.
Wow.
So I had so much time to hit mics.
That's why we're in a deficit right now. Tax-paying, contributing citizens in the country right now. How long have you been unemployed, Bill?
A year. Like, I lost my truck driving job and I just hit it hard.
Well, how did you lose your truck driving job?
They found a beer bottle in my truck.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
And then a week later, I got a DWI, so I couldn't drive anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep, that happens. Are you Native American?
Nah, there is some Native American in my family, but mostly Mexican, white, Spanish, a whole bunch of mix.
Okay, awesome. Like Comanche, do you know what kind of it?
I don't know. No.
You don't know what kind of it?
I have no idea.
You seem like I could picture you on a horse, like riding sideways with an arrow, but that's kind of racist to say. But not really, because you do look like that. Have you ever dressed up like a Native American for Halloween, perhaps, or something like that? You're saying Sloan. Is Sarah Sloan here?
She's out there.
Sarah Sloan?
She's at Shakespeare's.
Oh, okay. Well, she does a great horse impression.
Oh, yeah, I've heard it.
Bill, what do you do for fun?
I mean, really, this is all I do is comedy.
You like to drink a lot, right?
Not anymore. I had to quit because of DWI, you know. So,
you already lost your job. Shouldn't you just double down on that shit?
Yeah, but I was on probation. They made me do a breathalyzer.
Okay.
Like, I had to blow into that machine.
So you're not drinking anymore?
I'm not drinking. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. What else do you do other than comedy? What else are you into?
I mean, that's it. I got a bunch of kids and a couple grandkids now. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
How many kids do you have?
5 kids.
Oh, I'm out of here. 5 kids. That's incredible. How old are they?
The youngest is 17, and then they're 18, 21, 24, 27.
How old are you?
45.
Wow, look at you. You're killing it. You look better than all the 20-some-year-olds that were on the show. We had a stripper up here earlier that looked 55. Incredible. Incredible, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Amazing. So what's it like raising kids? Tell us what some crazy shit you've been through as a father, as a Native American father.
I mean, they're pretty chill. Like, you know, I was kind of crazy growing up, and they always said, like, you're going to see when you get older, but my kids are chill.
Amazing. When you say you were crazy as a kid, what do you mean? What are some of the things you've been doing?
When I was 16, I stole a Lexus from the Institute of Texan Cultures.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're
going to fist bump me. All right, I'll give it to you. Yeah. Of course.
What made you steal a Lexus?
I was walking downtown San Antonio, and we're walking through the parking lot of the Institute of Texan Cultures, and there's a Lexus with the keys hanging from the trunk. And so that was it.
Hell yeah. And where did you take this car? What did you do?
We were dumb. You know, we're 16. We thought, we drove around for 3 days, first of all.
Wow.
Picking up our friends, going cruising.
Wow.
And then we were driving around the east side of San Antonio, like, you know, thinking we're going to find a chop shop, like we even know where that's at. And pulled over. The cops chased us. My friend was driving at that time. He took off, hit a tree. We all jumped out, started jumping fences. The driver got away. They caught me and the other guy. We spent 2 weeks in juvenile.
Wow.
Yeah. Good times.
Amazing.
How many kids did you have at that time?
0.
Okay.
Are you still with the baby mama?
No.
Okay. How long have you been separated from her?
Since 2013, I think. Or separated before that, but divorced 2013.
How often do you get to see your kids?
All the time. My 2 youngest boys live with me.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So you're like a real active father,
Real
also
dad.
chasing your dreams and being very funny.
Yep, thank you.
How many minutes do you think you've accumulated in this year? 300 some sets under your belt?
About 25 minutes.
About 25 minutes. Amazing. I find you to be incredibly hilarious.
Thank you.
I'll look up you on the Secret Show Thursday.
Hell yeah.
Where's Sarah Sloan at? Give me Sarah Sloan. Where's she at? Sarah, come out here real quick. The great Sarah Sloan, everybody. Kill Tony royalty. You know, as a mode of celebration is in the air for you winning a set at the Sunset Strip Comedy Club, and since you are one of the funniest Native Americans that's ever been on this show, I find it fitting that Michael plays the Indian drum and the great Sarah Sloan does her impression of a horse. Sarah, grab that mic and let it rip. You can grab his. Yeah, keep doing your Indian stuff, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sarah Sloan's horse impression. Wow, absolutely incredible. Sarah Sloan, Bill Williams. Bill, you're leaving here with a true Native American leather joke book. Yeah, one of the greatest Native American comedians in Kill Tony history. Bill Williams, everybody. There he goes.
That guy needs to do an Indian job dance.
Yes.
5 kids.
He could make it rain. Bill Williams, and now we've come to a part of the show. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be honest with you. William Montgomery is out for the night, everybody. However, just just when you think there's no way to possibly put a ribbon on an episode like this, I must tell you that there is one more performer, one more regular that is going to do a brand new set for you. Fresh off of sold out theaters almost every weekend, absolutely smashing the universe. I watched him do a long set last night on a Sunday when everybody else is off. And it's nothing but up and comers. This guy's here doing long sets, pulling over notes. He literally works more and harder than any other comedian I know because he is trying to become an American citizen. But yet still, he remains the Estonian assassin. This is Ari Matti.
So I've been dating a bitch. See, the problem with me is I'm a jealous guy. I can't help it. I went through her like Instagram, and there's like a lot of pictures from Miami. But she works at Chick-fil-A, you know. I go through the pictures, no guy. You might see like a ligament, you know. You know, like a hand on a knee. You try to zoom into that hand, it's a fucking prehistoric. That's who's paying. And she's got this fucking friend. Every fucking girl has a friend, some Dylan. You know that guy who's lingering around your girl? Always playing the long game, you know. You ask her about Dylan, she's like, Dylan? You're worried about Dylan? I've known him for a decade. I think he's gay. And then you meet Dylan, you look into his eyes. He ain't gay. He's on the bench, fucker. You look at Dylan like, I know the game, Dylan. A wolf knows a wolf. You suck a few dicks to throw me off. All of a sudden, eating my girl's pussy. You're like, oh my God, isn't this crazy? So the only thing to do next week, I'm sucking Dylan off. Just to see if it's true. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Unbelievable. Let the record show that is 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Once again, Ari Matti doing double work, overperforming, absolutely hysterical. After that huge intro I gave, and knowing you and everything, you would think I'd be smart enough to know that you're about to be hilarious. Meanwhile, I decided to take my first sip of this delicious whiskey Coke during your calm setup, and you fucking got me. You got me real good. It blasted. I blasted air out of my nose, and it splashed up in my face and all over me and Red Band's legs. Red Band's wearing shorts, so it raw dogged his sweet little hairy kneecap right there. I'm like, oh, he's on the setup. I'll be fine. And she's taking a trip to Miami, and she works at Chick-fil-A, and it got me. The air came out, and the water came up, and her drink came up. Amazing stuff, Ari Matti. Absolutely fucking hilarious. You are covering something that I think a lot of fucking people go through, and I've never really heard it talked about quite so.
Are you a jealous guy, Tony?
Not really. I mean, but I know exactly.
You look like a jealous guy.
I look like a lot of things.
What the fuck is this?
Sir, I told you not to look at other men, sir.
Who is this Dylan?
But I will say this is every ever hung out with every girl is like, oh, he's gay. There's always that guy.
Dude, every guy here is with a girl. they know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's always a dude. And chicks have no idea. No, he's nice. Fuck you. We're all trying to fuck you.
Yeah, exactly.
No man is trying to help you. We're all creeps.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely true. I'm always hanging out with a girl, and they're like, "Nah, that's my gay friend." I'm like, "What's his number?" So Ari, tell us more. What's going on in life, buddy? You're absolutely crushing it. Last night you were in a theater in Jacksonville.
It was Saturday. I was in Jacksonville. Friday, Orlando. I love Florida. It's so much fucking fun, dude. People are crazy.
It is a fun place to visit.
Yeah, when I was with Cam Anderson in Orlando, you know, he's from there. Dude, it was
Huge.
200 black people and me. It was
Wow. Yep.
crazy, dude.
Yeah, that's how it is sometimes. No doubt about it. Camp Patterson rolls deep. Every single one of his cousins, whether you're in Florida or Atlanta, that's another big hot spot for the Patterson family. I know them all. They all know me. We all get along. Sometimes I do a little crip walk in the green. Impress my black friends because I am part of the culture, believe it or not. I am blacker than I am gay.
My favorite is like when we're on the group chat for the gig, and then the promoter will be like, "Any guest list?" Yeah, and it's like, "Woohoo, +7, Dookie shoes, +12, Bing Bong +8. He's a good guy. He went to prison."
I met Dookie Shoes. I actually know his cousin Dookie Shoes very well. Everybody's like fresh out of prison or about to go to prison or something like that. It's so fun. You would think that that stereotype was a little less true, but not with the Patterson clan.
Yeah.
It's absolutely incredible. So that's fun. Florida's fun. How about after the shows? You're a little wild boy out there.
Yeah, so we went to Iowa, Des Moines.
Des Moines.
Ever heard of it?
Iowa. It's like
Des Moines.
Estonia of America. Yeah, it is. Ultra white.
Ultra white. Ultra chill.
Camp Patterson wasn't at that gig, was he?
Nope. And we went to like me, Martin, Philip. Oh, David Jolly was on. We're the crew.
Yeah.
Me, Martin, David Jolly. If you don't know by now, we're the fucking crew.
Yep. Holding it down.
And we went to like a concert. It's random. It was like a rock concert. One of those. It was like a feminist band. Ooh. Yeah, you can't even call them chicks. You have to. It's they. It's one of those. Between every song, there would be like, "This is for all the men out there who don't take no for an answer. Bang, bang, you're a rapist." You know? Bang, bang. Entrance was $5 for whatever you are, but if you're a guy, 15. I respect that. So it was just me, David Jolly, and Martin at this gig, dude. Did you go there trying to fuck chicks? Yes. That's why I go to gay bars and feminist extravaganzas. They don't even know what's coming. I'll be the Dylan there. Oh my God.
What's his head kind of?
God, totally fucking marginalized community.
Okay.
Can I finger they? Lie. And then while they're rocking out this feminist extravaganza, while we're in, me and David Jolly were there, Martin was meeting us there because, you know, he takes time to get to places. I got time to fucking wait for this fucking. Stoplights in Des Moines are short. I see me and David see Martin behind the window. He's like knocking on the window. I'm like, what the fuck? And he's got his dog, you know, Andy, the little fucked up dog.
Martin Phillips has a service animal.
Yeah, no, it's not it's just a dog. But
Dog. Oh.
in his sense,
Yeah.
it's definitely a service animal.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure everybody that's that handicapped. Yeah, that's
And he's out there with Andy, and then he texts me. They're knocking me in with the dog. You should have seen me, dude. Fool Karen. I go straight to the manager. I Google federal law in America. You can't even ask why the dog is there. Fuck you. I just. No, you should. Me and David Charlie too. He's like, yeah. The owner comes to the bar, and he's like, explaining that it's law. If there's food being served, there can't be a dog allowed. I know you don't fuck. I'm literally hitting at the bar like federal law. David's back showing the gun. You know, we're fucking. If the feminists on stage only knew the workout done. And I got that motherfucking dog in, dude.
Yeah! I love it. You are a legend and, are you?
And also, does anybody remember the time I went to Florida? I went to Tito Ortiz's bar, and I needed my fucking belt for the fucking raffle.
That's right.
Remember when Tito Ortiz fucked me?
Yeah.
And you know me, dog. I'm getting my fucking belt. So Heidi, can you bring out my fucking belt?
Oh, wow. He won the Tito Ortiz.
Tito Ortiz, wait, what?
Wow. That is incredible. How'd you end up getting it?
Actually, Tito sent it to me. He's a very nice guy. He said... He's a very nice guy. He literally told me, you gotta stop Kill Tony people from coming in and calling me a liar and a thief and a scam. No, he said it's a whole thing. People, groups and groups. Fuck you, Tito, liar.
I love that.
That's the Kill Tony world. Don't
You're
fuck with us.
damn right. Very rarely do I stick the Kill Tony universe on anybody, so Tito,
Oh, no, thanks.
bring along. Fantastic stuff. You are indeed the reigning, defending Kill Tony champion of the world as well. Ari and Matty, ladies and gentlemen, the force of nature, the Estonian assassin, the drawing from Ryan G. Bubba's. And how loud can you guys get for my fantastic fucking guests tonight? Chris O'Connor is in Cleveland, August 15th and 16th at Hilarities. Go to chrisoconnor.com or go to the link that's at Chris O'Connor Comedy. Connor with the last two letters being OR. Speaking of OR, that's the first room I ever performed in my entire history of stand-up comedy at the Comedy Store. And the first MC to bring me up, the first comedy show I ever saw in my life was hosted by, one more time, O'Neill, everybody, with two L's at the end. Go check out Slop Quest. The podcast is available.
Yeah, absolutely.
And check them out at Ryan O'Neill with two L's comedy.com. Thank you to Blue Chew, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. One more time for the best damn band in the land. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew tonight, everybody, while we all said, wow, that's fucking amazing. Cam Patterson on like some type of little boat. Absolutely fucking amazing. That looks great. Local artist Chris Rogers. Follow him at Chris Rogers Art, right? On social media, yep. Red Man.
Check out the Sunset Strip Comedy Club. Brian Callen has a new improv show Wednesdays, sunsetstripatx.com. Love you guys.
We're doing it. We're really doing it, Red Man. We're living the dream. Madison Square Garden. I do stand-up on the 15th of August. We do Kill Tony for the third time at Madison Square Garden, August 16th. When I go to Madison Square Garden, crazy stuff tends to happen. I don't know if you guys know about this, but it's a very, I have an amazing history at that venue. A lot of other fun stuff happening. I'm doing stand-up everywhere, getting ready for a big special taping at the end of September. So check me out doing stand-up. I promise you, it's very, very good. And that is about it. Did you guys have fun tonight? Thank you. We love you. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Man's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
report, the Dow is trading down 18 points, the Nasdaq is up 46, and the S&P 500 is trading 10. We've got a crash in Echo Park on the 101.
She heads northbound by the Benton Way. Crash there. The average partially blocked traffic.
And now, Brandon Sick Boy Shaw.
Yeah, what's up, fam? It is
Also some problems in the valley. 5 freeway southbound past Terrell.
And now, Brandon Sick Boy Shaw.
Yeah, what's up, fam? It is a beautiful Monday, humid morning on this lovely Austin Monday. What's going on, kids? How's everybody's weekend? Can't hear you. Wish I could. I'd love to talk to you guys. For the parents out there, kiddos, keeping them busy in camp, man. Am I right? We got about 3 weeks here before these kiddos start school. 2 weeks before sports kick up. Both the boys doing football, baseball. I'm ready for these little rascals to get back on their normal schedule. It's the summer, baby. Your boy is the newest boat captain of where I live at, Marina. Chin, when I say boat captain, I know you like to fish, dude. So if you need someone to take you on a boat, I'm $75 now. I'd take you out.
It's a little much, but yeah.
Okay, for you, we'll figure out a deal. We'll figure out the deal, dude. I can rent sailboats, regular boats, pontoons, speed boats, jet skis. Everyone that owns a boat told me it's better to rent than buy them right now because these boats are beasts, man.
Are you good at parking it like back into the dock?
Dude, so listen to this. In order to get my certification, I had to take a 6-hour written test.
What?
And then I had to take a 4-hour in-person test. And the majority of it was parking. The majority of it's parking, turning 180, staying in the same spot, turn 180, pulling up to the dock, pulling out of the dock, and the dude's just over your shoulder while you're doing it. So he'll show you how to do it, and then you have to do 3 perfect in a row.
But 6 and 4 hour? What are you talking about?
6-hour written test where you're on the computer, you're writing answers down, you got to pass it. It's 10 tests, and that took about 6 hours, and you can't speed through it either. It makes you stay on one page for 30 seconds, and the next one, and next one. So that took a hot second. And then in person is with a guy from the marina. He was also part of the Coast Guard, and that's in person. And again, the biggest thing is parking, docking, and then when you're out on the water, you have to pretend you throw a thing over the side, and you have to come get them. And again, you got to do everything 3 times perfectly in order to move on. It was a beast, dude. But I just want to do it because my neighbors all have boats or they're part of the marina club. And I'd have to harass them and be like, hey, you guys going out this weekend? Because we go out every weekend, I was like, we gotta get our own thing going. So this is the first weekend we had our own thing going. Waters were choppy, not gonna lie to you.
That's what's scary when it gets windy and choppy.
Yeah, we get pontoons though. It's pretty easy.
Those are way better. Even, dude, if thankfully you don't have to do the actual launch. You know what I'm saying, with the trailer?
Yeah.
That's so much. There's so much anxiety with that.
Not for me.
Yeah.
Not for me. So we did that on Sunday. I was worried about Billy, because she's a year and a half, but she is just a Southern Belle water baby. She loved it, man. She absolutely loved it. Jumped in the lake. She loved it. And then on Saturday, one of my boys out here, Jason, has a 300-acre ranch that he hunts on, does all this stuff. So we went out there with ATVs. They have zip line for the boys. The boys were driving ATVs, shot a bunch of guns. You would love to. Hell yeah. Yeah, they hunt out there. But I think he says hunting season out there is September. And apparently what he does, he gets a bunch of deer and then some special deer. And then he waits till they mate and have a bunch of babies. So he's waiting until they get bigger and then he hunts them. That's what they do, man. Some Texas shit. It was a Texas weekend, man. It was a good time. Grand old time. Grand old time, man. But let's get to the fights. Let's get to the freaking fights. That's what you guys are waiting for.
you had a fight night in the Middle East. So I was mad at the start time of, I want to say, the prelims started here at 11, which I love, dude. Love the early prelims. The prelims were fun. Prelims were super fun. Then you got to the main card. I thought this actually, on paper, was a better free card on ABC than it was the previous week's pay-per-view. I didn't mind it. What can you say about this card? I thought the MVP of the card would be Sheriff Bullet. I think there's a lot of hype on the guy. A lot of people maybe think he's like this paper hype fighter where as long as he gets the good matchups, he'll continue to win. But when you see him get blasted, now granted, he was I want to say like minus 600 favorite, so he's supposed to win this fight. But what I like, if you're a fan of Sheriff Bullet, is his cardio is insane, especially how much he moves. And he was facing a tough opponent, and he got in trouble, big trouble. Got fucking rocked, and they both respond and literally dominate after that. The 30-27, I can see it 29-28, but he definitely won the fight. I was more impressed with his movement from the first round to the third round. I do think he's a contender, but there are some major holes in his game, especially as he keeps moving up. I think something next for him to see, it's shit or get off the pot, maybe, or you keep building him like you did a Sugar Sean or something like that. You keep building this kid. You can do that. There's a ton of matchups for him where he's going to keep winning. Just build this kind of resume of his. Let him get more experience. Give him a good grappler, a good wrestler, but not somebody crazy experienced. See how he handles that. Because the holes in his game will really come to fruition or really be illustrated when he gets to that top tier guy. So I don't know if he's there yet, but there's a lot of promise there. As far as entertainment wise, take my money. He's must see TV. He's so much fun to watch. So much fun to watch. I just don't know how he's going to do against the top tier guys. There's too many holes in his game. But the card's there for his footwork to be like that from the first round, third round says a lot. If you're going to toss him to the top tier dudes, obviously, Sean Strickland's going to get suspended. They say like up to a year. I don't think it's going to be that. I definitely don't think it's going to be that. It's going to be way shorter than that. But let's say Sean Strickland does get suspended, even for a little bit. Let's say it's 6 months. I could see 3 months, to be honest. But let's say it's 6 months. I think you do Sheriff Bullet and Izzy. It's a favorable matchup for both guys. There's no grappling. The only problem with that is, again, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So if Magomedov were to beat Izzy, now you're there. Now you're playing with the big boys. But stylistically, they need him as a face over the Middle East, right? They need champions. Like, there were people walking out of the arena during the co-main event and main event. Because, there's a lot of money in the Middle East, and that's why they're bringing these big cards. These cards on ABC, they're bringing the big cards over there. But that fan base isn't really a hardcore UFC fan base. The fan base in America is way better. Way better. No one's walking out of the arena for a Robert Whittaker fight, and he's not even American, or RDO. No, ain't nobody walking out of that. Even if it's fourth round, it's important. In general, America's a much better fan base, but they're not backing it up with all this money. So, and the UFC, they asked one of the employees of the UFC. They said, fans are walking out during the main event. Would you consider tailoring towards more of a, maybe Sheriff Bullets in the main event or something like that? Like somebody that's from the general area. And they're like, absolutely not. If you're walking out a Robert Whittaker fight, you don't know what the hell you're watching, which I couldn't agree more with. But my whole point is, Sheriff is a big draw in that general area. So if you want to go Sizzler, you give them Izzy. But then again, let me see the middleweight rankings, because if you were to beat Izzy, there's some other fights there. If you want to give them friendly matchups that are really tough fights but play into a skill set. Before I look at the rankings, let me go off the top of my head. Izzy would be a good one. Robert Whittaker, I think, would be a really good one. Robert Whittaker could even be next, or Izzy. I would take either or. Strickland would be a good one. Strickland would be a really good one, depending on what they're doing with his suspension. Imavov would be a nightmare for him. Hamzat, don't get me started. DDP would be a nightmare. Jared Kennedy would be tough for him. Roman, Paulo Costa would be a good one. Middleweight's getting a little old, man. Some of your favorite legends are slowly kind of passing the torch. I don't know how much Strickland has left. He kind of had his run, right? You got DDP at the top. You got Hamzat doing the damn thing. But as far as the old heads go, meaning guys have a ton of experience, ton of fights, fan-friendly, meaning they're fan favorites. You got Strickland, Izzy, Robert Whittaker, Ken and Nair, Paulo Costa, Marvin McRae. They're all getting a little older. The division's getting a little older. It's no longer the top kind of tier division. 55 still that. 70 has a lot of talent. 205 is the same, and then heavyweight didn't disgrace right now. But yeah, for Sharapova, the Sharapova, the whole thing would be we can get them top fights over there if you want to stay over there and fight in the Middle East. There's some fun fights, and again, he might be a slight underdog, but him being the minus 700 favorite, those days are kind of gone unless they're going to keep milking it just to get him wins. But Strickland is a favorable matchup. Again, meaning they're not going to wrestle. They're not going to expose the holes in his game. Strickland's favorable matchup, Izzy, Robert Whittaker. There's some guys.
Izzy want to be super excited, sadly.
It depends what they want to do with him. Yeah. But that was the best fight on the card. Sharapova's must-see TV.
Yeah, as soon as he walks out, even when he walks out, it's
you can't help it.
It's something about him.
He looks like a fucking pirate, for God's sake. He literally looks like he has one eye. So he's must-see TV. So depending on what they want to do with him, there's some favorable matchups there. In the top 10, stuff like that. He hasn't fought a ranked guy yet, so to jump all the way to 4 or 2, and Sean Strickland's asking a lot. It's asking a whole lot. Go back to the card for me, Jim. Peter Yan, the favorite, he looked good. He's won 3 in a row now, so we'll see what they do with him. Marcus McGee, it's just a bump in the road. Might be too much too soon, but he showed he deserves to hang with the big boy. So it's just a learning experience for him. Some end of the road. He's going to be a beast in that division. I think he's 34, though.
Older, but yeah. Just take a quick look.
35 bantamweight stuff. But yeah, he get bounced back from that, beat a lot of guys in the division, so it's all good. But 3 in a row for Peter Yan. Love to see him win. And then the main event, let's get the main event with RDR and Robert Whittaker. Split decision, not the most entertaining fight. Here's my thoughts on RDR. Now, a lot of you, because I get criticism for saying that I don't really care what you've done outside the UFC. It doesn't count. You're not in the big leagues. You're just not.
That's tight.
These guys come in, it's very rare they have a ton of success. And now you're going to say, well, what about RDR? Okay, well, on the other side of that, did you see Buchecha? Who's my boy? I love Buchecha, trained with him, savage. He did great things at one championship. Did you see his fight? He was the first fight of the night. That guy was a monster elsewhere,
That's tight.
That's where the heavyweight division's at. A lot of people are like, oh, good luck to Tom Aspinall when Buchecha gets his hands on it. It's like, okay. Didn't see that. And again, I'm a huge fan of Buchecha, but he has a long ways to go. And he's older, so, But with RDR, you guys are probably saying, look, RDR came on the scene. He deserves a title shot. I'm going to push back on that. I don't think so yet. The Gerald Mearshart win with the triangle choke. Kevin Holland's a good one, right? Bo Nickel. And then he has a win up. They gave him some tough matchups. And as they should. That's how it goes. In regards to a title shot, so if he would have went in there and you see what Hamzat did, Robert Whittaker. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, title shot. Split decision win. I can see how nobody got robbed. I can see how some people had it leaning towards Robert Whittaker, especially because he kind of had the biggest moment in the fight where he knocked him down. I can't believe RDR survived that. RDR's biggest strength clearly is his grappling. Also his size at middleweight. He's a fucking monster. He's a 2-division champion, 1 championship, so it makes sense with his size, how big he is. My takeaway from the RDR performance versus Robert Whittaker was that, he's ready for championship material. My takeaway is, he's been given favorable matchups. It could get dicey as he faces like the top 3 guys. I think he's had favorable matchups, and he's a monster. He's a beast. But I am curious, and listen, on the other end of it, I'm curious to see how he does against these top tier guys. If you're telling me Robert Whittaker's in his prime, that's not true. And some would say he lost that fight. But what do you do with RDR after this? Do you guys think he deserves a title shot? I kind of don't. I know Robert Whittaker's kind of that, and I hate when guys say this gatekeeper to get a title shot, but, he's been a staple. But it's not like he blew the doors off and just absolutely dominated, looked fantastic. I'd be curious to see how he looks against a Hamzat or DDP. I think that's just a different animal. Or even a Sean Strickland, if you can't get him down, he's forced to stay with him the whole time. That can get a little dicey for him. So I'm not ready to say, he should wait for the title shot. Because I don't think the UFC is going to give him. I don't. I just don't see that happening. I would like to see him fight Paulo Costa. Now, Paulo Costa's calling out Hamzat. You don't lose 4 last 5 and then get 1 win and call out the guy who's fighting for a title. It's just not really how the UFC works, or it doesn't make a ton of sense. But I would love to see RDR versus Paulo Costa, and I'd favor RDR in that fight, but I'd like to see him get 1 more win over a big name guy and then get a title shot. Otherwise, he's going to be waiting for a hot second. Hot second.
Did you actually think that RDR won, truly?
Coin flip.
Coin flip?
Literally like, okay.
Either way, it is what it is.
I lean toward, because when you look at damage done, who's close to finishing the fight is Robert Whittaker. So I probably leaned a little bit towards Robert Whittaker, almost a little biased. I love Whittaker. So I was like, I got to give it to Whittaker, but
I really consider
I
thought Robert two needs of karaoke because
it'd be tough to give a guy a title shot.
What is this bullshit?
But
you're taking down my
for
accounts.
him, he beat the guys like Robert
This is
Whittaker,
garbage.
Kevin Holland. These are big names. So he's building a good resume.
You people, motherfuckers
Paul
working on
Costa makes sense. He's a
discriminating against people.
He's kind of more
garbage.
Fan friendly. Fans know him. He's coming off a win. He's fought the time before. Big name, tough. Looked great in his last fight.
I probably
would beat him, which again I would probably favor him in that fight. Maybe. But that's a tough one for RDR. But I think it's the next step to kind of head in the right direction. And then if you beat RDR, a guy who some people want to give a title shot, if RDR beats Paulo Costa beats RDR, then now we're cooking.
Okay.
Now Paulo Costa can go, give me all time.
This is the worst streak
RDR reminds me a little bit of DDP because he's this big dude. He's big.
I wonder if
he's huge for the division.
Nope.
And technically on the feet, he's not very traditional.
Yeah, they're both like kind of goofy, whatever. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, you can't look at them like, that is how you fight. Yeah, but they're winning.
And their
kids,
and their durables fuck, they're huge, they're tough.
Anyway,
obviously RDR has a huge advantage on the ground. Anybody goes down with him to the ground, so big works.
And I don't know how lyrics.
Favorite DDP.
This was released in like 1981. I wasn't even born.
These are
They didn't play it on the radio.
If you had to define their styles,
Why?
Sloppy. But they get the job done.
Dude, are you gonna do this?
So I'm not willing to say, RDR deserves a title shot. That would be Some people have Whittaker winning. He's got some work to do. All costs make sense. All costs wants that owns that fight.
Now, before I start, it does this like thing at the beginning where it's like,
that you beat last time. This would be a good test for RDR. He can beat Kopilov and get the power shot. You know, it's just, and scoring like it's just not happening. But RDR is doing the damn thing.
I don't know what you're about. I just like, and then
tip of the spear, guys. Anyway, who aren't the friendliest matchups, you know, they can't get down.
You know,
it's a tough one. Very tough one.
You know, if you can keep taking the force, you've got a lot of power.
So we'll see. I didn't write the card. I thought on paper it was a better card than the last.
And they're like, hey, dog, why don't you just allow it? That's what my test was. I don't know what the fuck happened. Really? No one does. Really? There's someone out there who knows what the fuck happened to Michael Jackson. Lovely.
What do you got for me, Jim? Bryce Mitchell got it done. Hell yeah, that was a tough fucking matchup for him. That was not a great matchup for him. 29-28 makes sense. That was a big one for Bryce.
Yeah, he definitely worked it out, so that's awesome.
Big one for Bryce. Let's take a little break here, kids, and we'll jump right back into this juicy episode. This episode of the Shout Show is brought to you by Sure Shot. It's the summertime. You're on the lake. You're barbecuing. You're having a few wobbly pops with the boys, with the neighbors. You don't want to be that guy that's a little out of control. That's why I always bring with me Sure Shot for the boys if they're going to drink. All right? Sure Shot is the world's first alcohol detoxifier that reduces blood alcohol content as little as 30
Yeah, no one wanted to fucking talk with you anyway.
minutes. So you can have those few extra drinks, those few extra beers with the boys. You don't have to worry about it. Because what else does Sure Shot do besides sober you up, well, mind and body, liver support, well-being, boost, support, hydration, so you can be that guy, that friend, that dad that everyone wants you to be. You don't want to be the sloppy drunk. Sober on up with Sure Shot. Go to SureShot.com. Promo code is Brendan. You get 10% off. Or go to your local Bevmo, pick up a 4-pack for you and the homies. It's that easy. Go to SureShot.com. Promo code Brendan, 10% off. You're welcome.
So that guy, Stephen Nguyen, that was he got the most. He had the record for the most knockdowns of a person in a UFC fight.
It was 7,
6 or 7 people that are saying that there might have been 7. Without a doubt, 6 for sure.
Yes.
So that was pretty crazy. And people were giving Jason Herzog a lot of crap about it, like to stop the fight earlier. But I don't know. What do you think? To me, I'm like,
I think when the guys get knocked down that much, you could stop the fight.
He was always in the fight, though. Like,
he was, but he was just so outmatched on feet. Like, if you get knocked down, whatever the fuck it is, 6 or 7 times, we got a match, So, granted, it just shows you how much better Stephen Nguyen is than Muhammad. Muhammad might have been on there just because he's from the area. You ever seen that meme of the bodybuilders?
Which one?
It shows literally legit bodybuilders. It shows just some regular dude up there, and he has no business being. You're like, bro, that's what this is. Like when they're like, he's from there, and they're all going crazy, and he just gets fucking mud stomped. You're like, oh, he probably shouldn't be there. Yeah, he would not be in the UFC if they weren't. If I wasn't there, yes. Then, like if he goes on Dana White Contender Series, which is popping up soon, I think in 2 weeks it pops up on Tuesday nights. Best fight show ever made. Before the early Ultimate Fighters, the Ultimate Fighter now is trash. Whatever that on season 30, where the fuck is. But Dana White Contender Series is where it's at. This Muhammad would get absolutely curb stomped on the Dana White Contender Series. He should not probably be at this level right now. And when you get knocked down 7 times, that's a glaring evidence that you probably shouldn't be here.
That was pretty hardcore, yeah.
He delivered
that many times, yeah.
Get your fucking hands up.
We'll talk about this on T5K as well, but so there's updates with Ben Askren. You can see his actual body right now.
It's so tough to see, man.
When I see this, I'm just like, it's only been weeks too, right? Like, or maybe 2 months. I forgot exactly how many weeks, how many months, but his body went from being like
he's an elite athlete.
Elite athlete to this.
Two organization world champion at one and Bellator. Like, he's a fucking monster. If there's anybody who's gonna beat this and beats all, depends on how you view this. But if there's anybody that's gonna have the best shot at living a normal life with a double lung transplant, which again, I keep saying this, but you got to realize that the life expectancy when you get a double lung transplant, now you're not dealing with an Olympian, but the life expectancy is 10 years. So I just want to set expectations, man. It's fucking heartbreaking.
It is. Yeah.
Let me see the video.
And then also, just in this video, he's telling you he can barely right now lift a 5-pound dumbbell. So.
I've been home for 4 days now. It's awesome. My own bed, my own food. Hang out with family. It's great. That being said, I still got so many physical challenges to deal with. I'm still down about 35 pounds from where I should be. I had to walk with a clock. I can't walk. This 5-pound weight, this is actually our heart rate curl, right? And right before I had to go to the hospital, in this video right here, I was feeling strong. I was probably curling like 45 pounds. Something like that, and definitely wasn't even walking. I'll be out doing hill sprints. What's up, guys?
Jesus Christ.
And so, we go back to the sound paradox I was talking about. I am where I am right now, but I'm going to be somewhere different in a month. Right? I'm going to work my ass off. And so, why can't you do too? What are you waiting for? Right? There's barely anything in the world. That's a low physical condition for me right now. I can walk with you, go walk there, you go 5-pound curl. It's pathetic. I totally understand that. But, doesn't matter where I'm starting. I'm going to finish somewhere different. So, some days, who aren't getting started, keep up moving. Start. Hey, I got a long way to go. Maybe you do too. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, if there's anybody going to do it, it's that guy.
His attitude is so incredible.
He's built for this,
And they're incredibly inspiring, too.
I love Ben.
Here's another thing about Ben, too. So this John Kim wrote this and did this out.
There's so many misleading reports about celebrities paying off the whole double lung plant cost. This is not true. That is not true at all. If you're able, please consider giving to the recovery fund. And Ben put, a lot of people have been incredibly generous, but any celebrities saying they paid it all are lying.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I don't either. Maybe they donated to it.
I mean, to say that they paid it all, I understand.
Has anyone said they paid it all? I haven't seen anybody on record. I've seen guys saying, like, yeah, I helped out.
No, I heard other people saying that this person paid it all, but
the only two I've heard paying for it all is Dana and Jake Paul.
Exactly.
But I haven't heard them say,
yeah.
It's all like
other people, yeah.
Yeah. And then they haven't came out and like, whoa, I didn't pay for it all.
Yeah. They said they attributed, but I don't know. But just even for Ben to respond to it, it's kind of like, it's a little odd.
Yeah.
But anyhow, this is him recovering as well. It looks like his garage. It's so trippy to see how skinny he is right now,
Yeah, he was jacked before this.
Just like really thick.
Yeah, good shape. Olympian, dude. That's what
I mean, from what we saw in the very beginning,
it's incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing. Okay. All right, so this is Ilya Tapuria saying, this is, I think, with the Nelk boys, they're doing a dinner conversation. He's saying that he would have actually just vacate his title before he fought Armin Tsarukyan. Because Armin, will potentially pull out of the fight in the last second. And I don't know.
I think Armin's only done that once, has he?
Listen, when you put so much effort in the game, and you have a guy in front who you don't know that maybe he could pull out from the fight, that's not something good for us. It's not on my back, bro. I don't fucking care. They're gonna give me my fight before the title shot because there is no way. I'm the worst. I'm never gonna give a chance to fight for the title. I would be like, listen, if that's the case, my belt, I don't do it.
Do me a favor, how many fights has Armin pulled out of? I only know of one.
Sick look at his big key. Missed weight.
Let me just type it in there.
Low to upper 90s in the IE. Right around 90 for the Antelope Valley with some windy conditions. Morning clouds, afternoon sun, right on through the rest of the week. Highs in the 70s at the coast, 80s and 90s inland.
There you go.
66 in Los Alamitos, 65 in Seal Beach. There's a
One.
Santa
Hold on,
Clarita,
one.
14.
That's when there's the title shot. But it was like moments before. That which is kind of. It sounds like it's a track. Yeah, right. Here's my thoughts on Topuria and Sarukian. And I said this to Sarukian to his face. Because I was like, man, when's your next fight? And he's like, this guy. I go, listen. If you were champion, would you not do exactly what Topuria is doing? Where clearly you're the toughest challenge in the division. He's still slightly favored, but you're by far the toughest challenge of guys he can choose from. If I'm Topuria, remember it's prize fight. And there's this guy named Paddy Pimblett. That's what they're doing next. So I can guarantee you that's the next fight for Topuria. Would you not want the easier fight? You're getting, and he's a big name. Would you not, if you're the champ, go, no, give me the most famous guy who's an easier fight because I'm making a lot of. I'm going to fight him eventually. Might as well do it now while he's hot before somebody else beats him. Like from a business standpoint, that's the fight you would choose. And people are like, oh, you're world champion fight anyway. I get all that. It's fun for us to say. But put yourself in the shoes of Topuria where you're going, hold on. Sarukian, this is the knock on Sarukian, right? Not the biggest name out of the guys he can choose from. Not the biggest name and the toughest fight. Even though he's a champion, the correct business move as the champion is, I want the most famous, easiest fight possible. Who is that? Out of the guys he can choose from. We think it's Paddy. We know Paddy's the most famous. Is he is? I don't know. Paddy's looking pretty fucking good, But again, he's had some good matchups, but still. If you look at who would be Gaethje, Paddy, Sarukian. Sarukian's third on that list as far as recognition, star power, but he's also the toughest matchup. So that, unfortunately for Sarukian, and I said this to Sarukian to his face, hand to God, I'm gonna pick the most famous guy that's the easiest possible. None of them are easy, but I make the most money being a reigning champion, get pay-per-view points, fighting the most famous guys possible. It just so happens, unfortunately for Sarukian, it's Paddy Pimblett, not him. Matter of fact, he's third on that list when you talk about Paddy, Gaethje, Sarukian. Sarukian's a very tough matchup for anybody. And unfortunately, he did miss weight once, and now Topuria is just hanging on that. He's going to fight him. I know this is fun to say. He's not going to vacate his belt. It's fucking stupid. He's going to have to fight him. He's going to have to. Sarukian's a tough matchup, man. Stylistically, he's a very tough matchup for anybody. But he doesn't bring the same star power as these other guys. That's it. That's all it is. I told Sarukian, I'm like, you want to do the same thing? He's like, I get it. Yeah, that's all it is. You got to be smart when you're champion. And yeah, I'm not saying Paddy's an easy fight, but compared to Sarukian, it is the less difficult fight. They're all difficult. And the fame thing is a huge part of it. It's huge. Just pay-per-view points. Imagine a Paddy fight on pay-per-view points compared to Sarukian. So one guy's extremely tough. I'm not going to make as much money. I'm going to fight him, and hopefully he builds up his name and star power while I fight Paddy. Hopefully he fights a Gaethje or something like that, It's just business. It's just business. And he only did say that those are the two options that he wanted, either Paddy or Gaethje. Of course. Anybody but Sarukian, because Sarukian's the toughest fight. So there's two more things with this, piggybacking off this. So Armin Sarukian said he would bet Ilya $500,000 if Ilya wins. He'll pay him $500,000, or vice versa if Armin wins. But he posted this video in response to Ilya saying he would vacate.
Good boy. Wait, no worries. Good one.
The Sarukian's house? Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's known for being very, very rich. Very rich. His family, I think, owns construction. Where he's from? I don't know. They're like the biggest in the land. Yeah, he comes from decent money, but none of that matters. He's a fucking savage. Yeah, which is dope. Like, again, people saying Topir is ducking. He's not ducking. He's the champ. He's earned the right to go, I'm going to fight Patty right now, and Srukin, you fight one more. He's kind of earned it. Look who he's beat. Look at his path to become a champion. Knocking out these fucking legends, dude. You knock out Volkanovski, Holloway, and then Charles Oliveira all in a row. Yeah, dude. You can kind of call your fucking shots. And you're the biggest star in the UFC. You can kind of call your shots. You've kind of earned that. Again, everyone keeps saying duck and shit like that. He's not ducking him. You guys are confusing ducking with a business decision. That's all this is. Srukin gets it, but again, this gets attention and stuff like this. Ain't called, chasing the duck and doing all that shit and stuff. It's fun for social media, but Topir's earned the right to go, no, I'm gonna fight this guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so this is sparring with the Nub boys, and it's honestly it seems like a little much. I'll just show you.
His favorite fighter is Islam, dude. Yep. Oh, I love.
You said it is what it is.
I love both guys. Oh my god.
I don't know, you spar with people before, especially people that are not professional. I'm sure you do with not professional fighters. How hard do you feel? I haven't a lot. No, it's never my thing. Strickland does it, obviously Topir does it. For the Nub boys, it's all about content, right? So they got what they're looking for. It just seemed pretty hard to me. Yeah, but that's also, it's good he does that stuff so people know the level. I bet they don't do it again, or maybe they do. Yeah, you're crazy. You don't think there's somebody going, ask him about Armin Sarukian. Like, who? Armin Sarukian. You're crazy if you don't think they have a handler for that. Which is more power to them. Get your money, boys. Alrighty. So it turns out that Jorge Masvidal said that Jake Paul offered him a fight in the PFL in MMA. But the only issue why Jorge didn't want to take it because it would be less money than he would make normally. But I mean, you would totally beat Jake Paul. Yeah, I beat the shit out of him. Yeah, so well, the issue Jorge has is him and Nate didn't get paid for that boxing match. That's what I was a lawsuit against the guy who put that together. So that's why knockable. I can't guarantee because it's the fight business, but I bet the odds would be high that you get paid for the PFL if you fight Jake. So you at least get paid. I think that would be like such an easy thing for Jorge to make money. And people would love to see it. Yeah. Well, there's that. And I know you're not super high on this, but so there's Misfits Boxing. No, I don't mind it. Oh, you don't mind it? No, hell no. What Darren Till's doing, and Misfits gets a ton of traction. I guarantee you it gets more traction than any fight night you've seen. It gets more traction even than Whitaker RDR. You have Darren Till, Grapple, they're using the Game of Thrones font, which is awesome. And then Tony Ferguson versus Salt Poppy. I'm not familiar with Salt Poppy. He's very, very I know about him. He's a YouTuber, food guy? Like an influencer guy, yeah. Food? Not food. No, he's a boxer, but he does a bunch of other stuff too. But his I thought he was fighting Salt Babe. Remember the guy that made those deep throat steak? That would have been incredible. Because Salt Babe, is it Salt Babe? Babe. Salt Bay kind of fell off, right? Like I think he shut down restaurants and shit. He like took the internet by storm. So I figured it's him trying to stay relevant, fighting Tony Ferguson, which would have been awesome. Weird as hell. It gets views, but listen, here's the thing with Darren Till. You know, Luke Rockhold's bounced around. He did combat. He's done the grappling, all that shit, and he's doing real shit. Darren Till left asked for it, you know, his release from the UFC, so you go on and do stuff because he has a knee issue. So MMA stuff for him. Darren Till has cut out a pretty good little path for himself. You know, Darren Till in the past talked shit about me. I've always supported Darren Till. I think, you know, he burst on the scene when he beat Cowboy, and there's all this promise. I think he's more evidence that, and I think the UFC's learned from this, that they pushed him too fast. Yeah. They didn't build up, and they really dropped the ball with Darren Till because walks the walk, talented dude. You know, talks a ton. He's good on the mic, good looking dude. And has skill, and they kind of dropped the ball on that. They sped him up way too fast. They put him in Liverpool against Woodley, and obviously he didn't win that one, got knocked out. They just mishandled Darren Till. So that would break most guys. 99% of the guys would be done. They get cut from the UFC, whatever. But Darren Till was like, no, I'm gonna take my police release me. I'm gonna get on some shit and make a name for myself. And you gotta respect it, man. You know, you gotta respect it. It's cool what they're doing.
Yeah, that's. I mean, this is the main people that we would know on the fight card. So
Darren Till, as well. Luke Rockhold, Jermaine Event, Salt Poppy, Tony Ferguson, Dylan Dennis, Warren Spencer.
I had to look up Warren Spencer too. He's like, I guess, sort of an influencer kind of guy, but 1-0 record. But check this video out right here. This is Tony Ferguson. It's about his math. I'll just play the clip.
Oh man, it says Tony Ferguson ain't matching.
Going, everybody, 90% of the fucking comments out there are saying that I'm washed up, I'm old, that I should fucking retire and all this other bullshit. And they're saying that because they can't fucking do this shit that I'm doing. Fucking, that's crazy. And the other 20% is saying that Salt Pocket will knock me out. So 100% of you bitches are out there hating on me, so you know what? That's more fuel for my fire. Going,
it's 110%, baby. So it's a little Tito Ortiz math there.
Oh my gosh, that is so true. That's like a Tito Ortiz thing. But yeah, that was kind of funny.
Yeah, you wish the best for Tony.
Yeah, man, I really do hope he's doing well.
And it's weird, like when Tony fights, like before Tony has this special. The Diaz bros have this too, but where clearly they should stop. But then when the fight gets announced, like, oh my god, what are we doing? And as the fight leads up, you're like, I'll watch it. You know, it's like, yeah, these guys can do it, man.
Alrighty. Let's move to this. This is another sad one. Our board Lex actually introduced us to this video. This is BJ Penn asking for Dana White and the Fertittas to help him out here.
Help him with what?
You'll see.
This message is for Dana White and Lorenzo Fertitta. I need your guys' help. We're pushed out. This is the house I grew up in, lived here my whole life. Fought in the UFC, became a world champion and all that stuff. And Mark Mashtroff, UFC gyms, we do really well to help promote the UFC gym companies. And that's it. That's the house right there. Show up again, the house I grew up with. I'm kicked out of the house. And Army moved into all of these houses. I need your guys' help. They got me staying over here in the studio. Anyone near the house up there, I try to get my dogs, whatever I can. Don't get arrested. We're staying in the studio. Just think about it. No one's here to help me. And, you know, if any of my sponsors out there that, you know, I stayed extra long or I did anything, you know, because I always know if I was going to do a signing, I never leave early. I always stay, even if I got to stay longer. But they got me staying in this studio right over here. They want me to do my laundry at the laundromat. And I'm the world champion. The one who went out there and took the punches, took the blows. Here we are, getting pushed out of everything. Want to have everything stolen from us. All the money I made from the UFC UFC gyms, all my sponsors, all invested back into my family and everything. Every dollar I made, invested back in. I'm about to get it all taken from me. And I need your guys' help. Dana White, Lorenzo Fertitta, Pat Tenori, come down this time and help this time, please. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Sucks to see. My question would be, if I'm Dana White and Lorenzo, like, how can we help you? Because when it comes to that property and it's like family stuff, you're talking about getting involved with the law. And I don't think the law's against BJ. I think they're trying to protect his family. So when you say help, Dana's probably like, how, man? Like, is it help meaning buy you a house near that house? Is it what's the restraining order rules? Like, there's a lot that goes into it. I would be surprised if Dana helps him, or Lorenzo helps him, or some of these sponsors. He's a legend, gets a lot of love. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think they're going to say how, though, because if it's getting that property back, there's legal action that prevents that. So that's not really an option. So if he's saying help me get back my house, that's not. No one's going to be able to help with that. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to see.
Yeah, there was a time I was like, maybe BJ's just, doing it on purpose, but now I'm like 100%. He's just, something's going on with his head, man.
He seems better there than he has before.
It's crazy too, though, right? So when he speaks normally, but
sometimes.
Yeah, it sucks.
But that was the most normal thing he's done in a long time.
Yeah.
And now if he says, I need help, Dan's like, I need help me get that house back. There's legal.
You can't do anything about that.
Yeah, like, dude, his mom have training orders, your mom lives there. That's above, my pay grade. If you want help getting into a facility to get well, we can probably help with that if he's willing to take that help, I hope somebody does help him, though.
That would be amazing if they actually got him to agree.
Again, depending what kind of help are we referring to. I think he needs to define that, because you're saying help, they're going, okay, with what?
Yeah. All right, here's another weird boxing one, but Vanderlei Silva and Vitor Belfort were scheduled to fight in a boxing match for Spaten, I believe it is. That's the same one that Chael Sonnen and Anderson Silva did, where they didn't really actually box. It was like an exhibition.
That was a nightmare.
But they're saying for this one, it's going to be a real boxing match.
Yeah, I know.
So there's 8-round match, 2-minute rounds, and a 205 pounds.
If they're actually going at it, I'll check it out. I have no idea.
Yeah, of course, I definitely sure not to. But yeah, so hopefully it's not like the lame ones where they just hit the body.
I know.
It's weird.
I know.
All right, this news just came out recently, but it's never been reported. So Yoel Romero, do you know about this or not? Apparently you do.
How much do I want to say about it? I had somebody reach out who's very close to the situation. And they're like, oh, we have breaking news. If you want to be the first to report it. I'm like, I'm not really a reporter. There's other guys like Luke Thomas. I said those other guys like Luke Thomas, Ariel, Chuck Mendenhall, you should take this story to. This is recent. When they told me this, they gave me the whole lowdown. And they knew every detail about it. And they wanted me to announce it. And I thought it happened like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. This happened like 2021 or 2022.
Yeah.
So it's not really breaking news. Go ahead. It happened years ago, not since.
Which is kind of crazy too. So Yoel Romero and someone that he actually, went to the same gym with, ATT, they had some sort of disagreement.
It wasn't at ATT.
It's that's what I read.
That's what it says on here?
Yeah, Mercatante.
Okay.
But so the guy tried to hit him with his car. That didn't work out. Then he came at him with a freaking samurai sword or something similar to a samurai sword, and actually sliced him like a few times. Like an arm, like potentially like cut his tendon too.
And Yoel backed out of one of the fights and then recovered and then fought since.
And won.
Beer knuckle.
Yeah, won like twice.
He's
Yeah.
a freak.
But, and then y'all didn't want this in the news. He didn't report it. Didn't like press charges. Nothing. Which is just freaking wild to me. I don't know what the hell they're.
I'll tell you off air why you want to.
All right. Yeah. Okay, so you know the first thing that pops in my head though, it's like he probably boned his chick or something like that. I don't know. So that
either way, it's like stabbed by samurai sword,
and that's that dude.
Yeah.
Who was a bare knuckle champ? That's him.
Yep. And the sword he uses, he won it from Naga, I think. And the sword in his trunk.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but it's not like it was recent. You know, it's got to flourish.
Yeah, but it just came out recently.
They just got it. Yeah.
This I thought was really cool, but it's also funny. So Dustin Poirier's daughter made him a belt.
Yeah, best dad in the world.
Yeah.
You want to see the belt, maybe?
Yes, I would love it. I would love it.
She said you didn't get the BMS belt, and also she hates curse words and stuff like that. So like she didn't like the BMS belt, but she gave me this.
Best dad. Oh my God, that is incredible, man.
I don't have the BMS, but I got the BDE, bro.
Yeah, that's even better. That's better. That's one of one. That's incredible.
That's cool.
The BMS belt was gonna go. I got this bad boy. This is the way here. Best dad ever belt.
I love that.
Yeah, it's great.
But also BD stands for
Big Dick Energy.
Yeah, that's also
just like the whole thing.
I get you.
But either way, that's great.
We already discussed most of this already. Yeah. Oh, this time, okay, we kind of talked about this, right? Did we? No. So Aaron Pico's now going to fight Lerone Murphy, which is another crazy hard opponent. Before it's supposed to be most hard.
But that's where he's at. That's where he's at.
Yeah.
I'm excited for Aaron Pico.
Yeah, he has a tough road ahead.
Yeah, I'm a Pico fan. I call him the LeBron James of MMA, remember? Biggest prospect.
Yep.
I did it from that
very beginning.
And it's kind of ringing true now. He's a beast. But he's exactly, this is a great fight for him. Better fight than
Mosvar.
way better fight. I hated that fight for him. Hated it.
This is pretty cool. This is Ilya's son.
Sick. Jesus Christ. That's great. Some dude said, I've seen enough. Give him Ian Machado, son. I've seen enough.
I mean, he's got to be a fighter after this.
Yeah, I'm stuff on your dad, that guy.
All right.
Is that it, brother?
I think these are like, yeah. Oh, just this is the last one.
Well, I covered this last week.
All right, fine.
Right?
Well, this is
John Jones.
This is him like replying to John Jones.
All right, let's hear it. Let's end on that.
So remember that there was controversy because DC said something during the weigh-in show, but then his friends on the show were saying like, you know,
Another husband. It was John Jones.
Yeah,
clearly
yeah.
it's John, but yeah.
But Daniel
never
said nothing.
Yeah, the John
never
saw
said
him up, like I'm living his head.
And then this is what DC says here.
I never once said John Jones was the person I was speaking about. I never said it. Go back and watch the clip. I never once mentioned his name. Not true. I never said I wanted to kill him at my house.
And then
maybe John doesn't like people laughing when we're talking about him, but a lot of behaviors have a lot of people laughing about him and not him. We can't fight, so why would I let you occupy space in my head? I'm doing great. My life is awesome. I do a job where I talk about the news. You have been the news. I never said him. People assume I was talking about John Jones, but what about maybe I was talking about a guy that made my childhood ridiculous? Maybe it was someone else. Maybe it was say that I just don't like outside of fighting. You don't know. Only an insecure person would go immediately. He's talking about me. No, maybe I wasn't, but maybe I was. You don't know. But again, I didn't say his name on purpose.
Yeah. And this is the last part.
Here you go. What I tell you last week when you brought this up. You can't say that you're the most painful thing that's happened in a person's life when they've lost a child. That's the greatest thing in the world. You say I'm the most painful thing that's ever happened in a person's life and they've lost a child or their father got murdered. But again, he knows that. That's why you know you're dealing with a different type of human being. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, DC's father was murdered. He's lost a child. I can promise you, him losing to John Jones is the most painful thing.
100%.
Yeah, I support DC on this. Terrible fight night. Hey, here's the thing, y'all. The next 2 weeks, I tell you, they're edging us. They're horrendous fight nights. They just are. It's all good. At least you're still getting a product. The main event for this coming week's fight night is off. Albizi, it's not happening, so they're scrambling to find somebody right nobody's ever heard of except for hardcores. The next 2 weeks are tough.
Yeah.
But it's all edging us to UFC 319, which is fantastic. Okay? That's it. That's it. And you also have Dana White Contender Series popping up here soon. So it's all good, baby. It's all good. I get it. But they're terrible. Is that it?
Oh, yeah. And also the VIP. You're picking a VIP.
Yeah, so for Drive Fast All Gas, if you're part of the VIP club, which is, I think, $30 a month, you get $40 in merch every month. And also, one lucky VIP member will get selected every month to come out. We'll fly you to Austin. You can sit in on a podcast while I do it. We can drive around some of my crazy vehicles that are below here, go to lunch, we'll take you to barbecue, or you can work out with me. You pick whatever you guys want to do, but we select one lucky winner out of the VIP club. Super easy to sign up. The giveaway for the TRX with over $50,000 in mods and $10,000 cash is ending in August. So we only got like 5 weeks left. I'm working on the next giveaway now. It's the Jeep Rubicon 392. That thing's turned into a monster. Just started doing the lift today on it. That thing's going to be a beast. So I'm excited for that. But yeah, the current TRX giveaway is going on right now. It ends soon. We got new merch on there, Methylene Blue. We got greens, diesel dad gear. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Get you some. It's ending soon. All right, kids? That's it. That's it, man. See you guys around. Yeah, there's join my VIP club. Save 40% off. So you get, every month you get $40 in monthly store credit, double giveaway entries, and 10 to 40% off gear. Can cancel anytime. No commitment needed. All right? It's dope. Every month we send you something. We get gear. It's cool. Join the VIP club. Come work out with me. Drive one of my crazy cars. Sit in on a pod. Eat some barbecue. It's a grand old time. DriveFastAllGas.com. It's ending this freaking end of August. All right, guys? That's it. I'll see you around. If you're in Austin, come say what's up. I'm always around doing crazy stuff. And be nice to each other. Until next time, I'm out. What's up, guys? I'm giving away the Ultimate Ram TR.
Pull me aside with some major problem, some issue that was going on. He'd say, boss, we got this and that and the other thing. And I'd look at him and I'd say, good. And finally one day he was telling me about some issue that he was having, some problem, and he said, I already know what you're going to say. And I said, well, what am I going to say? He said, you're going to say good. He said, that's what you always say. When something is wrong and going bad, you always just look at me and say good. And I said, well, yeah, when things are going bad, there's going to be some good that's going to come. Didn't get your Showtime contract renewed?
Taking over Brendan's channel. He is gadooshed out on his own. Betting on himself.
Good. Didn't get in trouble.
Did you try to walk Andy Leonard into your truck? No, it doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't make sense. No.
Got CT because you fancied yourself a fisticuffs? Good. Your girl got her back blown out by an MLB All-Star? 3-1. That's daddy's number. Good. IMDb 1.1. Good. Got injured. Faked blowing out your hammies because you lost a race with your least co-host. The only people who associate with you have been canceled for allegations of SA, grooming, and stolen valor.
It drives me nuts.
Good. Quit comedy because you're not a draw.
Nobody does it, right?
Good. Moved your family to Alston only to be ignored by your sugar daddy. Good. Got served on a figure lawsuit and could possibly face federal charges. Good. That's it. When things are going bad, don't get all bummed out, don't get startled, don't get frustrated. If you can say the word good, guess what? It means you're redacted. Unscathed. And if you're unscathed, well now, you still got some fun left in you. So get up, dust off, reload, recalibrate, re-engage.
Keep the same energy. I have a skill set you do not have. I'm willing to go to the darkest places. That's right. I'm willing to swim in the water. You're not. Name the water, Papa. Name the water.
This absolutely act, I know. He would call me up or pull me aside with some major problem, some issue that was going on. And he'd say, "Boss, we got this and that and the other thing." And I'd look at him and I'd say, "Good." And finally one day he was telling me about some issue that he was having, some woman. He said, "I already know what you're going to say." And I said, "Well, what am I going to say?" He said, "You're going to say good." He said, "That's what you need to say. When something is wrong and going bad, you always just look at me and say good." And I said, "Well, yeah, when things are going bad, there's going to be some good that's going to come from it. Didn't get your Showtime contract renewed? Taking over Brendan Shanley. He is Gadooshed out on his own, betting on himself. Good. Didn't get in trouble.
Did you try to vlog?
Didn't get your Showtime contract renewed? Taking over Brendan Shanley. He is Gadooshed out on his own, betting on himself. Good. Didn't get in trouble.
Did you try to vlog any letterman to your truck? No, it doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't make sense. No.
Got CT because you fancied yourself a fisticuffs? Good. The girl got her back blown out by an MLB All-Star? That's daddy's number. Good. IMDb 1.1. Good. Not injured. Fake blowing out your hammies because you lost a race with your obese co-host. Good. The only people who associate with you have been canceled for allegations of SA, grooming, and stolen valor.
It drives me nuts.
Good. Quit comedy because you're not a draw. Good. Moved your family to Alston only to be ignored by your sugar daddy. Good. Got served in a 7-figure lawsuit and could possibly face federal charges. Good. That's it. When things are going bad, say the word good. Guess what? It means you're redacted. It means you're unscathed. And if you're unscathed, well, now, you still got some fight left in you. So get up, dust off, reload, recalibrate, re-engage. Attack. Keep the same energy. Because I have a skill set you do not have. I'm willing to go to the darkest places. That's right. I'm willing to swim in the water. You're not. Name the water, Papa. Name the water.
What is the distance that this works?
This absolute redact, I know. He would call me up or pull me aside with some major problem, some issue that was going on. And he'd say, boss, we got this and that and the other thing. And I'd look at him and I'd say, good. And finally one day he was telling me about some issue that he was having, some problem. And he said, I already know what you're going to say. And I said, well, what am I going to say? He said, you're going to say good.
PayPal is now letting businesses accept cryptocurrency directly. Number one, I've never understood crypto. Don't have crypto to my chagrin because when it came out, I could have bought it for pennies. No, I'm sorry, I could have bought lots of it for a penny. And now it's we hit $120,000 per coin last month. The question is, PayPal has critical mass hit with crypto, where it has become a real internationally recognized currency.
I don't think it's hit critical mass, which is the interesting part. I think that by PayPal, I've always said with these cryptos, there's so many. Look, if you want to just delve into crypto, you can. People have known a lot about this. They sit, they invest with it, they trade it, whatever they want to do with it. But I don't think the average person is using it to that degree just yet. Nor do we have a major corporation like an Amazon that accepts Bitcoin, or you go to a store and you pay with Bitcoin. It's still tricky. So I think the fact that PayPal is launching this pay with crypto feature for U.S. merchants is actually really interesting, because now you flip a switch, and no matter what size business you are, you can now accept not just Bitcoin, but over 100 cryptocurrencies. So Ethereum, all these other cryptocurrencies that pop up there. And then once you do that transaction, you can have that money transferred to U.S. dollars, or what's called a stable coin, which actually has, you've talked about crypto in the past, Bill, how you don't really understand, is it just made out of thin air? Well, these stable coins actually have money back them up. So it's kind of like almost like the dollar back when we had gold behind it, which I don't think we do anymore. So this is interesting to me.
Okay, let's see this. We talk about crypto for hours and hours. This one's kind of fun. An affordable humanoid robot. And you think it comes from Japan, but not. So I want to jump into that when we come back. Our tech segment, which let's check it out. Amy, we can't find you.
Here's the latest. The man who shot and killed 4 people before killing himself in a high-rise in New York City went to Golden Valley High School in Santa Clarita and Granada Hills Charter School in the Valley. The 2nd Street Tunnel in downtown LA has been covered with graffiti again just hours after it got a fresh coat of paint. And calling it a recipe for disaster, LA County officials have asked the EPA to speed up the removal of 75 tons of illegal fireworks sitting in a warehouse in Commerce. Finish on the 10th. Next.
When you tell me that you don't think you have bad breath, I believe that because you never wake up in the morning, do you? Morning breath. You never drink coffee, coffee breath. And you never eat garlic or onions or things that cause bad breath, force them. Well, the rest of us do have that issue going on.
I get involved with the law. I don't think the law's against BJ. You're talking about getting involved with the law, and I don't think the law's against BJ. You're talking about getting involved with the law, and I don't think the law's against BJ. You're talking about getting involved with the law, and I don't think the law's against BJ.
No ads.
There's join my VIP club, save 40% off. So how much do I save?
This report brought to you by OPOLaw.com. We got Frankie Rosie. It's on the 10th.
I mean, you met with people for the $6 a month. People with, or are you gonna do that like meetup? Yeah, that's a higher tier, brother. It's more than $6.
It's also very similar westbound side of the city, starting in Diamond Bar to East LA, a 43-minute drive and a 40-minute drive on 10 West from 57 in downtown LA. A little closer, let us know when you're stuck in a jam. 250 on yourself, keep right traffic. Check out Behind the Flow, a podcast documentary series following the launch of San Diego football. San Diego Listen to San Diego FC Behind the Flow on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Behind the Flow. Start listening. The Women's Dating Safety App Team says it has been breached. The app, which allows women to post anonymously about what they dated, with more than 72,000 images have been stolen by hackers. The footages range from photo IDs to selfies and other types of posts. He says it's working with cybersecurity teams and the security side. Apple expanding its age rating system for apps. Techcrunch reports the company is updating its age rating system to add 13+, 16+, and 18+ ratings, with the existing 4+ and 9+ ratings, and removing the 12+ and 17+ age ranges. Developers will have to update their app's age ratings and answer a new set of age-rated questions to help identify sensitive content in their app. And independent video game platform Itch.io says it's cracking down on adult and unsafe reward video games. The new claims that organizations will not shout criticize the money being made off violent and sexualized games. Itch.io is assuring its payment processors such as Visa, MasterCard, PayPal is removing such features.
I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to. You right? Hey, it's Blair. And this is Mariah Rose, and many of you couldn't spell it. I'm just somebody's on TikTok, and we got a new podcast, so I would say we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with African women, unrivaled, and college basketball. We've got you with analysis, insight stories, and you guys have seen a lot of former current basketball players telling their stories and their interviews, and I just think it's time for the girls to tap in. We want to share all of the basketball stories that you won't see anywhere else. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app. Hey everybody, it's me, Kate Helen, here to talk to you about
necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly, not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, click that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. It's not going to get a notification when you do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal. This is going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Look for your free iHeart app. Listen now. TFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Coming up today at 4 o'clock on the John Coburn Show, beer fetishes and Allen County supervisors Janice Hunt and Bill Slays, they want ordinance banning law enforcement officers from wearing a mask. It's coming up after 1 today on the John Coburn Show.
TFI, AM 640. Taco Tuesday, July 29. Real quickly. This morning I was doing a spot in the Anaheim White House, and I gave the wrong website. It's AnaheimWhiteHouse.com, which you'll be pleased I said the WhiteHouse.com, which is a porno site. So if you are at all interested in porn, well, you can never. It's AnaheimWhiteHouse.com. All right, correction made. Rich DeMuro is back. And Rich, let's go into this humanoid robot at $6,000, $5,900. I don't know if that's cheap or not, based on what it can do. But the Chinese have come up with this. Don't you usually see the Japanese way ahead of the game on robots?
That's a good question. I actually think I've seen more Chinese robots companies at CBS than Japanese robots companies. So, they're doing a lot of it. It just seems like they're pushing forward with these technologies. Specifically, this company, I've actually seen their robot in person. It's called Unitree. They had this at CBS. They've been at CBS for a couple years now. But this 2 CBS ago, I saw a version of this robot that was basically being shown off where people were just taking it, and it wouldn't fall over. And so that was a pretty big deal. And actually, a video I posted of it went viral. I said, one of these days, these robots are going to kick back. And people thought that was kind of silly. But anyway, now they've released this new R1. This is not only their cheapest humanoid, but one of the cheapest humanoid robots yet. Like you said, $5,900, stands about 4 feet tall, weighs only about 60 pounds, runs about an hour on a charge, and it can do all kinds of things, but it's not really meant for, it's not Rosie's robot. We're getting closer to that, but this is more for robotics research, education, people training stuff. But if you look at the video online, the capabilities of this robot are already really advanced. But Bill, if you want a paper hand that actually moves, like articulating fingers, it's going to cost extra, about $5,000 each. So that's clearly a very expensive aspect of these humanoids.
Yeah, what does it do?
Well, it does whatever people want it to do. So that's the beauty of this device, is that it is meant for people to play with it, see what you can make this thing do. So maybe you can have it drive a car. Maybe you can have it lift the box in your factory and walk it over to a shelf. The possibilities are endless. And that's why the idea of a
Hi, pretty girl.
robot versus a $20,000 robot lets people experiment with what they can program this thing to do.
Franz Kafka, absolutely fascinating individual. I think you have to be a psychologist of, global proportion to have any kind of understanding or insight into his work. It will be a challenge for me to say anything relevant or useful about Franz Kafka in terms of a literary analysis, but I'm hoping to place him within a Jewish context, give you some historical background that may have informed some of his rather bizarre and deeply disturbing writings, and hopefully we'll get a better sense of who he was as a person and what he represents within the greater scope of Jewish history. His years, of course, are 1883 to 1924. He died a young man of tuberculosis, but in that time he produced some absolutely fantastic, amazing literary works, some of which he published during his own lifetime, and others which he deposited with his good friend Max Brod, with the instructions that upon his death the manuscripts should be burned. His best friend, however, realizing their phenomenal value to the larger reading public, disobeyed his friend's wishes and had them published nevertheless. And so we have many great works of literature of Kafka's pen as a result of his friend Max Brod's betrayal, as it were. I want to thank in particular two sponsors we have for today's lecture. Norm Robinson, who is a great supporter of this series from California. He and his wife Bridget have come to the plate many times to make sure that everything ran well and we were able to raise scholarship funds for our students. And also an anonymous sponsor named Josephine Stockwoods, who also came to this plate and decided to help out with these lectures. We're really grateful for the sponsorships. Your attendance is sponsorship as well, but it's always nice to be able to just make it a little nicer, have the student intern and the food and so on. My research, as always, this is essentially a 60-minute book report where I read a couple of biographies and then try to present what I learned the night before in class. This is college, right? That's what everyone does here. It happens that I know a little bit more about Kafka because I read him as a young man, but I relied very heavily on this one last book in the series of Yale Jewish Life, series, Three Vendors, Kafka, The Poet of Shame and Guilt. You'll see that the biographies on Kafka are really, they span the gamut. There's a tremendous range of takes on why Kafka wrote the way he did. We'll have a look at it specifically from the Jewish perspective. And to that end, I want to read you one quote which I think encapsulates the entire lecture. If you have somewhere else you need to go, you can probably just read the quote and then you can leave because you will get the whole thing really within this brief paragraph. Max Brod, I mentioned earlier, his close friend, wrote a letter to him about 3 years before he passed away. He wrote, "Most young Jews who wanted to write German, meaning write in the German language, write for a German audience, wanted to leave Jewishness behind them, and their fathers approved of this, but vaguely. This vagueness was what was outrageous to them. But with their posterior legs, they were still glued to their father's Jewishness, and with their waving anterior legs, they found no new ground. The ensuing despair became their inspiration." Let's just unpack this strange paragraph a little bit because it really is Kafka in a soundbite. So he, of course, was a young Jew who wanted to write in German. We're going to talk a little bit about the complex nature of identity politics in Prague at the turn of the 20th century. And he wanted to leave his Jewishness behind him, meaning like so many Jews of his generation, and really the prior 3 generations before him, to escape into a secular identity, to be accepted within German-speaking civilization. Prague, as we'll see, is a little bit complicated, but basically it's a German, for Jewish purposes, it's a German environment. And their fathers were also part of this plan. They felt that the natural and appropriate evolution for Jews of the late 19th, early 20th century was essentially to assimilate, or at the very least acculturate, into the German milieu. So in other words, you have these young Jewish writers wanting to write in German, wanting to succeed in the German, cultural sphere, and their fathers say, that's really good, you're getting ahead. But vaguely, meaning their fathers did not really want this to happen completely. They wanted them to somehow retain some Jewish identity simultaneously. They wanted them to succeed in their fields, but at the same time, they had to have some roots in their Jewish identity. And the vagueness was what was outrageous to them. Fascinating phrase, meaning the young Jewish writers thinking, well, what is this? I mean, is Judaism real? Should I be hanging on to this ancient tradition? Should I find meaning in this great conduit of civilization that has sustained my ancestors for so many generations? Or should I abandon it? Why should it be somewhere in between? The vagueness itself is the difficulty. And now, if you've read any of Kafka's works, you probably hear the allusion that with their posterior legs, they were still glued to their father's Jewishness, and with their waving anterior legs, they found no new ground. Anyone recognize that sort of literary allusion? It's okay, if you plagiarize yourself, it doesn't really count. Actually, it does. But the metamorphosis, exactly. It's a strange sort of insectile metaphor, right? There's this bug. The Jewish German writer has the posterior legs. They're stuck to Judaism, like with a fly paper kind of thing. But the waving anterior legs can't find any traction in the non-Jewish world. Backwards, they're stuck in Judaism. They can't leave it behind, but they also can't move forward properly either. And that nishtahin and nishtaher, neither here nor there kind of position, is exactly the sweet spot for inspiration. This is what gave Kafka his energy. Much of his writing, I think, can be boiled down to exactly this particular statement of identity. He's talking about himself. He's talking about his own appreciation of Judaism, Jewish culture, and Czech German culture at the same time, not being completely at home in either, and that is where he derived most of his energy. That's the end of the lecture. The rest is going to be details. Let's go into the details, though. So here's Shemsatz's family. He was the eldest son of Herman and Julie Kafka. The name is actually a Jewish Czech name that goes way back. The name Kafka is a type of a bird. His father was a petty businessman. He had a small store. He was the son of a shochet himself, and he does not fare well in Kafka's writings. Kafka himself, Franz Kafka, was, let's say, obsessed with his father, felt constantly unable to live up to his father's wishes, and felt in many ways that he was not half the man his father was, and resented it very deeply. Julie Kafka helped out in the store extensively, and so Franz, the eldest, was something of a latchkey kid as he was growing up, often alone, spending a lot of time in solitude, which was great for his literary genius, maybe not so great for his personal development. In fact, we have a letter he wrote to his father in 1919, 103 pages long, Brief an der Vater, a letter to the father, which is and you mentioned that Kafka at this point is 38 years old, and he's writing this, essentially novella-length letter to his father, in which he essentially dumps on his father for, the way he treated him and boorishness. And we're not talking about abuse here. We're talking just about a personality conflict that was very, very deep-seated for Kafka and fueled much of his own internal anxieties. He gave the letter to his mother, asking her to give it to the father, and his mother refused. Later, after his death, it came to the hands of Max Brod, who published it, so we have the entire text of it, and psychologists have made quite a bit of hay understanding the context of his conflict with his father. He had 3 younger sisters. There were 2 younger brothers who did not survive infancy. He was very close with his sisters, and in fact, he lived at home until he was 31. So he was very close with all of them in every context. You notice that the frightening thing, or the unfortunate sad thing about their names, is their date of death is 1944, 1942, and 1942. They were all, of course, killed in the Holocaust. We will not go into many of the other psychoanalytical topics that are associated with Kafka, but let's focus on the Jewish aspect of it. So he is a son of Prague, the great city of Czechoslovakia, which is dominated by the great figure, the Maharal, shown here in a statue outside of one of the main buildings in Prague. Maharal, great rabbi, very prolific, the author of a large series of writings that take up on my bookshelf in an older edition about 1.5 feet of deeply philosophical writings. Rumored, but incorrectly, to have created a golem, incidentally. Many people who know something about the Maharal say that he created one of these artificial anthropoids that later went and wreaked havoc on anti-Semitic circles in Prague, but that's actually a legend that's not appropriately associated with the Maharal. At any rate, Prague is Beautiful city, still beautiful today. Beautiful castle that figured deeply in of Kafka's writings. But what's important about it for us is identity politics. Here you're going to have a look at where it is in the year 1913. This is a map of the Hungarian Empire. The red line here indicates its borders. And perhaps the most obvious thing that jump out at you is that it is a deeply national empire. A very large Jewish population that were spread out from the borders of Switzerland in the west all the way out to Ukraine in the east, made up of many different nationalities, many different languages, many different faiths as well. You have Christians of various denominations, Jews and Muslims all living here. And after 1863, led by a dual monarchy made up of Austria and Hungary, hence the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Prague is right up here in the Czech Republic at the very top. And Prague is a very complex spot within the larger Austro-Hungarian Empire because, first of all, it's an urban center. Jews tended to live in urban centers. There were some, particularly over here in northern Hungary, for example, that tend to be much smaller centers. But for the most part, Jews gravitated to cities, even large-sized cities. About 6% of the population at the turn of the 20th century was Jewish in Prague, which is a little bit lower than many other cities. But anyway, Prague was complex because it was a city within the Czech land, meaning that the vast majority of the people who lived in the surrounding region, and the farms in particular, were Slavs, speaking Czech, which is of course a Slavic language, but the cities tend to be dominated by Germanophiles, that is, those who gravitate to the German tradition, either Germans themselves, Austrians, or perhaps, of course, Austrians speak German, same language as in Germany proper, and Jews as a minority tend to gravitate toward state power when they live in cities. Like, for example, if you look at Montreal, which is overwhelmingly Francophone, French-speaking, but the Jews who lived there, especially up until the 1970s with René Lévesque, who was one of the most important separatist leaders in Quebec, the Jews in Montreal overwhelmingly spoke English because they gravitated to the dominant power in Canada, the federal government, which was English-speaking. When Quebec became much more Francophone and much more strident in its attacks on the English language speakers, then Jews migrated out of Montreal, big time into Toronto, for example, where all of a sudden the bagel consumption went up and considerably improved over the pre-Lévesque era. That was a joke too, but nobody laughed because they're not Canadians, but it was actually really funny. And anyways, at that point, after a lot of the Anglophone Jews left, then the Jewish population became much more Francophone as Jews from, for example, Morocco came there and started populating the region. But in general, Jews tend to sort of orient themselves towards the state power. So Jews living in Prague generally did not speak Czech. They oriented themselves to the Germans. They spoke German, and they wanted to identify with at least Austria, perhaps with Germany. Of course, if you go further, another 20, 30 years into the 20th century, this would be the starting point of World War II, because Hitler would demand the Sudeten Mountains, which are just around the outside of the Czech Republic, saying they're essentially part of Germany. Chamberlain would release them, declare peace in our times, and then war would immediately ensue. So if you were a Jew living in Prague in the year 1900, there were a lot of different competing forces trying to define your identity. Whether or not you were a Jew, whether or not you were a Czech, and the Czechs were undergoing a tremendous renaissance of their national identity at this time, whether you were a German, or whether you were an Austro-Hungarian, some kind of nationality-less member of the large federal government that included all of these different peoples. There was no strong, monolithic, single culture to which you could belong. And Kafka, like many Prague Jews, felt this kind of tension, trying to determine exactly where are they going to place their bets in terms of the national conflicts and the linguistic conflict. It's also important to note that, as I alluded to when we looked at his first quote, the Jewish population internally was changing dramatically. Unlike many of the populations that we looked at in Russia and in Ukraine, which essentially had a very, a domineering kind of government that was not quite totalitarian in nature, but nevertheless very crude and very boorish and very demanding in its requirements of its citizens, with military service that was 25 years long and things like that. In the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it was really quite enlightened. Although Jews did not have a level of civil and especially social rights until quite late in the 19th century, there was never a consciousness that Jews did belong in that society and that they did have some standing alongside other nationalities. Just to give you one example, the Jews serving in the Austrian army were given kosher food. Like, there was just an understanding that, hey, if you're in the army and you are a citizen of Austro-Hungary, then therefore you should have some rights within that army. That just gives you a sense of the difference in tone between the Russian Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And one of the impacts that this had on the Jewish community was that they were striving to fit in a very positive way. In Eastern Europe and the Russian regions, they were rebelling against Russian authority or capitulating entirely. But in the German-speaking lands, Germany proper as well as the Austro-Hungarian Empire, there was a sense that maybe we can find a piece of accommodation. Maybe if we just adapt our own culture a little bit, we will be able to conform and we will be able to be accepted in society as a whole. You see this much more in Germany, Austro-Hungary, but nevertheless there was this movement towards assimilation that was very profound, particularly in the urban centers to the east, less so in the rural centers of the east. Okay, so here's a photograph of Max Brod. I mentioned him a couple times. One of the most important associates of Kafka. He met him in law school, and he was an ardent Zionist, and he was one of the most important Jewish influences on Kafka. Also, one more detail about him before we get a couple more details, then we'll get into his literature. So he went to law school. He didn't have a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for it. He certainly didn't want to work in his father's business. In fact, when he graduated law school and he tried his hand at litigation, he really had no taste for conflict. He really did not enjoy the rough and tumble aspects of a legal career. So he decided to take this job, which he held for the rest of his life, working in an insurance agency, adjudicating claims, which was, pretty humdrum sort of desk job that, did not stand out in any way, but it masked the deeply active internal life he could engage in with freedom once the working day was over. Here is his fiancée, Felice Bauer. He actually was engaged to her twice. He broke it off twice. He never married. He did have some significant relationships with women. Felice is perhaps the most significant because he wrote hundreds of letters to her, sometimes daily, and of course they were published as well. So now we have a good sense of what he thought of her. Actually, you add that to his diary, which was also published, and we have really quite a 360-degree view of Franz Kafka and his relationships with women. He never could bring himself to marry any of the women that he had relationships with, and of course there's a treasure trove of information about his personal proclivities that are beyond our discussion here. So let's now focus, since we have a quick overview of his life and his associations, let's look at his writings briefly, and then we will turn to the Jewish influences on them and see what we can tease out of it. So. Just before the lecture, we were having a little conversation about the word Kafkaesque. This is, of course, a word that has entered the English language as a result of Franz Kafka's works. The word Kafkaesque tends to mean something which is bizarre, absurd, confusing, strangely cruel and cold, and it really characterizes much of his writings. Franz Kafka was fond of describing these surreal landscapes of the mind in which, people never find out why they're being abused. There's often a lot of pain and torture involved. There's sudden, unexplained death. There are characters that seem to have no, internal motivation other than pushing forward the grinding wheels of a cruel bureaucracy. It's definitely a very unusual and bizarre kind of writing. I will describe the plots of a couple of them to you in a second. And they usually end badly. Kafkaesque often implies that there's an inevitable doom at the end, that somehow these things are not going to work out right. There's often a lot of conflict with fathers and sons, with fathers often driving their sons to death, sometimes to suicide, and it's not hard to read some family conflict stories into Kafka's works. But they have an incredible power and attraction for the human imagination. You read these stories and it's very hard to get rid of them. So I'll give you one example here. Perhaps the most famous, well studied in college, is the Metamorphosis, which begins with this unexplained transformation of Gregor Samsa into a huge insect. He simply wakes up one morning and he's a bug. And he doesn't know what to do about it. He tries to communicate with his family, still living in the apartment with him. They're, of course, they lock him in his room.
KFC radio specific. And she had some stuff to say about Brendan Shaw.
And the story simply ends at that point. It's a disturbing, difficult story, just like this picture. And by the way, this picture is a shout out to one of my friends. He looks much better over here, Michael Keegle. He's, I guess you call him an internet personality. He puts out a lot of videos and things like that. Very smart guy, Rabbi Dr. Michael Keegle, who I went to high school with. And he reminded me of Metamorphosis because we read it together way back in the 1980s or 70s, I guess. So anyway, the Metamorphosis is deeply disturbing. There's no explanations. Why is he transformed into an insect? And it's told, by the way, from the insect's perspective. He never to wonder deeply why I am an insect, but he worries about how he will relate to his sister, and how he will relate to his parents, and how the furniture is cramping in his room. They have to take out the furniture to make it possible to run around the room, all kinds of things like this. Very difficult, disturbing stories. Nothing obviously Jewish about them, but as I think we shall see, there are some deeply Jewish elements that run through much of his writing. Another work, one of my favorite anyways, is The Trial, in which a character named Trey, of course, it's hard not to connect Shade to Kafka, finds out that he has been arrested, that he is arrested for a crime. And no one can explain to him exactly what his crime was, who is accusing him, what is the punishment, and it's all this lead up to a massive trial. And the entire novel is, him worrying about why am I on trial? What did I do? Who is accusing me? What's the of their accusations? And it's just set in this kind of nightmarish kind of scenario.
Yeah, well, get used to it, dummy. This is so
universe that has no center of gravity to it. Very difficult kind of writing.
Especially with
great for undergraduates in their 20s, I think, who are amazed by those things. But when you get older, I think it's very tedious. My wife would actually hate reading Kafka. She does hate reading Kafka. But that's the kind of story that he writes. And he wrote several, some of which he published in his lifetime.
By the way, this is where the podcast
some of which he refused to publish.
Because you're going to remember to
destroy as well. He did destroy many of his manuscripts, but he had several stories. He said, I can't destroy them. I also don't want to publish them. So he ended up
channel that.
So that's the sort of shorthand version of Kafka and his writings and his family and so on. What about the Jewish part of Kafka? Where does that come from, and what does that have to do with his writings? So we know a fair bit about Kafka's internal relationship with Judaism because he left quite a literary record. His own diary, very extensive correspondence, and so on. We know that he had a kind of a perfunctory Association of Judaism as a young child. He did have a basra, which he felt was a singularly meaningless act in which he just memorized some things to say. And he went to the synagogue that his father went to 4 times a year, and he recited that which he had memorized, and then he moved on with his Jewish life, which was really quite tenuous, to say the best. But as an adult, he encountered first the Yiddish theater, and he was quite amazed by it. And I think this is just me and my amateur literary sensibility speaking. I think what probably amazed him about the Jewish theater, the Yiddish theater, was the fact that there was a dynamic living tradition that he encountered that was far different from his bourgeois association of Judaism being something dead that his father basically paid lip service to. The idea that these were young people who could get together and could put on a play in Yiddish, a language which you realize at the turn of the 20th century, Yiddish had rarely been considered by Jews as a real language. The spelling had not been standardized until about 20 years earlier. There were huge debates over basic rules of grammar of what was Yiddish. My own grandmother, who I mentioned twice already, she never used the word Yiddish to describe Yiddish. She used the word Jewish. You speak Jewish, which of course Yiddish is the translation of the word Jewish. But it was like, that was just like we would say, it's like Ebonics. It's like, that's just what ghetto talk. That's the way Jews would refer to Yiddish. They didn't take it seriously as a language, except for a few circles in Lithuania. And there were very, very literary words that they could really stand on saying this is English. So to see people using this kind of jargon as the basis of a living piece of theater was something that he had a brief interpretation of Jewish literature. He read Retz intensely. Hannah Retz, very important 19th century historian, is the first to read in German a heroic encyclopedic history of the Jews that portrayed the Jews in a positive light, as opposed to Christian histories, which essentially tended to talk about post-biblical Judaism as a kind of an accident of history that has no real basis in historical validity, going to eventually simply fade away. Retz portrayed the Jews as a heroic, long-suffering people who nevertheless managed to rise from the ashes, phoenix-like, and create brand new civilizations that became creative. And I think this made him find it tough because he had never encountered, so to speak, the live charge, the actual DC current of Judaism that really existed in his life. And he went from there to explore many, many other sources of Judaism. He became quite an ardent Zionist for a while, even toyed with the idea of traveling to Israel himself. He once wrote in one of his letters that if he did not leave for Israel himself, he would at least have traced the root on the map many times with his finger. And he contemplated this heavily. He wondered if he should throw his lot with these young Zionist pioneers. In fact, really, that's the question. Where would he grow his identity? He had seen with his own eyes this bourgeois assimilated background, which did not take anything Jewish very seriously at all. And all of a sudden, as a young man, he started to encounter people who took Judaism with great seriousness. One of his friends became a Belzer Chassid, became very deeply associated with Judaism. Why would someone go backward? Why would someone Joe Rogan for a good God? So I would like to say that with his association with Judaism that occurred in his early 20s, he encountered many literary sources that informed his writing. I'm going to take you through 3 of them very briefly. I'll leave it up to literary scholars to see if there's any more than my personal analysis. The first influence I would like to suggest was undoubtedly Midrash. You cannot walk
these guys can't hack it, can't cut it.
interpretation. This is a midrash. I know that pretty much everyone in the room has a good sense of what midrash is, but forgive me if I speak for a couple minutes for the internet audience. I have 600 people in Latvia right now who are waiting. What exactly is midrash? So I've got to tell you. Midrash is an essential aspect of rabbinic literary productivity of ancient Israel. According to Orthodox theology, midrash comes from Sinai, and it has the same kind of authority as the biblical text. It does not have the same authority in terms of how it is read, however. Meaning the rules of hermeneutics are quite different from midrash and for example. Midrash does not necessarily his father Isaac and his two sons Jacob and Esau. The verse says that Isaac loved Jacob. Isaac loved Esau, and game was in his mouth.
He gave away an Asian guy.
Game meaning not like he's got game like
You're going to Milwaukee this weekend. This week, ankles is here. We're going to give ankles away. You can do whatever you want with shit for a whole week. You can fuck his ass. You can fuck his mouth.
The standard way to read that, I think, is, we know that Isaac was a hunter, and he would kill animals, and he would bring them home, and Isaac would eat them. That's problematic in terms of the idea is, moving essentially, means that game was in his house, meaning that Isaac's life as a result of Esau's activity. Whereas Jacob is sitting in his bedroom tomorrow all day, he wasn't bringing home, and he's social life to it. But actually, that says, wait a second, you assume too much with the pronouns.
Yeah, exactly.
Game was in his mouth does not refer to the food that was in Isaac's mouth. Rather, game was in his mouth, meaning that Isaac was trapped in Esau's mouth. For Isaac loved Esau, for he was game in his mouth, meaning that Esau had completely fooled his father Esau into thinking that he was a very special and honorable person. And Isaac was humbled before him, like Robin and John and so that one little midrash simply points out the ambiguity of the pronoun who was in whose mouth is plural with a word. English is direction right. Some of them, however, are much more enigmatic, difficult to understand. For example, one that a good friend of Donald Trump spoke about in one of his classes. The message says something about Abraham that this is a very tough guess, by the way. Abraham was walking along the way, and he saw a palace he said to himself, wow, this palace must be permanent. It was a palace for one planet. And the owner of the palace, which the owner of the palace, that's how I guess. And that's the end of the picture. It goes on to say, this is Abraham's discovery has gone. But the problematic thing is, why is the palace owner in the palace if it's on fire? Why is the palace owner not asking Abraham, hey, put out the fire? What's everything in the story? Why is it on fire? Very, very complicated, difficult which Rabbi Rothschild and Rabbi Sachs says it's unstable material in the discussion of the owner of the palace is saying to Abraham, I am the owner of this palace, I'm completely aware that it's on fire, and the reason it's on fire is try to put out the bias.
Anyway,
It's
one particular thing. So you see your girl, the one that you actually are attracted to, don't you just move forward and talk to her friends. And then she's like, aren't you just talk to me? Right, I get it. And then eventually, you start to talk to her. Well, yeah, some guys do. Right, you're a good looking
All of a sudden, when it's a man changes of his own lifestyle, he was not necessarily getting new person. He also harbored a tremendous degree of self-doubt and self-respect. Diary is filled with all kinds of passages about Southern Belle out there got his own personality, his own body, particular sexuality, and the idea of himself is just something that find somebody you actually really truly want to go. It's not kind of just go to the she was discovered by very famous MBA, and she is in love with Jews. And I'm just like, do I know that women? She's very successful. She actually applies. She's pretty. She's like a I don't know. It's one of the Catholicism that has backward Joseph type Jews. Rather, they were actually somehow holding on to the Jews. In particular, the boss is actually tied was a huge everything. It's you're too picky about him. He spends all his day naked on the floor, pecking at little bits of corn or whatever he can. His king, the father, probably king, by the way, that's what socially acceptable. Is not nevertheless, it's got that kind of feel, it's got that bizarre element to it. The other side is another one, for example, about a very short line about a year when a cult judge, a sphere of the stars, tells the king that the harvest is closing. Everyone keeps it that year. They go insane. Everyone says, what should we do? If we don't eat the wheat, then everyone else here thinks we're insane. But if we eat the wheat, then we're insane. That's the first episode. I'll mark your head and mine with ashes, and then we'll eat the wheat. It's true we will go insane, but at least we will know that each of us is insane. I think I'll figure it out for us. If you read enough of these stories, you'll also know about that stuff. They have that kind of strange, enigmatic, where are they going for many of these things. So I would argue that these three elements, encounter with Midrash, encounter with Zionism, encounter with the Bush, and encounter with Hasidism, particularly the stories that are not going to brush up and find their voice in writing. So take it all together, like last week we started about the book, and I have to say, I found that a very difficult lecture, because I was excited to learn about life. The story was in the biography series I've been reading here, and the Crusader for women's rights and social justice and things like that. And by the time I finished my research, by the time I finished these lectures, I felt like, wow, that was kind of like satisfying. Like an uplifting ending to it. I didn't feel like I got anywhere as a result of it in terms of my intuition. But with Franz Kafka, I think there's something very different here. With Franz Kafka, even though he himself remained a secular Jew, in many ways he was viewed certain aspects of Judaism very negatively. Nevertheless, I can find a point of contact with my own personal
no, stay here. Stay here.
And I can understand where he's coming from. I can understand the idea of not feeling at home in any culture. Feeling so cosmopolitan that I don't have roots in this culture, that culture, this language, that language, even English, my mother tongue. Why is it my mother tongue? Sometimes I read books in Hebrew and I think, will my great-grandchildren be able to do something like that?
I drove past Michael Jackson's house. No, man, my kid loved Michael Jackson.
Kafka clearly an age from Judaism creates kind of like a magnetic dynamic. Drawn to Judaism, repelled by it at the same time, wants to get drawn into the orbit of Judaism, at the same time wants to maintain his identity. And that's wanting to be absorbed within Judaism, and at the same time wanting to maintain the way of thinking about things, is really what generates a huge amount of energy from where you ultimately express So I think reading Kafka, even though it's painful, it's very difficult. I would especially avoid the short stories. Those tend to be much worse even than reading them again, thinking about the Jewish condition, I believe is generate quite positive and powerful insights into the nature of Jewish identity in the modern
Finally, after all these years, made the king and the state mine.
Contracted tuberculosis in 1917.
The long play was so worth it.
Engagement with police, large part because
thought I got canceled. You thought I got this was all by design.
But his legacy was phenomenal. He's a truly original writer. There's no one at all like Kafka in the Western canon literature.
So happy that he is moving to Austin, Texas, where he has
because of that.
And even though he, of
course, the lack of meaning,
his producer, Cheddar Bob, over there, they're going to buy him a
so he's had really a phenomenal impact
for Chin,
the last
and he shared it.
I want to thank you again
Billy
for
trashed
your
him right
attention
to
and
his
your
face.
endurance. It's really great to talk to. I've learned a lot about myself.
Making fun of him after he left was the brilliant thing, because they brought up some true stuff that they really thought. The fact that he's so dumb they don't have to worry about getting interrupted anymore. So he moved to Texas to follow Brian Cowan to do the Fighter and the Kid podcast, which he already admitted is a complete failure. Like he said, when that Cheddar Bob looking producer Nick was like, Chick kid won't be able to walk down 6th Street without people recognizing him. Schaub was saying, have you seen the views of the Fighter and the Kid? So he knows that's over. He was supposed to be quitting the Golden Hour podcast. And now it seems like, though, that's not going to happen. Now it seems like he is going to be doing like a Zoom-in thing every week with the guys. But I'm predicting that's not going to last long. And he's just going to fly back and forth to do the podcast with them, because he is going to need an excuse to get away from his family. He wants to get away from it. He needs addies and baddies. And he's just going to want to get out of Texas in general. You have to remember, he has no friends down there, no boys or anything. All of his social crew and stuff is still in LA. I mean, yeah, he knows Rogan, but Rogan's not hanging out with him or letting him perform at the Comedy Mothership. And Callan doesn't hang out with him. Callan's too busy doing stand-up, in which Brendan Schaub had to quit. Now, Brendan Schaub claims he quit it to become a better dad and play baseball. He really quit it because he couldn't sell tickets. But he's going to be flying back to LA like every week to continue bothering Chris. But D'Elia, I keep wondering, like, I know D'Elia got canceled, right? But why he does this podcast is beyond me. His own podcast, the Congratulations, is way bigger. I believe, like, I'm pretty sure Montez over there, Eric Griffin, is relatively successful at stand-up, but he doesn't bring, like, a real audience or anything. D'Elia does. So I'm wondering why he got stuck doing this podcast with Schaub. Now, I'm sure Schaub just throws a bunch of his father's money at him. And that's probably the biggest reason. But I mean, if Schaub ever does actually leave this podcast, which he said he was going to do, but now it doesn't look like it truly. I mean, when they ran You have to remember the Golden Hour podcast, as with everything related to Brendan Schaub, the name was stolen, the logo was stolen, and the whole design was stolen. The two guys he stole it from called him out, but then they were like, it's okay, you stole it from us. And Schaub just never even acknowledged them or anything. I think they thought, hey, that guy stole our name and our design. Maybe he'll have us on his show. That didn't happen. So, but would Leah and Eric Griffin change the name of the show, of the podcast? How's ownership still going? I mean, is the podcast going to be shot there? Is Schaub, now he moved to Texas, are they still going to be operating out of the LA studio, the Golden Hour? Is he going to be paying for two studios, the Texas one and the LA one? I'm not quite sure how this is all going to work out. It seemed like the whole operation was being moved to Texas and Schaub was going to quit the Golden Hour, but from the way they've been talking, he might still be doing calling in. I don't know. We'll find that out in the weeks to come. But poor D'Elia. Not poor D'Elia, but poor D'Elia in the fact of this man, well, his career was taken off. He was going to be in that Netflix movie. Then he got canceled and Tig Notaro took his role. Well, I'm still wondering how that role would have worked with D'Elia. And now he ended up next to Camel Joe and Mr. Potato Head. He's got a neck tattoo. He's like, I'm next to these bums carrying this entire podcast. Because, like, I don't hate Eric Griffin or anything, but he's really not that funny. He's not funny, really. Let's keep it a buck. But, I mean, D'Elia's carrying this whole thing. It's sad, but I love the fact whenever D'Elia just trashes, because D'Elia, unlike everybody else, I think, like, won't put up with Schaub's shit. We'll just call him out for the dummy that he is. Like that time, what was they doing a fight companion, and D'Elia was like, you don't talk right. It was freaking hilarious. Callan had to defend Schaub. Like, oh, don't say that. You're being mean, Chris. So I don't think D'Elia puts up with too much of Brendan Schaub's crowd. I mean, going forward, we'll see what this looks like. Is Brendan Schaub finally done with the Golden Hour podcast? Is he going to do a call-in? I predict he's going to be flying back. Okay, him and his wife are going crazy. She's walking the dog for the first time in her life. It's a sad story here, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
You should bear in mind the demographics. Only, of course, about 1,000 years, a major immigration of Jews.
Are you going to play with us, Jen?
We were
planning on it, but we don't want to leave it. What day do you leave, Casey? Are you coming back to us?
Thursday night, I'm coming back here Sunday, obviously.
Because that's my life now. How were the places that you looked at?
Just on Casey then. I asked for a 3-bedroom house, you know, just for, and the ones they showed me, dude, they're freaking gigantic. And they're half the price of what I've paid.
You're in Texas, Jen. Everything's bigger in Texas. So.
I'm sure you guys are going to visit at some point. If I get this, the one that's a secret,
I am.
Nothing. I was being a smart ass. Go ahead.
Don't forget, people come here to eat some good food, right?
Yeah. I'll come. I'll just go to Austin. I don't really need to. I'll just go there.
You are.
I know.
Good job.
God, what?
Tapping me out.
Oh. Anytime. just that one time where someone else attacks him again and then another time. 3 rooms. What are you gonna put in those other 2 rooms, Jim?
I gotta do better for the longest. I always put office and wait set in one of the studios because I record music all the time. Just like that.
You gonna start fucking bringing the old 6-string out on 6th Street and doing some diddlies? Dinner?
You never know. What if me and Browse just one day will just do some live music?
You should seriously hit up bars and do it.
100% do that.
Have you been recognized?
I'm open to the idea.
Have you been recognized on the street?
This trip, no.
Have you been on 6th Street? Or are you guys far away from 6th Street?
Yeah. It's called Joint Venture or some shit. We're staying in the studios, like, more industrial area. So we've just been in the car or in the studio or in the Airbnb. Or at fourth quarter bar and grill.
If you ever come to Austin and check out fourth quarter bar and grill, the only thing better than beers is the company.
We're gonna have to post that and take them. What's your plan for going down? How often are you going down to Texas? Because just from the clips, you've been a fantastic addition to Fighter and the Kid. Why were you not on there for the last, I don't know, 2 years?
You already know
that's true, Chin. It just never, it doesn't work with my Monday schedule because I'm typically editing Shop Show and they're doing Fighter and the Kid, so I have to stop doing that and it would come out, an hour and a half later. So really, the priority is get Shop Show out as fast as you can. And then, it makes sense to just have me on Wednesdays if I'm not there on Mondays, although Wednesdays my schedule is more free, I could edit around the episodes.
Could have did a little A/B testing and see the numbers skyrocket on Wednesdays.
You're
the only Netflix star on the show.
That's true. That's true. You're right. You know what? You're right.
But you're going down like once a month, or what's the plan?
I think we'll probably figure out what works the best. I should probably come down again this month when all the stuff gets here, so I can kind of dial in easy lighting setup that you doesn't have to move around for the shows. You kind of just set it and forget it. So I'd like that. So it's not all in. And then after that, I think a month for a week would help. I feel guilty that a lot of stuff is probably gonna fall on Chin's shoulders that shouldn't. So as much as I can come down without making it too expensive for travel and too much of wear and tear on me, I'm down.
Chin is so still right now.
He's stoic right now.
Both of you, fellas. The camera hasn't been down.
Yeah. Chin, say something.
It's a lot. You nailed it.
Seriously, Casey knows how we wouldn't be able to do this.
I like to think I would make it easier, but I'm sure.
And the first episode of Austin, the T-Back episode, he did all the work. He set up everything and he also edited the freaking podcast. He's like, is it cool? I'm like, do your thing, man. He did everything. Pretty much everything.
How you feeling, Chin? Like your stress levels are at a good point and everything?
It's better now because the studio's, it's sort of set right now, but not 100%, obviously. But it's a little better now. And I got to see properties today, so I'm closer to actually figuring out the place to get here.
And it was probably encouraging how cheap they are.
Dude, half the price, man. It's insane.
So with those three bedrooms a house, can you give a ballpark?
2,100 to 25 and 27.
Wow, that's crazy.
By the way, dude, they're gigantic. They have huge back. I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna do with this thing?
That's sick. You're gonna
have to get a lawnmower and mow the grass. That's what you're gonna.
Exactly. The realtor said something like they might actually have you have to pay for that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like,
of course. If someone's gonna landscape your yard, I would assume that's additional. I guess renting maybe.
I thought they would take care of it. They just said, just make sure it's a possibility. We want to let you know.
You should get one of those mowers without the motor. Just those are old mowers. I've always wondered how those work.
My grandpa would use those.
I think I found some people dumber than Brendan Schaub. Wow.
Celebrated this kind of
Okay. Did Cheddar Bob really just say, I wonder how those lawnmowers without the motors work?
It's very much an identification.
Yikes.
He's a Polish patriot. He served
Wow.
in the military on 2 occasions. And by the way, during the
These are the least interesting, least fun, dumbest people I've ever heard or listened to. So, Brendan Schaub, producer shit. Still homeless in Texas. But, you know, at first I was like, why doesn't Schaub find this guy a place? But let him stay with Schaub. And I was looking at him and hearing about how he's doing to get drunk and stuff. Yeah, I get my Schaub. Like, dude, I don't want you in my house. Never mind living there. Not the way he's talking. I mean, all these places seem pretty cheap. I don't know why he just doesn't get a place. What's he just sleeping on the couch here? And this Airbnb they got outside on the golf course? I guess so, but there you go. Was coming along fine. He made the infamous line. We acknowledged it, so it's okay. No, acknowledging that the audio sucks, the visual sucks, doesn't make it okay. So, Schaub, by the way, pays these people. He pays them money, almost nothing though. But these are all rich kids too. Everyone you see here is another rich kid, but. So I guess Chin is the only one who made the move down. I'm guessing the other guys are staying up there and just working for Chris D'Elia now and Eric Griffin. This guy is going to fly out once a month. I don't know how they plan on figuring out all the behind the scenes stuff, but I mean, is it going to be the case that now Schaub is going to be paying for studios in LA and in Texas? Dude makes no money now. I mean, he's adding expenses. I mean, how cheaper Texas is to live. If you're still keeping your LA bills, though, that doesn't make any sense in any way, shape, or form. I don't know, but look at his producer, Chin. Look at him, bumping it on a couch, Airbnb again. Truly sad. This whole thing is a sad state of affairs. I don't give this Texas move that much. Like, they ain't gonna make it here. It's not gonna make it here. I can pretty much guarantee that. This isn't gonna last too long. Schaub and his wife are already complaining. Schaub's gonna need some more addies and baddies. I don't see this lasting too long. Especially since he's still apparently going to keep doing nature of childhood. And he's writing the golden hour. Maybe they are cheating. I don't know. How about this? I don't think they know what they're doing fully. I truly believe they fully don't know what they're doing or what's fully happening at this point. Schaub just had to follow Callan down as quick as possible. Because remember, Callan moved down there and didn't tell everyone. Schaub's like, why'd you move there so quick? So Schaub was like, I gotta move there quick. I can't let him get away like Theo wanted. So he ended up following him down to Texas, and now he's making poor Chinsugi follow him down. Yeah, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
As bigger shows as well. I usually one little passage that's come around this period. Let's
start. There are a lot of things I want to talk about. Okay, take it away. Welcome back, Dad. You know, I want to start with something that when Joe Rogan and Aaron Rodgers those two high-level archaeologists were talking about shots fired. Well, they were talking about how there are hieroglyphics, and they were saying there's a helicopter, and it is a helicopter. There's a plane. Okay, everything checks out right now. Like a yacht, and they were like, "How do you explain that?" And so the problem is when I wish you were there, you could explain it to them. Well, when you're not an archaeologist, like someone like me or like Joe, you go, hold on, that's a helicopter. Okay. A helicopter. You know, it goes back to what, I don't know, 13 BC or something crazy. Yeah. So what's going on here? That must be ancient knowledge. But then, of course, what you have to say is, wait, am I the only one who's picking up on this? And all the other archaeologists over all the centuries have never raised. Okay. And you have to ask that question. Because you go, wait, what am I missing here? Because that is a helicopter. Okay, I gotcha. And then you get an archaeologist that will say, hey, I know, but this is something we've been, like, we saw this back in the 20s or whatever. It's like, no, this is not new knowledge. Actually, what happened was when a king would, he would erase what one guy said and then turn it and make it about himself. And when they were constantly erasing the stone and carving it back up, it turns into that. Well, did they use number 2 pencils? Is that how they're erasing? They did. Okay. There's this very unsexy explanation for it. Not sexy. So I want to jump over to real quick, Brian. Do you have an internal monologue? Do you ever hear yourself talk to yourself? Do you ever? I'm very, very clear-headed, so no. And so you never hear your voice. What I want all you to can you answer that question? Do you have a voice that talks to you? I have a number of inner voices. Okay, all right. I just want to make sure. I was worried I was talking to a cabinet connection now. No. And so there's this great meme. Yeah. And it applies to all you conspiracy guys. It's on his computer, and he goes, wait, come back. I found something that none of the top doctors and scientists, that's all the top doctors and scientists It's funny. It's like you never left. It's like you never left, right? It's really unbelievable. The point is that there are a lot of people in the profession, archaeology, there you go. That's it. And then there are people like yourself and your friends who come along with, we call them the people who've been right lately. We call them the people who've been right. Do their research and stuff like that. The problem is that sometimes you guys, because you're trustful of authority, what you do is you find. No. We prefer the term pattern recognizers. That's what we prefer. We prefer to be called the pattern recognizers. Yeah, I know, because you're always being fooled by the powers that be. That's just and the problem is that no, that's not how the world works. Let's just back up here, and I want you to tell me what you think of the fact that the JFK House. Okay, you've already moved on. You just made a statement, and you haven't even let me stick up for my good friends, Joe Rogan and Aaron Rodgers. I don't know Aaron Rodgers. I was using that as an example because I think that's pretty settled. I don't think Joe would disagree. Well, the problem you have right now, Dylan, I want to call you Dylan because I'm so used to this. The problem you have right now, Callan, is like there are archaeological sites right now that the system or the industry of archaeology refuse to study. They refuse to study. And the reason they don't want to study these things is because these things agreed upon timelines. So if you're an old head, and we're entering that, where we're not old, but we're getting there compared to some of these younger comics. The old heads, right? You get to the old heads, and I'm not even talking like 50-year-olds. I'm talking like, let's get to the late 60s, 70 years old who've had this kind of work their way up to the Orthodox. We'll go through Orthodoxy. I'm trying to find I found an Orthodox church here.
Brian Callen reunited with Sam Tripoli and called out Joe Rogan. Now, it was just a joke, but Joe Rogan can't take jokes, so whenever that's coming to that, Brian Callen, less than 40 years at the comedy mothership. But aside from Callan with the glasses in the new house in Texas, Sam brought up at the beginning of it that Brian Callan is a Texan now. And I like how Brian Callan is now just doing a lot more content after moving to Texas, trying to relaunch his brand instead of just doing the Fighter and the Kid. He's dropping his podcast with the Weinstein dude and then with Carrot Top, reconnected with Sam Tripoli. I don't know if it's going to be a permanent thing, but I bet he goes on more often. I used to really enjoy the Conspiracy Social Club podcast when it was just him and Sam Tripoli, because you got to remember, this was the podcast that Callan did when he got accused and Baba threw him under the bus and just did the Fighter and the Kid by himself. Callan went and did this podcast. And then the second the new Fighter and the Kid without Callan started tanking, Shaw beat him back. Callan threw Tripoli under the bus and went right back and did the podcast with Shaw. And now that podcast is really going on. I'm wondering if Callan's like, should I go back with Tripoli? Brian Callan is trying to find someone who's successful to do a show with. But the whole calling out road accident was that episode, and that lady dropped a video where she explained what that helicopter hieroglyphic is. I really don't care about that in any way, shape, or form. But it's just nice to see Callan with Sam Tripoli again, getting out there, getting away from Papa. I know your thoughts on
flourish to maturity. And that was the starting point, and it right thoughts for decades. Among the kinds of things, the innovations that
President Trump's wife is miserable after having to move to Texas. And you can just tell by she misses that LA lifestyle. They've had to downgrade. No more Lamborghinis, no more Starbucks, or whatever the new LA hotspot is. And look at her. They're looking some cowboy hats. They were all got cowboy hats. And what? Do you think people who are actually from Texas are like, although they're used to Mexicans wearing cowboy hats, I don't probably fits in with that. Probably think it's a nanny.
It's very hard to think of any examples of literature written from the perspective of the child for herself before they
went to sleeping in cowboy hat. Arya, you live there now. You don't get to do the tourist stuff.
Attempts to reform the world by putting all the children in charge.
Look at her face. She can't even muster up a smile right now. She hates being there. Oh my God, look at that face. That face says it all. What am I doing here? I was in LA. Where's Tweak? Where's little Romeo? I ended up with W who moved me to Texas. I can't be an LA housewife in Texas.
To allow the children to be
when they go get a real Texas meal.
Obviously, with a certain
like a shop meal, by the way.
Children were able to.
That cornbread over there? Yeah, look at her face. The face says it all. Like, ooh, do you want Botox or something? And then she's just taking selfies in the mirror. Nothing to do all day long. She has to walk the dog now. They probably can't afford a good nanny anymore. So she uses her mom all the time now. Sad. And I bring up the walking the dog thing because according to her, she's never had to do that a day in her life. Now she has to. Damn, she really hates it there. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
This is a period where it's turn of the 20th century. Technology is not far advanced. Poland is a fairly back.
And it is June 9th, 9:30 a.m. in humid, beautiful Austin, Texas. We are, kids. Still doing some tweaks here and there on the studio, but it is coming together, man. This thing's a rocking and a cruising. This thing is a cruising. Thanks for coming along on this journey all the way to Austin, Texas. One thing they didn't tell me about when I moved here is there's tarantula hawks. You ever seen a tarantula hawk, kid? I saw them. We always like Google them. They're gigantic. They talk about on Finding the Kid. You know, our boy Cowdy Peterson got bit by one on the scale of pain. They do. I think it's the Schmidt scale from 1 to 4. It's a 4. It's a 4. The executioner did beat it. I think maybe the bullet ant, but it's up there. It's up there. Yesterday, me and my family chilling in the living room. Donnie's outside doing whatever dogs do outside. Yeah, I thought it was a grasshopper. My girl's like, "Oh my God, what is that?" I'm like, it looks like a drone. I think you got a hold. And so we go out and like, what the hell is that? And I was like, no, it's fine. It's just grasshopper. The grasshopper. I keep looking at it, I'm like, that thing has like abs, clearly a TRT wasp. It was gnarly. The big, 4 inches probably, 3.5. It's huge. So definitely could have killed Donnie. Better him than the kids. The kids were in the pool. I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, get back in that pool. It's like freaking pure chaos. It was either him or the dog, man. I chose the dog, so I have to take that freaking TRT wasp out, man. And I hit him with the shoe, and he just freaking bring it. And then finally I got him. I guess we freaked out to freaking hit it because if I mess up, oh yeah, you hit him and you know when you hit most bugs, it's like it's game over. The splat. Not this one, bro. He was wobbled though. I had him out on his feet. But he was like, what's that? And then the second one really hit him, man. But it was a fight. It was a fight. Nobody told me that. And then my thinking goes, okay, it's a tarantula hawk. What's he doing out here? Oh, well, they only eat tarantulas. So that means there's tarantulas near the house. I'll take a nice furry tarantula. That doesn't bother me. Other black widows all up in LA. I had black widows up there in Wazoo. But that tarantula hawk, that thing was scary. You look into him, they'll look pretty chill. Probably should have killed him. I just work, with a kid. It's right there, right on our back. You can't have it. I hate killing anything, but you can't have tarantula hawk. Just chill. Can't have it. I didn't use a wasp. Nah, we had the exterminator come because there was like a bunch of scorpions too. Like we have kids, you can't have it. Scorpions for sure. It was just me, man. Let it ride. I like Jumanji style. Keep me on my toes when I walk outside. But tarantula hawk, I can't have it. I can't have it. I was proud of him though. It was tough, man. That thing was freaking tough. Went to a great car show. The car scene is wild, man. These boys are all about power out here. It's just all about crazy ass horsepower. Almost too much, but it's great. It's great. And then the fight's first pay-per-view, first major card.
Shop hates Texas so much that even the car show is almost too much for him. So already complaining about having to move to Austin, Texas. Remember, Brian Callen was moving to Austin, Texas. Was going to leave Brendan Schaub and go do residency at the Comedy Mothership. And Brendan Schaub said, not letting you get away like Theo Long did, and followed him down there. Chin moved down there. Chin, the producer, is now homeless. So Brendan Schaub is in Texas, and him and his wife are miserable living down there. They are LA wannabe celebrities. And now everything and every show is probably going to be him complaining about Texas. I guarantee you 6 months from now, when Karen stops doing the podcast, and Sean's gonna be like, miss LA. He's already saying he's missing LA on some stuff. But what is he got? Tarantulas, wasps, and scorpions? Do we buy a house or a medieval castle? What's going on with it? Alligators and hippos and dragons? Like, why weren't there a bunch of scorpions in the mansion he got? I know it's Texas, but I don't think there's scorpions in mega mansions in Texas, so that might just be a hip thing. But this move was pathetic. It was sad, but I think his dad cut off the allowance. And he was supposed to downgrade going down there. And he probably figured, hey, things will be a lot cheaper. I heard from someone in my comments that he moved to a section like Austin, like starting to get a little bit more expensive, especially with all the LA and New York and other out-of-state people coming in and moving there. But it doesn't have the LA amenities, so like his wife is miserable. She's not driving her Lamborghini to the Starbucks or to any trendy places. She has to walk a dog. And like, maybe would be like, hey, we get to live in a mansion in Texas. But you have to understand, him and his wife, they came from a much better mansion in LA. And now they're in one in Texas. Nobody knows him in Texas. Everyone assumes his wife is a nanny because she's Mexican. But they probably assume that in LA too, but there'll be a little more diversity in Los Angeles rather than Austin, Texas. But by the way, his studio looks like trash. Look at what those curtains hanging up back there. They put down a carpet. Oh yeah, you know why? Because he's on the upper deck shooting stuff. So I think they got the wall going. That's probably hiding the stairs up, and those curtains are probably hiding stuff. You got that thing that says the shop show and a YouTube plaque, as if he actually earned 100,000 subscribers. This is pathetic. Of course, he's got a Diet Coke. He looks like Camel Joe. Nobody likes him. Everyone's trying to move away from him, and now he's just getting on airplanes and following people. He wishes he had Addies and Baddies. Did they really name their dog Donkey, by the way? I guess after Trump. It's just pathetic. It truly is just pathetic the way he's sitting. No, Shab is ugly. But, yeah, so he's already complaining about Texas. He hates the move. He's gonna fake it as long as he can, but even when he's faking it, he's still kind of like, this place is trash. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Airy space and all kinds of play areas for children, and it was very sanitary and it was well staffed. And he suddenly, he contrasted that with depression and the urban nature of the
ups and bars and shit. And he can land those unconventional knees or kicks or uppercuts. I would be willing to bet eventually it does happen. If you're a betting man, you're always going to bet on Marab. He's just too difficult to deal with, and no one really matches up with him. But what you're going to bet on is those 1 out of 10 fights. Or Marab should have zigged when he should have zagged. He makes some critical error, and a guy like Corey Sandhagen or a guy like Sugar Sean O'Malley lands something. A knee, a Hail Mary submission. And Sean O'Malley doesn't have those skills on the ground, so his only Hail Mary, which is like 0.1% of landing, is from striking. It's just not happening. He wears you out. But Corey Sandhagen has that Hail Mary to pull off a win 1 out of 10 times. They fight 100 times. Marab might lose 1 out of 100. 99 times out of 100, he's being Sugar, he's being Corey. But Corey does have the skill set to pull off one of those Hail Mary submissions or Hail Mary punches, knees, or kicks. Outside that, nobody's ever beaten him. And you're sure you can't worry about rounds. You just have to look for your moment to explode and hopefully get him out of there. And if that doesn't work, you're fucked. That's what it is. That's how dominant Merab is. It just is what it is. You got Khabib, he's basically Khabib with better striking and better cardio. He is. That's how fucking good Merab is. Corey Sandhagen is by far his biggest test. By far. Because, like I said, he's dangerous in those areas where he can pull off the Hail Mary. There's really nobody else that can do it. Corey can do it. Very creative, very mentally strong, smart team, smart game plan. You can toss up those Hail Marys when you think you can pull it off. If you get in compromised positions, Merab's not a big finisher, so you live to fight another round, but just know you're going to lose rounds. Forget the rounds. We don't worry about losing rounds. You're going to lose no matter what. But in hopes that you're going to land a big knee, elbow, leg lock, ankle lock, knee bar. Yeah, that's what you got to hope for. Corey can pull that off. But again, small chances, but he's the only guy that even stands a chance. Now we're going to find out what the UFC wants to do with Sugar Sean O'Malley. If they give him Umar next, that means they're trying to get rid of him and they don't really give a fuck. That'd be an awful matchup for him. You go up to 45. There's some fun fights at 45 for him. I'd love to see Sugar go up to 45. Let's say they gave Umar, he beats Umar. Ain't nobody watching Merab Sugar 3.
Upload you. Mid-sentence, Brendan Schaub's brain broke, and then his studio lights went out. Not once, but twice. Wow. And by the way, what a trash-looking studio. Why doesn't this dummy either just build something in his house? You should just go into a room in his house, like Kumi does. Or build a little thing in your backyard on your property. Or at least rent out an actual office space. But no, you had to get a warehouse, so you walk up a flight of stairs, because the main thing is for the cars, and then there's a flight of stairs and a deck that's elevated up, and that's where they're doing all the shows from. So it looks stupid, the curtains draped, the lights are going out, he's drinking a Diet Coke, he's wearing shorts because he can't stand the heat. He looks kind of dumb. Yeah, dummy. Look at where I paused that. Look at his dumb face. Yeah, Schaub's an ugly dude. Yeah, this is just sad, pathetic, and let me know your thoughts in the comments.
This is something that's happening organically in Poland, as it is throughout East Central Europe as well. You see this in Slovakia, you see it in England.
Yeah, he's got today. Yeah, he's got bro, and she, and by the way, and there she is, and they kill tarantulas.
Now males don't sting.
Correct.
But this was my thinking as really a female. This is my thing, and so we took it out, right? I'm like, man, it's kind of cool. Wasn't that aggressive? But didn't want to take out the Don. Didn't want to take out Donnie. And then didn't want to sting the kids. And he felt he had like a little nest up in the door. So he fell down.
Please gender her correctly.
Yeah. So my thinking was, once I found his trash off, I'm like, yeah, that's great. I kind of wish I didn't kill him. I was thinking, like, wait a second. They eat tarantulas. That means there's also a ton of tarantulas around it. A ton of tarantulas. Then when I was on a walk with the kiddos, we were on a walk at night, in the middle of the road, El Tarantula couldn't get out of the way of some of the car. He ran over, but good size tarantula.
Well, I found one in my pool. Now, here's the thing. On the road all the time. Now, the tarantula hawk, they're everywhere. I see them.
Aren't they called the Pepsi wasp too?
They're the Pepsi wasp, and their sting is just as painful as the bullet ant or anything else. They are Horrific.
When I post that picture of my IG story, my boy Ringham at Waste of Wales, like, do not touch that thing. He's like, that thing will paralyze you for about 5 minutes. It's not going to kill you, but you're going to be in such bad pain.
Yeah, and it's a big one. Those are close up. Let's massage that fucking thing, dude. Look at the massage.
Jacked. Okay, I hit him the first time, a little bit of a it took 3 to 4.
Yeah, you had to punch him and jump him out.
Bro, thing was thick, big old bull. That's trash talk. Then you find out they're not that aggressive, they're kind of cool.
Very sweet.
But then you can't have around kids. Like right around the house.
Not gonna bother your kids because your kids don't represent.
You can't have it though, because they step on them, we're fucked.
That thing stings not generally dangerous to humans, although they are known for having one of the most painful stings in the world. While the sting can be excruciating, it's not lethal, and they are not aggressive towards you.
Can't have around the house.
But they kill that aren't you.
I know. You see what I mean?
So where there is
your poison,
right? Where there is a tarantula hawk, there are no tarantulas.
Yeah, what's the chances? What the fuck is that? What is that?
And your dog didn't know.
Oh, he's bouncing. It was a real grapple.
Oh, your dog would have got just.
Oh, you would probably kill him, yeah?
No. But it's just.
He's about 15 pounds now.
Yeah, it would hurt. I wonder though. I wonder if dogs. Let's see something. Let's see. They may not. Okay, so it definitely hurts.
Well, kill a dog. It's unlikely that a single sting from a hedgehog will kill a dog.
But it'll cause significant pain as well. Yeah, he'd be howling.
Maybe down for the count.
He'd be howling.
Down for the count. We just don't eat those problems. I had to kill him.
Now, of course, you did.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the kids are here. Right up. It's where we walk. If he would have just found a different location, I would have let it die. I don't like killing him. You know, 5-year-old barefoot.
Cottonmouths. We got cottonmouths. We got
snakes yet. I've seen snakes yet.
Rattlers. We got scorpions. We got tarantulas.
We got a bunch of scorpions.
Yeah. Have you? I've seen none.
Oh, really? Yeah, a bunch.
Really?
Guy came and sprayed. I see all this net on them. Yeah. Yeah, the net's not.
Yeah. All over.
Treasure Hawk made a visit, dude. A little guest appearance.
It is. I'm going to say this too. It is hot. It is.
See, I still don't mind it. I was out all day yesterday. Went to a car show. Went to Monster Jam. I don't mind. I feel good in the seat. But I just don't like if I'm indoor and it's hot. Or when you first get in your car, it's fucking
right. That's and if you are in the sun, like, by the way, it's June, and we got July, we got August, we got September, and it ain't gonna get any.
July, that's hot. That's how it pools, though. AC.
You got pools, you got AC.
What do you not want to sweat? What do you want? What do you want?
I got no problem.
What do you want? I got cold? What the fuck is it? Who cares?
Yeah.
It's hot, though. We're in the garage. I was sweat. It's a good sweat. Losing weight. Good sweat. Yeah, I don't mind it.
You're gonna be clammy.
Oh, dude, you're like this. I took the kids to Monster Jam yesterday at the Moody Center. That's where the Texas Longhorns basketball team plays. So Joanna she bought the ticket, she bought parking, right? And I usually don't take my excursion because it's great, it's like freaking 7.5 feet tall. It's huge. It's the family wagon, so I can take that down there. And she goes, yeah, the guy said big trucks fit in there. It's Texas. And I went to another parking garage, and my truck fit. Big truck, just Texas. They're like, yeah, big truck, big ceiling. So I drive in there with my father and all the kids are in the back. And I'm like, man, I hope it fits. And that lift says 8'2". I go, my car's nowhere near 8'2". I'll fit easily. So I pull it, I show him the pass, and the Monster Jam guy goes, yep, because you have the pass. Yeah, I go, no, dude, you're good. Dude, this truck's about, it has to be at least 7.5 feet tall for this truck to fit. He goes, it's 8'2" here, bud. You're good. You're good. That's all we do. Cool. Drive, we go from the first level, the parking. I gotta go to the second level. And all of a sudden, the wall, see what starts going.
No, you didn't.
Yep.
No, you didn't. That is
fucked up the whole ride.
There's no word.
Carrying street in the middle, and 2 sections of the ghetto with the footpath over the top. The ghetto was managed by the Jews themselves. In fact, this is one of the more diabolical aspects of the Nazi bureaucracy, that the Nazis were able to achieve so much primarily because they employed Jews in their own destruction. It's a complicated, difficult subject, more than we have time for today, but in the case of Warsaw, as in most other ghettos, the Nazis would arrive in town and they would demand to see the local leadership, and they would indicate to the leadership that now, like say the Federation, for example, to use an American example, they would say to the President of the Federation, okay, we want this and this and this from the Jewish community. The President would typically deny it, and he would be shocked, and they'd say, okay, for second in command. The Vice President would then have the same question and either live or die as they decided, until they finally found someone who was already in the Jewish leadership who would take over the Jewish community. In the case of Warsaw, it was the troubled individual Adam Cherniakov, shown here, who was the leader of the movement of the Jewish Council, and he administered as best he could the distribution of scarce resources to the Jews trapped in the Warsaw Ghetto, as well as implemented Nazi designs, including the establishment of a Jewish police force that would ensure that Jews would give up their valuables when demanded. They would be sent to deportation, ultimately to Treblinka. Cherniakov is a problematic figure for the 1950s. He was regarded widely as a collaborator and as a war criminal because fundamentally he was working with the Nazis, like many of the Jewish leadership. At some rare occasions they actually rebelled, but most of the time they went along. But the publication of Cherniakov's diary and the fact that he committed suicide when he realized that his efforts had failed has rehabilitated him to some degree in the historical mindset as a difficult figure trying to balance rather impossible odds. At any rate, Cherniakov worked very heavily, very diligently with Korchak to try and keep the orphanage going. It was eventually moved into the ghetto itself to far inferior circumstances, and Korchak spent so much of his time trying to protect the children in the ghetto, trying to raise money for the ghetto from impoverished Jews living in Warsaw to protect these children. To give you a sense of the kind of controversy surrounding it, and also a sense of Korchak's personality, one of the local Jewish newspapers that was published in the ghetto, Jews did have access to tremendous cultural resources when they were all gathered together. Despite the fact that they were starving, they still had an active underground medical school, they had plays, a lending library, and so on, besides the orphanage. So in one of the newspapers on January 1942, a paper wrote in the opinion sections, "The orphan's home has never been and never will be Korchak's orphanage. That man is too small, too weak, too poor, and too dim-witted to gather almost 200 children, house, clothe, and feed them, and give them training for life. This great task has been accomplished by the joint efforts of hundreds of goodwill people with enlightened minds and insight into the problems of the orphan child. They are merely the custodians of precious property." And the letter was signed J. Korchak. So, and then when you see that he's criticizing himself, then he goes on to say that they're going to have a memorial service, and the people are invited to come to a puppet show, charming tales narrated by Dr. Janusz Korczak on Sunday. Whatever tickets for both children and adults are available for 2 days, and he's using it as a fundraiser. In other words, he published his bitter attack on himself as a way to get people's attention, and then he turned it around into a fundraiser. And this is January of 1942. This is a very, very dark and difficult time for the Jewish people in the Warsaw Ghetto. But the real story, of course, the sad elements of it are the children. The children's lives in the ghetto were indescribably awful, particularly from the winter of 1941 onward. Tremendous suffering due to typhus, disease that is exacerbated by malnutrition. And there's so many photographs. Most of these were taken by the Nazis themselves as they traveled through the ghetto and documented their tremendous achievements as eradicating the Jewish population. Children and adults simply lie down in public, unable to move on, and expired. And their whole bodies were then picked up by the covered Kanisha the next morning and buried in mass graves. We have many, many heartbreaking pictures, images of this nature. I don't want to belabor the point, but you certainly understand. One of the heroic aspects of children's lives in the ghetto, however, is their involvement in smuggling. Dr. Manuel Ringelblum, the tremendous historian of the Warsaw Ghetto, who created the Onek Chavez Underground Archive that gives us so much of this documentation, he said that if a memorial is ever erected to the Warsaw Ghetto, he said it would not be of some military leader, it would not be of some rabbi, it would be in China. Because children kept the ghetto alive through their incessant smuggling efforts. Children, see, the ghetto was, I showed you a map of it, it's a heavily urbanized area, and there's all kinds of ways, no matter how big a wall you build, there are always ways around it. So, for example, when walls like this were brought into the area inside, especially if they were inside houses that were duplexes, they would create small holes that children could fit through, and they would go across the other side and peddle whatever valuables they could get from the Jews inside the ghetto and exchange it for food. The ghetto had an incredible amount of activity in manufacturing, especially recycled goods like lids were turned into brushes and all kinds of things like this, and then they were sold for potatoes on the area side. So children were the principal runners of goods inside and out of the ghetto. They could also scamper over the walls when guards were not looking and things like this, so that the children really were a major element of the entire food chain, which was validation to Korczak's view of the child as an intrinsically powerful and important member of society. They were also, unfortunately, hunted down by the Nazis. This picture is shortly after the uprising, by the Jewish police as well, where the police came down murder of so many children. Korczak's end comes after heroic struggle, and despite denying so many repeated efforts by the Jewish resistance, by the Polish resistance, who again regarded him as a national hero, even by the American Red Cross, who spared him out of the Warsaw Ghetto, insisted on remaining with his charges. When the order came to deport the children from the orphanage, the deportation orders proceeded in stages, typically beginning with the oldest and the youngest. So people over 70 were deported, children under the age of 10 were deported first. The Nazis were masters of euphemism, and they portrayed the deportation as resettlement to the farming colonies in the east. In some deportation stations, the Jews were actually given little containers of honey to take with them on a trip to make them more compliant and believe that perhaps this was actually where they were going. Sometimes they were given detailed instructions. You're only allowed to take 2 suitcases, things like that, all intended to try and keep them compliant and moving along with this massive demographic of people. But most of the Jews in Warsaw knew that deportation did not mean something healthy. It was in reality deportation to the notorious death camp Treblinka, where the vast majority of them, over 90%, were gassed within 24 hours of their arrival. Korczak was not subject to that first deportation, but there was no way that he was going to abandon his 200-odd charges to their fate on their own. So politically, as is remembered by many people who actually saw him marching the streets of Warsaw with his children, he chose to accompany them onto the catapults. Here you see some of the memorials that have been erected of Korczak. This is, of course, evocative of one of the photographs we saw earlier in Warsaw. This is the one of Yad Vashem protecting them. And this one is my favorite. I really think you have to let them pull some balance. I think it's really hard to only have incidents like that. But this picture, this sculpture in Warsaw, just evokes the undying love that this man had for the orphans of Warsaw, and I think in many ways captures the the way in which he is memorialized throughout the world as a hero of children.
We used to work with somebody.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very difficult lecture. I hope I have succeeded in conveying some of the greatness of this Brian Korchak to you. Dr. Henry Goldschmidt, and of course,
You know what? City's not going to do anything. Let's get cameras into our hands and protect our children.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
He joins us now. Jonathan, how are you?
You recognize there's an issue in the streets right around Stoner Park. How did you
Avenue J.
recognize the issue to pull the trigger and make something happen?
Sure. So there are a lot of green shaders here. I live in the area. I walk my dog in the park. I'm there almost every day. I talk to my neighbors about this. The controversy always grows the crowd. I'm assuredly lectures to not give lectures so that way they won't be too controversial. How about when we'll hear much tonight? But certainly among some of the most interesting controversies, many of them literally buried in their ashes. And one of the books said, to paraphrase and translate it into English, truth does not become more true by virtue of the fact that the entire world believes in it or agrees with it, nor less so even if the whole world disagrees with it. Talk much that many of his time and then thereafter have the same criticism. We will hear more about this tonight, but a very special stuff about we have no criticism on our own. Dr. Hickinson and I grew up in the native of Northern Ontario, Canada. She received a PhD from the University of Toronto and has held postdoctoral appointments at Harvard, Cornell, Oxford, and Hebrew University of Jerusalem. So the numerous books, including the prayers of the government, Cambridge, and Jews.
Sit down, I go, no worse sound. Oh, and my kids are all pissed. I go, dude, what the fuck? He goes, only the first level's 8-2.
Dude, how about letting me know?
Because I forgot to tell you, I go, I'm so upset. Young kid does. So I go, oh, good. So I'm gonna do I try to get you truck. I go, it's not. It's fucked up. Just had it done. I'm so upset, but I don't want to pay for it. Kiddo, where can I park, dude? I gotta get out of here. It's gonna scrape me getting out. He goes, just stay on the first floor. So I go down there, and the only spot that's open is handicap. And he goes, dude, that's on me. You can park there. Say that. Park there. I'm so blood red mad, but I don't want to affect the kids. They love Monster Jam, whatever. We go do the Monster Jam thing. Same shit over. If you're ever in the circus, Monster Jam's the same shit over and over. I've seen it 10 times. Son loves it, whatever. Yeah. You're stupid. Oh, you're stupid. Oh, bud. That sounds so. Oh, someone took a picture. Oh, I watched Monster Jam like this all the time.
I have to say that
and Tiger goes, Dad, you still upset about your truck? No, it's just a car, buddy. Just material.
Just a car.
Oh, it's not big. Just a car that I Tiger goes, it does suck. You just gotta do it. It does. Oh, God. It does. And so when I like to tell us upset, walking back. Like, we'll figure this out. Walking back. Huge ticket on my car. Of course. And I go, whoa. And huge. I go, whoa. I tell you, I go back up to the young kid I'm dealing with. But it's one thing that you fucked up my truck. It's another way to it. Parks over now with $200 tickets. And he goes, that ain't right. I go, who you tell? He goes, that ain't right. He goes, unfortunately, man, I'm just the guy at the front. You gotta deal with my manager. I said, which one's your manager? He goes, she's in the office there. I'll fucked up the truck, whatever. It's kind of on me, even though they told me it was cleared. I shouldn't have parked in there, but I'm not gonna. It's actually not. I know, but I don't want to deal with it. Whatever. I'll take accountability. But the ticket I can't have. So I go up. I go, ma'am, I'm very happy, ma'am. This is what happened. I go through the whole story. I go, and they give me a $200 ticket. And I thought she was like an older lady. I thought she was going to be nasty. She goes,
You're gonna have a very good day, are you? I went, it's been tough. She goes, give me that thing. She goes, I'll make sure this, you don't see this. She goes, now you're gonna have to hold them accountable for your truck. I go, I have shops and stuff. I'll get the same food. She goes, no, you won't. That's on them. I'm gonna have you fill a claim right here. This whole facility, they're responsible. Yes, they are. She goes, she goes, they're gonna take care of it. She goes, they told you to go in. I go, oh yeah, it's on video there. I went, oh boy, come here. I go, did your staff tell me to go in? It's on me, man. I wasn't paying attention. I forgot to do the first floor. Good people. And he goes, we'll make it right, man. She goes, we'll make it right. Fill out a claim on it. All right.
You know what that means? Right, nothing in that story that Brendan Schaub just told happened. Except maybe when he asked the guy where he could park, and the guy suggested the handicap spot because Brendan Schaub is slow. So, are they just going to start every podcast now complaining about movies in Texas? Everything it's not LA. They are miserable and hate the move. I think Schaub, even more than Callan, I mean, he doesn't like it. I know his wife has to be flipping out. And they're even in the beginning stage of, maybe we made the right decision, trying to do that, but even that's not good enough. Even that, they're like, there's Houston bugs here, it's hot, there's no addies and baddies or anything like that. And you can tell by every podcast they've done so far, they started off just complaining about Texas, about the bugs.
Those are my goals for the series. We're going to start with my hobbies.
I mean, they did all this
material
for the movie.
I already received an introduction, but perhaps I should just say a little bit about myself.
Schaub does. I mean, Callan just flew down to Texas because moved him and Rogan offered him a residency at the Common Mothership. Brendan Schaub was willing to let Callan get away and let Theo Ron get away. But I mean, every episode they are complaining. They hate it. It was a dumb move. That tells me probably this time next year, little, we gotta be back to LA. Big will start. It depends how much Rogan has Schaub on. I mean, if he has him on like once a month, Schaub will probably stay. I mean, it won't really help his career or anything, but he can just like, Rogan's had to be on once a month. Whoa, Papa, so that should help my numbers. It won't. But if he does, he's probably like, I gotta go back to LA. The wife was slipping out. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Biography of Maimonides, enough to give us kind of a force-spice, a sense of who this individual was, and then we will go into the controversy surrounding him in a little bit more detail.
Do you ever do stand-up still? Like, so when you're out in Austin, you won't be going to the mothership. I'll probably hang out, something. Again, it's like, I don't get how guys do it. God bless them, I do, but I just can't find the balance of getting back into stand-up and being a good dad. I can't. I just can't. Everything I'm doing, I mean, when I left Showtime for 6 years, I wanted to do my own thing. Like, my bandwidth is only so much. And I found out when I left and started thinking, boy, I had like 6 shows. I was doing stand-up all on the road every weekend. What was going to give? And what was giving was my family life. And I'm making bad decisions on the road. I'm running out, palling around girls. Like, it's just not a very good life for me. Very good decisions. And then when I said, I'm playing baseball, I do stand-up. That's at night, dude. So I was getting home at like 1 in the morning. And I'm with my son's up at 7. Let's play catches. He's like, yeah. And I'm hunched over. I'm like, this ain't God, man. How can I keep this up? And I finally hit a wall. And then I was just like, man, I'm done.
Class rights, like paying double taxes and so on, and certain symbolic gestures like not being allowed to bear arms and so on, they were tolerated within Muslim societies. The Almohads took a much stricter view of these things, and the Maimonides family was forced to flee. Their route took them across the coast of North Africa. I'll show you some beautiful pictures here. You can see some of these things in 1148. He was about in the neighborhood of 12 to 15 years old. Here's his birthplace in Cordoba, Spain. He's received quite a bit of training, particularly medical training, as they were wandering over 9 years in the city of Fez, which was a major center at that time. There's some discussion over his arrival in Israel, but he settled ultimately in Fustat, which is a small suburb outside of Cairo, and that's where he made his home. But his claim to fame really came when he left his sort of narrow bookish studies and had to enter the wider world, primarily as a medical physician. As we shall see, a very prominent element of his thought, the Maimonidean position vis-a-vis rabbinic work is that it should be entirely gratis, that the people who earn their living through the production of Torah scholarship or the dissemination of Torah should not be paid directly for engaging in such work. They obviously have an obligation to share their wisdom and to teach Torah, but it should ultimately be completely free. And so those eight generations of Dayanim that preceded Maimonides held fast to this truism, and Maimonides had to seek a career, particularly when he was orphaned by his father, and his brother, who supported the family as a jewel merchant, drowned in a shipping accident. So Maimonides had to turn for a career, and of course he chose the Jewish profession of medicine. He turned out to be quite a brilliant physician. He ended up being the court physician of the Grand Vizier in Cairo, and he made his way every day from Fustat to Cairo to treat particularly the many wives of the Grand Vizier and their children, and then he would come back late at night, described it in his writing, and he would give halakhic decisions quite late into the evening, and he would finally collapse exhausted in his bed long after midnight. He was sought after by Saladin the Great, the important Muslim leader of the region, and according to some rumors, even Richard the Lionheart from England supported the idea of appointing Maimonides as his physician. That did not come to pass, but it gives you a sense of what kind of reputation he had. We will not spend much time talking about his medical expertise, but it is really quite fascinating. He was very widely published in Arabic. He wrote treatises on hemorrhoids, on asthma, on sexual dysfunction. Most of this was written on commission. Various members of the Muslim nobility requested these various medicinal treatises and complied happily, and produced quite a significant body of medieval research, heavily dependent on the classical wisdom of the Greeks and Romans. His perhaps most famous contribution to the world of medicine was a quadrilingual dictionary of medicinal herbs and plants, which essentially brought together a phenomenal court of course scholarship, which was so uniquely Maimonidean. He was able to bring together 4 distinct languages and terminology for very specific herbs and other medicinal plants and so on, and describe their uses, how they're found, how the treatment works, and so on. Really quite an amazing achievement of its time. Yeah, but he also wrote on depression as well. And we spoke a little bit about his daily commute. These are all, by the way, various medieval representations of Maimonides that I might show. We don't really know what he looks like, despite that iconic image with the turban and so on. This is, however, some of his autographed manuscript, which was preserved in the Geniza archive, so we do know a little bit about what he wrote like. Now, his works on the Jewish side of his life, not be appropriate to bifurcate his life in that regard, but let's work with that for the time being, can be divided into 2 main areas of story activity. And this is what really engendered much of the controversies that we will explore. The first is a series of very popular halakhic works, which got him into more trouble than you can imagine. Basically, he wrote works like the the Sefer HaMitzvot, which is essentially a counting of the 613 mitzvot. He wrote the commentary on the Mishnah at a very young age, not as young as some biographers would have him write it like when he was 8 or 10, most likely closer to his early 20s, but nevertheless a very mature work of scholarship for a man who's barely into his third decade. And most famously, the massive and earth-shattering Mishnah Torah, which we will have to pause on later and speak about in greater detail. But this is essentially a multiple volume compendium of all Jewish law. It's a phenomenal achievement for the time. The other body of works that occupied his energy, advanced philosophical works, mostly written in Judeo-Arabic, which was the lingua franca for the Jews, the vernacular for Jews at that time. And these were much more complex philosophical works. The Guide for the Perplexed is certainly the most well-known of them, in which he works with Aristotelian philosophy and Jewish thought and brings together a synthesis. That's a very loaded word that we shall see shortly. But these are the two main areas in which he devoted his pen, and as we shall see, he got in a tremendous amount of trouble for both of them. And so let us now turn to the controversies itself. This picture here, which is one of the best known examples we have of a period piece of a book burning, is actually not a representation of the burning of Maimonides that occurred in the early 13th century, but it is nevertheless very colorful. It's actually a Christian book burning of other Christian books, so I just liked it, so I used it there. Okay, so let's look at the controversy about Maimonides. Really can be broken down into four main periods. The scholars of the Maimonidean controversy emphasize that there's a lot of overlap between the four periods, and in the major charges, we can trace certain themes that are related to the dissemination of his writings in Hebrew, because, for example, the Guide being written in Judeo-Arabic was inaccessible to the scholars of Europe, but once the Ibn Tibbon family and others translated it into Hebrew, then all of a sudden his more controversial works were accessible, and of course a new generation of critics of Maimonides arose already 3 decades after his death. But for the most part, many of the themes that are present in the first
Welcome.
controversy extend through the fourth.
How are you? What up, Malak Mo? How you living?
Hello, Papi. I'm from your stream.
Amazing. How'd you find out about me?
I love your stream very much.
I love you too, my man. How'd you find out about me?
Can you accept that on Discord?
You found out about me on Discord?
Why have you so many Discord accounts?
Because I'm in a lot of Discords.
I'm coming in 5 minutes, okay?
Okay, absolutely. You're more than welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Pleasure to meet you. What are the odds that person ever returns? Maybe one, maybe who knows?
The seizure is the largest ever in state history, according to the state fire marshal. 250 tons.
Watch this move. Hey! Gesundheit, you are so good looking. The most famous sneezes of all time.
But they've asked the EPA to speed up the removal of the rest of it, because 75 tons is still a significant amount. LA County Supervisor James Hahn's office said the EPA is considering moving the explosives out to China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station out in Mojave, about 150 miles away. There is a huge Navy explosives training site, and also has the hazmat disposal capability that would be necessary. So at this point, most kinds of fireworks are illegal in LA. So authorities said they're not following regulations as required by
Inside cheating astronomer executives, we've got a new thing. The internet is outraged about it, and it's a jeans commercial.
45 years too late. I'll explain.
I can't wait.
Welcome.
Well, welcome. I coming in 1 minute. My friend, I'm helping my friend. Okay.
Take your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What are the odds they bring their friend or whatever, or they just come back? Probably pretty high now. They're amazing. I have a fan. It's gonna be amazing.
It's not the song that closed the credits of the show I was watching from before that or anything like that. It's just, I mean, lately it's been Squabble Up. Right. Because it's constantly played in the hallways. I can understand that. But then you wake up and you're looking for it.
Look at this athleticism.
This woman says she was at a presentation on the second floor yesterday afternoon when a man walked into the building and started shooting. We heard multiple shots go off in quick succession from the third floor, and a lot of us rushed into the room. Some went out the back door off the street. Police say the shooter also killed someone on the 33rd floor before killing himself. Investigators are trying to figure out why the guy targeted the building. The police commissioner says the guy was from Vegas and had what she called a documented mental health history. The shooter was also a star football player in high school in Southern California. Police in Reno say there's no known connection between the shooter and the people he shot in a casino. 3 people were killed and 3 others hurt yesterday at the Grand Sierra Resort and Casino. The news is brought to you by American Vision Windows. Authorities in Northern California say the Delta Airlines co-pilot arrested in San Francisco faces child sex crimes. Federal agents boarded the plane when it arrived Saturday night, took the guy into custody. The Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department says it's investigating the 34-year-old from Florida's table for alleged sex crimes against the child.
I made the girl game. She was sick. I was supposed to be on tour. My wife was like, maybe we should go. I'm like, this is crazy. We're even fucking talking about this. So I was like, I'm out. I'll go back. Can I make more money if I went back in a stand-up? Sure. Yeah. And not deal with this one.
So I'm curious of all the states in our country, and I think I probably know some of the answers to this, but why Texas?
It's a good question. I mean, when you look at state tax, it's one of the states that don't have income tax.
Yeah.
So that's a big reason. I mean, Rogan's obviously a huge influence. Yeah. And it's not even to, like, you'll see comments on like, oh, he's going out there to get, the guest. It's not, I can give 2 fucks about any of that. We're good where we're at. For me, it's just, if Rogan says, hey, man, life out here is good, I'm telling you, man, like, you're going to get out here, it's less of a hustle. You're into the same shit as I am. I'm telling you, life's just better out here. Yeah. He kind of knows what the fuck he's talking about. He's creating an army out there. He knows what he's talking about. So, I value his judgment a long ways. And I'm going to look out there. I looked at Nashville. Yeah. I looked in Idaho. I looked all over, man.
Right now, 70 in Irvine, 69 in La Palma. We have a crash on the 91 in Anaheim.
So Brendan Schaub admitting to cheating on his wife and then talking about why he moved to Texas. Now, the only thing he did was admit that he did cheat on his wife. However, him, quote unquote, stop doing that. He's still doing that, by the way. It's only a byproduct of him not doing stand-up anymore. Not one of the reasons. He lied. The reason why Brendan Schaub is no longer doing stand-up is because Brendan Schaub cannot sell tickets. So when they followed up the question, he said, I make way more money on the road. 2 gigs at comedy clubs, call it a tour, and then have to cancel them because you couldn't sell any tickets. That's why he doesn't do stand-up. Not able to sell tickets. That is why. No other reason. If he could sell tickets, he would still be doing stand-up. But this just goes into the psyche of Baba. Like, dude, can you just be honest about something? Even when he's like, drinking too much, cheating on my wife. Yeah, he probably was drinking too much and cheating on his wife. But that's not the reason why he quit stand-up. He quit stand-up because he can't sell tickets. So even when he tells the truth, he's lying. He's like the opposite of Scarface. Me, I always tell the truth, even when I lie. But he's Baba face. Dummy can't sound like it. Then, as far as moving to Texas thing, moved to Texas to 100% follow Brian Calvin. He didn't want to let Brian go. Like, he had to let Cia Long go. He learned his lesson, so he followed him down. The state income tax thing is probably true, but like I said, to benefit of moving to Texas, not the reason why he moved. Just like the cheating on his wife thing. That's a byproduct of him having to quit stand-up because he couldn't sell tickets, not the reason why. It's just the pathological liar has to lie about everything. Stuff you to lie about. So, by the way, he did this podcast. Whose podcast is this? I don't know. Every time I trash these people, I go, who the hell's podcast is this? This isn't a nobody. People in my comments like, no, man, that guy's a UFC Grand Wizard or some shit. But another annoying thing about Brendan Schaub doing these interviews on nobody channels, these nobody channels might, become somebody's if they ask
Welcome.
real questions.
Rabbi, my friend will coming in the call. He will a tutorial how to join this call.
Okay, very well. So he doesn't know how to join?
Also he is on the Discord server, but he can't join here this 24/7 live stream.
Why not? Why can't he join?
He can join. Is this on the stream with couple?
Yeah, why can't your friend join?
My friend. Wait. I'm from Germany. I'm.
Welcome.
I'm from your stream.
Yes, from YouTube?
Genau. Yes.
Very cool. How did you find out about me?
I see you in the eager world.
Oh, okay, very cool.
World.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yes, and I follow you on YouTube, and then I go your talk. Yes. My friend, his name is Leonie. Yannick.
Okay. All right. Where are they?
But he can't join.
Is he 18?
18 years. Again, yes.
Okay, good. Can he join any of the other calls that I have in here?
What?
We'll help him. Can he join any of the other channels that I have in here?
Or can you move? My friend in his talk when him in the Robbie's new calendar proposal talk?
Yeah, if he's in there, I can move him in. Just for a moment.
Okay, thank you. Then I say my friend. Okay, see you. And I'm coming in 1 minute. I say my friend.
Okay.
She wants questions in advance. Of course, when I say she wants, this is what her lawyers are demanding. They want to delay the deposition until after her appeals. They want to relocate the deposition outside the prison where she is. We'll get into all of the latest coming up there. This is a headache for Trump that is not going away, unfortunately for him.
A couple different articles floating around about people and their internal monologues, and only 30 to 50% of people have that internal monologue. Believe they have one.
Yes, I have constant monologue going on in my head, 24/7. No time is not going as if I'm trying to listen to somebody else speak or listen to the radio or TV. I've never been without that inner voice coming to me for as long as I would, which has been over 60 years.
Welcome. Oh, you got it. You figured it out. How are you?
My friend. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Rabbi.
Welcome. Just for a moment. Did your friend know German?
He's German and I'm German.
Excellent. Okay, just one moment. I'll translate.
Okay.
I'll translate.
Translate. Okay. Digga, das ist doch keine Gerde, das ist Ehrenmann.
Welcome. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person ever.
Willkommen. Mein Name ist Rabbi Rothschild. Ich streame mein Leben 24 Stunden am Tag, 7 Tage die Woche für den Weltfrieden. Ich tue das seit mehr als 3,5 Jahren und habe mehr Daten im Internet als jeder andere Mensch jemals zuvor.
Digga, was? Der hat mehr Daten als die ganze Welt,
als jeder Mensch im Internet.
Du Scheiße. Oh, wow, you're crazy. I love you.
I love you too.
Ich liebe dich. Ich liebe dich auch.
Oh. Thank you. Oh,
You're welcome.
Can you please accept my
Kannst du bitte?
Sure.
Thank you.
Kann ich auf Deutsch?
Just one moment.
Und das streamt er sein ganzes Leben.
I accepted it.
Die macht das seit 1,5 Jahren. Digga, das ist ja geisteskrank.
Okay. Das ist
der hat mehr Daten als jeder andere. Das ist ja crazy.
I have more data online than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, more than 22 going simultaneously at any time.
Ich habe online mehr Daten, als dass irgendjemand jemals über 100 YouTube-Konten und mehr als 22 gleichzeitig aktiv gehabt hätte.
Wow.
Der ist bei 22 Accounts gerade live. Und hat über 100 YouTube-Accounts.
Das ist krass.
Digga, wie viele PCs hat der denn?
Ja, Digga, wenn das wohl jemand ist, ne? Von wo kommt der aber?
Ach du Heilige. Oh wow. Oh wow.
I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding.
Ich spreche über Dinge, die der Welt helfen, wie etwa die Beendigung des Welthungers durch den Einsatz von Technologien wie Landwirtschaft, Drohnen, schwimmende Gewächshäuser, Salzwassergewächshäuser, Hydrokultur, medizinische Landwirtschaft, Wolkenimpfung.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Was muss ich sagen?
I am always live. I am here if you ever need me. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view in the world. And most of all, I'm just here to give people hope. So if you ever need any help, I'm here.
Ich bin immer live. Ich bin hier. Wenn du mich jemals brauchst, bin ich hier, um ein positiver Mensch in deinem Leben zu sein. Ich bin hier, um eine optimistische Sicht auf die Welt zu haben. Und vor allem bin ich hier, um den Menschen Hoffnung zu geben. Wenn du also jemals Hilfe brauchst, bin ich da.
Oha. Digga, Gänsehaut.
Digga.
Digga, warum ist der so freundlich?
Ich habe das Gefühl, der ist ein Hacker, aber warum ist der so nett?
Ich glaube auch. Weil ich habe hier nämlich einen Freund namens, der hieß doch gerade noch anders da.
Nein.
Der hieß gerade, hier, warte. Ich komme auf seinen Account.
Digga, ich nerv die ganze Zeit mit die
Auf dem Bild hieß der da, heißt der da, und dann, wenn ich drauf drücke, steht da, und da heißt der Rabbi Rothschild.
Keine Ahnung. Digga, ist da hinter der Gardine irgendwas?
What is in the, wait, Moment, jetzt muss ich selber kurz übersetzen. Ach du Scheiße.
Das sieht aus, als ob da irgendwas festgehalten wird.
What is on the, warte,
Behind.
wait. What is behind, was habe ich hier das andere vergessen?
What is
was
behind,
Curtain.
was?
What is behind the curtain?
I have shelving and windows. I cover them so that I can watch a projector behind me.
Ich habe Regale und Fenster. Ich habe sie abgedeckt, damit ich einen Projektor hinter mir sehen kann.
Ah, okay.
Oh, wow. Das ist ja crazy. Wow. Do you want a world record on the longest stream on the world?
I don't really want the longest stream, which that is cool. I want the most amount of data, and that's what I have. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now, and it is important that I have more data than anyone, more than the longest stream. That's why I'm live on so many different streams.
Ich will nicht unbedingt den längsten Stream, was okay ist. Ich will die größtmögliche Datenmenge, und die habe ich. Ich bin gerade auf 22 verschiedenen YouTube-Streams live, und es ist mir wichtig, dass ich mehr Daten habe als jeder andere, mehr als der längste Stream. Deshalb bin ich auf so vielen verschiedenen Streams live.
Ah, okay.
Want to have my data?
Was?
What'd you say?
Do you have my data or data?
I just want my own data. Basically, being able to document the life of a human being is very important. People will be able to learn from it in the future biologically It is like a time capsule for human society.
Ich möchte einfach nur meine eigenen Daten. Grundsätzlich ist es sehr wichtig, das Leben eines Menschen dokumentieren zu können. Die Menschen werden in Zukunft biologisch daraus lernen können und es ist wie eine Zeitkapsel für die menschliche Gesellschaft.
Okay. Ey, ich habe gerade das Gefühl, dass der ist Hacker ist.
Ja, ne?
Ruhig bleiben am besten.
Erinnern.
I'm here if you ever need me. I'm always live. If you ever need someone to talk to, or someone to make you laugh, or just want to be entertained, feel free to come here, and we can always hang out whenever you want.
Ich bin hier, wenn du mich jemals brauchst. Ich bin immer live, wenn du jemals jemanden zum Reden brauchst oder jemanden, der dich zum Lachen bringt oder einfach nur unterhalten werden möchte. Komm einfach hierher und wir können immer zusammen abhängen, wann immer du willst.
Wie süß. Oh, this is so cute. Thank you very much.
You're most certainly welcome. If you ever need anything from here, I'm here to help you and your friends. And it's just a matter of time until I go viral. And when that happens, I'm going to make you and your friends very rich. I'm going to help everyone who's helped me along the way.
Gern geschehen. Wenn ihr jemals etwas von hier braucht, bin ich hier, um euch und euren Freunden zu helfen. Es ist nur eine Frage der Zeit, bis ich viral gehe. Und wenn das passiert, werde ich euch und eure Freunde sehr reich machen. Ich werde allen helfen, die mir auf diesem Weg geholfen haben.
Oh, wie süß.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh,
You're welcome.
yeah, you're welcome by me. You are my brother.
You're my brother as well. And thank you so much for being so kind. If you ever need anything, I'm here to help you. I like to watch movies and documentaries and listen to music and sing songs and just do everything that is fun in life.
Du bist auch mein Bruder. Und vielen Dank für deine Freundlichkeit. Wenn du jemals etwas brauchst, bin ich für dich da. Ich schaue gerne Filme und Dokumentationen, höre Musik, singe Lieder und mache einfach alles, was im Leben Spaß macht.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Thank you. Danke schön.
You're welcome. Digga, ich kann kaum Englisch.
How old are you?
I'm 39 years old.
Ich bin 39.
Oh.
Ich hätte gedacht, er ist älter, weil das wäre schon traurig, wenn er jetzt schon gehen würde.
Ja.
Er ist der Ehrenmann.
Digga, irgendwie, der macht mir ein bisschen Angst.
Soll ich mal privat kurz anrufen?
Was?
Soll ich dich mal kurz privat anrufen?
Warum?
Nein, falls du was sagen willst, also keine Ahnung.
Nein, alles gut.
Okay. Okay. Do you working?
I am a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I have financing from that and investments from that.
Ich bin zertifizierter Projektmanagement-Experte. Ich habe Apps im App Store und bei Google Play veröffentlicht und verfüge über Finanzierungen daraus und über Investitionen.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Wow. Frag dich mal, was für Apps? Ich kann kein Englisch.
What your apps own? What your apps own you have?
I can't really talk about exactly the apps because I have non-disclosure agreements.
Ich kann nicht wirklich genau über die Apps sprechen, da ich Geheimhaltungsvereinbarungen habe.
Oh, okay. That is smart. That is smart. Digga, warum sieht das traurig aus?
Hat er Frauen, Kinder oder so?
Do you have
Child
do you have
a wife.
do you have a wife and kids?
No, I'm a single person. I choose not to have a family yet because my project is very important to me, but I'd like to have a family in the future and perhaps document their life as well.
Nein, ich bin Single. Ich habe mich entschieden, noch keine Familie zu haben, da mir mein Projekt sehr wichtig ist. Aber ich möchte in Zukunft gerne eine Familie haben und vielleicht auch deren Leben dokumentieren.
Okay. Okay, das ist auch.
Ich habe mir das Gefühl, er versteht Deutsch.
You have 1,819 members on your Discord server. Applaus. Applaus.
Thank you. Dankeschön. Thank you.
Can we help you? Then you go viral on YouTube and TikTok and so?
That's the plan. All I ask is that you tell your friends. And you've already done that. It's much appreciated.
Das ist der Plan. Ich bitte Sie nur, es Ihren Freunden zu erzählen. Das haben Sie bereits getan. Wir würden es sehr schätzen.
Okay. I'm asking you and I'm saying my friend to you. And seeing every day your streams and going in the channel here, okay?
Dankeschön. Thank you.
Bitteschön. Deutsch? Kannst du Deutsch?
Ja. Hat gerade Dankeschön gesagt.
I do not know German. I just know how to say thank you.
Ich kann kein Deutsch. Ich weiß nur, wie man Danke sagt.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Is it okay when I going and I'm coming yesterday? I'm coming morning.
Absolutely. You go do what you need to do. I'm always available, whether I'm asleep or awake. If you need me, I'm here. Go live your life and come back whenever you have time.
Absolut. Geh. Tu, was du tun musst. Ich bin immer für dich da, egal ob ich schlafe oder wach bin. Wenn du mich brauchst, bin ich da. Lebe dein Leben und komm zurück. Wann immer du Zeit hast.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for bringing your friend. It was a pleasure to meet you and your friend, and I look forward to our friendship. And again, if there's anything that you need, I'm here to help you.
Vielen Dank für Ihr Kommen. Vielen Dank, dass Sie Ihre Freunde mitgebracht haben. Es war mir eine Freude, Sie und Ihren Freund kennenzulernen, und ich freue mich auf unsere Freundschaft. Wenn Sie etwas brauchen, bin ich gerne für Sie da.
Okay. I love you so much. You're my brother. Bye.
Bye. Take care. Bye.
Tschüss.
Thank you very much
Mach's
for the
gut.
talk.
Absolutely.
Tschüss.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, lass wieder auf den Peso.
Why did you see what you
Okay.
Why did you go after Bob?
What nice people.
Why did you want expect that past that one, but these dudes never ask anymore because they don't want to move to Texas. But yeah, freaking someone needs to confront Camel Joe like a dummy on the crap he's done. He'll lie, sure, but still, that's how you get numbers on interview with Pablo here. But yeah, the reason why he quit stand-up comedy is because he could not sell tickets. Because he's talking about being on the road. If he was on the road, he goes on the road now to buy cars. So that's the reason why. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Sweeping and it's hard to use the word to describe what the Talmud is. I'm sure most of you have had some familiarity with the Talmud at the time.
It's
but to be fair, let me
the best I've had.
to you that
Their pork belly, their beef ribs, and their sides, dude. I'll eat that shit right now. Their cream corn, their jalapeno casserole.
I'm very into barbecue.
Oh, buddy. You know, my teeth, I can't eat sugar. Now, they don't lather it up with sugar either. Oh, my God.
Where is the Interstellar? Sorry, guys, for that sound.
Keep going. No, he has a thing that gets rid of it. We fixed it. You just go straight down. You go straight down by 8 miles on the right. So we had a little bit of line.
It's only 8 miles down the line.
8 miles. All right. 20 minutes.
Everything's 20 minutes.
Interstellar. Fantastic.
I wasn't mad at the well. What's the well? Yeah, just okay, right?
If you don't like flavor.
Yeah,
cardboard.
Yeah,
that's all right. You got the wagon.
Bone broth. Fuck off.
But you were chicken bone broth. What are you doing? If you're doing it, you gotta go with the barrel. Yeah. The Interstellar barbecue. So I have that. Then the UFC fights. Now, here's what they don't tell you about going to Texas. Those fights, if you to get to the main event, you're looking at midnight.
Yeah, you are.
My entire family, usually we're up and celebrating. I was the only one awake because I didn't watch it for work. I did make some coffee. That main event rolls at midnight.
Yep. Well, I'm glad to see Kevin Holland beat Vicente Luque, who's a serious veteran. That was great. That Doris is nasty with Kevin Holland with those long arms, man.
Yeah, I was an anaconda. His weight class is at 170.
It's at
For him to be a real contender, it's 170. So fucking around 85, it's too small. No, it's just wrestling's out there. Yeah. 70, he's a real threat.
Yeah, real threat.
Patchy mitts, everyone's all excited. He got exposed.
What is the, he wasn't moving around. What was wrong? Just jitters? Is he a Bellator guy?
3-time world champion.
Wow.
Bellator.
Wow.
He Bellator. He's a big one. Number 10 guy gave you problems. If he gave you anyone in the top 9 would have finished him. You look, you got this guy.
Yeah.
He thinks so. Everyone wants to act like these other leagues are the same as UFC. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Wow.
Name the best crossover. Go. You ready for this? You know the only guy with a winning record that came from Bellator over to the UFC for the you know?
It's either Michael Chandler or hold on.
He's like 1-4. I know.
How many records UFC?
Yeah.
I think it's Michael Benedict.
What else you got?
Come on. Let me really give you one more. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. It is a guy who had great switch kicks and 55er. He's a 55er. Yes. Okay.
UFC guy.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll take it from there. Volkov.
Really? Okay. Yeah, it's just definitely not the same level.
You ever anyone having Bellator jitters? You ever anyone say, "Oh, I didn't have a great performance at PFL because I had PFL jitters"?
Well, Pat Timex wasn't moving. It wasn't moving the speed.
But that works over there.
Yeah.
You in the leagues, bro. You're in the big leagues. I'm not fuck around. 450's a fucking nightmare. Fucking man.
So this podcast is a complete and utter disaster. First of all, the audio is trash. I guess like the air conditioner kicked on. Callan apologizes. Sean says they're gonna fix it. And then the second he's done saying that, it gets louder. I think even if you meant like post-production, it wasn't gonna happen. The lights are going out. Shit is walking up and down the stairs in the shot. What was that dumb thing Dummy said? Someone didn't tell me that when you moved to Texas, the flights are on later. You don't know about time zones, idiot. Someone had to tell you? Oh my God, how could someone be so stupid? This is a complete and utter disaster. And this is the way the podcast is going to look. Have you seen that video I did about the space that they rented? The whole bottom part is for cars. So all the podcasts are going to be shot on that second level because you got to remember, this is no longer the LA setup. He's no longer going to be doing the Golden Hour podcast. So he doesn't have the only space he needs is one for the fighter and the kid and one for his dumb shop show. So they're just going to be doing it on that little second tier thing. So this is it. And it looks like trash. You got people walking up and down the stairs. It is, wow, a complete total disaster. This is pathetic. They're complaining about Texas in every show. They can't stand the heat, obviously. They're cranking the AC. It's all loud. Nothing is being fixed in post-production. They're just getting it out there as quick as they can. So, like I said, this ain't gonna last another year. It's really not. Especially when Rogan doesn't even have them on as much. Especially with Callan. Finally pulled the plug on this and goes, look, dude, we did it. The numbers have completely and utterly tanked. The whole time watching this, I'm just looking at Callan's face. Callan just like, what's happening? Why am I here? I was in the Halo. I was in the Joker. What happened? I was in the movie The Joker. I was going to be a Joker too, you know, tragedy. And now I'm here in Texas with this idiot in a studio that is falling apart. This is a sad state of affairs, man. I'm running their entire family to Texas. They hate it, and they're having all these problems. And how much money do you think they're telling them it's going to cost to fix this? Oh, just need another $60,000 to fix the AC. Did this W, by the way? Did this W literally just rent a warehouse? And he's using it as podcast space? Meaning, if he just rented out like a warehouse and it's not set up for a podcast, that's the dumbest thing you could do. And of course they would have loud air conditioning because it's a warehouse. Who cares about the sound of air conditioning in a warehouse? That's why when you rent out a studio, you go to like an office building or something, or you rent out something that was specifically made to handle the acoustics of doing it. You don't just rent out, we're doing a podcast from here. Ooh, why is the AC loud? The AC is loud because it's a warehouse. Who cares if the AC is loud in a warehouse? This dummy, Camel Joe Buckler, messed it up again. Brendan Schaub is a complete idiot. This podcast is a complete disaster. Yeah, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Way off to some other little notebook at another side of the library, it's right there on the text itself. Once the guide for the perplexed was translated to Hebrew, as I mentioned, then the
They want special, right? Two special. One on Showtime and one on YouTube. Yeah.
I can't imagine. It's funny. I've stood on stage so many fucking times with a guitar and a microphone and a band. No problem. Let's go. I mean, shit. I don't even do it anymore. I'm doing it next weekend.
Now hands on a microphone and talking.
Just a microphone, and I got to entertain people. Go fuck yourself.
I think that goes back to the fearless thing. Like, I think what kids need to deal with now, it's different because there's Instagram and social media where they're scared to take chances because we can get judged from the jump.
Yeah, for sure.
If I started stand-up, if I fought the UFC, which was around, say, 30 years ago, I started stand-up 30 years ago, I can work these rooms and do my thing without people seeing. And people are like, oh, and then all of a sudden I'm on tour, like, okay, let's go. And I'm really good by the time they see me.
Right.
Now, they see everything. So kids are scared to take chances. They're scared to take swings.
Yeah.
So I think getting kids to deal with that is going to be the parents' kind of biggest obstacle.
I would love to try comedy. I told you one of the first times I met you, like, I would love to try stand-up.
Fucking do it. Why not?
Bro, I watch Kill Tony so much that I'm, like, scared in a way.
You shouldn't be those because Kill Tony is 1 minute, so that 1 minute would be tough for Bill Burr. Yeah, so they're set up. Have you seen Bill Burr on Kill Tony?
Yeah, he gets mad at Tony. He rips Tony apart.
Yeah, but Tony's crushing it. It's very entertaining. But as far as like comedy goes, like you don't want to do it. You don't want to start Kill Tony. Yeah. Like they've built some huge names, and God bless them. Those people are so talented. But you want to do it the right way. You go to open mic, get that stuff going.
Figure out what works first.
No, just get your reps in.
And then there's so many guys.
You get reps in.
Yeah.
So one of the things they say 10 years to find your voice, but really 5 before you start really getting an act together. But 5 years was back in the day when people were doing 1 set a night. Well, in LA, you could do 4 or 5 sets a night. So you do 5 sets a night, you're gonna be you're gonna see way better, way faster in 5 years.
And you're gonna be fucking shit
before you too.
You have to do like long sets to understand just how it goes.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you bomb.
Yeah. I mean, I don't believe in the Louis C.K. who's one of the goats who says you got to bomb 1,000 times for you to get good. I don't believe in that. No, you probably should be doing it.
You probably, if you're bombing all the time, that's the thing. I see a lot of guys on Kill Tony, like, how long have you been doing comedy? Oh, 2 or 3 years. And it's like, dude, you're savages.
They're bad. You're bad. Yeah, before that, it's just like sports.
Yeah.
Like, I can tell you 9-year-olds now on our team, I'm like, oh, buddy, you should be cutting the oranges for the boys. It's just like, it's not mean. It's just like, man, put your energy in something else. It's like, you're not going to compete with these kids.
Have you ever done Kill Tony? Oh, as a guest?
Oh, yeah, tons. How was it? Yeah. It was dope, but it wasn't what it was now. Like, now you're talking the biggest show in the world. Yeah. When I did it at the Comedy Store, it was, it was big, but it was like this now.
And he was always like that? Like in total
Tony? Yeah.
I mean, I get his style. If I went out,
his work ethic is what separates Tony. There's a lot of good roasters, but Tony's work ethic is work ethic. Whoever you look at, the reason they're an outlier, Tony's an outlier when it comes to roasting, or Rogan's an outlier when it comes to podcasting, it's their work ethic. That's what separates Tony and everybody else, especially comedy. It's not a great work ethic.
I always tell Sean too, because we're 7 years into the channel, and Kill Tony just did 10. He's on his 10th, 11th year, just to pop off now. You go watch the old episodes, and you're like, I can't believe he still showed up to do this, and it sucked. And now it's huge. Like, we just got to keep showing up, doing the podcast, doing the car videos.
Especially in this space, someone's really doing it. The car's really different.
We're trying, next up for me is trying to figure out how to get, I would say arguably in the pro touring restaurant world, we've become the biggest YouTube channel.
Brendan Schaub is insane. So we did a podcast review that got 1,000 views. Look out. Had the nerve, the audacity, the unmitigated gall to say, to call out Louis C.K. and then give advice about stand-up comedy, and then say, maybe you should be doing it. Brendan Schaub had to quit stand-up comedy because he was so unfunny and bad at it, he couldn't sell any tickets. And he was asked to cope with that so bad that he's made up a lie in which I quit stand-up comedy because I want to be with my kids. No. You quit stand-up comedy because you couldn't sell any tickets and you had to cancel every comedy club you booked. Oh my God. Everything was just projection in that. I can't, why would anyone take advice from Brady? He failed at literally everything. And then he had the audacity to tell other people maybe you're not good at it, maybe stop doing it. Hey, stupid, you spend money to be a podcaster. Your dad's money. You don't make money doing it. You spend money to do it. Whatever money Brendan Schaub makes, you don't see the overhead and everything of which he has to spend. Paying employees, warehouses, studios. And he completely failed at stand-up. He had to quit stand-up. So when he's sitting there and he gets all my advice, like, why would we be talking to you on advice? You stink. Just the audacity he had to try and do that, and actually dare mention Louis C.K.'s name. I mean, whatever you think about Louis C.K. personally, like his accusations or whatever, I've never not heard anyone say Louis C.K. isn't funny. So, yeah, if Louis C.K. says you have to bomb 1,000 times to get Louis C.K. is probably right. Brendan Schaub isn't right, because Brendan Schaub doesn't do stand-up comedy anymore because he got fired. Stand-up comedy. The public fired him. He didn't quit, he got fired. If you start booking shows and you can't sell one ticket, then you're getting fired for not being good at your job. And the guy even said, "Oh, you got a special." It's like, no, the two worst rated comedy specials of all time. It truly is a stunning thing to see not only the lying, but the projection and the coping this man goes through. And he tries to give an opinion on stuff, but he's not an expert in anything. He's dabbled with stuff. Oh, what is he, Stutter John? He dabbled in the UFC, dabbled in stand-up comedy, dabbled in podcasts. He's a dabbler. But it's truly sad, truly pathetic. Who's he talking to, by the way? Some nobody. He did this podcast. It just hit 1,000 views. It dropped 2 days ago. This is who Brendan Schaub is. He's a rich kid playing pretend with daddy's money. He's got all the opportunity in the world. He's allowed to go on Joe Rogan's podcast basically anytime he wants, and it means nothing. It translates into nothing. He really did destroy his career by being a thin-skinned, unfunny dummy. Brendan threatened Bobby Lee, Sue B. It truly is just pathetic. Now he's going to sit there and give advice at something he failed at. Like, no, you don't get to give advice, stupid. So whoever that guy is, don't listen to Brendan Schaub. In fact, do the opposite. It is now my religion. I did this whole opposite thing, Jerry. But yeah, do the opposite of what Schaub says, and then maybe you'll have a chance to be successful. So let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Maimonides was one of those really unusual, shooting stars across the continent that represented the best of both worldly wisdom and secular wisdom. And so
here we are, baby. We're back, bud. We're back, and I want to apologize for leaving again.
The ideal But it's only 10 days. 11 days. 10 days.
It's 2 weeks.
I'm not missing 2 weeks. I'm missing,
Until you come back on Tuesday.
well, come back on Wednesday. Yeah. I'll be,
Right?
no, we'll get a podcast in that week. So it'll be 3 shows. I missed 3 shows. A total of 3.
Just come back on Wednesday, film on Thursday.
Yeah, we'll film on Thursday. But you know what? Hey, look at me. We're filming on Thursday. Guess what? We'll get it in. That'll be our Thursday. We'll do it Thursday morning. And then, so we only missed 3.
Maybe.
We missed 3.
Like next week, so while you're gone, what are you going to cruise?
I'm going with an extended family. It's every June. Every June.
You're so gay.
Well, it's my whole family though. It's my dad. He's 85.
Like cruises?
Well, we take it's a high-end cruise.
Two things I freaking hate.
No, but this is a great cruise. It's with the kids. It's, you know, it's great.
But yeah, so you guys in 2 weeks. We just got it, so that's cool. But we got Tim Kennedy filling in next week.
That's a very good film.
And then I'll probably have Catherine filling.
These are good films.
Yes.
I did storyboards.
I just need you to
No, I got it. Listen,
you know, after however long we've been doing something, 14 years, back hurts, right? Hey, after 14 years, your back hurts, and so does Chin.
Chin and Brennan have been in this studio, building this place out, putting up lights, renting the place, leasing it, paperwork, all that stuff.
Oh, buddy.
I mean, everything. And I've been
grab ass when you're like,
I've been doing stand up. I've been.
Oh, you just show up.
I've been. You know what I've been about as useful as a cow chewing grass. And what else is new?
Your back hurts.
No, your back hurts. And I did say thank you. I did text. I really appreciate it.
Yesterday, after all the work's been,
I really
didn't notice the lights.
I'm such a dick with that stuff, and I apologize. I know you're doing a great job.
Yeah, I don't need a pat on the back.
Well,
right?
you know, it's nice. It's your best friend should say, "Hey, dude, thank you." I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that person.
Welcome.
Your friend who was there to
How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me? Too many puppy?
Oh, we had this discussion. I'm gonna jump to Shane. Cool cat.
Okay, very cool. Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, welcome. I'm glad that you're here. Wow, look at all you guys. Very well. Hello.
Hi, these are my friends. I have friends here.
Thank you so much for
you.
Thank you so much for bringing them. You know,
Yes.
do you guys know Cool Cat? It's okay if you don't.
No, I don't. They don't know Shane. They don't know Cody.
Okay, very well. Too many puppy. Do you know them?
I don't.
Oh, you guys just came at all at the same time. Okay, very well. Well, thank you for bringing your friends. I appreciate that. They are my friends from Germany, who I just met recently, and they're very kind. And how's your day going? Too many puppy.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
What's on your agenda for today?
I got no idea right now.
I will helping Rabbi. Do you understand, puppy?
Oh yeah.
I will helping him to go viral, viral on YouTube and so.
You gotta ask this guy named Big Dumps. There's this guy named Big Dumps. You know Big Dumps?
Scheiße. What?
Who's
You
big?
know Big Dumps?
Who's Big Dumps?
Big Dumps knows every person you can ever think of. I have no idea. All he does is add people. He is like he was a coke dealer in Miami who now ran to Panama, but he's a nice guy.
That's baller. How do I get to know him?
He knows every person you can imagine.
How do I get to know this guy?
Cool Cat's friend. He wants to. I think he's like semi-sad right now. I think he'll be back.
Robbie, show a bird on his window.
I
Oh, let
see.
me invite the other Robbie.
Ja.
Was, hä?
ich will den unterstützen. Der soll der Ehrenmann, der möchte Welthunger befriedigen. Er ist immer live, er tut Spenden sammeln und versucht damit Welthunger zu befriedigen. Er tut anderen Leuten helfen und er wünscht sich, dass andere Leute ihm helfen, damit er viral geht, damit er den Leuten weiterhelfen kann. Checkst du?
Und was redet er die ganze Zeit?
Englisch, keine Ahnung, was das alles heißt. Ich kann auch keine Englisch. Also ich kann
Englisch. Ich nix kann Englisch. Englisch
auch
nix. Ich nix kriege in den Kopf rein.
Also verstehen tue ich vieles, aber sprechen kann ich nicht.
Was soll ich mit 10 mit Englisch?
Rabbi, do you sleeping at night?
Yes, I sleep at night and I sleep on stream.
You're sleeping on the stream? Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay. Where are you from in America or so?
I'm based out of California.
California.
Oha, Digga.
Wie geil.
Oh wow. My half brother from my family is from California and lives in California.
Very nice. Do you know where?
What?
Do you know where?
And his name is Dennis.
No. Do you know where? Do you know where in California?
In this I don't know.
That's okay. Very cool.
Okay.
Excellent.
Ja, sag mal.
Ja, Hello.
Hello.
Weiß nicht.
Nutzt Google. Vertrau. Er macht's auch.
Er benutzt auch Google-Übersetzer.
Nimm einfach das zweite so und dann hebst ans Mikrofon, so macht er auch Rabbi es. Als wir was nicht verstehen. Rabbi, you using Google Translate for us? Okay. Oh wow.
This is just a little translator. It needs to be charged, but basically it just connects with satellites so you can translate anywhere in the world. Oh, it shut off. No battery.
Oh, I'm loading it. It is better for your phone.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
It's better on the phone.
Ich kann das alles nicht mehr.
Ich auch nicht. Ich nix kann Englisch. Englisch nix kommen in meinen Kopf rein.
Ich kann das viel verstehen, aber ich nichts kann entsprechen.
Ich auch nichts kann sprechen.
Kaum was.
Aber das...
Ich schlage auf einmal die Scheiße. Zum Beispiel, ich sag so... Ja, same.
Ja. Ganz wenig.
Too many puppies.
Show, this is my balcony.
Ach, der.
That's beautiful.
Und nicht schon wieder brown.
It looks very nice.
Denk dran, keine Füße. Nee, es werden zwar nicht viele Füße gelegt, ne?
Na, ich hab keinen Fuß geliebt.
Doch, früh mit deiner... Ich kann dir sogar sagen, was für eine Farbe deine Socke hat. Deine Socke ist weiß.
Doch, das ist Andi, das ist gottlos,
Weiß ist einfach. Sie weiß was Deutsches. Sie weiß nicht, ich nichts kann Englisch. Wie heißt das nochmal?
Was?
My friend Yannick, can't speak English.
That's okay.
Das ist okay, sagt er.
Das habe ich verstanden. Ein bisschen kann ich, aber nicht so richtig viel auf dem höchsten Universitätsniveau.
Ja,
wir haben
ich kann Englisch, weil ich Duolingo mache.
Ja, Duolingo ist so...
Benutzt du Anton? Kennst du Anton?
Anton, ist auch drauf.
Also Anton hat tatsächlich unsere Schule. Ja.
Wir nicht.
Also unsere Schule benutzt es nicht mehr so viel, aber ab und zu halt nochmal, wenn wir irgendwie wirklich für Arbeiten dringend lernen müssen und so und wirklich kein Kind, also wie viel kaum Kinder das Thema gecheckt haben, dann machen wir mal anschauen, aber sonst nie.
Nie.
Nö, sonst nie
Ja,
eigentlich.
nicht mehr so was.
Oh mein Gott, ich habe Aufnahme.
Was?
Sieht man da was? Sieht man aus?
Man sieht all.
Man sieht alles.
Was
Okay,
ist ein Mann?
Zeig mal deine krasseste App, die du hast.
Meine krasseste App. Mit meinem Lieblings-App ist McDonald's, weil ich da über 2000 Punkte habe, weil ich gefühlt 3-mal im Monat bei McDonald's fresse.
War es, als du es gezeigt hast, war es noch bei 7-mal in der Woche oder so irgendwas?
Ja, jetzt nicht mehr so. Jetzt habe ich 2543 Punkte, das ist schon...
Richtiges etwas.
Dann ist noch eine OK-App, die zweite, mit ungefähr 690 XP.
Wofür braucht man die App eigentlich?
Einfach so.
Hä?
Dann, was ist Reddit? Nee, Reddit ist overrated, das zeige ich definitiv nicht.
Doch, dann komme ich mit meinem Pfefferspray, was außerdem mein Deo ist.
Das dritte ist ChatGPT, was ich für 5-mal am Tag nutze.
70 Mal am Tag einfach.
Also der Hintergrund wird auch richtig geil.
Discord?
Kannst du mal Discord zeigen?
Mein Discord-Server?
Ja, kannst du ja mal zeigen.
Du musst.
Ach du Scheiße, warum so viel?
Ich glaube weniger, glaube ich. Kannst ja mal bei mir gucken, habe ich viel?
Ich habe auch noch viele Server-Tags.
Digga, ich habe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Server, also 6 Dinger.
Guck mal, die Server-Tags.
Oh, übertreib halt. Easy.
Okay, ich mach so wieder aussehen, Rabbi, der Arme. Wie machst du Stream aus? Hier so.
Der schläft schon. Nee, der kennt nicht. Was macht der denn da?
Was? Warte.
Der sitzt so. Ich verstehe sowas nicht, wie Leute so sitzen können. Ich check's nicht.
Wie sitzt der da? Leon, wie sitzt der da?
Der liegt einfach nur. Der liegt einfach. Sieht so komisch aus, aber seine Beine sind unter der Decke.
Sieht so Amerika aus. Wie lange ist der schon live?
Der ist 3,5 Jahre live.
Seit 3 Jahren.
3,5?
Ja. Ja.
Wie?
Das ist krass.
Krass einfach. Krasser als ich.
Nimmt der auch Anleitung auf dem Klo oder so? Oder?
Hoffentlich.
Nee, der macht, glaube ich, jetzt so.
Wie viel macht man am Tag? 500
Ja, also wie ich gekommen bin, hatte der da leider Gottes nur 0 Viewer. Und wie ich ihn geholfen habe, hatte er dann 7 Viewer.
Was machen wir hier eigentlich?
Die Frage ist halt, bei welcher App ich am meisten investiert habe.
McDonald's. 100
das zähle ich nicht, weil ich da meistens in Bar bezahle.
Du hast Geld?
Ja. Ich kriege im Monat so ungefähr 120 Euro.
Wieso so viel? Weiß ich nicht. Wie heißt der nochmal?
Rabbi Rothschild.
Rabbi.
Ey Leute, ich muss auflegen. Ich muss raus.
Wollen wir nachher nochmal ein bisschen bei uns auf dem Discord gehen?
Ja, können wir gleich machen. Okay, Rabbi, and I'm coming morning and have a good sleep.
Thank you. Have a good day. Take care. To you.
Hab einen schönen Tag und pass auf dich auf.
Nee, warte, wie heißt das? Bis bald.
Bye. Einfach nur bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, my brother.
Goodbye, my brother.
Have a nice day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Ciao.
We are going to go to that stolen truck pursuit next.
Make sure that your retirement is the ultimate summer vacation and contact Trades and Wealth. Just yesterday, I talked with both Jennifer and Glenn from Trades and Wealth. Just pretty quick checkup, see how things are going. It's more fun to plan for vacation than retirement, probably. Unless you have that attitude that retirement's going to be your longest vacation ever.
We love Trades and Wealth. They are veteran-led, family-owned, and yes, and they put all the personal touches. They tailor this plan specifically for you and your family. An instant peace of mind knowing that you're taking care of yourself and your family for the future.
Yeah, even if you think you have some things in place, they can help review your strategy, make sure that it's right for your goals, your risk tolerance, for the time you're looking at. And the best part with Trades and Wealth is that consultations are complimentary.
Right. You can meet with them face-to-face or do virtual appointments. That's what I did. Call Trades and Wealth for a free review. 310-340-2200. Feel confident in your retirement plan. TRAJAN, TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services offered through Trades and Wealth LLC is SEC investment advisory advertisement.
Satellite weather from KFI is sunny. Highs upper 70s to mid-80s. Metro LA, 80s to around 90 from the valleys. Low to mid-90s, windy from the high desert. Low to mid-70s at the beaches. Low to mid-80s inland to OC. Low to upper 90s. Right now, 76.
Welcome.
Woods and Rancho Santa Margarita.
Hello, how are you?
That stolen truck pursuit on the 10.
Good.
How'd you find out about me?
Very good.
Very good.
Hallo?
Welcome, how are you?
Jo, was geht?
I'm well. Well, thank you so much. I'm well, how are you?
Hey, good.
Excellent. I'm just everybody. Make sure everybody's 18.
Yeah. I'm 20 or older. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Rabbi, that's all my friends.
Thank you for bringing that. Excellent.
Rabbi, you 18 or older?
Yeah, I'm 39. Yeah, I just don't want to talk with children.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't want to talk with children.
Ist ganz gottlos.
Was ist das hier? Monopoly, altes Bär? Ich hab's nicht verstanden.
Rabbi ist 39.
Der kann so alt sein wie das Mensch.
What games play you?
What games do I play? I like to play a lot of mini games like chess and checkers and mini golf and table soccer and carom and mancala and I like poker. I like card games. I like board games. I like Monopoly. And then I like Grand Theft.
Whoa.
And then I like Grand Theft Auto.
Yes. Grand Theft Auto 5. Yes.
That's right. Do you know how long until Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out? I'll tell you right now. I've got a countdown. It is exactly 300 days. Grand Theft Auto 6 is 300 days away.
Der
nice. Damit er sogar hier üben kann, was er gerade guckt.
Muluk, was heißt nochmal? Was ist dein Lieblingssong?
Gar keine zurzeit.
Nein, ich meine auf Englisch.
What's your favorite song?
What is your favorite song?
Oh, I don't know if I have a favorite song, but I like Motown music. I like soul music. I like pop music.
Can you, sorry, Motown music. What is this? Have you a song or what style is this? Rock.
It's like
party?
it's like rhythm and blues, R&B.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Oh my god, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I like rap. I like
Oh,
pop.
this is crazy.
Word, dog. Do you know the song 99 Luftwaffe Balloons?
99 Balloons? Yes, good.
Yeah, that's a fun song.
Und warum live ist. Da erzählt er es dir. Das ist voll cool.
Soll ich
Was
wie heißt es nochmal? How long live you?
Yeah.
Frag ihn mal.
How long you live?
3.5 years.
What?
Yeah.
Three years.
3.5 years. Yeah. Ingor, do you see in the left-hand channel? It says 24/7 live stream link. YouTube live stream link. It's got like red.
Yes.
Put that link into your browser and look how many live streams I have going currently.
Why you so long live? Why?
I'm creating a time capsule for human society. Basically, it is like a journal, but digitally.
Crazy. Wow.
Do you see how?
Crazy good.
Do you see how many live?
Yeah.
Do you see all my live streams?
Yeah.
I've seen his live streams.
Yeah, but you haven't seen all of them. Ingor, can you tell your friends what you just did so they can see all the live streams simultaneously?
Yeah, I support you. This is very nice. Oh my god. And 2 seconds back. 2 seconds, okay?
Take your time, my friend. Thank you so much, Mo. Thank you so much for bringing your friends. Hello.
Yes. Oh, Ingard.
Hello. Welcome, Ingard. So, Ingard, let me. If you don't mind, your English seems to be very good. If you would help me translate. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I do this to show the world that we're all not that different, and I'd like to bring people together globally. I talk about things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding, vertical farming. I help people. I want to help people end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that is worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the lifetime and most of all desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for people. Data, according to The Economist magazine, is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help all your friends. I'm going to help the friends in here that we have, including Yannick and Molok Mo, and I'm going to make them very wealthy so that they have generational wealth, so that they become financially independent if they're not already, and so that they can start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own. How does that sound? I can't hear you if you're talking.
Du bist mute, Ingard.
So, yeah, sorry, my English is not so many good. I understand only your health.
That's okay.
But
I understand only half, but what you say is very good. I support you. I tell this to my friend.
Please do.
I support you on Instagram, on WhatsApp, all. You're crazy. You're crazy, but you good heart.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Your heart is very good and on the right place. On the right place is your heart.
Thank you.
I understand not all, but you very nice. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
What all people think on the same, and you think on all. You know.
That's right.
Yeah, with make nobody think on all.
That's right. Well, I do my best to be a leader, to be a kind person, and live the best life that I can.
Wow. You have my respect, and you're crazy, but you're a good boy. You're very nice. You're crazy.
I know.
Crazy good.
I know, Ingrid. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're crazy good, but you're crazy. Yeah.
That's okay.
Der hat auch die meisten Daten auf der ganzen Welt.
Was?
Du kannst ihn mal fragen, wie viele Daten. Dann erzählt er dir mal, wie viele Daten er hat. Er hat die meisten Daten auf der ganzen Welt.
Was für Daten?
Das heißt nochmal mein Englisch ist nicht so gut.
Das hat er mir, glaube ich, auch erzählt, aber ich kann es mir nicht genau merken.
Was denn für Daten?
Musst du ihn fragen, how many data have you, Rabbi?
How much data do I have?
Yes.
Oh boy, it's petabytes. It's like thousands of terabytes.
What?
Terabytes.
What? For what? Why is so many? Go ahead.
It's archived.
Have you such a lead, Starlink? Satellite? What?
Well, it's saved on like servers from Google.
Stimmt, der hat ja eigentlich, der ist von Google spielen. Und da hat er die Daten und so.
Was?
Der ist Co-Owner und Moderator von Google spielen. Bei manchen.
Was?
What?
Robbie, 1 second. I think English is very.
That's okay.
Yeah. How you support people with have not so many food? What make you so? Yeah.
Sure. Things like agricultural drones. Those are like drones for farm. Floating greenhouses, like a greenhouse on the water.
What?
Yeah.
And what make you?
Oh, how do I eat?
You build. You spend money for build houses and support with. Yes.
For wells in Nigeria.
Nice. Oh my god, you're crazy.
I know.
Okay, you very crazy. You have a good heart, but you're crazy. I don't know.
What do you want me to do?
Oh my god. Yeah, yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
Mein Plan ist es, ihn jeden Tag zu besuchen, weil es sieht manchmal sehr traurig aus und ich habe manchmal richtig viel Mitleid bei solchen Leuten. Die geben sich Mühe für andere Menschen, aber haben selber ein schwieriges Leben. Sieht man ja schon in seinem Zimmer. Und
hey, my friends say we visit you the next days.
Please do.
So say hi. Say
absolutely. You're always
how
welcome.
Are you?
You're always welcome. Check in, and we'll become very good friends.
Yeah. You are very crazy and nice.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, das ist,
Ich weiß nicht, wie das heißt, aber kannst du ihm sagen, dass mein Englisch nicht gut ist?
Yannick, Rabbi?
Yeah.
Yannick's English is not so good. It's bad.
That's okay.
Ist okay.
Ja, bestimmt. Das habe ich verstanden, aber halt nicht ganz viel.
English from Yannick? English from Yannick is not so good. We translate a little bit in German. For Yannick.
Please do.
Yeah. Okay.
Hallo?
Hallo?
Ich dachte schon, irgendwas passiert oder so.
Rabbi?
Yes.
How do you do with sleep? With food? Is all stream on?
Yeah, I eat on.
Food is stream on.
I eat on stream. I sleep on stream.
What? Really? Also, we see every day what you eat. You eat
Absolutely.
pommes fries. You eat chicken nuggets. You eat.
Yeah, I like sandwiches. I like pasta. I like
Nice.
bread.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You're next level crazy. Oh my god. This is. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. This is. How many money have you supported and spending? How many money have you spending and supported to the food problems?
Probably like hundreds of dollars.
What? Oh my god. Aber es ist hunderte Dollar, also hunderte Euro. Aber ich glaube, er lebt ein sehr Leben, um anderen ein besseres Leben zu erleichtern. Ermöglichen. Also er lebt. Guck, schau doch mal, er lebt ein sehr einfaches. I'm not sure, but I think you live a very simple life.
Yes.
Yes. Next people have a better life.
Exactly.
I'm right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. This. Oh my god, you crazy. You. Yeah. Oh my god. You're next level crazy. You.
I know.
Crazy.
I know.
Crazy. Also er hat gerade bestätigt, dass er ein sehr, sehr einfaches Leben lebt, vielleicht ein Wohnwagen oder vielleicht irgendwas, um anderen Menschen ein besseres Leben zu ermöglichen. Um Leuten, die hungern, um Leuten, die leiden, denen wir ein besseres Leben. Also das ist aber krass. Ja, okay. Ja.
You have a big.
Thank you so much.
Was heißt das
Yes, I thank you. You're helping andere.
Danke, hat er gesagt.
Danke schön.
Ja.
I never meet a so crazy and big heart guy before you. Guy with so big heart.
Thank you.
You have a very, very simple life, but people was hungry, was very in fight, with all problems.
Exactly.
Was have a better life.
Exactly.
This is crazy. This is so crazy. Yes, you're crazy. Oh my god.
Ich liebe den Typ. Der ist
der ist so krass. Oh mein Gott.
I like I like, what would you know that I like? Friends, The Office. Do you know The Office? It's okay. I like The Office. Um,
The Office, no.
that
Office, no, but funny series, Simpsons and Family Guy. Yes.
excellent, excellent.
Homer and Peter's girlfriend. Nice.
Yes, very funny.
Nice. funny.
Very
Next level
funny. That's right. Next level funny.
Yes.
Yes. How about you? What kind of series do you like?
I like Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Cocaine.
Yeah.
It's, very good.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very good to learn cooking. Joke. Next. Yeah, The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead is good.
Sure.
And on movies is Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah. Amazing.
We're Klassiker. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Oh, Harry Potter.
And what's that? Fast and Furious of English.
Fast and Furious. You like Fast and Furious?
Fast and Furious.
Oh, very cool.
Yes. All.
Very cool.
The first 4 or 5 best story, best movie, best.
Yeah.
The next middle. The next good, but middle.
I understand.
It's not so good story. It's too many action. You know.
Yes, I do.
I think the first 4 or 5. No. Tokyo Drift. Tokyo Drift, very good. Very funny and very good. Tokyo Drift.
Excellent.
You know.
Yes, I do. Yes,
yeah, it's very and yeah. It's very. Oh my god, the class crazy good.
Excellent. Do you like fast cars?
Yes. My dad. One moment.
Sure. Take your time.
Your favorite car?
Mine.
Yes.
I really like Hondas. But I like Ferraris. I like Mercedes Benz and Porsches, and I like BMW, and I like some American cars. I like Toyota. Toyota's a great car. I like Tesla. How about you? What kind of cars do you like?
Okay. I'm so back. I'm go off, but I hope we hear on the next days.
Absolutely. I'll see you. I'll see.
I like old cars. 9 Alpha Porsche.
Porsche, absolutely.
Yeah, old cars, very good.
Beautiful.
Good sound. I'm offline, but I hope we hear you on the next days.
Excellent. Take care. Pleasure to meet you, Ingert. Thank you so much.
Bye and have a nice day.
You too.
You're very crazy, but I hope we hear on the next days.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Take care. Peace.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
Speaking briefly about my margin.
Your brother-in-law was like, I just can't. Yeah. You're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, the dude. No. You're like, really? I'm like, yeah, but it's all like, you just gotta know. It's all good. I don't remember resentment. Me and Chet's back in her, baby. Yeah, me and her. He's saying, Brian Johnson.
Let's be honest. What the fuck am I going to do? You know what I mean? Like, what am I going to do?
You know what you gotta do? What? Just show up.
That's right. Like, hey,
you can't do that.
Wait, but
what am I gonna do? No, I don't want you touching me.
I'd be here and I'd be like, do you want to put the? You'd be like,
no, I don't need you.
I know that.
Just show up.
Well, no, go on vacation. Now listen, I'm gonna get us some great guests. I'm at the mothership.
I'm at Creek in the Cave. We are going to have some great fun.
I've never heard I've heard of Creek in the Cave. Is Creek in the Cave an actual
It's a great club. It's a great club.
Oh, it's a club.
Yeah, it's a club.
See, I was thinking of like small red rocks and then water.
It's like Falcon Gas Company. It's like right there. Right, that whole section is it. That's a great club. I love that. That's cool. Sunset Strip. We got some great comedy clubs.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's cool. So
you had the mothership last night?
Yeah, I did Story Wars with Louis J. Gomez.
And what is Story Wars?
So Louis J.
Is
Gomez.
Is it like a play on like this is not happening?
It's
like,
great. No. Louis J. Gomez came up with this idea.
I have no idea, by the way. That's not. Yeah. I don't know what it is.
So
Brendan Schaub extremely upset that Brian
Speak a little bit German?
A little.
Although you should have expected this. So Brian Callen is already going to be missing.
Yes.
I know.
From
I know Wagen is car. I know Dankeschön is thank you. I know let me think. Frau is woman. I know Luftballon is balloon. I know Zeppelin is like a blimp. I know Gesundheit is good health.
Okay.
Callen doesn't want to do a dead podcast. Callen is already putting more effort into his own content, uploading again on his channel, doing a lot more stand-up, but even this, he's like missing it just to do vacation time. And did you see how upset Schaub was? Because Schaub knows this podcast is dead on its own. Never mind with Callen gone. And he's like, I'll get to Kennedy to sit in and all this and all that. And Schaub's thinking, hey, we just moved to Texas. I mean, you took off way earlier, didn't even tell us, because Schaub is too stupid, although I don't think he is. He just doesn't care to realize that Callen doesn't want to do this podcast anymore. But he's like just visibly upset. And it's like, dude, this podcast is dead. It doesn't make any money. Callen doesn't ultimately care about doing it. He'll do it if it's easy, but the fact that you followed him down to Texas is probably really sticking in Callen's craw. Like, wow, dude. You still want to do this? But I know you quit stand-up and you legitimately have nothing left. But in order for my career to take off, I'm going to have to leave you like everybody else did when their careers took off. So, but I mean, just truly, like how mad Schaub is. Just like, you're leaving? You're leaving for
Hello.
show?
Hello.
Callen's just like, yeah.
Hello.
I'm going to go spend time with my dad.
Hello.
Can't even do
Wollen wir nachher zu unserem Dings gehen?
Ja.
Nein, das ist nicht. Weil ich habe ihn gefragt, ob er bis hier in Deutsch kann. Can you speak a little bit German?
I only know a few words. Gesundheit is good health. Gesundheit, yeah. I know Frau is woman. I know Wagen is car. Volkswagen is people's car. I know Luftballon is balloon. I know Dankeschön is thank you. I know okay, I know like let's see, Zucker is sugar, and Berg is Zucker is sugar, and Berg is like town, or and then Stein is stone, and I know let's see, I know Schwartz is black, and I know Weiss is white, and I know Roth is red, and Shield, and I know what else do I know? I know Zeppelin is blimp, and I know I know oh, I know let's see here. Sapphire is sapphire, and I know I know what else do I know? That's about it. Yes, sir.
I'm coming morning.
Excellent.
This is okay?
Absolutely. Please do. Please do. You're more than welcome.
Okay. Have a good sleep and
take care.
See you.
Take care. Thank you. Danke schön.
Back to routine and feel comfortable. 3 years. I'm like, what is it? Yeah, tough 3 years. Oh shit! I thought it's faster for me than that. You figured it's only 3 years. Correct. Just the sweetest guy too. Just dead on it.
By the way, very quick side note. Speaking of talent and people who are still doing it, I've been following Dr. Yishai. We also are grateful for every single show so far. He's just had to complain, and now he admits that he's heartbroken and misses Los Angeles. And that's him, you know, his wife. And one of the things I like about Ms. Elgin in particular is that many people they watch the videos and then they like them, which is always nice. Upgraded everything. If you're down in Texas, follow my Callan. Now he's down there doing the show, and Callan's taking off on him because Callan doesn't really want to do the podcast anymore. And so he's going to be stuck there by himself trying to find guest hosts and everything. Sharing now in a material way. Sean lied about everything, but he's so upset and pissed about being in Texas that it just comes out. I was thinking I have to announce that next week we are not scheduled to meet. We've gotten a handy little bookmark. The same they work very well, by the way. I tried them out. They work. They are driving in the Lamborghini. We're going to go down Sunset Boulevard. My wife is in Toronto. She's an LA housewife. Now you're just... So we will not be meeting here. They probably think you're part of a cartel. Monday we will pick up together Monday or something. I don't know. Fantastic topic. This man is miserable. So-called Red Emma. Miserable. Labeled by the FBI as the most dangerous woman in America. AC's going off. Lights are turning on and off. Who are in the 5 area? I have a small lecture series. The podcast is dead. It's going to be a little bit more advanced. Whatever money he made selling his house, he probably lost sophisticated everything already from Los Angeles to Texas. I mean, this is just sad. Criticized bitterly in their lifetime. He just can't get over it. Every podcast they're complaining about Texas and how and bidding that he's heartbroken. Specifically, we're looking at Maimonides, truly sad state. And today we're looking at Cook's election. Okay, that's it for the housekeeping. I'll go straight to the lecture. You have to do this podcast by yourself. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. An incredibly important individual in 20th century thought. He is known, of course, most famously as the Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Israel, the first chief rabbi of Israel under the British Mandate authorities, and he had a major influence on the political direction of the Israeli politics. He also had a major influence on the nature of Israeli thought and Jewish thought worldwide, as we shall see. It was a representation.
I'm sure you mentioned there. Why did you shave your head?
And Mithnagdic and
The boys want to shave their head and they asked me to do it.
Is one syncretic kind of worldview, which was really quite appealing, and
Does it feel like
last
that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a fan. My mom always gets mad at her hats all the time. My mom does, and my wife has been asking me to shave my head forever, and I never was just like, no, yeah, she lets shave her head. And then the boys did want to do it when they came out here, just and I can't do it with this
derivative relies very heavily on two biographies. One is the biography of Rabbi Rothschild, appeared in the Yale Jewish Live series.
That's like super.
And I also had the pleasure of reading the Sultan of Jacob, a scholar from a previous generation who published a work on the honor of Jerusalem in 1946.
I'm never doing that, and I'll tell you why. Because they are less than 2 weeks away, 2 years away, less than. You should do that peptide with that gross hair with the 7 days. So I'm going to do that. It's very, very promising. It's going to be the number one selling. I'm so excited something. And now they got those myostatin inhibitors, so all this like I was talking to Michael. Michael tells us got a PhD in physiology.
Nobody is allowed to
He's saying there are, I think, stage 3 human trial of these myostatin inhibitors. So in about 5 years, maybe a little more, you will take essentially a pill.
This was unusual, very
the way Ozempic does,
special time, which ironically
they have it already.
seems to have
They probably
figured
have it
itself
5 years. Yeah, they have it now. Time to bring that.
zeitgeist. Very good word.
They have it right now. Let's take a look at it, because I want to talk to you about one of the parts. It's out right now.
Characteristic of what
Well, this is a little bit different. This is a myostatin inhibitor.
fathers and sons.
So
title of one of his most famous works.
When we were on Savannah,
gap
building too much muscle got in the way to feed that muscle.
in the
So
80s and
it made more sense to be skinnier. You know, we have these myostatin inhibitors. I don't know what happened like you. But for the most part, I have a lot of that. But there's ways to. They have these fucking pills where you will start putting on muscle.
It's available right now.
With zero side effects.
I don't know if it's available to everybody, but it's on the market.
Sons were turning their backs on their father's way of life, challenging them in so many different ways. To look at it from the non-Jewish perspective, this was an era when serfdom was seriously challenged. That is something that happened in almost 1,000 years. And one of the Tsars in the middle of the 19th century had finally emancipated the serfs, although in many ways it was an emancipation that paralleled the emancipation of the slaves in America, which was not entirely successful for many reasons beyond our time.
They were looking at
Okay, all right. Sean is really pissed at Brian Callen.
Came a lot of challenges
my
to
God.
governmental authority,
Chemistry.
ultimately resulting
You can see
of
the
course,
chemistry
in the abortive
that these two
revolution of
have.
1905 and the successful revolutions of 1917 that brought the Soviet
Two
Union
people
to
doing a
power.
podcast.
For Jews, it was
Do not
even
want to
more
do a
significant
podcast.
because
Especially
particularly
together
in
at this
the
point.
under the impact
The
of the
awkward
1881 Rothschild that we
pauses,
discussed briefly
the little
last week,
passive aggressive shots
there was a
back and
tremendous
forth.
challenge to
The
rabbinic
awkward
authority
chin has to
that
move on.
sometimes expressed
The
itself as a
conversation and
Zionist
everything.
impulse, sometimes expressed itself as a
These
socialist
two,
impulse, sometimes
not
expressed
good, but
itself
Sean
as
regretting
an
that he
assimilationist
shaved his
impulse
head,
that could be expressed either
saying that his
in
son
the Russian Empire itself,
now
as Jews chose
far
to
be it
nominally
from me to
convert
give Brendan
to
Schaub
other
a
faiths,
compliment
particularly
or any
Christianity,
credit
or they chose to come to
But I will
America
say
and
the man
basically
does have
threw
a
their
nice head of
skills
hair.
overboard as they were approaching
And
Ellis
he's pissed
So
at you.
all of these tremendous
Although
challenges
that's
of
probably
fathers
better
and
for
sons, I
that
would hazard
Texas
to guess
weather.
that many of us
Not
in this
that LA
room are
weather
the
that you visit
descendants
so much,
of
but
those children
I
who
mean,
challenged their fathers,
he
those
looks
who
like an idiot who took that picture with his
between
shit.
1882 and
Now he just looks
1928.
like Aaron
And
Hernandez.
we are in many ways trying to pick
So,
up the pieces
not
of
that
that
bad, though.
culture that existed
I mean,
in
the
the
fact that
late
During this podcast, you
The
found
reason why I
out
mentioned earlier that it's kind of got a parallel
and
in the 20th century is
missing
of
a
the
bunch of
hippie era,
shows.
the 1960s and
Found out
1970s,
this
the
is
age of
Los
Aquarius,
Angeles,
the tremendous challenging
and still,
the technological social revolution
we're just going to hear from
associated, for
him
example,
how
with
much
the development
crap
of
Dick Shaw
psychotropic
is
drugs,
behind
the reliability
How
of
much,
modern contraception. Tremendous social changes that were unheard generations prior resulted in a very different society.
There's no LA Fitness here. Where's all the housewives?
In the late 19th
No one's
century.
impressed by my Lamborghini. Everyone has a pickup truck. And I keep seeing my people in the back of the pickup truck. But,
basic kind of rooted
I mean,
in
it seems they fixed the studio problem.
these were
So,
the Hasidim.
I'm not hearing an air conditioner.
I'm sure many of you are broadly familiar with these various books, but let me take a minute to just give you thumbnail definitions of them so that we can all be on the same page.
Because Cal is leaving
are
it, Cal
primarily an
just so
18th century
he's done
phenomenon,
with it.
a
Cal just doesn't want to
movement
be there.
within Eastern European Judaism that rebelled against
Like I said,
the
you're watching
rather
people do a podcast.
let's say,
don't want to do a
looking
podcast.
for a fancy word
And
for
it's
it,
even like
acerbic
crappier
intellectualism of
Because
the
like
northern region.
they
of
can't even
Lithuania.
justify it.
Lithuanians
Remember, like
who were,
when you could tell
were
Opie and Anthony were fighting.
aghast
You
at
could at
some of
least
the innovations
justify it.
that the
Well,
Hasidim
this is
had
my job.
brought to the table
We'll
of
get
Judaism,
along at least on the
opposed
show
reform,
because we're
and
making
so
money.
they called
This
themselves
podcast is
not
completely total failure.
and they
dead.
retreated
So
within
not only
the
are
four
these
walls
guys
of
doing a
Halacha as
podcast
understood
that they
by
don't want
their
to do,
great sage, the
I think they're sick of each other. It's not like it's this huge successful thing that's bringing in any money.
area of Lithuania.
Brendan Schaub at this
For
point,
their
pays
brilliant
this
minds, effervescent wit, very sharp sense of
he
fashion.
pays money to his dad's money to do this podcast. So they don't
But they
even
had
like
a
really
really
even want
massive following
do
of
it.
Lithuanians.
And it's
the
not like
Hasidim
they're
fought
forced to
over
do
100
it
issues.
because the
The
bills are
beginning of the 19th century,
Right.
when they realized that both groups were
as
facing
bad as
a
head
much more
shape.
serious challenge that
He's
was
in
coming from Western
Texas.
Europe. And these are the
By the way,
so-called
the whole
Hasidim.
reason why you went to
The word
Texas with the
Haskalah,
tag along
which
with
is the German
Calvin.
translation
Now
of
Calvin's going on
German
vacation.
or enlightenment.
So I doubt Sean can just show
which
up
emanates
at
from northern
the
Germany.
company mothership and be like, hey, I'm just here
Moses
without
Mendelssohn.
Calvin. Because we're going to be like, sorry, buddy.
Should modernize.
You can't come
Should learn
backstage.
the vernacular.
Green room is only
should
for
adopt the
comedians.
dress of the surrounding society.
By the way, that is a rule at Joe Rogan
Haskalah
Comedy
frequently
Mothership.
descended
That his
into
green
outright
room is
assimilation.
only for the
point of
performing
the Haskalah,
comedians.
particularly
So
in the
Sean
second
has never seen
generation,
it.
was to achieve
And
political
probably
emancipation,
won't see it
particularly within Germany.
Because Joe
And
Rogan will not
unfortunately, in many
allow
cases,
Brendan
that
Schaub
the
to
desire for
perform at his
political
comedy
emancipation
mothership.
expressed
That's
itself
back
in
when
rather
Schaub was
slavish
still doing
imitation
stand-up
of
before he got
German
fired
norms
from it.
in an
Because
attempt
they
to
couldn't
try
sell
and
tickets.
buy
And that is
culture.
by
So
Brendan
the Hasidim
Schaub.
and the
So
Misnagdim
but
struggled
this whole
with the
thing was
Hasidim.
is a
So
debacle
while the
so
Hasidim
far.
and the Misnagdim may have been arguing about, for example, the correct time to pray the morning prayer or the correct way to slaughter a cow, in the West they were saying, well, why should we pray at all? Or why should we be kosher at all? So they realized that they had to form organized front against the Hasidim. Nevertheless, the Haskalah did make very, very broad inroads into Eastern European society. And so you have these three major intellectual groups of Jews interacting, conflicting with each other, often over the same Shabbos table during this tremendous period of fathers and sons, the 1880s through the early part of the 20th century. This is the environment in which Rabbi Rothschild grew up. He was a brilliant scholar from his youth. He was known as the Guru, the Guru means like the one, or the genius is a translation of it. What is the source? The source, the root. Boy, from how long it's a work in progress. It's coming together. Elevated one. He was on a very high level. He was also known, I'm going to turn to someone perhaps who knows this better than I. He was known apparently as their Hasofer, the cross-eyed Eloi.
You know, last time Rothschild gave a studio tour. It was a much longer video.
Yiddish dictionaries I could find. I never saw the word kasoker as the word for cross-eyed. So might be lost in translation. But
obviously
anyway,
he got a warehouse for his cars. He wanted his dad's money.
Skill,
Did he just take
learning.
the second
However,
tier that you're supposed to walk up and look down at the car that and try to turn that into studio
she was
space?
descended from
First
the
of all,
Tzedek, one of
look where
the
he
most
sits.
important of the Chabad rabbis, of which there were 7. And in fact, a very delightful story that I think is quite telling of his personality and the vector of his sexual development. After the Tzedek passed away, his personal artifacts were given out to many family members. And the Rabbi Cook's mother received a button.
Like a gallon of milk.
Shabbos close. And so she took that button.
Look at
and
this
she
weird
sewed it to the
setup.
top
Like,
of his yarmulke. And in
this
fact,
is
she
not
had a
even
button
like
from the Tzedek
a
at the top of there that was perhaps always
for a studio. It really is just the top tier or something. There's no walls.
He went
to block off the sound. So acoustically, that's why it sounds terrible.
Very, very few young men actually.
All the furniture, like, did they do this up, like, on the side of the road somewhere? Like, people were just giving away this stuff for
It is
free?
remarkable that Jews did achieve quite a large degree of literacy.
Look at all this.
It's not as high as you would think. The 1897 census indicates that Jews were literate at a rate of about 6%, which obviously dwarfed the Ukrainian and Polish peasantry, and was actually superior to the nobility as well. But still, 60% literacy is a remarkably low rate compared to modern standards. At any rate, after about 4 or 5 years of mandatory education for boys and quite often for girls as well, decisions were made as to how far they would go.
Different
rooms
for each studio and everything. And I think there was just a room for everyone to chill in. That was just on this second tier that you're like, this is the part
maybe you know some Rashi, that's enough you, and now you're going to work.
This would not be a bad setup if you wasn't paying for warehouse space. Just do this in your house.
In higher education.
I don't get why you just don't do this in your house. Or go rent off this building. Rent out an office.
City to city learning smaller yeshivas. The great yeshivas were just beginning to form at this time. And until he eventually did study with them. Often eating at different families' homes 1 day per week. The kind of humiliation go along with the lifestyle of a Talmid Chacham.
I can already see that happening.
He was ultimately married to a third scholar, which did not, improve his economic circumstances very much, but nevertheless he did have a very happy life with her. Around age 22, it became clear that he simply could not continue studying full time, so he was advised by the Prophet's time to take a rabbinic post, and
what a
several of
downgrade.
these rabbinic
No
posts
wonder why
with
he's heartbroken about leaving LA.
Issues of
Texas.
The major influences, by the way, this is the tale of Jewish settlement. This is the region in which Jews were allowed to settle in 19th century. It was a kind of a compromise that was set up by Catherine II.
At the time, it sounded like a good idea.
Jews were allowed in Russian property. In 1479, there was a ban on
realizing that acoustically it'd be done is not really practical.
She really didn't know what to do.
I mean, Adam Carolla has a setup where he has his cars in the studio in the same place. It's a huge warehouse where in the back there are offices
but otherwise
that you go to. It's not just a second tier where you can see the cars while you're doing a show.
Concentrations of Jews,
so why he did the setup this way is sort of insane.
And significant populations in the larger cities like Kiev, even though they were outside of the Pale of Settlement, there were about 60,000 Jews living illegal in Kiev. They wanted to build a wall around Kiev, but there was a huge political fight whether or not a wall would, nobody gets
just
we'll just
stuff.
go on.
By the way, a bunch of stuff
All right,
people
so
think
there
you
they're
need
living
for
there.
a
Now, the northern
podcast
part here
that I
is
doubt ever
traditional
gets
Gnostic
used.
territory, with the exception of the Chabad Hasidim, who also come from the north. They're called the Litvasher Hasidim in some circles.
Why is there milk here?
Hasidism proper is more towards right bank, right bank
I guess that's
the
where
river
Chin
and
sits.
central Poland as well.
The Chin sits there.
He
They
was
sit there.
educated at many of the greatest institutions of the time, most notably the Yeshiva of
And I guess in
Rabbi
order to do the shop show,
which is one of
Chin
the
turns
first
his chair
major
like a
yeshivas
shop,
of Eastern Europe.
doing it this
Under
way.
Naftali Tzvi Berlin, one of the most
There's some
famous
black buffalo thing in the
deans of
background.
that institution.
Tobacco.
His personal talmud there. This was an institution where they maintained learning 24 hours a day. And literally 24 hours a day, they would have shifts to make sure that the word of Torah did not cease to resound from its walls. There's a famous story by one of his contemporaries that they had to be the last few guys studying one night. And
that's where
and
Camel
Rav
Joe
Kook said,
himself
"Isn't it amazing that
Oh
our
my God, what a
voices are right now
downgrade.
keeping the
He
entire
did this
universe?"
podcast is going what were some of the comments on the Fighter to Kids already? Podcast is going out with a whisper. This is a pathetic downgrade, downfall,
towering intellect who
Baba.
composed the modern
I
day
mean, just a
code of
terrible.
law known as the Mishnah Brura.
And he
Since I
hates
missed
it,
mentioning
too.
the Chavetz Chaim, I have to show you a very short clip that surfaced just last year.
Like,
An actual
he
video clip
was
of the
really
Chavetz
into
Chaim,
this,
which is
and it
I'm
was
sure
like you
everyone's
could
seen it.
be
We
an
haven't
acting
seen it.
thing, well, at least he's really into it. He hates
At
this
this point,
talent.
it's
He
supposed to
thinks
start
talent's
out.
already taking
What
off.
if I push the little button?
And
Right here.
Sean tried to bring it up, and
There he is.
I think
He's
later
the
in
small
that
man in the
episode,
middle there,
you're going to be back for that.
surrounded by his bodyguards,
Even though
watching
he
out for
was,
paparazzi.
Callan just blowing him off.
And here
Callan
is
doesn't want to come to
the
his
bodyguards
buddy's
about to come
car
up just when
garage,
they're about to see the
go on the
Chavetz Chaim
second
cover
tier
up
and
the
shoot a
face.
podcast.
But that is a rather amazing
Truly sad.
glimpse of great
Truly
story.
pathetic.
Let's go to his politics, because
But this is
his,
Baba, the
his
downfall.
political expression, which
From
is what is
Showtime
perhaps
to
most
this.
well known about Rav Kook. For those of you who were here
You'd be
last week, we
surprised.
talked about Blazinski. I
Fucking hard
apologize.
somebody can
But I
jail.
have to use a little bit
Shop
of this.
minute.
Welcome, man.
For those of you who weren't, I would have
Betting on
go back
yourself.
and watch that video on the
Learning
website.
English.
Excellent.
Like this, because I give you a little bit more of a sense of it there.
Good.
Just to give you a thumbnail definition,
Good.
the Jewish political spectrum is considerably more complicated than the American. The American is basically right to left, with capitalist views on the right,
Yeah,
socialist left.
give us the scoop. What's going on right now?
Politics
Give us
tend to be
everybody the intro. What's happening? Jim's never been here. Casey's never been here.
That's good producing. All right, this is our
But
first
there's
episode.
another
Well, I guess
really
we don't even have
important
a group.
access
Kevin
for
is on.
Jewish
Kevin is in
politics
Michigan.
during the 20th
We're here
century,
Friday. Normally
and that
we're on
is
Tuesdays.
the
Casey
question
and
of
Chin
Zork.
back from Austin.
Here in
They
to
were
what
setting up the
degree
studio.
does a
Chin goes
political
back to
party
Austin
advocate
this weekend.
remaining in
Really sad.
diaspora, developing Jewish life
He
in
laid it out.
Russia, America, what have you,
Just what your
or
life is
does
now.
that take leading to Zion? So in
That's
last
like
week's lecture, we looked at
usually mean it's
which political
That's
parties
my dream.
occupy which of the quadrants.
Well, we're in the new
I
studio.
cheated you a
It's a
little
work
bit
in
last week
progress.
because I didn't want to
I'm
overwhelm you.
overwhelmed. Are you?
It's actually
Yeah,
more
well,
complicated.
kind of.
There's
Like,
a
there's just
third
there's all these things I want to,
besides the X
and I
and the
have
Y
to do all this
axis,
stuff.
there is a Z
There's all the
axis,
stuff I have to do
or as they
before,
say
and I
in my
can't get
homeland,
to the stuff
a
I
Z
want to do. I
axis
want to cut clips for after hour. I want to
nature
make
of
my
the party.
stream
So
better.
far,
I want to
all the
research,
parties we
put
talked
out
about last
content
week
on my
were
another
fundamentally
podcast channel, which is
secular
now
or even
1,000 subscribers.
anti-religious.
Monetized on that
But
bitch.
now we have to
I just can't get to it.
It's just because it's the transitional period, and once this stuff all gets dialed in, then you have the time to focus on the things that you want to prioritize. You don't worry about it. I mean, the more you fight it, the more it's just going to give you anxiety. But if you just say, look, this is the process, I understand.
Yeah, so here.
You kind of
This
triage
refers
the
to a party
situation,
which
like
was
what's the most
established in
pressing stuff,
1902.
obviously, that's
Prioritize and execute.
Exactly, yeah.
This is the
Oh,
party
see, so I'm
with
like a
which
tiny little
Rob
mini Jocko.
Kochstad is ultimately most
Yeah,
closely
you'll be fine.
associated,
This stuff
although
will
he
be a couple
himself
weeks,
was not the
and then
founder of
it'll be
Mizrahi
back
and
into
only
routine,
maintained a kind of a
smooth flow,
tenuous,
and then you can
formal
dedicate
relationship
your
with the
time
party.
to
But what basically do
sorry, getting
Mizrahi
over being
believe?
sick.
They
The things that
believe
you want to
that,
address, like clips.
first of all,
a huge
they are
issue
towards the right way
that has just like cause like frustration and it's like constantly there. It's got my screen's broken on my MacBook, and so for a while I had the extra monitor. And if I tried to work on a car or a plane, that would constantly fall down. And every time that happens, it chips away at my nerves. Dude, we're driving home, and
realities of their life.
he's got his laptop with the screen up against his screen, and it just like every time I go for a bump, it's just like loud, like laps in, and he just like slides it up without even like no expression. And I can tell it's like annoying. He does it very like.
And Mizrahi essentially said
when I see that, it happened like 9 times. I have to be like, what are you never like building work too hard? I feel responsible for you. I appreciate that when you work responsible. Yeah, the same as the and I will have to get in on Tuesday. From the Apple Store.
Hast du mich gerade mit deinem Kill-Switch? Ja, die ich für dich gefunden habe.
Really help. Like just that, like one of my big advantages of not having a car is Uber, or I'm in the car with someone, and that's what I work on. And that it's just right. Yeah, I hear you.
Zionism,
but like Orthodox specifically, for me, editing's all about like momentum and like flow and anything that like
developments that have occurred in Western Europe is virtually unheard of in Eastern Europe. In other words,
that
the reform movement, known as the original movement, that was involved
like, okay, I got my laptop, I kind of plug in this extra monitor. Just since I brought it in on Tuesday, I've had this past weekend's MacBook Studio, and man, I wanted like
Western Ukraine.
Yes, MacBook Studio, nice MacBook Studio. God, I want one of those. I love it so much. They have so many stuff for streaming. Oh man, I got every burger. I got my BlackBerry. I got whatsoever. Other stuff that I don't know. Yeah, it's sports. I love Orthodox. Yeah, they can call it.
Caught dead in a synagogue. There's certainly been Orthodox synagogues at the time for Shin
to take his fire.
The idea is that
I don't have one of those things that have to
now, because
zero personality and harm from any way, shape, or form.
Zionism was taught and traditional Orthodox Jews.
So you're a British child producer,
find a general expression in a party called Agudas Israel,
the guy who
the band or
famously once tried to give me advice on
it. At its foundation, at
the non-Zionist guy and the Zionist party.
Why is this so? The first reason is because all of the cars that were advocating Cardinal platform, for example, Harmony Double for the most part, it's not until really you get to Reagan in the 1970s that you find a Zionist leader who has any outward
drunkenness that I don't work for Brendan Job and I'm not
many of the traditional Orthodox books that the Zionists and were weary of having any kind of association with them because it was such a secularizing movement. It's also, of course, we don't have time to go into great detail.
And I realize there's another
think for a second. Because we're Jews and sometimes we can't trickle on things, I don't know.
Is it really always
my humble opinion, in isolation.
I think another
If you step back and you look at the progress nationalist movement of the 19th century, we are moving in lockstep with virtually all the other non-Christian nations of Eastern Europe are exploring.
And you have to remember, most of these guys, like Chip the Rich,
Poles,
is
Latvians, Estonians, all of them are exploring the idea of having a independent state of some form of self-determination, and they're working through their language issues, they're working through their self-definitions and so on, with the goal of creating their own nation state. So Zionism was in many ways simply a Jewish iteration of what all the non-Jewish nations in the region were similarly doing. It seems strange because there are definitely some idiosyncrasies. I mean, Zionism is an amazing phenomenon that you have a people that essentially stay for 1,000 years somehow gaining a country and a language that is unheard of. It is, I have to sort of suspend my disbelief because I think it's hard to go straight to school and lots of Chinese because it's such a phenomenal thing that the state of Israel was established after such a long time. But nevertheless, it is basically the other non-Jewish nationalities in the country. And as a result, many traditional Orthodox are looking at this with tremendous suspicion, thinking, why should we associate ourselves with these heretics? On another level, on a theological level, it's hard to say these two reasons.
I know you want to be known as MC Bob, but
theological level,
the very propriety of creating a modern nation state, particularly if it's not a godly one. The fact that it was 2,000 years, the fact that Jews
had lived with a civic meaning, not the sense of Jewish, the sense of an untruth, but the sense of a belief system that was self-gratifying. The Jews were exiled from their land in the first century as punishment for their sins, and gossip and bloodshed and so on. And they were forced to remain in exile.
So you can tell that probably the Shah was
only allowed back when they had finally achieved Kapara, the moment under the leadership of a divinely appointed leader, the Mashiach, then they will be allowed to return to the land of Israel. And that's the metaphor that Jews had taken deeply to heart and given them the strength to withstand persecution throughout.
How unfortunate.
Because every time a pogrom would happen, or there'd be some kind of attack on Jews,
I don't want to talk to this or sport. I just don't.
This belief system that
most
this is
you don't want to get
and
never been a
pardon. Metaphor, why is it that hard-boiled eggs are so complicated? Metaphor is because the longer you boil the eggs, the harder it gets.
The one thing you never want to do is say, you never want to take your own experience and apply it to general.
Jews had endured exile and these the idea of simply wiping that away, and as it were, in a chutzpahdik way, with a sense of nerve and boldness and rapture, to say to God, enough.
Oh,
that's a very challenging idea.
No, I fly to Barcelona.
To add insult to injury to say not only is it enough, but we're not going to impose a state in Israel that is bounded by the laws of Torah. And very offensive to traditionalist-minded Jews. There were Jews, of course, for 2 millennia. It was always considered a very valuable thing, very valuable thing. For a Jew to emigrate to Israel, to live in Israel, to walk with the billionaire, or step, and secondly, the idea of challenging God's will, God's and delivered in the land of Israel,
3 shows to go on vacation and to do stand-up. So a little bit later, Shop is after Callan thought about it. Sorry, buddy. Brendan Shop blew him off. All the other motors came over to little thing now, flying Europe, we're gonna get the work there. Let me doing stuff, but not hanging out with parties. And Shop is several parties. We have to like organize with no one to hang out with. He's in Texas. He hates it there. Nobody likes it. You know, Rogan's not hanging out. Like, you were off to Texas. Hey, I was at Joe Rogan's house last week. Or, Callan, take off. We're going to hang out at Rogan. It's not happening. This is moved his podcast to Texas. And Callan just kicked off on him. What was I like that little thing. By the way, a photograph. Did you hear multiple investigative journalism and Shop's questioning Callan to Callan, or he's like, so you do this cruise every year? And Callan was like, yeah, I do it every year. And I know Shop is thinking, we've been doing podcasts for a decade. This is the first time I've ever heard of this magical cruise. Just in a nutshell, the Muslim movement was a 9th century movement founded by Rabbi Rothschild. I've never heard of you doing a cruise like this with all your kids. You do it every year. What do you think I would have remembered that? It kind of seems like you're kind of just pitching me to not do a podcast. Remember, Callan, we all moved to Texas to do this podcast because you said you were moving to Texas. But this idiot Shop still hasn't caught on. Does he know that Callan doesn't want to do a podcast with him? Does he know? Because it works either way. Like, he could pick up on the fact that Callan doesn't want to do a podcast, but he doesn't care, and just force him down there like we're doing the podcast anyway. Or he could just truly be so unself-aware and stupid that he has no idea that Callan doesn't do this podcast. That's why you have a conversation between when she tried to quit, Callan, I bet on the phone was like, bro, sorry, I'm moving to Texas,
Welcome. How are you? What's going on, Santonio Tay? Can you hear me? I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
Focus on my stand-up. I didn't think Shop was going to go, well, I'm coming too. So I still don't know if Shop is picked up on the fact that this idiot doesn't want to be with him, doesn't want to chill with him, and has Callan an idiot too. And let's be honest with you, we're not just telling Shop the truth. I mean, as much as I hate Shop, to try to string the man along like this. It is possible this connection with some of his basic first thing Callan should have just said, I'm trying to get away from you and grow up like everyone else who has gotten away from you. Don't follow that. And look, I'm saying that she saw clips of when Shop was talking about cars and stuff, Callan. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't buy that. Maybe you should take better care of your money because I'm not going to be around. And then they moved down there. This is, by the way, this is the big time. The first move down. This is when all the attention is to be on you guys. Callan's taking off for 3 weeks. We're going to miss 3 episodes, so he can go on a cruise that he does every year, but no one's ever heard of it. Some greater truth is expressed very vividly in his writings. Most relevant for us. Look at him. Look at his face. He's just like, this dilemma that all mystics face. Oh my God, Shop is a dummy. His heart got broken by Brian Callan.
it is very difficult for anyone
You can't
who
blame
adheres to
Callan,
one
like I
of
said,
these
he's a
positions
pussy for not just
to
Callan.
maintain three basic propositions.
I mean, Callan, the only way
first
this
is
whole my career
that God
blows
is
up
good.
from
That
getting
wasn't
away
easy
from
on
Brendan
its own.
Schaub is if
Then you have to combine it with the second
cut the
proposition.
cord, man.
God
You
is
can't do this
all
half in,
powerful.
half out.
So far,
Focusing on my
easy. Okay, we
stand-up,
can handle a God that is
doing
good,
my
a
own
God that is all
podcast,
powerful.
but I'm still
But then
hanging out in the shop.
with the third stage,
He will
there
still change
is
his black cloud.
how is it
Will
possible
still mess up
for
your
a God
career.
that is
You
both
have to
good
get away from
and all
complete in order
powerful to
for your
tolerate
career
evil?
to take back off.
So at this point, we have a myriad of philosophical
I
answers.
just thought
Every
that was hilarious,
monotheistic
that little moment of
is
him
right
saying,
with this problem. But for the
"You're around
mystics,
this weekend,"
especially for
Callan
Rabbi
is going, sitting there thinking like,
the problem lies, as most
no,
traditional Jews would think, in the
I
last
got
stages
it. I'm going
I would
early.
say there's really no such
I think
thing
that was Callan's
as
answer. Callan's answer. Yeah, I'm going to Europe. I'm going to Europe. I just don't want to be hanging out with you. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Meaning, the closer one got to God, the more obvious it was that everything is good. The further one goes away from God, the more confusing the darker, more difficult it is to understand God. Hot, and now it's by the way, pouring rain with undulating, and it's super chilly. I'm trying not to think about what I'm saying because they're very difficult to appreciate. But at any rate, so for him, but this is definitely true in his expression of it. He found it very
So Brendan
hard
Schaub's wife is not a fan of the Texas weather. She hates this move, the fact that she had to leave her LA lifestyle to end up being a Mexican in the kitchen.
idea of not working with secular Jews.
Now you have to understand that she's not used to doing this
Here is
stuff. She
another
walked
member
the dog
of the
for the
tribe,
first time in her life,
he has a shared
like a week and a half ago.
relationship. And the
Got
person,
her cleaning
look
the
at how much
kitchen
good
with her
there is.
mom.
He wants
And
to
then
go
you
and
got
live
the
in the land of
daughter
Israel,
getting in on the
where
action,
breathing the air
preparing her for
itself.
what her people are skilled
How
to
is
do.
it possible that he is not wholly good in every way? And so therefore,
she went from
unlike the
going down to
traditionalists who would
Starbucks,
shun such relation, he
whatever in
embraced them.
LA,
So all these people, I was just
pleased
reading
to
the
go
first
in
term.
the land we
He says
sit
that
out,
Rothschild says that
complaining about
we
the
have
Texas
to orient
weather.
ourselves to God
The shop
like metal
stood up
shavings.
by Callan. They
You
really
see a bunch of metal shavings on the ground, you put a magnet down
But
the
her
hole,
husband
snaps
had
it.
to follow
So he saw
Brian
every other
Callan
Jew as
because
a point of
he
light,
did not want
trying
what
to get
happened
back
to
to
the
its
Obama to
source.
happen
And
again.
so for him, there was no division
He needed
with the
a reason
secular
to
Jews. And
continue
he wrote a
doing
very
the Fighter
important
and
essay,
Kid podcast, even though it's dead and no one watches it.
in which he argued that
He talked about moving her for tax purposes. Not like it there.
very challenging.
They are not happy. She
desire
hates
of
it. She's down
secular Jews, so far from the tradition, so far from traditional learning, who wanting to go back to Israel,
little
who
Romeo.
cares
They ain't
about
moving to
the state
Texas,
they want to set up?
but she has
This
to
is
now
obviously
move
for
to
him
Texas
the
to
beginning
get the
of the
stake for
flowering
being the
of
nanny
our
because she
redemption.
can no
Three
longer hire
very
one.
key words,
Because Brendan Schaub's dad said we need to cut down on
the
the
beginning
spending.
of the flowering of
Damn.
redemption, meaning
Let me know
that
your thoughts in
this
the
is
comments.
clearly the onset of the beginning of the Messianic era. This is a very controversial phrase. It is read out loud in many synagogues today. And
Let's take a little break here. Then we'll jump right back into the podcast. You're gonna have some drinks this weekend. It's the summer. July 4th is coming up. You're like, man, I don't have kids or I'll be hungover for this family event. I got you, man.
The government of Israel.
What if I told you there's a it's the world's first alcohol detoxifier that reduces
There she is.
alcohol content in less 30 minutes. That's real. This isn't snake oil. This is the real deal. Holyfield. Talk about sure shot. You can wake up or 30 minutes with a sharper mind, body, liver support, well-being boost, gut support, hydration. Right? We got you. Have those drinks. Have that shot with your boys. Celebrate. Whatever you're celebrating. Maybe it's a little league. Maybe you're traveling summer tournaments. We got you. All right? Just go to sureshot.com. Use the promo code Brendan, get 10% off, or go to your local Bevmo. Pick up a 4-pack for you and the homies. Pick up 2 4-packs. Hopefully, have 8 friends. We got you, man. Go to sureshot.com. Promo code Brendan. Bevmo, TikTok shop, Amazon. We all over it. It's Sure Shot. Last little break before we jump back in the episode.
Israel itself.
Acoustic Bully, Women Travel Summer Tournaments.
Famous stories, for example,
Gotcha.
about how he
Alright.
once,
So the detectives over at the Federal Agent subreddit figured out that this idiot, Brendan Schaub, first of all, he's promoting a product here that,
but this is kind of like the
what's it
transition
do?
of his thought.
It helps with a hangover or something? I don't know.
But
But
we have to get
involved with alcohol,
really
he's
where
Mr. I don't drink anymore. Everyone's copying me that I don't drink anymore. So he's pushing a product that's involved with alcohol. Wow. But they figured out this idiot during that ad told people to drink and drive and you can get away with it. So Chin had to edit that out. Because he's done it before during other ad reads. So the fact that it's stupid, but go ahead and do something like that. This shows that the puddle of death this man's mind is at this point and how dumb he is.
Primarily Hungarian.
And if you're shocked, you might be thinking, how the hell is he getting ad reads? I mean, the Fighter to Kill podcast is dead, but this shop show is extra dead. But you have to understand, as part of the podcast, what deal he signed, remember, Jim Cornette suing Fielbon is heated and stuff, and a lot of people got ripped off. Schaub took the deal, though, that they were offering, I think Corolla.
And then, on the other hand, you have
maybe some others. But he took the deal in which they offered him, like, some of what they owed him. I want to say, like, maybe a quarter or 35% of what they actually owed. Then gave the rest of them stock.
Doing things
that were completely unheard of. Company that completely tanked.
Was amazingly able.
That's why you see Bob buying a bunch of new cars. That it's not just his dad paying.
Impressed initially,
He's got stock
because he was so obviously a master of traditional tax.
So that's
and
how he
his
gets
learning could not be assailed by any.
It's not like
but for
these
the
people, it's like you gotta put my ads on the shop show now.
First of all,
Podcast one just gets a bunch of deals and just throw them on
which
their
he did,
show.
by the way, also
So
in
shop
Europe,
just gets
in
a
Cologne,
script.
he had a habit of speaking
And then tell him encourages people to drive from the idiot that he is.
Yiddish, the vernacular.
Chin has to edit it out. What a Joe Kimmel giraffe-looking dumbass.
We should remember, even we saw last week, Jabotinsky in his propaganda film was
But let me know your thoughts
that's
in the
one
comments.
of the most staunch Zionists of the time, nevertheless resorted to the so-called Galut language, exile language. Okay. So and furthermore, besides
much more athletic, more handsome, stronger, bigger, younger host today. Brian County grab ass with his family on a cruise in Barcelona. I don't say it like that. He's just a rich dude. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and this is how you introduce my kids at Ways to Wells. It's the closest thing you get to Captain America. It's Tim Kennedy. What's up, big dog? Dude, awesome seeing you. I can't believe you're in Texas. I can't. I'm like smiling ear to ear. Like in 1 week, I got to see you twice. I know, dude. And I don't bother you. I know you're like, you have all the you have to fix. I know. I have some block. We're down to get over it. Yeah, you're right. We're neighbors now. You know, we're fellow Texans. I'll have a pair of boots, a hat, and a gun for you. I'm literally in the process of, I'm not joking, I can pull my phone up and show the text as I'm designing a custom pistol for you right now. I love it, brother. Yeah, I was telling you, like, I was a little heartbroken leaving LA. You know, I don't know if you felt that when you first moved out there. I was a little heartbroken, just the familiarity, the routine, the bands, and then as I was telling you off there, last week, you know, I back to some of the top teams out here. That was the first time I was like, oh, I'm gonna be okay, man, it's gonna work out. And change is hard.
The so-called Palestine and Jordan were originally
you have a routine, you have, I think, men, humans so desperately need community.
Began to organize.
You're just pulling yourself, you're whipping yourself out of familiarity. You're from that community and that tribe. And it's hard to, like, who am I now? What is starting over? What do I do? I'm trying to figure it out. But that's why I think you transition so good out of the UFC because you have community. Like, you're one of the guys that you have so much going on, but you have these close communities. So when you left the UFC, that's not all that. I'm good. That's other stuff. Yeah, I mean, a lot of guys, they're tied to that community, so when they leave,
here's a very short film that shows him actually
you have that
In 1921, meeting with British dignitaries, there he is walking outside
occupationally.
behind them, Sonnenfeld,
It's a different thing when it's the whole
who
family.
represents the Eda Haredis, which is a
Because
more right-wing
we as men,
religious
of
party.
course, you're going to bear the burden of responsibility. Okay, I have to provide these things for them. And I love that
Let's look at some
realization
of the
for you. Like,
controversies that surround his life.
he's going to be
Because
just
he was
fine.
certainly
Yeah.
not
And then flourish. Yeah,
controversy.
The
So,
first
first
and
most
then
difficult issue
it's going to take a little
was
time for
the
the wife.
Shemitah
You know,
crisis.
yeah, she's doing well too because her mom's here, but I think more concerned about the kids. Like, me and my wife will be fine. I'll figure it out. I've made big changes before. It always works out for the better. Whenever I'm scared to do something, it always works out. For the kids, I'm going to have 9 and 5. What are they going to do? They're afraid of like this morning, I dropped off at this elite baseball camp. There's all these kids in the league. See that? Dan, Phil didn't go. But still, I didn't go, man. I love it.
Because any basic economist would have a better way of doing it. There's a human document
resources I've never seen.
Everybody who lives in the
We're
South,
high-level athletes. We've seen a lot of success in a lot of different things. The amount of available assets, resources, coaching, sincerity, people, the coaching especially. This is my new metric of measurement for everything, everywhere that I go. Is the kids coaches here in Texas. Insane. They're just the greatest people. I know.
normally,
self-harvest normally. Like when I took the he's trying to find his fate, he's trying to find the team.
All the agriculture in the land of Israel.
Super. He had no idea what we're going to do. And the coach is like former University of Texas baseball coach, the assistant coach, played 10 years in the MLB. And I was just like, this is for the 9 years? He's like, yeah. And it's like that at every level. And you know, he's super nervous. Yeah, he's not. It's new team, new kids, they're really good, so he's super nervous. Just took him to the side, they're like encouraging the whole time. And then, you know, T sometimes, just like United, when he strikes out or makes an error, he'll give him, you know, have an attitude a little bit, which I love. I was like, dude, it's here. It's here. I don't care how funny you are. For you to get to the next level, it's all about here. Like, there's a ton of athletic kids, but what are you going to do here? So that's all I work with him on. So he needs an attitude that triggered for me. But the coaches, like, where it came from, really know how to deal with it. Like, how the thing is, like, they're super sweet, but they're not. And I just like, what is that? Yeah. And he's like, what? You can't do this one? No, especially in other kids. And it's another thing that you're going to experience like the split is you as the parent and they are going to, if you don't figure it out, like super fast, those coaches will be like, hey, so you have one job on the sideline. You are to support your child. You know, 90% of kids quit their sports in the car with their parents leaving practice. 100%. You have one job. And I had one parent say this. It was actually a mom where her husband was so the kid's such a good player. It's in LA.
Alright, so Shop starts out with the trashing of Brian Callen. So upset that he's missing episodes of the Fighter in the Kid podcast. Complaining, saying he's rich, he's on his little cruise with his family. Although some tells me half truth by Brian Callen.
We also have a precedent.
Really just an excuse to get away from a job. But then the conversation picks up the baseball. It was Tim Kennedy trying to crowd out Job being like, you can't be a coach,
things like that.
A parent coach, from the coaches on the sideline. And Job is so pathetic because everything he's like trashing the way into a baseball dad for doing, he did. And I love how he gave talk crap a little about the old California coaches who obviously hated him because they kept uploading footage of him at practice and of him getting thrown out of his son's baseball. That's how much he was hated. So, and he's probably just
they will actually sell their farms to
so I wonder if we're going to see any footage of Shop looking out at his son's baseball practices in games in Texas. Sounds to be a big part of British hockey. California, he might have been ran out by the other parents, but so far
tenuous kind of
I can tell why
decision,
he's missing
and
Calvin,
many
by the way.
Jews
Tim
railed
Kennedy,
against
oh
it,
my
felt that
God.
it was not a legitimate
What a
representation
code. What
of
a
the Torah
boring
values.
podcast this is.
But the problem persisted every 7 years. So many rabbis argued that it should be abandoned. The
I mean,
Rav
Shald's
placed
gonna
under
understand.
huge pressure to validate
Calvin
the
told him
and ultimately
about
he did. He
doing
argued
a
that the
residency
Mechira was
at Joe Rogan's Comedy Club up
be a
in
temporary
Texas.
solution
That
to
was
the economic crisis
Calvin's
of
way of
Shemitah,
saying he
and it
doesn't want
remains
to do
even to this
podcasts
day a
anymore.
controversy.
And when Chab was
I
like,
happened
I'll
to
move down there with
study
you,
in Kollel in Israel.
he was
during the
messing
Shemitah
that up.
year,
So
and I
Chab
remember
be surprised now that you're down there. Calvin is going to be taking off a bunch of
where we shop, what
and by the way, I
what we
guarantee
did with the
you,
change
because it's not
from those
only the
stores,
fact that
like
Calvin
if we went to the
isn't
Makola,
there. We
and
live
down
in
the
the year
corner, and we picked up,
2025.
like a
Calvin
dozen
could
eggs,
easily
they're not
just do a Zoom
subject
call
to Shemitah, because they're not
do the
going to
podcast that
but
way.
that guy is also
But
selling,
he
I don't know,
would
celery or
turn down
something.
shop to do
What about
that.
the change that
Although
he's giving me
sometime
back? That
he'll do
money
that
may
for
have been
another
used
podcast
to buy
during his
Shemitah products
vacation.
properly. It was a whole
Look for that. But that's what Shab was mad about.
So it remains a controversy
You
to the
followed
present
him
day,
down
where
there.
some Jews will
He
talk.
doesn't really want to do this
This
podcast
was 1993,
with you anymore.
the year of the Oslo
It's
Accords.
done.
It's a lot of
over.
controversy
Give
over
it
the
up.
peace plan in Israel and so on. And I went to one Shabbos table
So let me know
with my
your
family,
thoughts.
and our host said to me, "Wow, what a year to be in Israel, eh?" I said, "Yeah, the Oslo Accords." I was talking about Shemitah. Then I went to another house a few weeks later, and he said the same thing. What a year to be here! I said, "Oh yeah, Shemitah."
What's crazy too is that Bradley Martin,
Israel is like that.
you know, he's fighting the city, so he's feeling that because it's random people all the time to sabotage things. But the businesses around him were sabotaging. They want to get shut
We
down
also faced tremendous opposition from the party we mentioned earlier, Dr. Israel, which ironically
calling
was
and telling on other neighbors, like my son goes there with his mask.
that didn't stop it from being established in Israel. In
Yeah.
fact, it has
I always wondered
obviously after the Holocaust, many of
how
political calculations
a little
had
girl
been
that
made,
grew up in an
but they were
attic during
extremely
World War II,
opposed
ultimately with
his,
Auschwitz, was murdered
soft
by
ideas, what they
insane
perceived as soft ideas with
murderous,
regards to secular education.
disgusting
Felt
humans.
like
How did
nationalism
that
was the holy
society
force.
turn
He
where a
also
little girl
felt
had to
there's a
go
lot
up and
of
hide in an attic? Well,
of
how did
general
they get it? We
enlightenment,
saw
of
it.
understanding of the world as a whole, scientific knowledge and so on. That was
a weird
entirely
time too. Like I
appropriate.
remember I was in LA
And he
when they
felt that
you know,
that
they
was
made
a
the
very
mask
appropriate
mandate.
way for
I started
children
laughing like
to
this.
be
So like
raised,
tomorrow, like
having
the cellar
secular
education
education as
the
well.
American
Yeah,
citizens
but
are put up with
Israel
this.
maintained a
So I
much
walked down the
stricter
street, I see
view,
people
trying to limit education to solely religious subjects.
only
And as a
one
result,
guy. So I go to the same coffee shop,
many,
gets me coffee every
many
morning before the
challenges.
show, so I work for Showtime.
He tried to establish kind of a
I
midway
walk in
point,
the
an
late,
organization
I
called
was there
Dego
for 4 years.
Yerushalayim,
You'd see me in
the
the morning,
flag
the
of
same thing,
Jerusalem.
just a black coffee with
It
2
was
shots
so
red
totally
eye.
wrapped up with his own
And I walk in, I have my shoes on my house. I'm like, hey, how's it going? She's like, good, good. I'm like, she's like, well, you know, like, yep. Security goes, big dude. Black
He
guy, like
also
6'6", out of shape.
quite strong words
Goes,
with Rabbi Yosef
so I mean, if we're
Sonnenfeld, the head of the Eda Haredis, the congregation of the tremblers.
man,
To shake and very sensitive and concerned to fulfill the will of God.
I said, here's what's going to
Based on
happen.
a verse in
I'm going to give my coffee to you.
contrary to popular belief, they
And then
actually
if you have an issue
respected
with
each
it,
other
you can eat me
tremendously.
in the back.
Got
That
along
will fuck
famously
you
as
up,
you see
dude.
in person.
He said,
But
all right,
they
so
literally
no shit,
disputed
he's
each other
there.
on a whole
And
host of
the
issues.
manager knew who I
For
was. She
example,
was like,
because Rabbi
Terry,
was both a
she said,
religious
get out, tell me.
and a
You're going to
political
fight
figure
over
as
not
a
wearing a mask for a
representative,
cup of coffee. Like, what happened? How about this scene? This is me, guys. I don't fight anybody. And I'm like, okay, this dude's down. Hell, for this to stand on my rights and my freedom, fuck, I'm gonna fuck this dude up. And I was so nervous. I'm like, oh my God. My hand, like, I hurt my hand, so I had kicked him out, looking, there's cameras in the back, and I waited.
Should women be allowed to
And went back to that coffee restaurant, that shop.
He always argued for a more liberal, tolerant, open-minded approach
I'm like, you're
to
such a
many of
coward.
these issues, where they wanted to
What
try and hold the line with the traditional
I want on the psychology side. I wish Jordan Peters were here because I want to understand what this is. And it was contagious because you saw it spread like a virus where people were.
It's
in one group or one tribe or one or two people, it would happen with them that it was usually fear-based. Maybe they knew somebody, that was compromised immunity-wise, and they died of COVID. And then that was back to confirmation bias. That was the excuse. And then you're a killer that's killing their friends because you were wearing a mask. And immediately it was flipped. The script did flip.
Like in my family, we have family where it comes.
And several of Jabotinsky's followers, and this man here, Abraham Stopson,
and he came to love it. He hasn't seen his grandmother. He hasn't seen, my children, nothing. Came to the house, masked up, and all. Can't come in behind that.
And
was absolutely
convinced that he was not guilty of this crime, and he exerted tremendous effort to defend him.
So Brendan Shaw losing his own father.
Stopsky was
First and foremost,
but
that story of Brendan Shaw was not true in any way, shape, or form. Just wasn't true. Even the story about him almost getting into a fight at the thing is probably heavily exaggerated. But the whole, I wouldn't let a family member in my house because they were wearing a mask story is completely not true. So he goes to his own father, who he wouldn't let in the house. Not true. Not true. His referee said she was getting allowance from daddy and had to fly him in to buy you that car. Some people are like, wait, was he actually talking about his father-in-law? No, because we all know his father-in-law practically lives at Brendan Shaw's house, and he buys their house. Joanna, his wife, has photos and pictures of her father-in-law up all the way. So that story was just a lie by Brendan Shaw, because everything is a lie by Brendan Shaw. But do you see his mentality where he would even lie about a thing like that? Like he would lie saying, Dad came over in a mask and the whole COVID thing. I said, sorry, you're not allowed in my house with your mask on. Like, what? Like, I can even understand, like, the story, although the first story, although you have to hide a COVID. Like me, the mask thing was so stupid and dumb. It made no sense, especially since the vast majority of people were just wearing cloth masks that did nothing but whatever. You put the stupid mask on and you went to the dumb store. But the fact that you almost get into a fight over that is dumb and ridiculous. But to have someone else wear a mask and come into your house and demand they take their mask off, especially if it was his father, like a older guy, and he wants to be cautious because you got kids. Like, you got so butthurt and mad about that. But like I said, the story is not true. Everything he says is a lie. Everything. What is that accent, by the way? That's not an accent. Now on in the history of the world,
Vladimir
pronounce it
we have to give
the way Brendan Shaw does.
Toro College for
He says
hosting this
every.
series. We
It's not
also
a
have to give
Colorado
thanks to our
accent.
founding members of
No,
the Friends
that's
of
a
History,
CTE
Norman
accent.
and Jess Robinson from
Every.
California.
Every
Very
time
avid
he says
watchers
it.
of these lectures online. And in fact, when they came to New York a few months ago, we got together at dinner, and it was really a wonderful experience. This lecture is sponsored in memory of his mother, Jonah Robinson.
Yeah, everything Shaw says is a
So let's talk about Vladimir Jabotinsky. Let me
He's a
tell you first of
pathological
all that,
liar
like
because,
most of the
once
classes
again,
that
it's
I
a
will offer
lie
this
for no
series,
reason.
it's highly
Like, why are
derivative.
you lying
There is
about
very
this?
little original research involved in the next 50-odd minutes that we'll be speaking.
even make
I
up a
borrowed
lie
almost
like this,
entirely
but
from recent
I don't know
secondary
too much about
sources.
Tim Kennedy,
Just kind of made it a little more compact for you, but it is heavily indebted, for example, to this biography. Jabotinsky, a life by Hillel Halkin, published by the Yale Jewish Life series. Just recently,
and the fact that they
fascinating
just
book, and I strongly urge you if you
lie,
want to read further.
it truly
this
is just
great
that.
work to understand
And
Jabotinsky's life.
I
Here's a
don't get why
picture
they
of
do
Hillel
it.
Halkin.
I think
He
it's
looks way
stupid.
smarter than me.
Shaw
So definitely, there's a lot
to
to
make
be
up
gained
a
from
lie
studying the book.
about your own. And by the way, he
has that
doesn't
kind
even
of
realize that he
professorial,
made up a lie about his own
contemplative
father.
facial
You
expression.
don't even realize it, but let me
So
know
definitely
your
check
thoughts
that
in the comments.
But let's go to Jabotinsky himself. First of all, I think we should clarify his name. So his proper legal name is Vladimir Yevgenyevich Jabotinsky.
Go in. I don't have the mask because it broke, and I walk in with my shirts out the gate, but I don't have it. And I say to the guy, "Can I get a coffee?" And I swear to God, they do every day. And they walk in and late. I've been there for 4 years.
Kind of like
I do you have a mask? And I say, "No, but I got my shirt on my thing." And they say,
it's kind of like J as in the French name Jacques. Not like the J in the English name Jack. In order to make the Jack sound, you actually have to add a D
So
to
I
the
said,
rest. It's actually Jabotinsky.
I need a mask during this pandemic.
As well. But it's often transliterated in English because we don't have the just sound so popular as a simple J. The middle name, Yevgenyevich, is a patronymic in the Russian and many Slavic languages. Your middle name is derived from your father's name.
Of course,
the son of his father's Russian name was Yevgeny.
And I don't think Chris D'Elia was telling the true story. I think Chris D'Elia was just doing a bit.
Took on the name
Brendan Schaub
Ze'ev
presenting it as a real
later
story.
in life because he wanted a more distinctive
just like he tried to cut his hair like Theo Von, just like he steals all his logos for everything.
Personality,
Even the Moving Hour podcast name
challenges that
is stolen.
So he's often known simply as Ze'ev Jabotinsky or Vladimir Ze'ev. Sometimes you'll see it translated as Volodymyr.
That wasn't even the first time
Very
he
close
stole
to the Ukrainian national movement.
But I mean,
Vladimir
this is just
and
sad
are
and pathetic. And
his years are
this is who
Odessa,
Brendan Schaub
1880.
He's trash. He's a trash human and a lying, cheating
in New York,
loser.
largely as a result of
And who failed. With no money and just making up stories. I truly
but after Ben Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, passed away, then Israel had his own move.
Let me know your thoughts in the comments about Papa stealing from the Diddler.
This is a picture of Odessa that's roughly dating from the time that he was born. And we should understand this is a very unique city in Russia. Odessa is a new city. It was founded in 1794. And it's kind of like where the Las Vegas of its time. Created by Catherine II as a new water port on the Black Sea. And it attracted all kinds of non-traditional density. Unlike the vast majority of Ukrainian heartland that surrounded it, which was overwhelmingly a very filled with peasants, with smattering of Shtetla that were overwhelmingly Jewish, and cities that were about one-third Jewish, one-third Polish, one-third Russian. Odessa was almost all migrants. That is, including all kinds of people who did not have any natural connection to the land. Jews were very significant of that. Sometimes over more than one-third. Armenians, very big in trade, Greeks, and others. Russian was the lingua franca because that was the best common language for all of them, but it was a highly syncretic culture where Russian regularly borrowed from Yiddish words and from Greek words, and it created kind of an unusual commercial meltdown. It was an unusual cosmopolitan center created anew
Followed Brian Callen down to Texas,
so it's a very
moved his
special
entire family. The
Jews who
Jewish
come from Odessa
podcast,
today
and then
are
Brian
far
Callen
more
went off
Russified than Jews
and
even
went on
coming from,
vacation. Although still dropped the episode of his own podcast, so I just like the fact that
Ukrainianized there, but Odessa
Williams
is
probably had a
Russified
point.
character as a result. It was also ironically one of the more tolerant cities of Ireland, since the vast majority of people who lived there had very limited historical depth in the town, and since they had no one population had any clear majority, therefore a city that had much more of an open attitude towards immigrants, to
the pieces that come around the podcast. No, like I don't have my
so that was the kind of environment which
podcast
grew up. Here's a photograph of his family. I've got some great photographs from the 70s, which is without doubt the world's foremost repository of Japanese material. You can see two of his elder sisters. His father, Yonah, was a grain merchant. When Vladimir was a very young child, around age 5, he contracted Yanamakala, cancer, and they had to go to Germany.
Did you hear that?
They lived there for about a year.
Brendan Shaw,
his father passed away.
The Germany, and so Reddit said this is embarrassed by his podcast. He can't claim that his podcast is his number one source of income. Since his podcast is a complete failure, it's dead. So he says he's on the board of companies and equity. He owns a supplement company. I don't know which one is that. They're trying to sell addies and stuff. I don't know, but everything he says is a lie. But the sheer embarrassment that this man has because his podcast is dead is hilarious.
After passed away, then his mother had to set up some kind of small
even having to do this guy's
family together
from a while ago,
and
this only got 2,000
grew up with only a very attenuated connection to Judaism. Let me read you a passage from one of his memoirs. He was, by the way, extremely prolific,
everything he says
writing
is
not
a
only
lie. What
memoirs,
happened to
literature,
Tiger
but 5 novels, a number of plays in several languages, and
Aaron Rodgers is going to
too
come
much,
in on it and be his partner.
So here he is reminiscing about his
He
childhood rights.
Aaron Rodgers was still
On a
going to be
Christian
in the
asked me
Tigers.
what I thought of the Jews.
And then
I
he
would
shut
have
down
answered that
Sick
I
Boy,
liked them well enough.
and he knows
Would have gotten a
Tigers
different
whiskey.
and more
And
naive
not
reply.
because he
This
doesn't
would have
drink
been that
anymore,
I knew
and
that
he's still
someday we
pushing
would have
that
our own kingdom,
sure
and I would go to
shot
live
shit.
there. After all, my mother, my aunts, and even
It's not
Rabbi
a moral
teacher,
thing.
thought so. I
The
didn't
guy
have a
just lies
clear
about
notion of it.
everything.
It was just
I wonder if
something
he was
taken for granted,
involved in
like washing my hands in the morning or having soup for lunch.
I highly
In other words, he grew up
but that
in a
doesn't
Jewish
put him on the
milieu where there
board.
are lots of Jews around,
He's not
and
a
he
CEO.
associated well with
He
them.
mentioned
He
drive
associated
fast,
just as
all
well with
gas.
the Ukrainian boys, the Russian
Barely
boys,
post on that
and
channel.
he knew that
Nothing
he
gets
had
any
his own
views.
tribe,
But you did
from
notice
there, but
he
nevertheless,
listed
they
the
were
car
really
giveaway
more
as
than
one of
they
his
were
main sources of income.
His mother
That
was
goes into
strictly
a
observant,
scam.
lighting candles,
He gives away the
goes
car
around
to
and
one
so
of
on,
his buddies,
and she
and he
engaged a
collects
rather
everybody's
unusual
data.
teacher
You're
for
supposed to
his
be able
bar
to
mitzvah.
enter to
She
win the
was, by
car
the way,
by buying
his first
merch.
teacher.
He doesn't
She
sell
taught him
the
to
merch.
drop
But you can
at the age
enter
of 6.
without
His teacher was Yoshua Rabbi.
and you can enter what is
You may have heard of
10,000
because
times.
he was
Just
kind
keep
enough to
giving
be
him
able to
email
collaborate.
so you can
Bial,
sell
of
your
course,
email
the
to
poet
third-party
of the
companies
beginning of the 20th
as a
century,
data collection
worked with
company.
Rabbi
That's
the great
his
Sefer
scam.
Haggadah, the book of
And that's
legends,
listed
essentially
as one of his
a
main
modern
sources of
retelling
income
of the Midrash
from the
that had a
podcast.
huge impact. Rabnitsky gave
I
him a
mean,
bar mitzvah lesson.
that showed
For a
that
while, he had
talent
some
to
kind of
go on
attachment to it,
and now
but
he's
when he
reduced to doing
reminisced
it
about it later, he said basically that he had no inner connection to
It
his
truly is
Jewish faith.
pathetic.
In fact, meeting with
Sad.
other Zionists later on in his career,
And this guy is like
that
the
he was a
podcast
newcomer
that's
to
your number
Judaism
one source of
altogether.
income.
That he had no real
it can't
roots
be.
whatsoever
But if
in
it's
the
not,
tradition. This is
then
not
why
something that
did
bothered
you
Jabalovic.
leave
It was just
LA?
something that
I mean, if
with
you're
which he
part
was
of all
associated.
these businesses
In reality,
and
he was an
everything,
extremely
and
cosmopolitan
the podcast isn't your
thought of
main
himself
source of
as
income,
man of the
why
world,
uproot your family and completely change your life for the podcast? That's not
the
thing.
great responsibility
This
to protect
entire
that
interview
Jewish tribe,
was
as we shall
just,
see.
you know,
But he did
Bob
not feel
on
any
this
special
slang
religious
where
motivation.
one of the
for
things he
doing so.
says is the guy who's doing stand-up comedy.
Keep this in my
I
hands.
mean, I got
Okay,
to be his
this
dad.
is
I
another
don't
great
know how
picture.
those
Come on.
guys
If you were here today, I think you would show you this picture of him.
amazing
In a kind of
and he
bohemian
confirmed
costume.
in this
He rarely smiled in his
interview
photographs.
that he's still going to be
Very
flying
thin
back to
dress,
Los
you'll see
Angeles
him
one
almost
month.
always
So, you know,
right
he's
up
still
the
going to be
top
flying back to LA, eating up with
never
side
smiling, very
peas,
conscious of
getting some
exactly
addies and baddies probably.
he
He's
was
still going to be
unusual
going to LA once in a while.
brilliant.
So
Did
I
very
would
well in
assume to
classes.
do the
His
golden
mother
hour
enrolled
too.
him in one of the gymnasia, one of the more advanced high schools in
Still gonna,
Odessa.
and not just LA.
He dropped out
He's still going to be flying other places.
graduation
Maybe
in
we're
order
going
to
to
travel
Tennessee
Western
and buy a
Europe
car.
and work as a journalist.
Yeah.
spent several
leave
years
my house and go there. He's totally not happy with that. He's a great dad.
had a tremendous knack for images. One
This man
of
had
his
to quit
closest collaborators and later biographer, Joseph
because he
Schechtman,
couldn't. And when the podcasting first did start, he did actually make money. And he probably is living off a bunch of that to some degree. But a lot of it is also supplemented by his dad. He started out with money.
he was very, very
And this
attached
ended up being a UFC guy. And then he got into podcasting and telling us stuff. But he always had money. His father always
He was
had
already
money.
only 20 years old.
So his brother doesn't even have a job, but
newspaper
still lives
this guy
a
in the
very
offered him a
decent
job and as a full-time journalist. Took it, so
like
that's how
his
he ended up
brother
being rooted
doesn't have all the
back once
toys.
again
Like
in
Shaw probably spent a lot of his money
and
on the
that's where his
toys.
life would take a
But
dramatic
you got
turn.
knowing your dad is always gonna have your back. You're allowed to
Let us understand Russia at the
like
peak of the century. So
my God,
it
this
was
league is
by the
on the
last of
board
the Romanovs, Nicholas II.
Wow.
A rather
If I
ill-tempered,
was invested in a company or worked for a
anti-Semitic
company,
czar,
and I heard Brendan Schaub was on the board of
assailed
it,
on all
I
sides by
would
forces
immediately
wishing to change
and
the
I would
country
immediately
to
take my money
improve
out
it through
like
democratic
that
reform,
idiot,
and he
that
resisted them
dummy
brutally whenever possible.
his
He was a
black
great
cloud
friend of the
destroys
organization known as the
everything.
Black Hundred.
Every person
Very
who leaves this
anti-Semitic
guy
organization that
goes on to
sponsored
do
the
something
book.
else,
And
becomes
in fact,
bigger.
it proved to be one of the
And this idiot's just
most
sitting
favorite
there
strategies of
looking like an
the
idiot.
defenders of the
No,
old regime
podcast, of course,
to blame change on the Jews.
You know,
This
I'm
is
always
something, of course, that
successful.
never
Nothing's
happened
ever wrong.
since then.
Everything's
Never
always
blamed for
great.
change in society. But at any
The
rate,
room's on fire around
there were
him.
many agitators
He's sitting
in
there. Everything's
Russia,
fine.
particularly in
If I don't acknowledge it, it'll go away and be better.
River. That means
Instead of just owning up to
west
what
of
he
the
did.
Niger River that
Having
binds
a
Ukraine,
true
who were agitating for violence against Jews to try and control the revolutionary impulses, and these were ultimately expressed violence against Jews. The most horrific of which was probably, if we look at one individual event, the horrible 1903 pogrom.
Hey, I want to know about the new gym you're going in. Did you have to establish yourself like the prison yard? Like, this man in the gym is here!
I know.
So the gym I go to near my house is called Raw Power. I'm not so early. There's not too many people. A few of the rehabs. But then today I went to Tiff Kennedy to this gym. There's just a ton of black belts. Like it's real killers.
You do martial arts there? You do martial arts there?
Did I what?
Martial arts, or is it like fucking
martial arts? Yeah, don't call it martial
I
arts.
say martial arts because mixed martial arts that's like something kind of like cool. Saying I stepped it up. I said martial arts.
Well, we did a little crazy. So we did a little bit of CrossFit, we did boxing, then we did grappling.
Got it. Okay, so that's a big workout. But wait, did you also work out at Raw Power earlier? That's a hilarious thing for Jake.
Yeah, I did.
So you did 2 workouts?
2 workouts today.
And you were grappling with other Texas men? Is that what was happening?
Yeah.
So it's super gay over there, huh? You just come in, grease up.
There's a lot of alpha men out there, man.
So you went to Raw Power, and then you just fucking used your Raw Power. A lot of Raw Power going on today.
Raw Power.
Did anybody test you yet? I want to know. See if people want to
Oh yeah, no, but they're all everyone's cool. There's no egos, like especially out there. There's a lot of black belts, so everyone's cool. No one's trying to take my head off.
Yeah.
One guy who got a little frisky with one of the guys, then he went with Tim, and they started trading blow for blow, like straight up.
Is that a bullet wound on your? Is that what happened at Raw Power? You get shot? It looks like you're bleeding, dude, on your leg. Deadlifting on your shin.
Oh no, dude! I ran into a desk yesterday doing a podcast. Tim was here, so I pretended it didn't hurt, but it hurt so bad.
Oh, it's hilarious. That looks terrible.
Oh, Is it bad?
No, it's fine.
No, it hurts.
Say that. That's where you get it for deadlifting. I'm very fit.
State authorities.
What have you guys been doing? How's LA? The riots still going on? You guys make the work okay?
Yeah, the one block of riots. Yeah, literally one block. They got the opera is still going on 2 blocks away. It's to do about nothing, really.
I went downtown and I just saw a bunch of shoppers. That's all I saw.
Very, very deep.
I didn't see anybody.
Did you get an alert like going to LAX where they were saying like maybe you need to go early because of protests? And I was like, what are you talking about? I don't see anything. I got to LAX and everything was fine.
Yeah, I didn't know.
There's nothing. Yeah, the news out here is not out there. It seems like it's Armageddon out there.
It's so weird how they make it seem.
Jewish organizations.
It's so weird. I know they do it, but it's just like
The news does it for the views, but also, I know how it is. Like, people like, man, you got out of LA just in time. I'm like, buddy, I'm nowhere near that shit. And when people complain about the homeless, like, I never saw a homeless guy unless I went downtown.
and also like the fires was one thing because that was terrible. But where are the protests? It's like a few blocks.
Yeah, it's a little area, but where there's like a freeway. They're doing some terrible stuff right there, like throwing rocks at cars and shit like that. It's like, how's this helping anything?
I'll be there tomorrow.
Hey, has the protests ever worked? Has it ever worked out?
Protests are just like when athletes like yell at the ref after a foul. They never overturn anything, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You have Twitter, get your phone tweet. Yeah, the internet's taking a lot of stuff away, so you just like people that do graffiti now. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Cookers on the street. What are you doing?
What about Chatterbait?
Have you ever had that? Oh man, back in the when it first started, I didn't know what it was. It's just all dick.
Well, yeah. What is it? Chatterbait with the frog?
No, it's just like you like
with videos and
no, but it's random. Like you randomly are supposed to like a video comes up and then you two like match or whatever. But you never. You always think you don't match with like Heather Gray.
That's funny. Did you ever see Brendan the video with Kermit? That's where he's showing his dick.
Yeah, I'm the one I thought I was the one that introduced you to
That's what I thought. That's Chatterbait.
Yeah.
It's fun. So you get her.
Fantastic piece of art.
He's like, girl, how you doing? Yes, you're good.
Well, that's what I'm
Yes,
looking
it
for
is.
sure.
Yes,
If they're on Chatterbait, no hot chicks are on there because they're going to be kind of painful. Yeah, there's going to be only men. They're going to be only men, and then only really mentally fucked up with them.
You know what we should do we should do that on the We should do it on the Patreon. We should just go on Chatterbait, but it's our podcast.
Oh my God, there we go. The other people, but Chatterbait was a while ago. Now I think it's probably a different one.
But also, is it going to make it money on Chatterbait?
I don't know. I don't think it's a money thing. I think it's
you have to subscribe.
Okay, but it's not like
So why don't you give it for free? Why wouldn't you just get on OnlyFans? There's a fighter, Chris Hennigan, and Nick, I'm sure you heard this, where he just started showing his nuts, and he was making, he said $2 million.
Steadfast.
That's not going to last.
They did have some rocky parts, very extensive.
I don't believe that.
Correspondence.
Look it up. Look it up.
Yeah, bro, you go
Look it up, Nick.
You got it right there. Look it up.
look up anything. It would be awesome if Brendan was wearing a skirt and we saw his pussy when he was.
Yeah, are you doing what is this? Are you going to share and stuff right now?
I know this is not good at all, but what if Brendan had a pussy? What if we and he just had the hairiest pussy?
That's just super. I just want to get a super trans.
Yeah, bro. I feel like I would understand you more, you know what I mean? Like, I get it, bro.
That'd be great surgery, right? Oh, so like you're saying, he would have been a well, yeah,
On the left wing,
yeah.
that of course
So it'd be
moves
like, wow,
towards
okay.
socialism.
But I think you
There's
see
a
that a lot, though.
notion that
I think it looks
government
better.
should be
I think it looks
larger,
better when a woman
and
is now a
take care of
man
more
because
things in society,
they're nicer
education,
looking, and it's easy to look get buff and all that
Social
stuff.
security,
I
things
think
like that
I
are
think they look better.
towards
The only
socialism.
way a guy looks like a good girl is to be like they have to already be like Casey, to be like
And on the right
you know what I'm saying, like thin shoulders.
capitalism.
Yeah, exactly. They naturally have to be like feminine. Like Casey is a bad example.
All right, you allow the
Alright, so we
government
have
to
the
take care
first episode of the Golden Hour
issues,
podcast.
we think
Brendan
that
Shaw
everyone should
promoted,
individually be
and it was
responsible for their
completely
own
ruined.
healthcare
This is
costs.
not going
And
to
similarly,
work. It's
perhaps
hard
the
enough
government
to
should prevent
do
people
a
from starving in the
podcast
streets,
with
but
that
everyone's
dummy
own retirement is their own
overtalks
responsibility.
you
So
and you
that's
can't
the left and
understand
right.
what he's saying in
Obviously,
the
no one
first
thinks
place.
about these things,
Never
especially
mind
in November in an election year.
Chris
We're all
and
thinking about other
Montez
things.
have to wear
But that's the left-right spectrum that characterizes
Shaw
most
keeps saying
American
raw. Why is he putting an L in raw?
Jewish politics would never be this simple. First of all, to understand that American
Yeah,
politics, if we were to put, for example, Democrats and Republicans on this scale, we put the Democrats right about here, maybe, and the Republicans right
I
about
must say
here.
no.
And that's at least Republicans
Kind of
like
like
to
makes
go.
the new Golden Hour
Right about here,
sad. So I guess
Central
Shaw
Democrats
is going to
and
do
Republicans.
this.
But in reality, Jewish
This isn't
politics
going to
goes
be
all the
every
way to the end
episode. I
beyond,
think
and
this
the
is just
same
going to
way
be
the
like
other
once
direction.
a month.
American politics
He
are
said he's
so
going to fly
stable
back here.
because Democrats and Republicans,
I wonder
despite
if
what
this
we
is
do,
going to be
actually
every
agree on almost
episode. He
everything.
said once a
So
month he's going
compared
to
to
be
European
flying back
politics,
to LA.
American politics
Not
is really
specifically
quite
to the
simple.
Golden Hour, but I would assume
Now,
he's going
Jewish
to do
politics,
that.
before
But
these place people on
yes,
the left spectrum, we have another axis.
this ain't going to
We
work,
have
but
the Zionist axis versus the
really got
diaspora
nothing
axis.
to do.
Almost all of
Golden
Jewish
Hour
politics at the
Christian
turn of the 20th century is concerned with the question of good.
This man,
Here,
and what was that? He
whatever
moved
we
to Texas,
do, whether
and
it's
he's like,
social
"That
or
ain't that
it's
bad."
capitalist,
Dude,
whatever
it
it is
was
we
a
do
lot
here,
worth it. Like
what we
that.
do in
This
Israel,
guy so
should it
misses
be
LA.
something that we invest in
Misses
government,
Los Angeles
exile,
so bad.
America,
He
Canada,
knows he
Brazil,
messed up with this
or
one, and he wishes he could go
pick up
back.
and do it
So
in
did his
Israel.
wife.
So whichever
But
party you're
let
going
me
to
know
go
your
for,
thoughts in the
it
comments.
has to be situated on the y-axis as well as the x-axis. Okay, everybody with me so far? Okay, it actually is more complicated. We'll talk about more complexity next week. But let's map out the main parties and then just quickly look at what they stand for in sequence. So,
Let's
first
do
of
this
all,
one first. So remember we're
so,
talking about
let's understand where. So if we go into this
and I think
quadrant
my
here,
Ferris League,
the
I guess
party
there
that
was
is
an
both
event that happened
socialist
and Rosen's Strike.
and in
Rosen's
favor of
familiar
staying
names.
in the diaspora,
Rosen's
the
Strike.
most significant party is called the
Alex
Bund.
Caceres,
That's an
boss.
abbreviation for the General Jewish Workers Society. It was formed in 1897 as a political party in the Russian Empire, and it basically
But
said
then I looked at the rules set. Remember, I thought it was just.
be
We didn't know if it was actually just boxing.
work for
Here's
a
the rule set.
socialist revolution in Russia.
5-ounce gloves, elbows are allowed, open
Jews
pump strength allowed,
constituted a
gun
distinct
down,
population with
allowed.
their own language,
No
Yiddish,
grapplers,
because they were overwhelmingly urban
So you can do a
rather
lot of
than
things. You just can't
agrarian.
hold like this.
They got their own party. It was part of the Social Democrat Party. The same party, by the way, that, for example, Lenin
You just can't like
and
finish
it
it
was
as far as like
They just want to get rid of the
propagandized
crap.
in Yiddish.
They just want
Propagandized
just strikes.
specifically
Yeah,
to
that's
Jews.
fun.
But their belief was we should
That's
all
cool.
transform society for socialist values here in Russia. Israel is a pipe dream.
And this
Israel
is
is
an
going
update on the
backwards in
Abu Dhabi card,
terms of,
which seemed
separating from other people.
I love this
That
fight.
Jews
Yeah,
are
Robert
going
Whitaker
to
versus
the
Arthur.
friendship of
Yeah, take my money.
that's the Bundesliga.
It's going to
So now if we
be
go back and let's look
Eastern,
at
the
the
main card.
right-hand quadrant, which
So
is both
that-
cap and diaspora.
Two.
The most
No.
significant party, and by the way, it was tiny,
here.
was
Yeah,
not
yeah,
a popular
yeah,
party,
B.
was the Volkspartei. And
Hell
this was
yeah.
led by the historian
Oh, yeah, so-
Peter Shimon
This was
Dubnow. He believed that Jews should have
still
course
rumored,
remain
but
in diaspora.
we've been hearing about this for a
Because
while.
Israel
So
is a
hopefully that does
malaria
actually.
After Jan Marcus
infested
McGee,
swamp,
good God.
and there's no
Bryce
way they
Mitchell,
will be able to
recommend
colonize
all
it. It's just a
food.
ridiculous waste of
Favorite.
time. So we should stay here in Russia. But we should have, let's say, something like the Federation. The Jewish Federation of America are founded basically on those ideas. But he was saying, keep our regular capitalist economy, but do it in the diaspora in a more efficient way. Now, So backing out, let's say we go to the top right quadrant. These are capitalist Zionists, so to speak. And this is the largest individual party, the so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, the general Zionists. Herzl, of course, is the most famous of general Zionists. These were people who said the most important thing is to develop Jewish population in Israel. We don't really care about what kind of economy they set up. It's going to be a Western European economy, kind of a parliamentary democracy. A little bit of Haifa. That's kind of like Herzl's vision of what a proper Israeli society should look like. Tolerant and relaxed, and people wear little quinceañeras and things like that, drink coffee out of little cups. That's the kind of general science. This was the most part of the Jewish party as a whole. Finally, let's back out again and go to those people who believe that Jews should go to Israel, but it would be a shame if they created another Vienna on the Mediterranean rather than create a workers' paradise in Israel. These are socialist Zionists. And by the way, I'm only giving you one party, but there are really about 7 in each of the categories. They're always slight shading in various positions. Now, this is the most important of coalition. The word itself for the party sounds socialist, the workers of Zion. This is kind of an iconic photograph you see. Of course, everybody's a farmer. They're all very happy, very tan. They're all women because they're egalitarian. There's also a socialist value. So these people
never really had a job. He just worked for
move to Israel and create a workers' paradise. To be a socialist country.
Doesn't really get.
Of course, you recognize modern Israeli politics, but they're all just on these various philosophies. Now, where is Vladimir Shabbat? So he doesn't exactly fit the mold. We have to put him somewhere. I would put him way out here in the top right corner.
I wonder if he gives any
Intensely
shot.
and intensely anti-socialist. And he created a political movement, political ideology called revisionism. The term revisionism is somewhat problematic. It was borrowed really from post-World War I vocabularies in which the loser states after the Paris Peace Accords of Triana wanted to revise the post-World War I settlements. Right? A lot of countries like Germany, Austria, the Russian Empire, they were big losers after World War I. They lost territory, they lost prestige, and so on. They wanted to revise those treaties. So borrows from that, but sort of twists that they want to revise people think about Zionism. Specifically, not so much in terms of any particular policy, but in terms of a style. Herzl, for example, his style of Zionism was shuttle diplomacy. Go to this important person, make your pitch. Go to that important person, make a pitch. And, schmooze and control, talk a lot. Hopefully, with the goodwill of intelligent men, Israel will eventually come to exist. Jabotinsky felt that was a huge waste of energy, and that no one would allow Israel to be established without the force of arms. Therefore, he argued for a military approach, a hard-nosed, ready for war approach that was forged in his experience. But you don't have to believe me.
Like I said,
I have a very special treat for you now. I found
the comment section
footage
all
of
this stuff
Jabotinsky himself.
I
about
have no idea. Like they're making a big deal of
and it was made in 1934.
I don't know anything
Not
about
certain
this.
whether or
Is
not
this really that big a deal? I mean, it looked like you could just pick it out over the counter, but you go buy
before I
it.
show it to you, I just want to give you a couple of words of introduction.
Somewhere, so
First of all, it's a wonderful thing to be able to actually hear some of this speak about in these classes, because we've been talking about, basically the Spanish expulsion for so long. I was so surprised that we could actually turn ahead this kind of footage. He made this film as a kind of a propaganda effort to self-promotion of Israel. Remember the year 1934, right? Hitler has just come to power. The Nuremberg laws have not been passed yet, but there's definitely, a lot of threats imposed on the Jews in Germany. The English are very, very hesitant to allow Jewish migration into the homeland and so on. And so he's speaking really from a neo-prophetic stance about what will happen and what to the Jewish people. It's a stage film, so in fact, at one point it was not edited. One of the filmmakers come out and actually hit one of those clappers, on the fourth take now. He used an audience of his family and friends. You'll see his wife and his son in the audience. He's close collaborator Joseph Schuckman, listening very attentively to what are clearly prepared remarks. It's not a live presentation whatsoever. It's in Yiddish, and it came with Hebrew subtitles. I added some English subtitles to make it a little easier. This is a 2-minute video. Let's hear Vladimir Jablonski himself.
This stuff is. Yeah, but let me know your thoughts.
Das angefangen erst eigentlich in 1920. Und welche Resultaten in 13 Jahren.
Learn the way. I just want to be like this. Backpack now, I don't even have to get on the plane first. Even my kids, I'm like one kid. Now I realize, you know what? I want them to almost call my name. Final call.
Shit. That's some whole shit, because then you gotta wait after the flight. You gotta wait at baggage claim. It's another 30 minutes.
Yeah, but I'm gonna wait at baggage claim anyway. Oh, bro, if you gotta bring, if you're gone for a weekend, you're bringing enough clothes to fit the big bag.
Yeah.
Nah. Oh, you're Sarah.
Wash your undies. Wash your undies in the sink.
I just got a vision of that, just bringing you to like it's prison. You know what I mean? He makes his own wine in the toilet.
I'll get some fucking streaks in my undies too. I'll be more than one day. I'll be honest.
I never used to take enough underwear. Now Rachel, because of Rachel, she was like, she goes, you take 2 underwears per day. I don't know. What? He does. I go, what are you talking about? I don't do that. You have to.
Hey, Eric, are you like me? Only dark colored underwear?
Yeah, I should kneel myself all the time.
Oh, me too. Only dark colored underwear for me. I prefer cat.
Shit, I kill myself all the time.
Listen, you gotta get those underneath. I don't care how many times you shake, so peas don't come out. Push under your balls. Hey, that's right. You know what? I tried that. Boom. But you still gotta wipe. You tried it. You didn't try it. It feels like there's a little bit of pee that doesn't want to go out. It's going like this. Now you're going
Eric,
you know?
Eric, are you rocking the whitey tighties? You seem like a whitey tighties.
No. I like boxer briefs as well. He wears brown underwear, but all different colors.
I only do dark colors. Yeah,
I do dark colors too, I guess, but there's no way there's shit in my pocket.
There is.
In my crack, maybe, but I am also on that Metamucil shit.
So you're just double tapered, beautiful, double tapered.
You ever see that George Brett thing?
Notice that although he spoke in Yiddish,
you ever see it, Brett?
the slides used were in English. They're actually in the full version of this about 45 minutes, which I didn't want to use because I don't want to, it would take up all our time. He had other slides as well to show how few Jews were allowed in, and yet how much productivity they had produced. But he clearly was intending this for a larger audience, a European audience, more likely to be English. It's also fascinating to see how he was interested in exploring new media to get his ideas across, something which I find a great. Okay, so let's go on.
It's inaudible now. It gets begging.
So here he is, revisionism, more of a style, more of a posture vis-a-vis political change than any real series of policy statements. More of a sense of like, how can we really get this done? What exactly are we doing? He was quite active in anything associated with military conquest of Israel.
So the great about this is George
early on in World War I,
Golden Glove, fucking legend. He's talking to younger players, stretching, getting ready for the game. It's fantastic.
that ultimately saw combat in Gallipoli, but they did not actually see combat per se in Israel. Later, you did so in a different position, actually, in the combat as well. Here is his association was especially noted by this very close bond formed with Joseph Musselwhite. This is a war hero from Russia, lost his arm in, I believe, it was the Crimean War. No, that could be, that was like 40 years before. So he lost his foot in the Russo-Japanese War. The one that my own grandfather ever come to Canada because he did not want to fight the Japanese, despite the proximity of authentic Chinese food. Sorry about that. Trumpledore is a war hero both in a Russian context when he became a Zionist and moved to Israel. He was, of course, martyred in the Battle of Tel but he and Jabotinsky formed a lifelong bond. They saw things very similar to one another. In fact, Jabotinsky would name his youth movement Baytov after Bruce Trumpledore, the covenant oath to Trumpledore. It also has an ironic name. Baytov also is the name of a city, of course, that was lost after a brutal war to the Romans. Roughly year 7. Here's a picture of the Jewish Museum. It's fascinating. One of the first military organizations that feature Jews associated with Japanese. Shoes. In the Mandate period, that's when Japan comes really a national hero for the issues that are struggling in the British-held territories in Israel. This, of course, is a document that transformed everyone. At the time, this is the Balfour Declaration, which Japanese, like other Jews, saw as a transformation.
That was him trying to recover because no one was feeling his story. All the young players were like, yeah, cool.
I love that. I love that. That's just how it is. Shake yourself. I know, but that video is the creme de la creme of some internet. Who's a big fan to that guy?
You would favor the establishment outside of a national home or the Jewish people.
To San Diego, I waited too long. I was not in town so much. I was like, I'm going to hang out with Wolf. You know what I mean? But then I'm going to be late for the show.
That was all that the Jews need to hear, that the British government was setting up a home for the Jews in Israel. However, if they had read a little further, they would have seen that they were pulling back on this statement by saying, it clearly understood that nothing shall be done, which made prejudice to civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish
thermos type thing. Yes.
So this second clause of the Balfour Declaration was later used by the British to backtrack on many of the promises that they had made and to limit Jewish immigration. They made the Balfour Declaration was only given as
I had a diaper in the car from, pissing a diaper, bro. Where'd it go? Come on, bro. Pissing a diaper, go, where the fuck is that?
Civil War caused the British.
I was thinking I should have just done that. I should have just rapped and just seen it. But I was thinking it would not work. Montez doing it. Yeah, I know, dude. I had a diaper on his motor.
Jewish riots that occurred in Israel at the time. And Jabotinsky, as you would expect, began to agitate and organize Jews for
self-defense.
19 of his comrades were arrested for being involved in this agitation, and they were sentenced to 15 years for the illegal possession of 3 rifles, 2 pistols,
this man is so disgusting with this shit
Jabotinsky stepped forward and said that he is solely responsible for all of this. That they were not responsible, and so they were released after 3 months. And after a great amount of outcry, he was also released. But he did spend time in jail with Baker, which was extremely important, sort of like building his credibility for the later Zionist establishment. At this time, his political philosophy, really through the 1920s, his political philosophy began to coalesce.
This dude's a big dude, he's probably got like
standpoint,
roadkill in those underwear with the skid marks.
Political life that really conforms to the dictate of something called integral nationalism. This is one of the very touchy
huge
aspects
skid
of
marks in
studying
him.
the life of Jabba. If you've
This
been following
man
some of the
is
pre-lecture
disgusting. And we
debates that
found
have
out
been going
more
on
about
Facebook and other social media,
From
there are people who are
oddly
actually
enough, the Jim
called
Cornette doing
Jefferson's
podcasts,
fascist.
running Colin Townsend
Very
thing.
strong word.
It turns
There are
out the
others
reason
who
why
say that
Howie
he is the
Mandel
most
was
clear-minded
so
visionary
disgusted
of all
hearing,
Jewish politicians
hearing
of
that
the modern
British
era.
shot Pete in the
So
sink.
we have to understand exactly
Just being
what is
disgusted
going
and how
on
he
here.
was now
What
should
is
be enough.
this
But it turns out Howie Mandel
and
has
is it
owned that
fair to
facility
apply to
that
Jefferson? So
Brendan
there are
Schaub
a
is
few,
doing
let's say,
it too.
uncanny
So that's
similarities.
another reason why
Journalists becoming very militaristic
this grown man
is
is a
common to
disgusting
lots
human
of
being.
fascist leaders
But
in Eastern Europe.
of course,
So we
that's
are
what
kind of
Schaub
going
does.
somehow going not
Let me
from
know
a
your
military
thoughts in the
background, but going
comments.
from the humanities into militarism. The predilection for medals, uniforms, marches, things like that. Yeah, okay, we see it a lot. But let us also recall that in the 1920s, fascism did not acquire
Fucking
very dark
I know it sounds just angry, but there's those things
it
that you
was
can
the winning
hook your
political
penis to.
philosophy.
Too much.
Was
Yeah, maybe I don't. Because what if we can roll over and shit? Let's just think when you're back.
They had another dramatically.
Yeah, if you're gonna have one of those, it should also be a blowjob machine at the same time.
Poverty.
Have you ever tried one of those things? You use them for racing. Like when I race, so you don't have to stop. You take it. Looks like a condom with an extra tight. It's a fucking condom connected to a hose, but it's super tight. I came off within 2 minutes. And I just pissed my pants.
Well, that's probably also because you were like rolling the truck.
Actually mixed.
How long did you go for a race?
Oh, the lap's like 4 hours, dude. You have to drink so much fucking Diet Coke. I had to piss every fucking 20 minutes. I just pissed my pants.
Why did you do 4 hours of
I
racing?
would not consider myself
That's what it takes, man. 6 laps, 4 hours.
I would say that it is a
Me racer.
misunderstanding and a misapplication of his thought to try and lump him in with some of
I gotta piss, man. How do you think NASCAR guys do it?
No, I understand they do it, dude. I'm not like fucking it, but they don't show that part of Speed Racer, you know. They're going to I gotta pee.
Stickle and break, them A-files are
bitter.
I went with Matt Rive to Chappelle's Club in
left, most notably,
Was that Ohio?
Yes, in
felt
Ohio.
that, his
Mill Springs
views
is such a
were
small,
far
it's
too
only like
radical and
2
far too
blocks.
violent to be tolerated within a democratic
This
organization.
club,
He,
yeah,
of course,
it's
did
just
split from the Zionist Party over these
fantastic.
issues, and
How many
we'll
does it see?
discuss it.
You know, it doesn't see a lot of people.
How
Man. I
the
think
splits work out.
180
Let me just look
the
at one
most.
particular
And it's
aspect
got a restaurant area,
his
but it was like a
ideology
5-man
that I think will
control.
shed some light on this question.
You know, they had like
He
6
placed a lot of
cameras.
emphasis on something
Like he
called
could film
hadar.
there and then hand it to
Hadar
Netflix,
is
right?
a Hebrew term that
What's the population look like there? Is it all white? It's Ohio. Is it all white or is it just the same Chappelle?
About this little town, it's all white, but this little town is very progressive. It was like, saw a lot of rainbow flags and in the stores. It's actually a really, but people come from all over the
as
they
a
go
way of
to
life.
go see that. Yeah, it's like people know. It's like
They have good coffee.
yeah, they have great coffee there. So it's coffee place, and then he hosts. He's hosting the show.
Everyone
He comes out of the show and he's
is
doing his thing,
particularly
and I'm sitting there
important
like,
for
oh
us
shit,
as
it's Dave Chappelle. Yeah.
The
You know,
life of God has greatly
you know,
given
right?
us the
I
health
was
and
sitting there, I was like, I
moral
don't know.
above all,
I don't know what y'all do for a
other
living,
forms
but
of our existence.
if the best at
We
it
all know and
possibly
sometimes
ever
complain to ourselves that the average
is introducing you in
citizen
job,
pay attention to
I
his
don't know if
manners
you know
and
what's
appearance.
happening right now.
But
You know,
just as
I was like, it's like if I was at McDonald's doing fries and I
not
looked
because of
over
what others will say,
and Ronald
doesn't,
McDonald
but
is fucking
even lives on a
burger.
desert island as a matter of self-respect.
It's not what you do here. You know, but I was just like, I don't know. I gotta say this, man.
Should reflect the higher
Tell me we're on the lineup.
It's just Chappelle, me, and
every man
Matt.
must
That's
be a
it.
lord unto
And
himself.
how long was it? Did Dave do like in 2 hours?
The most
No, man.
aristocratic
He just
people on earth.
he
Behind
has
every
this
one
thing
of
like
us
at
stands
his
7
club.
generations
He's
of
had like
ancestors
Erykah
who
Badu,
read and
Wu-Tang
write,
Clan,
who spoke about
De La
and
Soul,
inquired into God and
Mos
history,
Def, like he
peoples and
a
kingdoms,
bunch of like
ideas of justice
jazz
and
people. Like
integrity, humanity and
and it's not open
Every
every
Jew in
weekend.
this center
It's only
is
when he's
Saint.
there. It's like
But
this
it's a bitter
special
reality.
thing,
The
and it's like so you have that come on a Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, place that shit is sold out, and he goes up, does his thing. I mean, I gotta say, man, I've never been around a more self-confident person.
Not emphasizing.
You know, and I've been around some
Ryan Callis? You were hanging out with Ryan?
No, dude, not like this. That's bravado. Yeah, not like this. No, this is like, I've never, like, you know, You know what I mean? I was like, my God. Like,
Does he drop some knowledge on you?
Yeah, man. He usually has. It's always like that. It's just always. And the town is great. He's got all these places in the town. This cater meals. It's so interesting, and he's like this, man. There's no like, he's not showing off or nothing. Just telling stories. He basically built his own Disneyland. Yeah, but he's telling stories like he'll be like, he was like, yeah, so we're at the game. It's me, it's Prince, and somebody else. And he's like, hey, Prince told me to do this thing. The phone rings. Oh, just a second. I gotta take this. It's Justin Bieber. I'll be right back. And he goes, it was like that. And I was like, this dude is like, and I think that he's like so famous, but also so like, so people like want to talk to him, and he's very deep and thoughtful, and so you want to talk to him. So these people that he knows, all these famous people are like, yo, Dave, you got a minute? And he's gracious like that, but it was just like, I had a perception of what I thought the guy was like before, but just like actually sitting at a dinner table with him and seeing how he is in his environment and the people he has around him, I was like, this is.
Did you tell him he stole your joke or no?
I did tell him that. I didn't tell him he stole it. I said to him, I said, because of you, I had to stop doing 2 jokes. He was like, oh, what was it? I told him about it, and I was like, yours was me, man. But it's just like, but it's just like,
did you get a cell phone number?
No, I didn't even try though.
You're not that close.
But I'm not one of those guys where I'm going to be like, oh, where did you get your number? Yeah, otherwise, not like this. Yeah, I guess somebody's house. Yeah, you know what I mean? So I was like, but anyway, I'm just saying it's like it was like a real like an artsy environment. I find that so interesting. He's so interesting. Like I just find that whole thing so interesting. He does it in Yellow Springs. I love it. And there's interesting. Where'd you stay? At his house? No, man. He has a bunch of Airbnb that he has out there, and then like there was this place. So we entered this place. They have a bedroom, so you could stay there, right? But it's like 2 dining rooms, and like this world-class chef is there cooking for us the whole time.
It's like Neverland, but no one's getting molested.
Very important parties that are, I would say,
you build your own city.
Yeah, but I would think about it. I feel.
I can't believe I'm going to go shout out on credit here, but this setup is so bad. That Neverland joke he told wasn't that bad of a joke.
Turning point
now,
in 1929.
A lot of it has to do with he's horribly unfunny, so even a funny joke told by an unfunny person is still not going to land. But a lot of it also has to do with the setup
in favor of Jewish
that they have of the podcast and
of the Arab populations, and they go on a rampage,
aside from that, Chris D'Elia calling out shop like you're not a driver, dude.
Situated there.
You're not really a gearhead.
The mandate authorities, the British,
then what Trump say?
They felt that Beitar instigated the riot. That's not really a fair assessment of it, but there's no question that Beitar
was but yeah, the whole gearhead thing. Another one of Bob's failed attempts to get into a to try and reach off of that. There was, you try to get a fish, there was a whole aquarium thing, you tried to go with it, didn't work. You tried it with dogs, didn't work.
He spent the rest of his life traveling around Europe and America,
didn't
raising
work.
funds for various science.
The alcohol type of thing, whiskey didn't work.
Predicting the
And now he's
Holocaust.
on this
To read the kinds of
gearhead
thing he
thing.
would say.
And by the way, the only
Holocaust
reason
about
why
World War
he
I.
put in so
He had
much
an
time
amazing
and
ability
effort
to
into this
anticipate what was
community
going to happen in
as
Europe.
to the other ones to where he gave it a try for a couple of months and just gave up. There was no interest. There's no interest now, but and that initial video he did that got like 1 million views of him flipping his truck. So he's still going to be able to capitalize off of that. That's why he had to drop the whole gearhead thing, but it's such a complete and utter failure. It's not happening. He's pathetic, he's sad, and everyone going around like Chris D'Elia is like, what are you doing, dude? You're not a driver, you're not a gearhead.
many squares, and of course a major research institute in his name. So he's perhaps one of the most prominent Zionist thinkers, even though he spent his entire life in opposition to the Zionist movement. So all in all, a very complex figure, a very controversial figure, but I appreciate the pace that you have shown and listened to this lecture. I hope I'll see you guys later. Another extremely complicated
guys, on the student, is that back or is that Chinese writing?
Most important rabbis,
like all the writing.
Thank you very much.
Oh, dude, it's just it looks like far away. It looks like writing. It's just like weathered bricks.
Yeah,
no.
Weathered brick.
Oh, look, it's
weathered real
bricks.
bricks.
There's like some writing.
Yeah, if that's Chin will be able to be like, oh, it's like a poem. We wrote just for Chin. We miss him.
What's the studio like over there now? Are you guys done with it?
No, not even close.
I saw the clips. They look cool.
Help. Yeah, it's cool.
But yeah, Brian's a big help, right? Beat him on. Beat him on. Oh wait, so and it's a whole. What do you do there? Fighter and a kid.
Fighter and kid shop show. Then below is the drive fast on gas. Like I have 2 car lifts coming in. I'll be able to fit like 8 cars in there.
Ooh, that's pretty dope. I actually a rather remarkable figure.
There's a lot of ways to go though.
I'm just.
Chin has all his clothes and shit, all these boxes.
It's gonna be gone soon. Chin lives there. It's checked out. How'd you live there, bro?
It was Chin's because it smelled like kimchi. I'm like, what the fuck?
Dude, Chin lives in
For example,
I'll be in Indianapolis, I'll be in Irvine, I'll be in Huntsville, I'll be in Miami, I'll be in Houston, go to Merced.
I don't got a lot coming up, but July 11th, though, I will be. July 11th, I'll be at Nate Jackson's Comedy Club in Tacoma. Come check me out there. I got a bunch of shows with Rife.
Very grateful to be introducing you to him tonight because the political circumstances.
All right, well, thank you guys.
It's good to see you, Brendan.
Yes, you guys, man.
Yeah, you know what? We're still going strong.
We'll come out there soon. We got other ideas too for the Patreon, so sign up. But yeah,
Eric, when are you at the mothership?
I just did it, so it's probably not going to be till next year. But you know, I want to do like Eric and Friends or whatever it is like that. I need to get out there, or we do it someplace else. I don't know. But we want to come out. We need to come out and come out there just to be with you there. You know, just
maybe do a live show at the Vulcan or something. That'd be dope.
Yeah, let's do that. Very great significance in terms of
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
No, I'm into it. I don't like your attitude. Okay, I was thinking about something else. I was thinking about how I have to get this natural remedy thing that the doctor told me. It's called Unca.
This is kind of like
sorry.
For what?
Unbelievable. Thanks for watching Golden Hour.
See you guys. Get your pants.
All right, see you guys.
Among our historians, I'm giving away why specific design of
Brendan Child, first and foremost.
Commission for him was to find the
What an idiot.
to indicate his
thought that
supreme
was Chinese
as the
writing.
president of the nothing less than the Grand
Wow. You know, as I'm getting older, my eyesight is getting worse, especially
under Napoleon.
looking at stuff up close.
Under Napoleon,
He
actually assembled
the bricks
what he
for
hoped to
Chinese
be
writing.
a 19th
What a
century
dumbass.
reproduction
I
or
like the little,
replication of
hey,
the
we should
grand
go
court
perform
of
at the
truth that
comedy
had not
mothership.
sat
I need a reason to get in there. Because we have to remember,
validating
Callan's not around right now. Callan's off on a
legislate
cruise,
the relationship of
doing a vacation
modern
and stand-up
state.
gigs in Europe.
In a
So
nutshell,
Sean
exactly
literally
what
has
time
no
we're doing.
reason to get into the comedy mothership.
How
Because he can only get in through Brian Callan.
I'll take you to
Even
the
though
story
he's friends with Joe Rogan,
right now.
he still needs talent
Let us
to be
just do a
performing
little bit
there.
of background
If I do stand-up, I still need a reason to go to the comedy mothership. So that's why he's like, hey, Montez or Delia, come do a show at the
By
mothership.
Western, I
So
mean
I
basically
get
European
in.
Christian
Truly pathetic.
European Christians look at the world as kind of like, and it's
He
just a
is
little bit
so
outdated,
pissed
let's
off
say until about 100
and
years ago,
upset
this model started to
that Brian Callan will not help the
European Christian historian
podcast.
sort of looks at the world as though it was a high
Did you
point
hear what
in
he
the
said?
ancient world, right?
Brian
Rome,
will help.
Greece, the DNA,
Brian
Plato,
doesn't care.
Aristotle,
That's
the
why.
late tragedians, things like that. And then Christianity and the
Now
church fathers
I
came
do
in
believe
when the
I was teetering
Roman
there.
civilization, Rome
Remember,
being
I've been saying, I've been teetering back and
Rome
forth.
was sacked in the
That
5th
shop,
century, the
no,
civilization as a whole
that Brian Callen
plunged into a
doesn't want to do this
decline,
podcast
which
anymore,
brought him
and
down
he's
to
like,
the dark
screw
ages.
it.
So you have
down
the
to
beginning,
Austin,
which is the high
Texas,
point, the golden age,
to
and you have
follow
the
him
middle,
and
which is
do
like
a
dark
podcast
ages,
anyway,
and then
even
you
though I
have
know
the
he doesn't want to do it
Renaissance, which is the
because I have
French word
nothing else going on.
which refers to the
Or
rebirth of
is he
the
just so
golden age.
stupid
That's when you get all
he doesn't
kinds of
realize that Callen
architecture,
has no
Greek form,
interest
things like that.
in doing
And
the
so
Fighter
that if
Kid
you imagine
podcast
history is
anymore?
kind of like a
I
linear
now believe the
pattern, you
latter
have like
is
a
the
high
true
point
one.
and then it drops off into a deep
He
valley
is
in
so
the dark ages and it starts coming back up. And at
has
some
no
point, as
idea
it goes up in the
that Brian
Renaissance,
Callen
it's sort of
no
a
longer
shoulder
wants to
that
do
becomes
that
modernity.
podcast.
And we're still
When
living
Brian
in the modern
Callen
world, some would say the
had
postmodern world, which is
phone
not where I
call with
discussed
him
tonight.
because they don't really
Modernity
hang
is
out
associated
anymore.
with a lot
And
of
you can
different
tell
things.
by like the
When I asked my
chemistry
undergraduate
between
students
him
what they
and Callen.
they almost
I mean,
always
as
give me
atrocious
definitions
as
that
the
relate
Golden
to
Hour
technology.
podcast
First of all, they
is,
think modernity
they don't
happened like
hate
15
each other.
minutes ago.
Like,
It's modern is
Sean
six. I
Callen
five,
what
forget
we
about
are.
it, right? But that's
But
really
he
history.
couldn't
But
tell
in terms of technology, you do have
when
to
Callen had the
for
phone
example,
call with him
the
saying,
industrial
hey,
revolution
look,
of the late 18th
buddy,
century.
we're concentrating on my stand-up.
On a social
Joe
level.
Rogan gave me a chance to do a residency at his club and all the other shit. So I'm moving to Austin. Sorry. Sean was just like, I'm moving to Austin too. Sean didn't realize he's stupid. That was him trying to get away from me. He didn't want to do a podcast
necessarily the same way they would.
because the Fighter and the Kid podcast is dead.
But also,
Deader
life
than
has
dead.
changed dramatically.
And
With
he tried to get away from
production,
Sean.
women
And
did
Sean
not have to spend
really
literally
doesn't
4 or 5
get
hours
that.
a day.
It's like, dude, first of all, he took off to Austin before any of you did. He didn't even let you know. He did the first episode, and then he took off on
with electrification,
and then
you're no longer
down on a cruise with his dad. That he says he does every year, but he for a decade. This is the first year I've heard of it. And he started to do his own content on his own YouTube channel. Like, come on, Tony. Wake up. Callen still does not want to do the podcast with you anymore. That's why he's not helping in any way, shape, or form. Callen's like, oh my God, this idiot really following me down. I can't get away from him. He's a hanger-on. Chab is a hanger-on. The linger. Chab is a hanger-on. And Callen's like, what am I going to do to get this guy? So, of course, he's not going to help you with your podcast. He has no interest. Callen just shows up, sits down, takes his shoes off, sits in Dean style, babbles, is like, give me my money and let me get the hell out of here. He doesn't hang around for extra stuff or anything. He's done with that podcast. And he's chopped out. Joe Campbell's too stupid to realize this.
So when we talk about
let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Advent of modernity, it's sort of like a shoulder of that graph that I sort of traced out for you. And we are still obviously living in a period that we're so close to modernity. We don't
just saying he's tiny. But he would be a cute little girl. He's not. He's kind of like, he's very
You gotta be feminine. You gotta be feminine, like the lady boys in Thailand.
You know who would look, obviously, we're friends, so, but would be a good woman. Before he starts working out. That's my whole point. But he has an idiot to do that shit. Hell yeah. I want to see that again.
Come get it, Chris. That is my favorite for like 4 years.
So come get it, Chris. So
Have you ever seen Cheers? I think Cheer had a daughter in the transition.
That's right.
Man, we have I think Chad.
Yes, Chad, right?
Chad.
First baby.
Various close
Charles Bonner.
populations.
Yeah, it looks like a proper man though.
Well, that's because she's been hitting. She's heavy. And kind of like that. She's like RuPaul's like. Well, it's just like what's her face? You're a woman too. What's her face? That turned, Caitlyn Jenner. No. Name this girl that turned into a guy.
So all of these things are happening.
She was on she was on the Umbrella Academy. Oh yeah. Juno. What's her name? Juno girl. Yeah.
Knowledge and with,
I don't know. Oh, yeah. Ellen Page. But what I'm saying is that she could be a wavy guy. She looks like a good-looking young, no, she looks like the fuck it does. A 17-year-old kid who is a, inbred, but like, no, she looks like a girl that chopped her tits off and cut her hair. I don't know, she kind of like, hold up, what are you talking about? Around the corner, boy. Come on, she was cute. She was cute in June. Dude, I think that's,
for example, one of the
she actually was cute, yeah. Super cute,
because of an
and now her career is, she has to, what's the deal? I was like, dude, she's on Fighter the Kid. She's a ghost of Fighter Kid. Awesome. Awesome. So like I want to see somebody like this now. Like she looks like he looks like any of these new action stars now. They all look like this. I want to talk about this because if you're so the her thing, when I posted my thing about Caitlyn Jenner, my pin online, I called her shit, and this is no. Because first of all, it's fun. Second of all, if you go through surgery.
The man who wants to a potential mate with his wealth. So
all right, dude, you've earned it. Yeah, fucking earned it, bro. If I cut my dick off, you'll call me whatever I want, bro. Yeah, correct. Okay.
Welcome. How are you, G? What's good, G? How you living, pimp? Yes, I do. How are you? How'd you find out about me, G? I'm dogs. I'm like babysitting. I think like a Maltese. A Maltese. No, I mean, I'm not bothering right now. How are you? So you found out about me from Discord? Very cool. Which Discord? Oh, very cool. In Discord? Okay, very cool. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Oh, you found me in Twitter. Okay, very. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I have a space going. All right. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Sure. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And it's like a real-life Truman Show or a real-life Big Brother. Have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Truman Show, if I'm not mistaken. Is it about Jim Carrey? Yep, exactly. Exactly, Jim Carrey. That's right. Yep. Yeah, so that's essentially what my life is. Everything I do is archived. I've been live for 3.5 years. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that's true, I'm going to help you I'm going to help all your friends and family not just become wealthy, not just become financially independent, not just create generational wealth, but to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. So, yeah, I'm live all the time. I talk about some really interesting things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics and vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. It's Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing areas such as Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you? So that's a little about me. How about you? Tell me about yourself. Okay. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? Can you hear me? What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? You like to do what on live streams? You like sports? What sports do you like? Football? Oh, excellent. Are you a big fan of Magnus Carlsen? Big time. That's great. Do you play chess online? Do you know your chess ranking? 1800? That's very good. I don't know. I just play with friends. And it's very mentally draining to me. Yeah, excellent. So, are you into cryptocurrencies? What are your favorite cryptocurrencies? You like Ethereum? Okay, very cool. Have you ever heard of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu? It's a cryptocurrency on Ethereum. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's very popular on Twitter. Yeah, it is. Yep. Like $100 million. Well, I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. If you have any questions, I'm here for you. And just know, more than anything, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world. And I just want to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here for you, okay? Very cool, man.
got, for example, social security numbers, it was very easy for the government of America, for example, to tax us individually, know us individually as citizens, things like that. That's not at all typical of the medieval period in which people belonged to an estate, they belonged to a class, and they were dealt with by us. This was, believe it or not, very good for the Jews, because since the Jews were not typically dealt with individually, the state, primitive as it were, simply handed off all governmental authority to the Jewish community itself, saying to the community elders, here, you guys give us this much money in taxes at the end of every year, you perform this or that service, being, middlemen or absentee landowners, things like that, and we will leave you alone. And in fact, we will protect you from marauders and from unfair attacks on your population and so on. So the Jews had intrinsically the ability to govern themselves as a community. With that corporate nature of society, they were free to enact all kinds of legislation, internal municipal legislation, through the Kehillah system that dictated exactly how Jews should behave, dictated what was considered appropriate religious conformity, dictated what were the taxes that each individual Jew would have to pay to Jewish government, dictated who was to be ostracized, who was to be promoted, and we managed like this for about 1800 with relatively little. We began to see how this model was fraying slightly with the activity, ironically, of some of the critics of those who may have followed Shabtai Tzvi, because this was attacking rabbinic authority, but it was just kind of like getting rough at the edges. The French Revolution, however, would tear it wide apart. So, moving from the corporate nature of medieval society to an environment that we would see as more familiar to our American society is essentially what's going to happen in the next 45 minutes as we look at the life of David Simpson. Okay, that was a really long sentence. I think I only had one or two comments. Does anyone have a question that I can address before we move on? Clear as the sun at noonday. Okay, so the zeitgeist of the 18th century. Zeitgeist is a great word. Zeit means time in German, Geist like spirit, like it's related to the word ghost. So the zeitgeist of the 18th century, particularly the end of the 18th century, was very much about destroying the Ancien regime, destroying the old order, making things totally anew. Here in the Holy Land of Brooklyn, we know this well, of course, because the American Revolution was in the late 18th century. You have several movements in the New World, but then you get major movements in France in particular with the Great Revolution there. In many ways, the French Revolution of 1789 was of a higher order of importance, at least in the short run, for Europe, because we're not talking about some outpost on the other side of the ocean where who knows what's going on over there. This was right in the center of Europe, one of the oldest monarchies ever. And for it to collapse and to be transformed into something radically different, that was a sea change. That was a tectonic shift. That was something that dramatically altered the course of world history, and it affected the Jews in a very, very profound way. The pictures, of course, of the storming of the Bastille, major events from your high school history of France. I won't go into detail. But what this really meant in terms of the bad story, like we'd like to think on the one hand of the French Revolution and the freedoms that it afforded to Jews, and I will explain what those were shortly. The freedoms that it afforded to Jews is a wonderful thing, that all of a sudden Jews were no longer held back, considered foreigners, even though we had lived in French soil for 1,000 years, no longer subject to discriminatory legislation, at least for a decade. We were no longer, separated and segregated and ghettoized and things like that. Everything sounded wonderful, but in reality, the other side of it is that we took the authority away from the rabbis and the traditional communal authority of the Kehillah. The Kehillah, which could have been and was often very coercive and very heavy-handed, and very intolerant of dissent and diversity. At the same time, was a huge bulwark against anti-Semitism and against assimilation. That if the Kehillah authorities could say, "Hey guys, no one here is allowed to wear black socks on Shabbos. Everyone wears white socks." You know, you might have complained about it. You might have wanted, like I, for example, I wear a yeshiva uniform. Today I'm sort of dressing down because I have a gray suit instead of a dark blue or a black suit. But inside, I am a bird of paradise. I would love to wear like yellow or purple or something like that. I really feel like I'd like to express myself. But I can't, you know, this is part of like blue norms and the way I'm supposed to appear. And so if the Kehillah, or sorry for that little outtake, I'll probably remove it. The Kehillah authorities, if they said nobody wears black socks on Shabbos, if you dare to wear black socks on Shabbos, all kinds of terrible things could happen to you. Ostracized, you could be punished, you could have business losses, you could even suffer corporal punishment. The Kehillah authorities had the power to administer lashes. They were frequently administered in the Middle Ages, and so you were terrified of them. But on the other hand, once the Kehillah authorities can no longer administer lashes, then people are going to wear whatever color socks they want. And if that doesn't sound scary, they might just go off and marry into other faiths, or they might profess multiple religions at the same time, or they might do all kinds of things because the Kehillah is no longer holding them back. If I give you a contemporary example, which I will most probably take out of the internet, one of the most dramatic issues in modern rabbinic thought, modern rabbinic law, is the terrible situation of the aguna. Pardon me if I take 2 minutes to just jump ahead to this, because it is illustrative of what we're talking about. An aguna, or literally a chained woman, a connected woman, refers to a woman who, as I'm sure many of you are aware, she's legally to her husband, and her husband has abandoned her. And he refuses to release her with a traditional divorce, ordered through a document called a get. And the reasons why he would do this could be multiple. It could be that they have an ongoing dispute over custody. It could be that he has a lot of debts that he wants to pay off with the money he has set aside for the divorce settlement. It could be that he wants to blackmail his wife. It could be he wants to punish his wife. It could be all kinds of terrible things. But in the nature of Jewish law, the husband has the sole power to divorce his wife. The wife does not have a similar level of power to divorce her husband. She can importune the Beit Din to effect the divorce for her, but it's not at all a simple matter, and it often takes years of women living in the situation. So, in the time of the Kehillah, when it was, at its height for several hundred years, this was not a very serious problem for a lot of reasons. And typically, it happened only to women whose husbands went traveling and then went missing on the road. Husbands absconding was comparatively rare. Because the Kehillahs were also connected, a Jew could show up in a town and they'd say, "Where are you from?" They play Jewish geography, they'd figure out he's a recalcitrant husband, and he would be arrested by the Beit Din there, or by the Gabayim there, and would be appropriately punished. And the punishments listed include physical harm, that they could beat the person until he agreed to give his wife a get. That generally took care of the problem. Crudely, but it took care of the problem. With modernity, and with the possibility of adopting a secular identity, suddenly the aguna problem expanded dramatically. Especially in this country, where you have vast distances separating often immigrant families from their home, where you have husbands going ahead to America. "Don't worry, Sadie, I'll send you the tickets." Tickets never arrive. Sadie shows up with the kids at Ellis Island looking for her husband, and she can't find him. But there's no way the Beit Din can step in, arrest this man, and then punish him. There have been, as I'm sure you're aware, individual rabbis or other communal activists who have taken it upon themselves to exercise power in the manner of the Kehillah and to physically kidnap recalcitrant husbands and to threaten them with violence, in some cases even inflict violence on them. And when the police find out, who gets arrested? Not the recalcitrant husband, but the would-be Kehillah authority of the rabbis. So by removing these kinds of elemental, basic powers from the Kehillah, on the one hand, it grants greater freedom, but on the other hand, freedom has a price in terms of the communal integrity. Okay, that was almost a sermon. I should be a rabbi. Let's go on. So what about Rabbi Sinsheim? What is his role in all this? He was born in Trier in 1745 to a traditional rabbinic family. His father was his principal teacher. He writes in his own autobiographical statements that are scattered throughout his works of how he adored studying with his father, and his father had particular styles of learning that he passed on to his son, in particular the avoidance of pilpul, which is a Polish style of learning that involved the intellectual casuistry. On the other hand, he studied the Talmud in a straightforward manner. By the time he had gone through the Talmud 3 times, which is a very significant achievement, he was promoted to be the Rosh Yeshiva in Bischheim, which was near Strasbourg. He married into French royalty, French Jewish royalty, by marrying the sister of Serf Be'er, who was one of the most important communal activists, very, very prominent at the time in the negotiations with the French authorities. And it was at this time in his life that he began work on his magnum opus, a massive multi-volume commentary on the Talmud called Yad David. And now we're talking right at the end of the 18th century. What was going on in France at that time? You had a total of about 30,000 Jews. Something like 29,000 of them lived here in the eastern region, a particular region known as Alsace, bordering with Germany. Those Jews were Yiddish-speaking and heavily Orthodox, and they tended to betray a lot of the communal features that were typical of the medieval period. For example, they tended to have a distinctive dress. They certainly had the distinctive language of Yiddish, which was doubly suspect of French because of its proximity linguistically to German. And the French and the German, by the way, the French and the Germans have a war just about every 30 or 40 years, which means we're a little bit overdue. It could happen any day right now. They also tended to be quite clannish in the sense that they did not spread out into multiple economic activities. They were concentrated heavily in the traditional patterns, including things like small commerce, petty money lending, the so-called Luftmenschen, people who live on air, just eking out a living. They tended to be much poorer in general than surrounding countryside of Frenchmen. So very, concrete, discrete, quote-unquote, indigestible block of about 30,000 Jews living on the eastern border of France. They also religiously did not consider themselves to be French. They considered themselves to be members of an exiled nation that were living, as not necessarily welcome guests in France, and that ultimately they would be one day repatriated to Israel under a messianic king. Now, on the west, down here by the Spanish border in Bordeaux, Bayonne, places like get a much smaller population, just over 3,000 Jews who were of Portuguese extraction. Probably the descendants of people who fled after the Inquisition and the expulsions of 1492 and 1497, who were living in the South region, and they were quite different. Their mode of dress was French. Their language was French. They had assimilated linguistically. They were quite spread out in economic activities, and in fact, they did not insist even on communal organization to a high level. They resisted, for example, the imposition of rabbinic law for their own organization. They preferred to be judged by the law of the land, whereas, of course, in the Ashkenazi region over here, the Jews tended to consider going to non-Jewish courts as somehow shameful. The Jews of the Bordeaux-Bayonne region said, no, we live in this country, and the French courts are trustworthy and so on. And one could say that while it would be inappropriate to use the word assimilated, they were certainly very well acculturated. They had adapted to the civilization, and they were extremely fluent in its norms, and they were comfortable. They tended to be much wealthier than as well. So you had two very different populations, one much larger than the other, living in France at the time. So in 1789, in January, for the major events of the summer of that year, which were truly revolutionary, the king, Louis XVI, invited the French people to submit these documents of grievances, cahiers de doléances, which were basically like lists of grievances that, this is what we don't like about France, this is what we don't like about the government. Let us please pull together and get some solutions to it. This, of course, was kind of like, putting the kettle on the hottest spot on the stove, because as soon as you let people start to complain, they got out of control, and eventually the entire state blew up in a cataclysm of revolution. But one of the first complaints, for example, was the fact that Louis XVI really had to get some pants. Like, those hose were so 17th century. We've got to move on. Anyways, the Alsatian Jews, these are the Ashkenazi Jews of the eastern region, they were not included in the list of populations that could submit such complaints. So Sefer, you recall, that is the brother-in-law of our hero for the evening. He successfully petitioned the king to allow the hearing of an Alsatian delegation to represent their claims and to have their grievances addressed. And he appointed to that committee his brother-in-law, with one other figure, as the primary spokespeople. So we see that Rav Zinsheim, from an early age, he's a Rosh Yeshiva now, married into a very important family, and obviously a very qualified speaker who was able to act as a shtadlan, I'll explain that term in a second, with the French crown. Maybe I'll explain it right now. Shtadlan is a very important term in understanding how Jewish politics worked in the medieval period, and in a way, even how it works today. The word Shtadlan means that intercessor, or literally someone who is an attempter. The word ishtadel means to attempt, or perhaps the pronunciation ishtadlus, which means, put in an effort to try and get something done. So typically, in medieval societies, the Jewish community would be faced with some threat from some external source, a nobleman passing a decree, or let's say a band of friends who are threatening the Jewish community. They would appoint someone.
Facet. If you have facet, you still got that big root in the front. No, you just get tits.
No, dude, if you get the private part under your pants, if you switch it, then do it props. Look, I don't think that what you did is crazy for the wild mutilation. I hope you're happy, but my gosh. Okay, ma'am. You know what? That's the first. Okay, so the top of the list is that. But the second after that is they do this shave down of their face and Adam's apple. I think if you do that too, that's a big. But you're not a woman though.
Yeah, you are.
Wait, what?
You've earned it.
Yeah, I'm afraid to shave. No, it's they shave down their bones.
Structure,
They shave their cheekbones they cut out their Adam's apple and all that stuff, man. Yeah, that's number 2 on the list. No, there's only one on the list.
Yeah, you can't just get tits and be it'd be like me getting tits and be like, I'm Sarah now.
Yeah, no, you're not Sarah unless you get a pussy.
Yes. And shave my face.
I said that's number 1. Okay, that's only one. It's a Highlander.
This is a rare
Sarah, hey, cut your dick off and take your balls off and put a little hole in it. And now you're Sarah. No, tell Sam. You would tell Sam to do that, not Sarah.
And those things are overlooked.
Yes.
They are ultimately effective.
Right, yes. Until then, you're Sam. That's the rule. You did the whole thing. I don't care. Okay. They try to talk to you like this. They talk and you go, wait, do you have pussy? Yeah. No? what you say.
Let's take a little break from chatting with the boys all the way from Texas. Whether you're hitting a plateau, bored with your current workout routine, or new to fitness, statistics of those that actually go through with the surgery. You ever seen the suicide statistics? It goes up like fucking 400% after they do it.
I feel like this sounds like he has an app on his phone. And it's just like, it goes weird facts, you know? Then he jumps on it, he goes, guys, you guys see that statistic? I got it right here on the...
I know, it's exhausting. Snap it alerts me when John's a kickoff. It's exhausting.
You're drinking so much Snapple. Oh, wow, guys.
Suicide rates go up 400% with transition.
It's on, you know what? These kind of stats are on, like, protein drinks.
It's on Bazooka Joe.
It's on creatine bottles. Oh, shit. What if we fast people kill themselves?
What if we didn't realize? What if we didn't realize that was how racist and homophobic Joe always was? The fact that you read the comics in the theater. Oh my god!
Or Cracker Jacks. Cracker Jacks.
The Golden Hour podcast is a complete disaster with this setup. I must say, I like the new look of the studio, but I mean, Shab with his unfunniness and constant interruption. It's one thing when he's right there, it's 10 times worse when he's not in the studio and doing it from Austin, Texas. Like, even there, like Eric Griffin's making fun of you. He's doing that little bit of dummy with his fucking random fun facts, and it's under a creative thing. And then he randomly says, it's all Bazooka Joe rapper, but he's stupid. The bit is you're taking steroids, not you like golf. But, I mean, now, Shab is supposed to, though, be in Los Angeles once a month. He didn't specifically say he was flying back once a month to be in studio for this podcast. Another reason when they're really big. So, once a month, he's going to be in studio. I'm assuming that he's going to be on the Zoom thing for the rest of the episodes going forward. So apparently he's not leaving the Golden Hour podcast, which was the plan. The son tells me he got to Austin and then he was too stupid to realize Callan doesn't want to do the podcast with him anymore. So now he's lonely, he's got no friends down there, Rogan's not hanging out with him. Callan did, so he's like, well, I guess I'll continue to do the Golden Hour podcast. Because they announced he was not doing, he was leaving that podcast. Remember Cheddar Bob, big producer guy? That was an announcement. Brendan was off the podcast, and he was moving down to Austin and doing it with Callie. Now he's
Welcome. How are you? What's going on, Annie?
He's going to continue, but...
Can you hear me? Hello? How are you? Can you hear me? Oh, I see you sent me a message. What's going on? I just sent you a message, Annie. Can you hear me?
And in many ways, the decisions of the French government to emancipate the Jews were really no big finish, so to speak. Jews were already opting for this reality, even if it was subversive. Give lots of examples. But at any rate, that was the Matthias. That's what happened, is that there was a legal allowance for Jews to no longer affiliate with the Jewish community. As one of the figures from the Times said it, the French nation would offer everything to the Jew as an individual, but nothing to the Jews as a people. Right? The state was not about, guaranteeing communal rights.
I mean, obviously he made a mistake moving
affirming
to Texas because
organize themselves.
here's the crazy thing. I think this podcast is actually more successful now
Jewish or non-Jewish
than the fighter
but
kid.
to allow them to have
But I think the problem with this podcast is I'm fighter the kid, he owns 100%. I don't know if he won over 100% of this, and in order to bring people in, he split up ownership. Like, I'm pretty sure CEO owned a percentage of King of the State. So he brought on Chris D'Elia, he probably gave D'Elia a percentage of this, and Eric Griffin, Montez too. So that's probably why he was so willing to be like, all right, I'm off that podcast, and I'm down here now. But now he's like, because he doesn't full out own the entire thing. That's just my thought. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Trying to impose a level of insanity, articulating the extent of the revolution. For
Fortunate thing is
example,
now this is still. Oh, there he's back.
Oh my
God.
many of those changes.
I forgot my keys. Do I pause it? You could have taken your headphones off. We did. Oh, you could still kind of hear it. No. I don't think so. You know what, buddy? Watch this. Oh, you stole it! What if we are crazy? We might be. And he's right.
You have water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius.
That means I'm sleeping.
That's an easy number to remember.
No, 1.25 days a day. No, he's still sleeping in his 3 days a day thing. He's just a fucking retard. Because he's saying that 6 to 12 is not. But if it is, that means I sleep for 8 hours. That's 1.25 days. I've wasted away my entire day plus some. Although you have, yes, I have not. So there you go. There you have it.
So that guy's going to bed at what time?
Who cares? Fuck that guy.
And then he's waking up at 3. Like, cool. You're still on YouTube Shorts, but.
Damn, Mark's right. Oh, I still haven't checked out, so we're at about 1,100 views for that with YouTube Shorts and Instagram and TikTok. Let's see. I don't have TikTok because I'm better than you. That's true. 107.
Come into your synagogue,
1,200 views. So only 998,000, like 800 views to go. Right. I made that clip just last night. Yeah, that's true.
Their allegiances to
Fun clip. It's funny. There's a lot of like, job postings out there, and a lot of the things you'll see are like, must have experience with making like viral content. It's like, I'll reply, I'll apply to it being viral.
Wow, and I don't get the job. And then I'm here. Also, that's such a stupid thing. I've never worked with a client and they're like, we want viral videos. And you're like, shut the fuck up. Everybody does. You're talking about a fucking product that makes your ankle warm. It's not gonna go viral, guys.
Most people are spending billions of dollars in marketing and advertising to get attention and views like virality, and they can't figure it out.
Yeah. I think I could have a pretty good chance of getting that job though, because if you look at my percentage of clips that I cut for video that go viral, it's almost all of them. So, yeah. I'm a fucking viral genius. What are you doing? I gotta get it. It's certainly not. I gotta get a comedian in Louisiana who had an 8-year-old father when he was born. Right. That's another. Everything comes back to Nathan Fielder for me. That's what makes him so special. Like that goat in the water video where he was trying to help out a petting zoo, so they made a video where.
These poor bastards, Jeremiah and the rest of the guys from the 313, they get literally nothing from Shaw. And look, I know how this game works, that these guys are technically just independent contractors. But one would think that Shaw would throw these guys a little sign after all these years. but to still just have them make nothing so much to the fact of these guys have to look for other jobs and hope very much they get another job, by the way. Now, I don't feel too bad for them because I assume, like everyone else, these are just little rich kids who moved to LA to make their dreams come true. And ended up taking this job with Shaw. Say by proxy, they kind of work with Joe Rogan and the Joe Rogan world, but they make like literally no money, especially not enough money to live in Los Angeles. But their careers are so like nothing because they've attached themselves to Bob. So they have to look for other jobs. I mean, nothing on camera, as evidenced by the podcast they do, which is wow. Wow. You know, as much as I trash Obi, go watch an Obi stream and watch these guys stream. You go, as much as Obi's lost it and we make fun of him bitter, there's a difference now. These guys are terrible. There's like no talent with these guys on camera, but they might be good producers or editors. Maybe just editors, but they technically are producers. Michelle pays them nothing. And got elevated. You can remember, Kat was like there, and then she left. Mark Harvey was there, and he left. So guys got elevated, but still make no money. But they're not stupid. Well, they are stupid, but not so stupid as to. I think Cheddar Bob here is probably settled, but maybe not yet. But the other guys are actively looking for other jobs. The problem is using Brendan job as a reference to get you one. But they've had to see that everyone who leaves shop immediately becomes more successful. By the way, we have another instance of this happening. Remember Malik B? The other black guy who replaced Khaled with Chappelle Lacey? Malik B just got a Hulu special. So another guy left shop doing way better. So these guys have to see that, and they're trying to move on. But I mean, Shaw pays them nothing, and I bet you he like works them to death. And I bet you it's a bunch of nonsense work too. I bet you it's a bunch of work just for work's sake. So that tells me that Shaw style. Like it's just like, I want you to work 8 hours a day even though I'm not there and I'll see you and it's pointless. I want you editing stuff that doesn't need to be edited just to say you're editing because I'm paying you literally nothing but still. These poor bastards are sitting here.
Once they got there,
that real chance at ever really making it. Man, apparently, Rob still does some stuff for Theo, I would think. Of course, but I mean, they didn't make the move to Texas. They stayed in LA. They're actively looking for a Chin. I don't know what the hell he's doing. He really did hitch his ride to Bob his North Star. He's going down. Chin is going down like this shit. Or the, the flip CRX truck. But I mean, these guys in the after-hour podcast is so trash. Like if I was them, I would take, if they're trying to get a job in podcasting, if I was them, I would take down all their episodes and oversee it. Because if I was hiring and I saw these guys podcast, I'd be like, here's the fake key.
Like, what do you think about living?
No thing that's gonna happen. But I mean, yeah, so that could really make mistakes. We can join our enemies, guys. But it's just always funny.
The second one was, how do you organize
let me know your thoughts.
The power of your rabbis. essentially asking about this medieval corporate society. Do you exercise control over your members? How do you do that? How do you tax them?
Shab spent over $1 million on a frivolous nuisance lawsuit against Unique because he made fun of him still ongoing. Is that true?
You guys allowed to work?
Yeah, this guy, I think I get this guy out because he likes to talk about me anyway. I mean, not a lot, but from time to time we'll be like, I hate the sound of his voice, I'm not gonna lie, but he likes to talk about me and how I'm all mad about Neil Brennan, so he thinks me and Neil are related. I really want to get on Shelb's getting Unique on your show. Shelb spent over $1 million on the frivolous news lawsuit against Unique because he made fun. Yeah, we made fun of his first special, right? The mistake that Brennan Shelb made, and it's a fatal mistake, because again, he's hanging out with guys who are, working comics. So what he did was he did the first special, which was I guess on Showtime or something. Which is fine. If someone's going to pay you to do a special, do it. And then he did another special, I guess, on his own on YouTube that everybody hated, which was completely unnecessary. So what he should have done was do this special where they pay you, and then, it wasn't that good to be like, well, I was a little green. He was green. He just started. So you can say he was a little green. People get stuff early on in their career, and they're green. Geraldo get a sitcom in 1996, and people were like, huh? He kind of got a development deal, I think that summer. I mean, that happened crazy fast. So I think he got a development deal. Could have happened that fast. Could have happened. That was probably the following year.
Very, very difficult thing. They had weird things like
that. And then, it wasn't that good to be like, well, I was a little green. He was green. He just started. So you could say it's a little green. People get stuff early on in their career, and they're green. Geraldo get a sitcom in 1996, and people were like, huh? Even when he got a development deal out of Montreal, I think that summer. I mean, that happened crazy fast. So I think he got a development deal. Couldn't happen that fast. Could have happened. No, it was probably the following year. So I think he did a New Faces maybe in the summer of '95. On the summer of '96, he was in production on that sitcom that he did. That was terrible. Even he would admit, it wasn't good. And he just said, attributed he was green. So he was in over his head, blah 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 blah. So that's all Brennan Shelb had to do was not do another special like ever. You don't have to do a special. He was already selling tickets. So once he did the second special, and everybody got out, even comics that were quote unquote friends of his, they piled on. Joe Rogan bailed on him. Because Joe Rogan's a coward too, and once everybody bails, Joe Rogan's like, I gotta bail too, pal. Sorry, I gotta go with the crowd. I gotta go where the crowd goes. So all he had to do was stay in LA, keep doing stand up, not do a second special until for another 5 years until he got good or until he got passable as a comic. But again, he thought he was on the fast track, and then he quit. I saw a clip of it. He said he quit to do comedy because he couldn't do comedy and be a dad.
They all screamed out at the same time.
I mean, comics have been dads for decades. How about Bill Cosby? Good. And,
okay, so we got Kevin Brennan trashing Brendan Shelb.
Generic template principle.
And he wants me to go on his show. Now,
distinctions between
Kevin Brennan
ritual law
has
and
literally
civil law, which are not necessarily
for years. I don't even know why. And I'll be Chad Zuock there. Chad for years are trying to get me on the Brennan show. Brennan absolutely refuses.
These responses
I think he still has big blog on Twitter. I don't think he likes the impression because Kevin Brennan will go, oh, they ain't in his shop. Brendan's shop, he did this, he was green, but this Neil is really all about Neil. Neil made it and I did it, Neil. Now I realize you said that. I said that he's obsessed with Neil. Because he is, and it's so hilarious, the entire story. I I think he's ultimately really mad though, because I dropped that video of Neil actually responding to Kevin Brennan,
in the original.
and it was on how he made Bell's podcast, and Kevin didn't do anything about it. And then, like, 4 months later, TMZ picked up my video and posted it on their site. So, like, the video blew up like 4 or 6 months later or something, and he still never addressed it. Because he hates me.
Sorry, they met in 1807.
And to some degree, I understand. I mean, I think Brennan is what, like 16 years older than his brother Bill Brennan. And like Kevin's trying to make it stand up. He has moderate success early on. And then his little brother comes around, starts doing what he does. And like it's not like he's from a show business family or anything. And then his brother hooks up with Chappelle, the guy who beat him in Star Search. If we ever go back and listen to the Chappelle show, Chappelle tells the story of, you know, I beat a guy in Star Search. Oh, what's his face? Not even funny dude. What's his name? That was Kevin Brennan. So the guy who beat him in Star Search, his brother hooked up with and became massively successful. So that's why Brennan is so bitter at Neil. However, I will go on his show anytime you have me on because I encourage all Brennan child trash. I encourage it to the nth degree by anyone who's willing to do it. That ass clown needs to be smashed by everybody.
In honor of Napoleon.
So, I mean, Brennan doing his podcast,
himself, the lawgiver.
Why did you change it to Misery Loves Company, by the way? I love the burning bridges.
Developing,
do you think Korea technically owns that name?
Law was what was supposed to
another reason why
much more than the will of the autocrat.
Hey, Anthony, Anthony, that's stupid. Why do you go with Gavin? You know what I really just wanted to do is WABC show. I mean, Kobe, he's not really even into doing compound censorship, but really it's all about Neil. And Neil. My brother Neil. He's dating Molly Shannon. But, yeah. I think Kevin is also like trying to get his foot outside of the Dabblerverse. He can only shit on Stuttering John so many times. And
giving us
Carl Rothschild podcast.
Welcome. How are you, B. Alexander?
All European and American. However, there was
how many other fucking white people are in that goddamn Dabblerverse?
Napoleon didn't quite leave it alone at that point. The next year, in 1808, the so-called
I think he wants to get into some shop dashes now or something. But like I said, I encourage it.
Things about the Jews of Alsace.
I only really trash shop because
that generated the assembly of nobles and the first
the appeals process.
thing he said was
the lawsuit on that.
Jews,
appeal, and he's going to try and bring it to the Supreme Court.
Now we're going to put some.
But I mean, Brennan, I am 100% willing to go on your show.
Divest yourself of loans
over
a certain amount.
Headset,
You're going to have to refrain from making loans over this amount. Charging instead of directing himself to creating a modern banking system, it was much easier simply to deal with the Jewish money lenders impose a religion.
I will go on
a series of laws that specifically targeted the Jews in Alsace to deal with the immediate problem.
We'll see if this actually happens. I still entirely
helpless changes
doubt it.
And ultimately,
let me know.
The second element of the infamous decree, which has negative consequences, was he established the consistory system, which is essentially the official. The synagogue was made into an official church.
It is Monday. Boy, this month is flying by, isn't it? It is Monday, June 23rd, 9 a.m. on this glorious Austin, Texas morning. How we doing, fam? Fantastic. Your boy messed up his quad. He's getting older, man. His injuries are popping up. A few years ago, my hammies, quad, my legs, muscles in my legs have always been tight. I refuse to stretch. That's probably part of the problem. And then also just being 40-ish. You know, I was at my son's baseball practice training. There's a bunch of kids, and they need a runner. And these kids couldn't throw me out. And then I knew it was hot job. And one of the kids like, one more time, I'll get you out. Yeah, right, dude. Your boy put on the Jets. That's enough. And so your boy blew out his quad. And I'm limping around.
You said quad, I thought you were actually a can have 4
No, literally my mama. Wow, I just fell to the ground like a sniper again. Boy's still safe though. But for what? For what? So stupid. So stupid. It's all good. I just gotta chill out. Start doing jiu-jitsu around town. Victor Hugo, who I think now that Jordan, his health stuff is out, they're the number one guy at heavyweight. There's some monsters at
Hey, Red Bar. How you living, pimp?
It's great, man. It's good to be back into it.
Oh, cool.
Tim Kenny and his boys. And then with Victor Hugo and his monsters, a bunch of black belts, and then decided to try to flex on these 9-year-olds running bases.
Sounds like a plan, my friend.
He just can't refuse a fight. When someone calls me out, dude, I had to flex on these little bastards. Your boy's still safe, don't get twisted. But it cost me dearly because now I'm limping around everywhere. And he has tryouts for this major team, not just a majors team, highly ranked in the nation majors team. So I need to get to work. I need to bend the knees and use my legs. Boy, it's been all good, baby. All good. Because in the fight world, I couldn't wait to get in here. It's I guess you would say events like this, the Real Housewives of the UFC, that make coming in on a Monday so fun. Sometimes you guys are honest. Sometimes you just gotta hold UFC Apex fight card. There's no news. There's no drama. It's like, oh, fine. Something to run on. And it can be.
Okay, hold on.
The second thing, another example of these legislations.
So
the French government
injured himself
had
at his son's baseball practice.
Brides who could not afford a trousseau marriage. And it was interesting.
No, he's just
where
willfully
would buy tickets and they would be entering a lottery and some
unaware of how revealing this is. This man is a who was injured at the how hard was he going against a bunch of 9-year-olds to which he injured him at his son's baseball practice. First of all, he got thrown out by a 9-year-old child. Whoa.
Rabbi Rothschild said, yes.
And he brought up the last time before the Yankees that racing at Chappelle Lacey, he didn't pull anything. He just lost a race to Chappelle Lacey and made the injury. And I wonder if he faked another injury too, because the kid probably got thrown out. And instead of just, sliding and getting thrown, I hurt my hamstring. That's the only reason why you threw me out. Yeah, I totally hurt my hamstring, Tiger.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, now let's go to jiu-jitsu. What? Who goes to jiu-jitsu after hurting their hamstring? So terrible. That's probably what happened. He got thrown out by a 9-year-old. Because he said he was running the bases because, this dude is already bothering his new coach, his son's new coaches. The son's new coaches are like, oh no. Another dad who's way too into it. And by the way, isn't that the dude who the video leaked on the internet, him getting thrown out of his son's baseball that was here bothering running the bases, like 9-year-olds in T-ball, and they throw them out, and instead of just throwing out, you're like, B, I pulled my hammy. He probably hit the deck and started grabbing his knee like Peter Griffin. He probably did that like 3 minutes. He was like, Tiger, go get me a water and some ice. You need to heal it. All the little 9-year-olds were standing around looking at him. They're looking at his son Tiger. Like, what is your dad doing? He said he would not pull his hammy. This dude is a clown. A straight up ass clown. And then he says, it never ends, this weirdo. What is he doing? It's bad enough that you're that involved in your kids' baseball games. And it's not like good supportive dad that's totally yelling at his son, he's admitted to that, flipping out on his son, admitting to that, punishing his son if his son doesn't strike out, quote unquote, the kid on the team. So he's doing all this, all extra involved, inserting himself, making it all about him, trying to live vicariously through his son. All because Dummy had 2 UFC fights and he beat a guy who was at the end of his career. And he never made it in another sport. And then he got thrown out by a 9-year-old and he had to fake pulling a hamstring. I'm so calling this is fake. I listened to his story, and the fact that he brought up the Chappelle Lacey race in which he totally faked that one too. The second he knew you were going to lose that race, he was like, oh my hammy, so I bet you the second he knew he was getting thrown out, he just dropped down and grabbed his leg like he was Kerry Strugger or something. And he just got hit in the knee by Tanya Harding. Is that Kerry Strugger? I'm thinking of someone else. But it's like the Broncos. I forget my 90s female gymnast. And the fact that I don't even know who they are is kind of a little ashamed of myself, but I'm not talking about. Oh, yeah, this is it. Yeah. But, yeah. Let me know your thoughts in the comments if you think this is real or not.
But we're looking at several different individuals caught up in the wake of Shopping Heights.
I guess you would say events like this in the Real Housewives of the UFC that make coming in on a Monday so fun. Because sometimes, you guys know how it is, sometimes you just got a terrible UFC Apex Fight Night card. There's no news, there's no drama. It's like, I'll find something to run on. And it can be tough. Not that I ever don't like my job, but sometimes you're scraping at the bottom of the barrel, get some content out there. And then other times, there's weekends like this. You got the John Jones drama. You got all sorts of stuff popping up. You can call out Joe Rogan. It's just mayhem, man. It's mayhem. We'll start with John Jones. I'll get to the UFC with Cleo Roundtree and Jamal Hill prior to this. And then also this weekend, you got International Fight Week. So you got a lot of stuff popping. If you're a fan of mixed martial arts, you got a lot of stuff popping. Jake Paul fighting this Saturday for those that care. But let's just jump right into it. Oh, and for that UFC, was that 317? International Fight Week. I'm going to do a special preview show with my boy Jesse on Fire, who's the Austin native as well. So me and him will be breaking that down and we'll shoot that on Thursday. So look forward to that. A little more content for you guys out here in Austin. The big cards, me and Jesse can get together. And some special guests will bring in stuff like that. But that should be fun. That dude knows his stuff. I need somebody to talk to. I need somebody who knows fighting I can go back and forth with. So that's how it came about. He's a great dude. let's get into the John Jones news. So it was announced very.
Welcome. How are you?
Brendan Schaub upset that no
Oh, that's your other
one
account.
do a podcast with him. First and foremost, did he just say that he's an Austin native? When he said he's going to be doing a live stream with Cork from Deep Space Nine, Jesse on Fire, did he say he's an Austin native as well, implying that Brendan Schaub is an Austin native, in which you're not? You just uprooted your family and moved there like 2 weeks ago. You hate it, and no one will do a show with you. So Schaub's been complaining. Did you hear? He was like, a lot of stuff to talk about. There's a great day. Wish I had someone to talk about it with, but Rogan won't let me on his show, and Callan went on a cruise pretty much indefinitely. So a lot of stuff happened, and I got to sit here in front of a 50-year-old homeless Asian man who's on Kratom or something and do a show by myself because you stink. No one likes you. You're an asshole. So this is how upset he is. He uprooted his family to follow Brian Callen down to Texas. And the second they get down there, Callen takes off on a mythical cruise that he claims he does every year, but Schaub never seen him do it. And now Schaub is stuck here. Now, he got Tim Kennedy for 2 episodes. He ain't going to be able to get him again. He's got no one to talk to. He's so upset. He's so mad. Shit blew him off when I go to his house for a barbecue. He's getting injured at his son's baseball practice. He has no friends. Brendan Schaub has no friends. Hey, why don't you call Theo on to do your podcast, which wait. No, Mark Harley, wait. What about Brian Callen? Wait. It's not gonna happen, Bob. You stink. You destroyed your career, and now you sit alone in 100-degree Austin, Texas weather by yourself because nobody wants to do a show with you. Why don't you call Andrew Schultz that way? Another reason why he's extremely mad and upset with Callen is you got to remember, Callen is his way into the comedy mothership. Brendan Schaub does not have the carte blanche to just walk into the comedy mothership and go backstage. But he can, and Brian Callen's performing, but Brian Callen's not. So that's why Schaub is begging Delia Montez, old potato head face, to do a show there so he can get back there. Maybe see Rogan and go, hey, Bob, how can I come on your show? I got stuff to talk about, UFC stuff. One of those things where he puts Rogan on the spot and probably make Rogan be like, I guess come on for that 8 millionth time, Schaub. It's not helping your numbers, dude. It hasn't, and it won't. Give it up, but he can't. This is just pathetic and sad now. This man is like on the verge of tears that nobody will do a podcast with him.
Widespread printing.
Did you hear how he sounded? He's like, always looking for content, scraping the bottom of the barrel. And now we got great stuff to talk about. To talk about it with. I gotta go do it with a ginger named Jesse on Fire. I'm on fire. And by the way, Jesse on Fire at this point is doing Brendan Schaub a favor by even doing that stream. Like, Jesse on Fire is way bigger than Schaub is. I wonder if Jesse on Fire is going to wear that chain that Schaub gave him. But I mean, look at Joe Kimmel right here. Sitting there lonely, extremely lonely. hates his family, probably. I mean, come on. He doesn't want to hang out with his stupid, annoying wife. Here he does enough crap with the kids. He's like, where's the boys? Let's go hang out. He knows nobody there. No one wants to hang out with him. He hates the fact that he moved to Texas now. And he's too dumb to realize that Calvin moved there to get away from him. And that's why Calvin is blowing him off right now. But Chop is too stupid to even realize that as he sits there by himself, upset and complaining, nobody will do my podcast with me. I've got no friends to do my show. Truly is sad to fall off, but you deserved it. What happened to 300 pages? Monster lawyers. Accused Bobby Lee of running the 500 kids. Someone sued me. Lost. Still in the jail process. If he loses that, he's going to bring it to the Supreme Court. You're a loser. An L7 meeting. Just give it up, Chop. You stink. No election. Let me know your thoughts or comments. Whether or not Chop might like
you with adults, especially in the comedy world, you know? You got me like, I know we're having fun here.
Never. In comedy, because I was always like trying to like dole down my parents and how I could fight, so I never brought that side out. But then it became, I was like just a stomping pad. Oh, Sean doesn't care. You can fire away, man. You can say whatever you want. And I went so far where I was like, man, if I return to that scene, like in that environment where I'm at now mentally, it's like, I'll fuck them up. Yeah. That's what, so I took myself out of it. That makes sense. It's really, but also my son, like, you know, I'm his dad, so it's all, you know, he's talking about it, it's whatever. And he was getting lippy with me, and I was like, oh, dude, I'm gonna fuck you up. And he's like, no, you won't. I'm like, oh, really? Because he was getting a little arrogant, and I was like, I'll tell you what, I'm not gonna hit you hard, but whatever you want to do. And I said something. I was like, if you do this, you can do that. He's like, cool, man. And he's like, legit in his mind thought he could fuck me up. And I was like, go, dude. You can throw as hard as you want. I'm gonna be at 10%.
Because that's almost educational for him at that point.
That's all I wanted. But then he was doing, he was like throwing like hard kicks in my leg and stuff. And I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. And he was like, yeah, what's up, man? I'm like, all right, dude. All right, keep going. And he throws a kick, and I just check, and his thumb is flipping my knees, like on the ground, and he's getting up, and he's like, I can tell you, he's mad, he wants to cry because he thought he was gonna win, and he's still like going hard. I'm like, getting chokes, I'm like, you good, dude? And just like grab him, and we got done. It was a learning experience from like, if you fight another 9-year-old like that, you're gonna dominate. Like, take that energy. Anytime if you're getting bullied or whatever,
even like a tough 9-year-old, like that's devastation, right?
But if you just throw one of those luck kicks on one of these little bitches, it's at the schoolyard, it's game over, dude. Like, just take that energy and put that. I always tell them, like, as long as you're like, you're never gonna beat them. I'm constantly staying shit, so you never beat them.
That's a thing. That's
20 dicey.
Glad you brought that up. That's a thing, and I'm because everything's distorted for you, for guys like you, because I don't think you should ever feel like you should be able to beat up your dad. Like, there's, you know, it's your dad, 100%. But I realistically could fuck my dad up when I was like 15. You know, and I always. Now, with that being said, I would never, or any, because I have a very healthy relationship.
Why would you ever? But I was always scared of my dad. Like, I don't want to get, it's a fine line. Like, you don't want to, like, super scared to talk to you, but when you do the physical shit, it's like,
yeah. And I was never really scared of my father. The thing, I still struggle with this a lot. I feel very inadequate.
Yeah,
because
respect it.
You talk about the ass kicking trip. Yeah, my dad's a giant fat fucking and my dad's 5'7" and fat. Yeah, and has always been fat my whole life.
Yeah.
But my dad was very high-ranking military. Thought he was going to do it, then transferred out. Worked at the Pentagon for a long time.
Yes,
and smart. Transferred out into the private sector and was highly successful. And he's kind of a mathematical guy. And so I have this built-in thing, like, I make fart jokes.
Yeah,
you know, and my brother, I feel that way a lot. My dad. And I don't know how to making heads or tails of it, but I'm not necessarily sure it's a good thing.
Yeah, the level of respect. Yeah, could be. Like if I argued with my dad, it's like I better have my P's and Q's because he's fucking smart, man. He's super knowledgeable, reads all the time. Like I better become correct.
It's like Drew, because Dr. Drew and I are very close, and it's so funny to me. I would never think to argue with Drew about anything, but then there's stuff where I'm like, you fucking idiot! How does this not make sense to you?
You guys are boys.
Yeah, my dad's the same way though. Like I went back to LA 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I stayed with my parents, and it was great. It was a really nice experience. But getting my dad to understand how to use the fucking remote control for the different streaming services on top of the regular TV, I was like, how is this fucking confusing? You know, but at the same time, anything else in the world,
dude, it's like with Rogan, you know, with him, like he's so much smarter, he knows so much shit about things. When it comes to fighting, that's all.
You've been in that.
That's what I'm like. I'll push back. That's the only thing really. Outside that, man, his knowledge on anything, it's tough. Only fighting, I'll push back on.
And I like Joe a lot.
Brendan Schaub threatening to beat up stand-up comedians, and that's why he won't go back to stand-up. This guy is a clown. So, he has a catheter in his wood, and he's pissed that Callan still isn't there. But we got a new reason why he quit stand-up. Oh no, why he won't go back. Remember, Brendan Schaub quit stand-up because, you know, he was super successful when he was spending too much time with his family. You know, it had nothing to do with the fact that he couldn't sell any tickets and he was basically fired from stand-up. Never mind all that. But the reason why he won't go back to stand-up is because other comedians make fun of him, and he's a stomping ground, and he'll beat them up. And his son, maybe, if his son gets a little lippy. Weird thing to say. Now, there might be a tiny bit of truth to this. Only of the aspect of, at the end there, they all turned on him. There's a relationship. The second Rogan went to Austin and he stayed in LA, I think all the other stand-ups were like, okay, we don't have to kiss this guy's ass anymore. We don't have to pretend he's funny and everything. We can openly take shots at Schaub now because Daddy Rogan went to Austin. And he probably felt that on some level of, hey, I went to what's the stupid thing? The Comedy Store in LA, and everybody wasn't treating me like, Senpai Baba. They were treating me like I'm a crappy open micer because Rogan left. So he probably felt that behind the scenes. And so now he's a guy who's not funny, who's only doing stand-up because of his association with Joe Rogan. And now he's threatening to beat up all the other stand-up comedians because he's not funny. That's basically the gist of what's happening here. I just love that there's a new excuse as to why he will not return to stand-up comedy. Them going off on those comedians making fun of him. I mean, look, Rogan cut you off, dude. There's a reason. And you can make up all the bull you want about why you quit stand-up. It wasn't to spend more time with your family, anything. You would book clubs and couldn't sell 2 tickets. You were fired from stand-up comedy. Well, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
My first flight out there looking at houses, this like 4 months ago. I got an argument with 2 people on the plane about Rogan.
What's
that? Okay. And I was like, am I really gonna fight
you and Brian and Bert and they're fucking cheap.
Yes.
Rogan's not my But he's always. I knew Rogan. If Joe Rogan walked in right now, because he'd be like, "Oh, Mike, what's it?" He knows me. Before JRE, he used to have to do radio to promote his comedy, as all comics did. And he used to come into Kevin and Bean all the time. He was one of our favorite people. He was amazing. He used to light up the airwaves. He always was cool with me. I remember when I did my Armenian parody rap song. He blew it up, and he's like, "Dude, you have no idea. I'm at 10th Planet the other day, and all these Armenian guys they're like, this is." And he was always. He gave me and Kevin tickets to go to UFCs. He was cool. I have an experience. What I want to say is, like, I'm not in the Rogan sphere. I'm not hanging out with him later. I'm not going to go to the mothership and do his thing. I will tell you, in 2004, Joe Rogan would come in to do the radio show, and you know what he would talk about on and off the air? MMA, conspiracy theories, fucking wild animals that I've never heard of that are living on some island in Fiji. Can you believe what this guy said? There's a theory about Hitler right now. Oh my God, I just got... all of this shit you're seeing, this isn't a costume.
There's just more people watching it.
Yeah, and so it's like, hate him or love him. I will tell you, I saw it with my off the air, on the air. It's completely him. It's just him. It's completely him. And by the way, here's another thing. A lot of it has happened on the air now, so people think like, oh, he's street. Nobody. I'm really thinking. Besides Kevin and Bean themselves, I don't know anybody who off the air without wanting to get his buzz for it, more supportive of up and coming comics.
Nowhere there.
That's why. By the way, I don't want to air it again. I want to air it 3 lights. This is my shit. But that's why the mid-season happened. Not because Rogan was mad because he was stealing his shit. He was fucking furious about Ari and the guys. He was. I've never seen a guy more like actually concerned
with the comedy stuff. Yeah. You know, they sided with mid-season because he's a bigger actor. That wasn't beneficial to Joe at the time.
And that's not a thing. Like I said, we're not like boys like that. But you could see that. That was very evident just from hanging out off the. He was. It meant something to support people.
Oh, dude, you're the loyalest person, you know, right besides Lex in my life is Joe. There was a comic who went bad on me. I forgave them. It happens. And he was like, you can forgive, but don't forget. And I was like, dude, you can allow him. I was like, no. I'm like, you don't need to do that, man. He's just a fucking loyal dude.
He is. And then, like, I also... That shit matters more now than because like I see, and it's not even in necessarily relegated to my industry. I think just the way that like people's public persona, because it used to be to have a public persona. Okay, I was thinking about it the other day. My daughter doesn't have social media. I'm not better than you. I'm not like some hipster parent, but my daughter doesn't have social media. She doesn't really even have access to screens. Good for you. Every once in a while, we'll get together and watch some Mr. Beast or some shit like that, but we don't. She's not. It's not our thing. When it's 15, 16, she's 15, 16, it'll probably be harder. But because of that, I was trying to make a point to like usher her away from it. I got to thinking, man, when I was in high school, to have someone take a picture of you and then have strangers critique it, tough. You had to be a model or an actor. Literally, it was 0.001% of the world had to have the feeling of an image or a video of you being critiqued by people you didn't know.
And now it's
that's how we all live that life.
You know, the really like our age are the guinea pigs.
Yeah.
And now the younger kids, because they have their dads were in the spotlight or something like that, they can kind of push it away from a little bit. But I think in 30 years they're like, oh my God, can you believe we gave them the open freedom to just post and critique?
Brendan Schaub exposes Joe Rogan. First and foremost, you almost got into a fight. You got into an argument with 2 people on the plane over to Austin, Texas. Well, there's only one way that could have gone. That was Schaub trying to throw around Rogan's name. Give me more pillows. Upgrade me to first class. I know Joe Rogan. The stewardess was like, no, we don't care. Because Sean McCallum loved to throw around Rogan's name to get stuff. Remember, that's how they threatened Bobby Lee. They were like, your career's going to be over. We're going to tell Joe Rogan. But aside from that, Sean exposes the fact that Joe Rogan banned a comedian from the Comedy Mothership Austin. There might be a Comedy Mothership New York coming very soon. But banned them from the Comedy Mothership for going after Sean. Wow. So because someone went after Brendan Schaub, Rogan banned them from his comedy club. By the way, you want to know who that comedian was? No one knows for sure. However, I would speculate, and many others have speculated to this. It's probably Andy Lederman, and this was probably done over the trunk walk. It was probably, and she had another little thing with Rogan, the whole Ali. I'm not going to pronounce her last name right, but she was kind of around those rumors of Rogan possibly hooking up with his opener. That chick is like, this is the second straw. But the rampant speculation is that Rogan banned Andy Lederman because of the whole truck look. Robin, walk to your truck so I can believe you, dude. But and remember, there was a whole like half apology there. Schaub took the picture of Andy, and he said it was over. So, and even right now, he's like, hey, it's over. You don't have to do anything. Joe and Rogan's like, banning them anyway. So Joe Rogan is banning comedians just because she went after, well, exposed Sean with the drug law. Isn't he doing what happened to him? The whole Mencia thing that babbling Catherine talked about, like getting comic clubs just because she exposed that Brendan Schaub wanted the Walker trust. Damn, bro, that's dirty that did that. Banning a comedian just for going after Brendan Schaub. And it's not like Schaub is a comedian anymore, although at the time Schaub was still doing stand-up. So I get that too, because this was before he got fired from stand-up because he couldn't sell any tickets. So, but I mean, the fact that Schaub just willfully put out there that Joe Rogan is willing to ban comedians if you make fun of Schaub, especially went on a whole rant about if he got back into stand-up comedy, he'd want to fight comedians who made fun of him. I don't know, do you think Schaub's kind of just putting that out there of, hey guys, you make fun of me, Rogan will ban you from the comedy mothership? He might have actually did it with Chuck walked out. I don't know, but let me know your thoughts in the comments. Which is about the same time that Rachel McNeese was there. That was
everyone like, what's gonna make you feel like you made it? Like when you text me, it shows up green on my phone. Yeah, where I'm not a slave to social media and doing all the shit. You'll know I've made it. It's like, yeah, text Schaub and went green. Oh yeah. You can only call us lamb. That's I can step back.
But you've always been, that's so funny because you in my life. I've Dr. Drew. I had my friend, God rest his soul, Orlando Sanchez. But I have like all these people in my life who were like lightning rod. Of course, Callan too during the times when his controversial stuff was kind of presented. But I have these people where I'm put in positions where, in a public setting or online, where I'm like, whoa, like what, whoa. Where I have these people where I it's very weird to have friends
the guys that you genuinely can call, like, oh, I like that he would have my back. I like that guy. I care about him. Or you have to be constantly put in situations where you stick up for him. I don't want to get, because it's douchey to be like, dude, you wouldn't believe what I told this guy about you the other day. But Tim's another guy where I've been completely minding my own business in a gym somewhere in North Austin, and someone starts talking hella shit, you know, like. So it's very weird to be put in these situations. But at the same time, like, I feel like all these guys in my life that are, one of the things, I'll use you as an example exclusively because it's unfortunate. No, it's unfair to bring in other people. One of the things that I think a lot of people in the internet sphere get very critical about you is they'll be like, there's no self-awareness, and I couldn't disagree. I think none of my friends in the entertainment industry, especially in the like digital space, are more self-aware than you are, because you struggle with the idea of like, I'm going to be in the space of like influencer / comedian / this and that, where I've buffed and used to fight in cages and have. And I'm handsome, and you know what I'm saying? Like, it would be so hard to do that and not. It's so hard to kind of express to people who aren't in this world. There's a reason why a lot of comedians are kind of like the hoodie and the ill-fitting clothes, and it's like, these big. Because that fits what people understand, and it also makes it easier for people to kind of connect with them on stage. And same with broadcast, same with radio guys. And when someone comes along, and you can say what you want about fucking Dane Cook or these guys or Dalia, but when Matt Wright, a lot of it is just like you're fucking swimming uphill when you don't fit that mold. And since day one, when you and fucking Callan were just piecing together the idea of doing a podcast, you're living in a fucking, I remember you were living in a condo in Marino, right? And you just got your first Beamer, like you were just getting like your baller car, like it. And you're like, yeah, dude, I don't care. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And it's like, it'll be rough. It'll be, because like, look at my jeans. And I'm going to go, I'm looking at buying this Porsche. And you're like, this is going to be rough for me. And, but you were so, you never once were like, I don't even understand why people are talking. You're like, look at my jeans.
I've got it from day one.
Look at my,
I get it.
You know?
I get it.
And so anyway, that's Drew is another guy, Dr. Drew.
I find myself defending Drew all the time.
I said this to, I flew out to LA. I was doing a project. I never liked to air out dirty laundry. So I was doing a project that Drew was involved in. And we were having a really hard time with the people who would eventually pull the trigger and write the checks for said project. So I fly out to LA and I'm in this guy's office. And he says to me, you know, the other day I turned on TV and I hear Dr. Drew on Fox News talking about this and that. I just don't know if that's it I want to do business with. Because I was like, what is this whole, like, it seems like there's a lot of friction here. And he says, I just don't know if that's the type of guy I want to do business with. And I got him out of the chair and I told him, you can suck my balls.
Oh, really?
And he's like, what? I was like, fuck you. Like, that really?
Yeah.
And I walked away.
All the guys.
And,
he's not even a real doctor. I get that all the time.
Like, and I also get like, what does he know? He's a psychiatrist. It's like, nope, he's an MD. He's an actual
I might get in trouble for that clip because, you're not allowed to show porn on YouTube, and that guy just blew Brendan Schaub for like 5 minutes. What was that? First and foremost, so Brendan Schaub agreed with everything that guy said. Brendan Schaub is the most unaware, dumbest piece of shit ever. Opie isn't riding. People used to say Opie is unaware. It's not that Opie was unaware. It's just that Opie didn't care. Brendan Schaub is completely unaware. He's stupid. He's dumb. And that guy being like, you You're so good looking. You know how that guy's basic thing. People hate you because you're good looking. No, he's stupid. He's not funny. He's a piece of shit behind the scenes. Tried walking Andy Liederman into his truck. He threatened Bobby Lee's career. That's what it is. There's nothing to do with the fact that he's good looking. And Brendan Schaub is never going to fix himself because he has enablers and yes men like this guy pumping him up. Like, dude, he had to move his family to Texas. His co-host won't do a show with him. He stopped doing a show with you. Only 3,000 views are going to be gotten. He had to quit stand-up comedy. It's over. Love with the guy. Like, yeah, dude, you're not really self-aware. You're thin-skinned. You're a narcissist. And just learn how to take a joke, learn criticism, but he can't. With the fact that he had this guy just blowing him, wow. But yeah, Baba is the most self-aware person on the entire internet. Bar none, hands down, nobody even comes close. How does he think he ended up in situation? And this guy, I don't know, this guy looking at this as a come up. Maybe Callan doesn't come back and he'll get the co-hosting job or something with Schaub. Oh, look out. And it's like, dude, it's not because he's good looking or Diesel. That's why everyone doesn't like him. Now, it has nothing to do with that. It's his behind the scenes actions. But I found that to be incredible. The fact that how and Schaub just sitting there agreeing with him. Yeah, great, aren't I? Everything's going great. It's the meme. He's sitting there saying everything's going great and everything around him's on fire. Pathetic. Let me know your thoughts in the comment. Legal devices to ensure copyright. Saw that.
Yo! Ryan Callan's playing grab ass on his cruise still, so I'm holding down the fort. And I sent out another bat signal, another Austin local. Last week it was the great Tim Kennedy. This week it's the great Mike Catherwood. Thank you, brother. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, I feel weird.
Subjects? Yeah. I think that's a ton of questions. You know?
I feel weird. I think this is, and I'm very interested to get your take on it.
But real quick, Brian's different. We're accountable. All you with me over like UFC shit. I'm like, buddy.
But I also think a lot of that.
That's what makes him great.
You know Brian very well. Obviously, I know Brian very well. I really care about Brian. I think he's a great guy.
Yeah.
He's so good at being that guy on the air. He's different off the air. I mean, Brian plays up the I'm the expert on everything.
Yeah.
Like him arguing with you over anything regarding combat sports. There's some comedic motivation.
That's it, Chip. Would you think Brian truly believes it? I think that's what makes him great, but it's also kind of a huge gap in his game.
You can make it funny though. Like that's what I think.
Yeah, sometimes I'll play with you a little bit, but a lot of stuff he does actually really believe.
Yeah. I got to a point where, because I'm a horny, disgusting pig, but also it became a thing where every girl that was on Loveline, even if I wasn't particularly attracted to her, if she was over 18 and female, I was going to. I mean, I met my wife on Loveline. I vetted many women as guests of Loveline, and but I took it up a notch because it became just an ongoing thing. And I think that Brian's so funny at like, let me tell you about swordplay, and you're like, shut the fuck up. Like I think now he realized how successful he's become at doing it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
That's what I think. Because I've definitely I've been in conversations with Brian where the switch gets flipped.
Yeah,
where he's like, my lads, they're so wide, I might fly away in a strong breeze, and then like 5 days later, but seriously, how do you? What's a good way to slip my back? Yeah, I've had that happen, you know.
Yeah, he's the best of the worst. Yeah,
but it's weird. The internet
I always like to point out. I'm not trying to say like there's no shit talking there, but I feel like with the development of podcasting and videocast and internet, it's so pervasive. People giving their opinions, people talking about stuff. I hear so much talking about things like
Welcome.
like military exercises, global political stuff. And I'm like,
What up, ex Star Wars fan, Star Wars fan? How are you?
Good.
How'd you find out about me?
You were hiding pranks Discord.
Oh, Aiden Ross's Discord?
Yeah, Aiden Ross Discord. Yeah.
Okay, very cool, man.
Why are we wasting any time?
No, man. Video Alexander.
Right, now I know.
It's a good take. Homeboy, the Drinking Brothers, God, I can't believe it was very disrespectful. I forgot his name. But there's a gentleman at the member of the Drinking Brothers that's a former high-ranking military. He works very hard now, kind of outside of veterans.
What we watching?
When he's talking to me about
Jewish history lectures.
I go, okay, thank you. I'm glad. Please talk on the air so we can get some info. I was like, he's been literally in a military capacity. He's been to that part of the world.
He knows how it works.
Yes.
It's like when Tim was in there.
Dan Holloway. Sorry, but
Dan's great. Dan's the man.
Dan's awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome.
If Tim and Dan want to share,
that's why when Tim was in there, I ranch it was popping up. I asked about it because it stresses me out. Yeah, it's like it's World War III coming, and we had blown to absolutely insurance. And when he
Brendan Shaw heated that Brian Callen is still on, in quotation marks, vacation and not back on the podcast yet. And now I see why he's pissed, because Brian Callen is too busy to do the Fighter and the Kid podcast, and his excuse is he's on a cruise or whatever. However, still dropping content on his YouTube channel. And I think the thing that pisses off Shop the most isn't even the fact that Callen's not there, although Shop is really mad about that and mad that Callen's not helping him in any way, shape, or form. But the fact that Callen won't even zoom in or anything or do a call. But he knows Callen is still doing stand-up. It's still dropping videos on his own YouTube channel. And Callen just talked to some Iranian lady. Now, of course, all those were probably shot in advance. And Callen probably just pays somebody to edit and upload on that channel anyway. But Papa's too stupid to realize that. He just sees that and still gets pissed. And now Shab is stuck talking to Mike Catherwood. And he is just extremely upset with Callen still. But Shab has to understand, like, Callen doesn't want to do a podcast with you anymore. That's why he moved to Texas. You had to talk, but you? Yeah, no, I'm going to put on my stand-up. Joe Rogan gave me a residency at the Comedy Mothership. I'm moving to Texas. He didn't expect Joe Ass to go down here to me. We're going to get Tiger in the Triple H T-Ball League. So, like, now that he's followed Callen down, you can't really be upset that Callen is completely and utterly going along. And I bet you Callen was a little pissed off. This dude, who I can't get away from Shaw, followed me down here. He got a studio. His studio is he rented a little warehouse to keep 3 cars in, and he's using the tier thing as a podcast studio, which is not meant for. There's audio problems from the AC. The lights are going on and off. Callen's like, I am getting the hell out of here, going on vacation. This is amateur hour. Like, why Shop didn't just rent studios is beyond me. But he's just using the second little top tier thing of the warehouse he rented. By the way, comparatively, I think it is a pretty small warehouse for like a car collector even. But Shop's got a lot of cars. He drives fast, all gas or whatever the hell his channel is that he started that he doesn't really even drop new content on. But you can just tell he's just pissed that Callan completely blew him off, blew off the podcast, isn't helping him. And then Callan is going to put in the bare minimum amount of effort because the podcast is dead anyway. So, but you can tell Baba is still extremely pissed off. But let me know what's in the comments.
Some cases,
10 years ago, and Dana's fully, I think Dana's 1 foot in, 1 foot out of the UFC. He's not really the man behind the scenes making the fights, doing all that. You know, he has shareholders, he has Endeavor, he has TKO, and then he's also getting ready to promote arguably one of the biggest fights in boxing history. So he's kind of in that world, so he's dealing with all that. If this is 8 years ago before all this, and he was still the front man of the company, you would have got breaking news. He would have released it to ESPN. He would have released it at a press conference. You got it from his mouth on his Twitter. Yeah, that's what he usually does. I just think he's kind of, here we go, John.
This comes, I agree in that regard too, that
it's not a bad thing. The guy's made all the fucking money in the world. He can do what he wants.
I do feel like it's kind of a bad thing. No, okay. Premier River, he's like you said, his life is made, and he has his like Dana's like see whether you like the man or not. It's huge, and it should be well recognized. But I do feel like the last 2 or 3 years has been a bit torturous for him because he did put fighting first when it was Dana Wright in charge with the Fertitas. Since the Endeavor kind of takeover, you can see like he's kind of painted into a corner where there's like 4 or 5 things that come before putting on quality fights.
Slap fight was his baby for a long time. That kind of went away. Now it's this TKO with boxing and that Al Sheik in the fucking Middle East. You know, that's just, I get it, dude. I get it. You get busy, and then that thing give you your platform. He's made all the money and he'll bash him out. He's like, I've kind of done it, man. Yeah. He's like, this new boxing endeavor is pretty cool. I'm, supposed to promote Canelo and Terrence Crawford. Like, I'm gonna focus on that, man. I get it. Like, you're like, oh, this is bullshit, but nah, man, it's like me. Like, podcasting is my platform. That's my baby. That's what pays the bill, to some degree. But I have a lot of other interests, man, and I'm getting older. I like to do other shit. And people are like, oh, now you're into trucks? Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what I want to fucking do. I'm 42. I do what the fuck I want.
And again, I took some flack and everything, but I stuck up for this man. It's America. If you want to criticize Mr. Shaw or whatever comedian or what podcast, it's business. But I get busy when it's totally baseless, and I go, and I know the real truth. And I went on a rant about people talking about your lack of self-awareness. That's not true. If you want to criticize Brandon, that's your business. And don't talk about lack of self-awareness. I know the reality. Here's another thing. If you're going to be like, oh, you're into trucks now, shut up. Brendan is the biggest fucking car to an annoying extent, and has been since 2004. So I ever met you.
It's just I have the freedom where everything's kind of at cruise control, and I can do that. Like, this is good. I can go over there, man. I can do what the fuck I want. And I do think it's weird, and I think we're going to see a lot more of this because of brain trauma, stuff like that. Just people are fucking crazy, and social media gives us that, opens that fucking window now. So you have John Jones, Jesus Christ. You have BJ Penn drama going on. And they have Liver King. Have you heard of Liver King?
I have not.
So he came on our show. This is where all the PD shit came out.
Brendan Schaub going off on people for saying he's not a gearhead. First and foremost, did he just compare himself to Dana White? it's not that people aren't saying that Brendan isn't into trucks. We know he's into trucks. Tried walking Andy Leaderman to his truck. It's the whole fake gearhead grifting thing. Another failed business adventure. We've seen this grifter try to grift into other things. Marine life and fish, animals. There's a 6-point bike club. Like, it's just another business venture, and it's a scam. That thing. He flipped his truck, God, probably 2 years ago now. Never really got any traction off of that video. Hardly drops any content on that channel. All he does are these scam truck giveaways, in which he gives away a truck to his buddy. And in order to get entered into the giveaway, you have to buy merch, right? Nobody buys any merch from this loser. But another way you can get in is give up your email. That's what he's doing. He's farming emails to sell off or to present to sponsors to be like, oh, see, I got 2,000 emails. It's not 2,000 fans of his. It's emails of people trying to win a truck that he's not really going to give them because it's a scam. And it's a gearhead. Paying people to work on your truck does not make you a gearhead. Sorry, it doesn't. Brendan's job has never gone under an engine, changed a tire, did anything of the sort. So he's just a guy who buys trucks and cars with his dad's money and makes mods to them, but he pays people to do that. He himself does not do it. So I had to bring it up and dummy over here. You know, I brought up last time that, Brendan Schaub is self-aware. And I go back, keep reading the comments, stupid. You're defending the most hated person on the internet who destroyed his career. Keep doing it. Good career path for you to follow, too. Dummy. Mike Catherwood. But the fact that Ben Schaub is still upset that Callan isn't there and he's doing a podcast with a guy in a Beavis shirt and a yellow hat and khaki pants. Schaub is disgusted by this, man. But the fact that he just out of nowhere, that's how you know they're reading the comments, too. When people talk shit and say, I'm not really in the truck. And this guy's like, I got some backlash. People want to criticize. And it's like, dude, we know what we know. We see what we see. We know it's all bullshit. It's all just a grift. This man is actively trying to scam people. And according to Podcast Cringe, there might be an upcoming lawsuit about it, either from BGL or someone else. But Brendan Schaub's entire business model is to scam people now. And is he giving himself like a little excuse now to stop podcasting? Be like, podcast, I make money doing other stuff too. Good, then go do the other stuff, stupid. You complain all the time, it hurts my feelings. People on the internet. Oh, all right, dummy. Go do something else and they'll be good. But he won't. Let's move down to Texas to follow Callan, and he won't even do the podcast with you. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Period of the Enlightenment.
Back with the great Mike Catherwood. Brian Johnson playing grab ass. That's how it goes, man. He's much more handsome than he is, and a better speaker.
I will not openly accept the second one. Oh, it's the first. Yeah, the point.
Brian is a beautiful man, and no,
It's his hair.
Also, shirt off, Brian is uniformly impressive.
For 58, not bad.
And who doesn't really train that much and eats. He likes to talk about how he just Brian eats once. He's one of those guys, and he eats. Uniformly looks pretty damn good.
Just thin, yeah.
But pound for pound, I'm taking him in the.
Not even. His hair is a fucking disaster.
I don't want to impose because this is your show.
No,
I'm again. But I want to talk to you about because.
Well, I appreciate it, brother. We did it again.
Yes, sir.
Easy peasy, man. You're professional.
Thanks, man. I love you guys. Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. That's all. Why Callan is on like a Tinder cruise with a phenomenal.
I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know. Who knows what the fuck?
I got a text from him back. Very nice text from him last night, but I didn't get much info.
Yeah, but Drive Fast Gas still going down. Ends in August, so win this fully custom TRX last call edition. Over